biggest rival kasi this is Battle of Champions Kumbaga Battle of the Best. Pero kung merong isang team siguro, it would be Echo. Kasi ilang beses na kami nilang dinurog So parang magandang mabawian sila sa Grand Finals. And siguro para magawa namin yun, kailangan talaga namin hindi lang basta doblehan, kundi triplehan yung ginagawa namin pagpa-practice. Kaya sila lang sumusuporta sa Blacklist International, sa Blacklist agents, sa viewers pa. Maraming salamat sa walang sawang suporta nyo. And sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan yan kahit anong mangyari. And maraming salamat.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and match. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
Greetings everyone! From June 5 to June 17, the MSC Guest event will be available in the Esports channel in-game. Just log into the game and cheer for your team. Once you've made a guess correctly, you will gain a lot of MSC coins as a rewards.
You can use the MSC coins to redeem a brand new Atlas Rune Sentinel epic skin, a MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
Don't wait, join the event now.
How are the matches, everyone? From the 5th to 10th of June, the MSC Guest event will be in full swing in-game.
Join the event and you can make your guesses on who will emerge the victorious as champion team.
If your guess is correct, you will be handsomely rewarded with 1,000 MSC coins. You can exchange the coins for the brand new Epic Atlas skin, Rune Sentinel.
A 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer, and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
More rewards are waiting for you. Don't hesitate.
Don't hesitate.
It's time to get them.
That's right everyone! From June 17 to June 18, as long as you log into the game, you can claim MSC Banner of Morale and the corresponding MSC coin rewards.
Use the coins you have to redeem brand new epic skin Atlas Rune Sentinel,
A 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
And Claude Earth Mightiest. There will be other rich rewards waiting for you to claim.
So what are you waiting for? Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
join the MSC Carnival, and enjoy the event now.
Ako si Tristan Cabrera, ang role ko ay tank from Echo Philippines. Ang favorite MLBB hero ay si Chu. Ginagamit ko siya kasi sobrang ligalig niya sa mapa, tapos ang dami niyang skill, tapos naka-micro siya. Tapos ang dami niyang pwedeng gawin sa mga bush, sa mga hero. Tapos yun, magagamit ko siya sa MSC basta hindi siya maban. Yes, may possible na gamitin ko siya, lalo na favorite hero ko siya. So, wait nyo na lang. Favorite hero ko si Chu kasi ang dami niya nagagawa. Lalo na yung first skill niya, naka-micro. Tapos yung madali siya maka-pick up yung sipa niya, lalo na pag hindi naka-purify. So, pag nasipa, auto-huli. Tapos pag may backup pa ng kakampi yun, sure patay. Yung real life hero ko siguro yung mother ko, si mama. Kasi simula pa lang dati sobrang supportive niya na. Simula pa nung nag-basketball pa lang ako, lagi siyang nanonood ng mga games ko, ganun. Tapos nung nag-ML ako, nung una, syempre, against sila. Tapos nung naging supportive na siya, pupunta rin siya doon kahit di niya naiintindihan yung game. Tapos nanonood lang siya. Tapos, ayun, ang dami niya, nakikipag-interact din siya sa mga fans namin, yun. Hello. Mensahe ko kay mama, thank you so much sa pagiging supportive simula sa pagbabasketball ko pa tapos ngayon sa ML. Love you.
Walang anong anak. I am Merly Cabrera. I'm Yawi's mom. And what you don't know about Yawi is that he is a very generous person, loyal sa friend, at mapagmahal syempre na anak at kapatid. Pinaka-proud ako sa kanya, sa mga nangyari sa kanya. Yung recently na naabot nila M4 and itong MPL PH Championship na nakuha nila this season 11. This is one of his dreams talaga. And I am so proud of him kasi pinanindigan niya yung dream niya na yun. At pinaglaban niya sa amin actually. Yung hindi ko makalimutan na saya na naramdaman was when nung nanalo sila versus RSG na secured na sila for M4. So, I'm not sure kung naano nyo pa yun. Bumaba pa siya sa stage. Niyakap niya talaga ako. That's when I was so proud of him. Kasi, ayun na, isa sa mga dreams niya yun yung makatungtong sa world stage. Basta, lagi naman namin sinasabi sa'yo na proud kami sa'yo sa mga nangyayari sa'yo sa buhay mo, sa success na nakukuha mo. Basta lang anak, just be humble. Diba? Lagi mong isipin yung mga taong nakatulong sa'yo and always pray na lahat ng gusto mo, daan mo lang sa dasal. Lahat ng challenges mo sa buhay, may it be personal or sa profession mo ngayon sa pagiging pro player mo, lahat ibigay mo lang sa taas. And always believe in yourself, sa teammates mo. And for sure, marami pa kayong championship na makukuha, makakamtan. And good luck sa MSC anak. Kaya niyo yan.
Yun, salamat sa pag-suporta kahit simula nung unang talo kami. Tapos, yun, supportahan mo lang ako hanggang sa makakuha pa ng maraming championships and more tournaments pa na mapanood mo.
Yes, anak. Siyempre. And manalo matalo, nandito kami sa likod mo. Mahal ka namin.
Hi, I'm Danere James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, and I'm the jungler of Blacklist International. Ang favorite Mobile Legends hero ko is si Sanshin, and kasi Korean siya general. Tapos yung kit niya sa paglalaro, sa yung passive niya, yung skills niya overall. Tingin ko medyo 50-50 yung paggamit ko sa kanya sa MSC 2023 kasi yung meta ngayon hindi masyadong pabor kay YSS, so mahirap siya ipasok sa sa game, lalo pagka ang kalaban mo is mga pro player din and yung mga best of the best tulad ng mga champion and sa mga first runner up, medyo mahirap siya. Ang qualities ng mga hero is inuuna yung iba kaysa sa sarili nila, and yun, yung mga hindi sila selfish pagka hero ka, talagang unahin mo talaga yung mas ikakabuti ng iba kaysa sa sarili mo. Ang real life hero ko is yung parents ko, syempre, kasi sila yung sa akin nagsilang, and simula doon sa pagkabata ko, sila na yung kung ano ako ngayon, sila yung dahilan nun kung ba't ako tumagal sa mundo. Medyo mahirap yung buhay namin, and yung mama ko is nag-OFW para supportahan kami. And nung nag-start na ako as a pro player, mas sinuportahan pa ako ng mama ko na i-pursue yung pangarap ko. And siya talaga yung pinaka sa akin, nagtiwala. Nung wala pa sumusuporta sa akin, siya talaga yung andyan, number 1 supporter ko. So, sa kanya ko talaga nakuha yung motivation na i-push tong pangarap ko. Hanggang sa ngayon na successful na ako na pro player. Si mama talaga hindi siya mahilig manood sa on-site kasi inaatake daw siya sa puso eh. Pero nung nanood siya, malaking bagay yun kasi malaking tournament na kasi yung nasalihan ko nun, which is MPL na. And madaming taong sumusuporta na. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita ng magulang ko kung ano yung ni-risk ko yun. And nagtagumpay talaga ako dun sa pinurso ko na pangarap ko, which is paglalaro nga ng Mobile Legends. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita niya yung kung gaano kalaking community na yung ML dito sa Pilipinas. Sa mama ko, thank you sa pagsuporta sa akin. Tulad nga ng sabi ko, ikaw ang pinakadahilan kung ba't nandito ako ngayon kasi ikaw ang unang nagtiwala sa akin. Ang biggest rival ko talaga this coming MSC is Eco talaga kasi sila yung champion this MPL Season 11. And 2 beses na nila kami tinatalo sa Grand Finals. Pero lahat naman tinitingin ko as rival sa MSC kasi yung makakasali sa MSC is champion din ng mga region nila. Pero tignan natin kung this time makakabawi kami ngayon sa Eco. Sa Eco, sana tayo pa rin magtapat sa Grand Finals and this time tignan namin kung kaya na namin talaga kayong talunin. Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin simula nung umpisa, sa mga agents, sa BY Spam, sa Kawais at sa Ma'am Shoes. Thank you sa sumusuporta sa amin. Sana suportahan nyo pa rin kami sa MSC and sana makuha natin yung champion.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
ចំសិក្ខាសាលានេះពិតជាមានសារៈសំខាន់
ថ្ងៃក៏ដូចជាខាងក្រុមការងារបានរៀបចំការងារយ៉ាងល្អ
នៅពីមុនក៏ខ្ញុំអត់សូវច្បាស់ដែរតែដល់ពេលគាត់និយាយថាបើយើងចង់ក្លាយជា personal player យើងត្រូវ set target មិនអីមិនមានអាជីពជាច្រើនដែលយើងអាចធ្វើការទៅជាមួយ e-sport ហ្នឹងខ្ញុំចាក់អារម្មណ៍លើ content creator បងចូលចិត្តខាង create video ខាងកាត់តអញ្ចឹងបងលឺស្រីដែរតែលេង game អញ្ចឹងនិយាយអាប៉ាម៉ាក់ក៏អត់សូវ support មកទេប៉ុន្តែបើយើងមានគោលដៅច្បាស់លាស់ហើយយើងប្រាប់ប៉ាម៉ាក់យើងពួកគាត់នឹងអាចផ្ដល់កម្លាំងចិត្តឲ្យយើងអាចនឹងទៅមុខបានខ្ញុំបាន inspire ខ្លាំងទាក់ទងមួយចំណេះដឹងកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកខ្មែរយើងនឹងអភិវឌ្ឍច្រើនជាងហ្នឹងនឹងមានអ្នកជាច្រើនទៀតដែលគាត់បានស្គាល់ប្រទេសទៀតបង
Hi, I'm Alston Babigo and also known as Sanji. May support ng Eco PH. Ang favorite ko pong hero sa MLBB ay si Selena kasi po siya po talaga yung nagustuhan ko nung pagkapasok ko nung ML. Parang pinanood ko lang yung mga highlights na gumagamit sa kanya. Tapos yung first skill po niya kasi sobrang daya kasi yung vision niya sa mapa, ganun. Tapos parang support role po talaga siya dati. Tapos yung second skill niya, sobrang daya din kasi pag tinamaan ganun, pwede ka pa magtimpla ng kape tapos kung ano gawin mo kasi sure dead ka talaga kay Selena dati, sobrang OP niya. Tapos yun, dun sa hero na yun, sa Selena na yun, dun ako na-discover ng mga coach sa MPL. Tapos kaya ako siya laging gamit kasi yun yung meta talaga dati. Siguro po magagamit ko siya kung papagamitin po ng coach namin. Ang real life hero ko po ay si Papa kasi palagi ako nakikinig sa kwento niya sa mga advice tapos yun, parang nahiligan ko na rin maglaro ng games ng tapos yun, sinusuportahan niya ako palagi. Tapos pagpasok ko nung sa ML, amateur pa lang ako, yung cellphone ko basag-basag. Tapos yun, binilan nila ako ng medyo maganda-gandang phone din. Tapos kaso yun, lag pa din, pero yun, kakayanin para sa pangarap.
Hi, I'm Aaron Ram, tatay ni Sanji. Sanji hindi siya madamot. Na pagbigay sa mga kapatid niya, lalo sa mga pamilya niya. Si Sanji nagturo sa akin mag-ML eh. Niyaya niya ako maglaro hanggang sa nagustuhan ko rin. Tuwing hapon, pagka uwi ako, hintayin niya muna ako. Pag-uwi ng bahay bago maglaro ng ML. Hanggang sa sumali kami ng mga turna, may pagpustahan. Tapos yung gamit niyang cellphone nun, basag. Iniikot niya yung cellphone para lang magamit na maayos. Nung napunta siya ng PPG, tinagaan niya talaga yung pag-grind sa ML, torna, sali talaga ng tournament, practice araw-araw. Hindi siya madali, pero yun nga, sa pagsisikap niya, nagawa niya maging pro player. Sa darating na MSC, gawin lang nila yung pinapractice sila sa scrim nila, makinig sa coaches, tsaka sa management, tsaka yun, good luck. Sana makuha niyo yung championship.
Ang message ko lang kay Papa ko, thank you kasi nabuhay ako sa mundo. Tsaka binuhay niya ako, tapos sobrang na-inspire talaga ako sa mga kwento niya. Sa mga lahat ng fans namin dyan, mahal na mahal namin kayo, and salamat sa pagsuporta sa amin sa ECO. Tapos iniimbitahan ko rin kayo manood sa MSC 2023. Good luck sa amin sa mga kalaban namin sa MSC. At ipapatunayan namin na Pinas pa rin talaga malakas.
Hi, my name is Leo Gonzalez, also known as Owl, gold laner of Blacklist International. Favorite hero ko si Claude kasi kaya niyang maging independent sa lane, tsaka kaya niyang ubusin yung kalaban kahit siya lang mag-isa. Tapos secret pa akong gagawin yung team ko sa MSC. Tapos pinagkaiba niya sa ibang hero, kaya niyang mag-survive sa mga gank ng kalaban. Kaya niyang pumunta ng mid ng ilang seconds lang, tapos babalik ulit ng bot. Sobrang bilis niya rin mag-clear ng wave. Gusto kong maging superpowers is mag-produce ng pera para may pang top up ako. Para sa akin, natawag ang isang tao bilang hero pag nakaka-inspire siya ng mga tao. Yung real life hero ko is yung mama at saka tatay ko. Lagi nila ako sinasupport sa mga gusto kong gawin yun. Hindi ko naman po matatawag na rival, pero gusto kong ulit makalaban si Beniguete para gusto ko silang bawian na sa team. Kasi nung MPL Season 11 Finals, sobrang binagbog nila kami. Kaya gusto ko silang bawian. Siguro po yung plans namin, magbabatak pa kami lalo sa scrims tsaka sa RD para mga champion niya. Salamat sa sumusuporta sa Blacklist International. Tsaka sana supportahan niyo pa rin kami kahit anong maging result sa MSC.
The heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your hearts, it's up to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his match. Let's be the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
menjadi tahun bersejarah saat ONIC Esports menjadi tim Indonesia pertama yang menjuarai MSC. Tangguh, itulah satu kata yang tepat untuk menggambarkan ONIC Esports. Pada MPL Indonesia Season 11 babak playoff, ONIC tak terkalahkan satu game pun. Secara 2 tahun beruntun, MPL ini menjadi panggungnya ONIC Esports dengan mengalahkan Blacklist International di 2021 dan Geek Fam di 2022. Menemani ONIC Esports, EVOS Legends mendapatkan julukan The King of Comeback pada MPL Indonesia Season 11. Sang Harimau Biru telah menjadi tim Indonesia dan dunia pertama yang menjuarai M-Series. Mereka juga membawa nama Indonesia melambung tinggi di IESF 2022 dengan mengalahkan Filipina. Catatan sejarah telah diraih kedua tim Indonesia. Dan kini, ONIC Esports bersama EVOS Legends siap untuk bertarung untuk mengukir sejarah baru di panggung internasional MSC 2023. Berikan dukungan terbaik kalian untuk tim Indonesia.
Hello guys, I'm Moon. I'm from Team Toda.
Hello guys, I'm Sanford from Echo. Let me introduce you Dino, my favorite dinosaur.
Okay, ini bilik yang pertama. Kita tekan loceng dulu guys.
Let's check our room first. Let's go. And Benny, let me get some drinks first. So I'll get some coffee and Coke.
Ini dia guys. Ini adalah bilik Ciku dan Momo. Nak tanya satu benda Mo. Mana Fomes Cuba cari dalam toilet. Tak ada pun. Tak ada. So kita berada di dalam bilik. Kita berada di dalam bilik Yum dan Rival. So Yum, nak tanya sedikit lah beberapa soalan. Apakah hero favourite? Chow. Kenapa Chow? Chow.
Hello.
Hello guys.
This is Partisi and Yao's room, guys. They're eating some Filipino food right now, guys.
This is honey barbecue and buffalo wings. Chicken.
Boleh kami masuk?
Tak boleh lah.
Say hi to Dino.
There is something here inside. It's
And
called bulalo.
Mana Fomes? Tak tahu. Tak tahu. Mana Semih
Oh, sebenarnya ada ni, sini.
Hah? Ada ke? Ada ke? Kita dah cari 3 bilik dah guys.
Sini, cuba tengok. Ada tak?
Kau scam aku
that's the end of our room tour.
Thank you so much for the support kepada family, kawan-kawan, fans.
Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Komes!
They flew out hot after their grand finals performance in MPL Philippines Season 10. And here we're seeing the rivalry of a century. The age of the Orcas is now. Echo are your F4 World Champions. Echo books their ticket to MSC and the grand finals. A rematch against Blacklist International. A rematch. Blacklist International and Echo taking the rivalry form from Season 10, taking the rivalry continued in M4. Now here we are in the grand finals of Season 11.
This is destiny moving in a way na parang kailangan pa nila mag-meet. Yung M4 World Championship, nakita natin kung ano yung naging resulta doon, nanalo yung Echo, and parang binigyan ng tadhana ng panahon na makabawi yung Blacklist or yung Echo para ma-ensure na sila talaga ang pinakamalakas na Filipino team.
Pwede po kami yan sa last day ng playoffs po sa Grand Final. Bigyan niyo po kami ng clear na pag-iisip and discipline po yun sa game na magandang magkalabas ng pro.
Blacklist International will now respect back the Franco and the Kaja.
Hanap nila blue no?
Binibigay oo nga, Dragon, ni Sanford. For the third pick, after kasi ng Season 10 Grand Finals, marami ang nagsabi na kaya din nanalo ang Blacklist kasi parang naubusan ng Echo sa kanilang mga binaong strat. Ngayon parang ang dami. Parang malulunod siya tayo eh. Oo.
It's going to be Harik.
Okay.
Balir. Post 5.
Hindi ganun kaganda ang ultimate ng isang Balir. So, masasabi natin medyo useless siya para sa Valentina. Hindi sila kumuha ng ultimate na ganun kaganda yung ultimate. And at the same time, parang ma-force yung Valentina na real-world manipulation lagi kukunin ko. Can Blacklist International do the reverse? Pero ngayon siya atay na pasobra dahil siya ni Edward dito, a beautiful switch onto the mid lane. Pero si Cortez hindi ata papayag na walang kapalit. Pero nabitin ng bahagya yung maaari niyang tawiran doon sa mga minions mula sa mid lane. Kaputod ba siya? Makikita ba siya ni Carl? Kaputod ata. King Wise.
Walang retry.
Nakawan sila dito ng orange buff. Kaso nga lang siya ay may hipin sa tatlo. Wise dito, may pansalba nga ba si Omoy Pino sa Razor's Wrath. Sakto yung bitaw. Kaso nga lang hindi umabot yung altar. Omoy Pino's trying to zone everyone. Pero look at Sanji. Dumarap. Eto na, pasok King Wise. Ulit si Yawi. O si Yawi nga talaga maging target nila. Hindi na nga ito makatakas pa tungkol sa real world manipulation. Kaso nga lang natuhog sila dito. Ng execution. Owl and Omoy Pinos will go down. Pero si Edward naman naghanap ng pwedeng hulihin. Naghanap siya ng pwedeng sa punutan. Pero pwede naman silang umuli pa ng isa. At mukhang makukuha nga talaga. Kaso nga lang si Carl. Sobrang unat. Sobrang sakit. Sobrang dulas. Lahat na ibigay mo sa kanya. And sasabayan pa. Saban force the force. Pero ang dundig ng yung pagtulak ni Yawi upang mapigilan niya yung pagtakas ni The Queen. Sinabi na ni Wolf, every time na may dragon, may follow-up na dalawa na hindi mo alam kung anong skill. Ganon din naman yung Eve Ultimate. Diyan na naman yung dragon ni Sanford na talagang mag-push away dito sa members ng Blacklist International. Pero si Edward na nakapwesto, so meron silang info. Maaari silang umabol, kaso nga lang sobrang tapong ni Carl. Aray, lang yan wala talaga mag-burst down sa kanya, kaya sobrang tapong nila kung pumasok. Wise goes down.
Nagkakaroon ng magandang pwesto si Sanji, pati na rin si Yawi.
Subok lumaban ng Blacklist International pero hindi the dragon ni Sanford. Hahabulin talaga yung the backline pero masyado atang maagang na-pop yung altar. Kaya naman sila ay mapapunish bigla. Wise is down. Wala na yung red holder pero marireset na naman yung Lord. Awal ang pasok dito. Kaso nga naman tutulak naman si Yawi. Tapos may paamoy-amoy pa. May palagkit-lagkit pa. Pero si The Queen na magsisave sa kanya. My goodness, go easy. The young goat. Blacklist International, they want They want the retaliation play. Dito na nagalit ang mga agents. Biglang may mission accomplished. Pasok si Carl this time. Nais nilang dumipensa dito mula sa push na nais gawin ng Blacklist International. May ipit nga lang dito si Yue, pero hapulit pa rin naman talaga nila. Gusto lang andun yung altar, pero hindi magiging ang parang safe si Yue. Mahiipit ata ang members ng Blacklist International dito sa medyo ng gitna. Nag-shoot na rin yung mga spells na pwede na gamitin sana. So yung Echo, may Echo sila. Wala yung mga spells, wala yung mga skills. Maaari tayong umarangkada. Oh man, and just a snap. What's in play though? Wala talaga yung gamitin. Si Owl nga talaga ang bibigyan nila. Nandito na rin naman yung Dragon. Wala na si Owl. Wala na yung damage na asahan ng Blacklist International. Yung Echo, sila na ngayon na magde-decide. Direkta tayo sa Lord. Push na sila sa mid lane. Sakto lang din yung pagbitaw noong Dragon. Tapos yung altar binitawan na rin at si Colty, si Tatahi pa. May pirma pa sa base ng Blacklist International. Sakto yung mga tusok. Kaso nga lang low na rin sila. Pero nakuha nila si Wise. Pero makapag-regen din naman agad yung members ng Blacklist International. Madedepensahan nila yung Lord. Kaso nga lang may parating pang minions. Medyo makabal mula doon sa bottom lane. At meron pang kasabay sa mid lane. Will this be it? Will Blacklist International manage to defend this? Dahil yung Echo ayaw na naman papigil. Okay, tingnan natin. Pasok ngayon. Oh my Venus, sabay sa amin force naman ni Very Cute. Hahabol naman sila sa gitna. Mukhang mahulin na din si Queen. Pero mabilis pa naman yung death timers. Immortality pump nga lang para kay Edward. Nakabangan nila naman may inward manipulation pa. And yung minions na sapat ata. Hahabulin na sila ng mga Onka. Pero ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang depensa. Pero ang goal ng Echo ay yung pace. Ang kampiyon ng LPLPH Season 11. Echo!
I came this far, nothing can stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose.
Unig kinalaban ng Orcas ang Blacklist International.
I'ma keep winning.
But the better team
I'ma keep winning.
came up on top.
I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. I'ma keep. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MC's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, keep winning, but you wanna go play yourself.
I feel excited because we gonna face only the strongest team from Cambodia, from Indonesia.
ONIC from Cambodia.
but now they are in Cambodia.
Keep the spirits burning, and the bloodlines flashing through. The whole team
Although we did try our best to win, but it's fine, it's okay. It's good to experience that we fought ONIC Indo and GG. Yeah.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកយើងចង់ revenge ទៅ team outplay ពីព្រោះការព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ M4 ពួកយើងបានចាញ់ទៅលើ team គាត់ដែលយើងគិតពេលនោះយើងគិតថា team យើងអាចនឹងបដូរគាត់បានប៉ុន្តែនៅពេលដែលយើងប៉ះគ្នានៅវគ្គ play-off បែរជា team គាត់បដូរ team យើងវិញខ្ញុំចង់ផ្ដាំទៅហ៊ុនវិញនេះគឺជាទឹកដីរបស់ពួកយើងចាំមើលថាការប្រកួតនឹងមុខអ្នកណាជាអ្នកដណ្ដើមបាន
With
We will train more harder for later on.
I hope we have a good fight.
Good luck, and we will ban your hero, Diablo.
Every boundary and chain, ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
Hey guys, Rose here from MPL Malaysia.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
Morning, I'm Mickey. Mabi Bedeh Kampuchea.
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
الله تعالى وبركاته. معكم منعاد من المغرب. أحباء المشاهدين معكم يكتب من العراق.
I'm Diablo for IGSG.
ค่อยชื่อเอจิมาจากประเทศลาว
Kaldidi from Eco Philippines.
I'm Yawi from Eco Philippines.
I am Raime from Pine Esports. I am from Myanmar.
I'm Chma, one of the junglers in Cambodia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جمهور موبايل ليجند الكريم منورين أحلى عيلة وأحلى جمهور في الدنيا.
And I just want to tell you guys all to get hype and to get excited for MSC 2023.
All the underdogs are coming from across the world to go and compete against the pros, against the favorites.
With that being said, hashtag see the world and hashtag roar for MSC.
Roar for MSC.
Dan foto dah buat betul-betul and langgar semua betul-betul. Alright.
Hashtag roar for MSC. Hashtag see the world.
تفضلوا تعالي جميع. Roar for MSC and see the world.
Hashtag Roar for MSC. Hashtag See the World. GG RG.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
And Shark, I know you're hungry for first place.
Outplay them, outclass them, outstyle them. Let's go get them, boys.
Türkiye şampiyonasını güzel bir şekilde kazandık. Umarım MSC'de güzel şeyler yapacağız.
See the world, roll for MSC. Don't forget to watch us in MSC.
I hope you support us on MSC.
See the world and roar for MSC.
It's time to roar for MSC and hashtag see the world.
Hi, ako nga po pala si Sanford Marin Viduya, also known as Sanford. Naglalaro sa Echo bilang explainer. Ang favorite kong MLBB hero ay si Yuzong kasi ilang beses ko na rin siya nagamit sa mga tournaments tulad sa M4, sa MPL kasi parang isa siya sa mga hero na doon ako sobrang komportable dahil lakas niya sa lane, kaya niya sumustain, and then kaya niya din pumatay sa likod ng mag-isa. And ilang beses na kami nanalo sa hero na to, and nung season 11 parang wala po ata kami talo sa paggamit ng Yuzo. Kaya siya po talaga yung pinaka-gusto kong gamitin. Opo, 100%. Gagamitin ko po talaga siya sa MC, kahit anong kalaban. Para po sa akin, real life hero ko po is yung parents ko kasi Sila po yung sumuporta po sa akin nung umpisa pa, and hanggang ngayon sila po yung dahilan kaya ginagalingan ko po.
Hi, ako po si Juliet Marin Binuya. Mami po ako ni Sanford Binuya.
Hello, ako si Jeff Binuya, father ni Sanford.
Proud po ako sa kanya dahil mabait na bata, masunurin. Lahat ng advice namin sa kanya, sinusunod niya.
Sanford kasi di alam ng karamihan ay mahihayin. Tulad nung tuwing nasa labas kami, siya nagtatago sa mga fans na.
Nung una, si Sanford, nag-a-archie lang yan nasa bahay dahil nga pandemic. Akala ko kung ano yung ginagawa niya. And then, nakikipaglaro sa mga pro player. Tapos, nung isang araw, nag-top global nga siya. Tinawagan ako ni Dogi. Nakukunin nga siya sa NXP. Ayaw man namin, pero nakita ko siya. Gusto niya talagang makapasok sa larangan NL.
Actually, yung sa akin naman, talagang tutol ako sa kanya dahil unang-una, pababayaan niya yung pag-aaral. Very important kasi sa akin yung studies other than maglaro siya. Bali, parang nagkamali akong nang inala dahil pinakita niya sa akin kung paano siya maglaro sa FPL. And dahil doon, nagkaroon na ako ng kumpiyansa na hayaan na lang siya. Sanford, ang unang-una yung Panginoon. Huwag mong kalimutang nanalangin. At the same time, yung galing mo, magkumpiyansa ka lang. Dahil yan ang magdala sa'yo sa tagumpay.
Sanford, good luck galingan mo. Sana huwag kang magbago. Mahal na mahal ka namin ng papa mo. Nandito lang kami parati, laging nakasuporta sa'yo.
Thank you so much. Kasi kahit di ka naniwala nung una, sinuportahan mo pa rin ako, and lagi mo tatandaan lahat ng laro ko para sa'yo. Thank you din kasi ikaw yung number 1 supporter ko, and kahit through ups and down, andiyan ka pa rin, and then para sa inyo ni Papa yung mga laro kaya ginagalingan ko. Thank you po pala sa mga sumuporta sa akin simula nung umpisa, and mas lalo ko pang gagalingan sa paparating na MSC para makuha namin yung kampeonato para sa inyo.
My name is John Marwilla Luna. I am the team captain and the tank support of Blacklist International. My favorite MLBB hero would be Estes. And I think alam naman na ng karamihan yun. And favorite ko siya kasi ever since talaga na
the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, keep the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your heart, it's up to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us play. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. It's not a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, to the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination. nation, they won't let us slay. S-E-A-C the world, mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world, we are warriors. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise as we will start for. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Ain't start a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise, we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, make grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise, we will start for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his match. As we are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Yo, fatal length. Yo, sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us slay. S-E-A-C the world, mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world, we are warriors. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise as we will strive for. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your hearts, it's up to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world.
everybody watching online all over the world. Welcome to day 3 of MSC 2023 Knockout Stage. My name is Mara Aquino.
My name is Rabi.
And today you're about to witness an epic showdown between two mighty forces. Are you excited for this, Rabi?
Yeah, of course, Mara. In fact, I have a butterfly in my stomach too.
Butterflies in your stomach? Is it because your hometown heroes are playing today?
Right. It's just like all the fans are packing the arena now, and I can't even control my emotions.
Oh, you're gonna have to control your emotions, Rabi. I know it's gonna be an intense semi-final round, because the Blacklist International, this unstoppable team, will attempt to set sail to victory as they go up against the local hometown heroes, Burn X Flash, attempting to defend their honor and show up for their home country.
โอเคអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានដឹងហើយថាថ្ងៃនេះគឺជាថ្ងៃដែលពិសេសមែនទែនហើយកំពុងតែឆេះឈួលខ្លាំងមែនទែនដោយសារតែកម្ពុជារបស់យើងគឺ Burn X Flash នឹងជួបជាមួយនឹង Blacklist International ដែលសិតតែជាគូដែលខ្លាំងបំផុតថាតើកម្ពុជារបស់យើងអាចធ្វើការពារនៅកិត្តិយសដែលជាម្ចាស់ផ្ទះបានដែរឬទេកុំភ្លេចទស្សនាដោយមិនប្រព្រឹត្តភ្នែកទេសោះ
Now I'm excited, Rabi is excited. Everybody online, let us know who you're voting for, but I want to know who everyone here is cheering for. So Rabi, let's hear from the fans. How about you go to the side of Blacklist, and I'm going to go to the side of Burn X Flash.
Right, absolutely.
All right, let's go. Now, for everybody watching online, put it down in the comment section below. Who do you guys think are going to win? Let's hear from the fans, Rabi.
Hey, who is the big fans of Blacklist International? Not yet. I'm gonna say, oh boy, I Blacklist International.
And where are the fans of Burn X Flash? Oh,
Okay, Mara, why not we do the cheers battle here?
A cheer battle.
Yeah, sure.
All right. You guys need to prepare for this cheer battle. All right.
Okay, for Blacklist, when I say Blacklist, you say break the code, okay? Blacklist! 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 Wow, thank you.
Cambodia! We gotta do higher than that! Burn X Flash! Burn X! Burn X! One more time! Burn X! Oh, they're really excited, so let's head back to our casters. Let's take it to see the world.
The break or the burn? That is the question. Only one of these teams make it to the grand finals. Sums Vakum Warkan, MSC 2023. At your service, my name is Leo, here on desk with Mirko, Abstract, and Wolf. Gentlemen, we're starting a little bit early today.
Very, very early, but I'm feeling really energized, right? Without coffee, no problem, because this matchup, especially after Mara and Robbie just hyped up the crowd, I'm ready for this matchup.
We've got a long day ahead, right? We've got three best of 5 series. So, well, so far we've only got 2 best of 5s. So today, how is today's game gonna be? Looking at the fact that we're looking at Burn X Flash versus Blacklist International, I have a very, tingly feeling that this is definitely gonna go past 3-1.
Yeah, it's Black v Burn. A big challenge for the hometown crowd, but you're already feeling that they are so excited about this.
Oh, but folks, I hope you guys are ready. Strap in, because MSC 2023 is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors. MSC would not be possible without your support. We would also like to thank all the fans that are tuning in, watching this tournament from all around the world. Do tell us who you are supporting in the comment section, and let's hype this MSC 2023 up.
MSC 2023 is coming in full swing from June 5th to June 18th. Purchase the MSC Pass to get the all-new skin Rune Atlas, Rune Sentinel, and complete daily tasks in order to obtain more MSC coins. And these coins will then be able to, you kind of exchange them for other MSC skins, the older MSC skins such as Space Explorer, Triumph Eagle, Earth Mightiest. You guys probably don't know about that. There are many other rich rewards that await you too.
Aside from these, you can also participate in events like MSC Support Chess and Champion Guest. My predictions have been going really bad, but it's all good right now because you guys can beat me for it. What are you waiting for? Join the MSC 2023 event now and hashtag see the world, hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and hashtag MSC 2023.
Right before our eyes, MSC 2023 has just unfolded. I can't believe that there's only one more day left. Make that 2 if you're counting tomorrow's best of 7. But again, I think it begs to be said and to be looked back upon how we got here, all right? There's a group stage and then there's a knockout stage. What exactly went down in the past couple of days for us to get to this point? Check out this video.
It was a day of heartbreak and intensity on the second day of the knockouts with impressive energy and incredible gameplay.
No, Yowie was there!
It looked to be a clinical finish as the Orcas took game 1 with ease.
From Manila to Jakarta! To Phnom Penh! Not here! Says Toda! Not today, baby!
But the fearless Toda struck back with an incredible fight to take game 2. In the end, Echo was too much for Toda to handle, sealing the match with a score of 3-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, Echo, as they make it to the next stage.
Solidifying their dominance and proving why they are the undisputed world champions of MLBB. The clash between these two Indonesian titans ignited a rivalry that set the stage ablaze.
By the time Johnny would even be able to do quite much at this point in time, and immediately melted down.
EVOS Legends could not catch a break, ending game 1 with 0 kills. And despite a surprise appearance from the LAR in game number 2, ONIC stayed one step ahead.
For now, ONIC continues to power through.
Eventually, EVO's legends succumb to ONIC's relentless assault.
ONIC clears it all off, and it finishes the throne.
Suffering a crushing defeat with a final score of 3-0. With 4 teams moving forward to the semifinals, who will be crowned the king of SEA? Hashtag See the World.
The last Malaysian team, one Indonesian powerhouse, fell yesterday, and now only 4 teams stand.
We've got Burn X Flash versus Blacklist International that starts off first, followed by Echo versus ONIC. From that place on, we will be able to crown, or rather we will know who's going to go to the grand finals, and then we will also be able to find out who's going to be in the 3rd place.
It seems very quick, right? It seems very fast. This tournament has gone for almost a week, or almost more than a week. But here we are with Burn X Flash going up against Blacklist International, only having to win 1 knockout stage match. You're already at the top 4, and you see the Cambodian squad's really very happy with what happened with the single elimination bracket that we have.
Yep, it's a stacked schedule we have, folks. We're gonna be here all day long, and I'm barely ready for that second matchup. Echo and ONIC, 2 MPL champions from MPL Philippines and MPL Indonesia, and as if that wasn't enough, we're able to finally go into our battle for 3rd, the only secondary life any team can have here in MSC 2023, which now begs the question, what must be going on in the minds of these 4 championship teams? Again, it seems like Blacklist right now is out of their natural habitat, because that's 3 MPL champions facing off, and now Blacklist has to recover. The best recoveries of all, because again, if they do make it through Burn X Flash, they make it through the sea of Cambodian fans, who could be coming out of the other end?
The competition can't get any tighter, right? Well, technically speaking, when it comes down to Blacklist International, they are in a very favorable part of the bracket where they just gonna have to deal with Burn X Flash, which doesn't necessarily have that much of a competitive experience as compared to what we have from ONIC as well as Echo. They're definitely happy about this. However, this can also bring up as a disadvantage to a certain point if they underestimate Burn X Flash. They definitely know Burn X Flash is strong, but how strong exactly are they?
No, I don't think Blacklist International will actually take this for granted. I don't think they're going to be underestimating Burn X Flash, right? I actually spoke to Blacklist yesterday, and we spoke about if the pressure is going to get to them. This home ground advantage has been a real thing for most of the teams facing off against Burn X Flash. Happens to outplay even ONIC and yesterday RSG-SG. So I spoke to them. They said, no, have you seen us in Indonesia up against RRQ? We dealt with that. We can deal with this.
But just the same, Blacklist fans, also known as the agents, wherever Blacklist plays, it seems like they also have a home ground buff of their own. And now it's going to come to the final test. The Cambodian spirit up against the unshakable Agents Code. Wolf, you've seen what agents are capable of.
Yeah.
You think they're going to come into play here? It looks like there's a sea of black and red too.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, Blacklist International, the fans of Blacklist International, they're willing to fly over to different countries just to support the team. And it's also couples with the fact that it is true, Blacklist International isn't a team that will be thwarted or will be affected by the crowd. I think that this home ground buff is more of a boost to the home team than it is a negative effect to the away team, right? So I'm very excited on what Burn X Flash can bring to the table, especially because you saw how well they performed the first knockout stages. They have their own identity already.
We have saw the interview from Shamar, at least for that side. Wow. For Shamar, he has said that he is very, very confident coming in to fight against Blacklist International.
Oh, with that being said, let's not wait any longer. Let's welcome our teams as they make their way on stage. To officiate the first series of today, we have our marshals here. They are present to ensure fair play and esports integrity. Rith, Shadow, Jot, and Alex have been working so hard all week long to make sure that the teams perform at their peak. igniting with unbending willpower and passion, while surrounded with blazing support from their fans, the homegrown warriors, Burn X Flash!
The two-time MPL Cambodia champions have refined and evolved their gameplay throughout MSC.
They have showcased not just the fundamentals, but that they have everything they need to take down their opponents.
From the Philippines, the Codebreakers are one step away from booking a slot in the grand finals. It's the unstoppable Blacklist International.
The pioneers of the ultimate bonding experience, or the Ubestrap.
Led by the heart and core of the team, Oh My Venus and Wise, the agents are looking confident, classy, and ready to go.
Now on stage, Coach Mitch and their analyst Skyzy for Burn X Flash, and Coach Master the Basics and Dexstar repping Blacklist International, as well as the head marshal to referee this match.
Winner goes to the grand finals, and that's what Blacklist International has been aiming to do. Burn X Flash, however, with the support of all the crowd in Cambodia, I'm sure that they have something on the table to bring in this match.
The crowds are roaring for them. Both teams, they are entering here, and they are prepared for what is about to happen.
It's Burn X Flash fielding their main five: Donut, Chama, ATM, CCAT, and D7. I have to note, Miracle, you opened up saying you had a great day, you had a great start. Chama had a better start. You see how he just...
He knows how to, he knows how to work the mic. He
got the
knows
riz.
how to. He got the riz on camera as well, and certainly that confidence is going to help him up against the world champions for M3. Not just Chama though. It feels like the whole team really has this morale boost with the crowd and also just their performance, right? A lot of teams have that home ground advantage, but they're not able to perform well. So now with the home ground advantage as the morale booster, with as well the performance just being super solid for Burn X Flash all throughout, even in the group stages, giving ONIC a run for their money. This is what Blacklist need to understand.
Blacklist International has played wonderfully throughout the group stages all the way until the knockout stages. We have seen how tanky, we've seen how confident Wise is as he casually just walks up to his opponents. Now the question is, will Burn X Flash be able to find an answer to really deal with this Ube Masters? That is, we have all Wise, Edward, Yue, and Oh My Venus.
They've yet to drop a single game.
That is true. Both of them, bro. This is, to me, now starting to shape up as a match of timers. Blacklist International with the Ube strategy, it used to be like a 7-minute timer wherein they just group up together and they just steamroll over their opponents, 5v5 all the time and just win the map. But when it comes to Burn X Flash, you saw just 2 days ago, the day one of the knockout stage, you saw how well they managed their timings. What, 9 minutes for them? They group up, they finally find an opening, and they don't stop when they find these skills. They steamroll over their opponents as well. Battle of timings between Black and Burn X Flash.
Ooh, it sounds like we're in for a treat, because for those who don't know, Blacklist inspired a lot of what Burn does. Here's an insider video.
早安，早安。这是第一次做到最好的签了，以前都不会做到这么好的。
Diablo, good luck, bro.
I'm really expecting a lot of cheers from their fans. We gotta put up a show then against Burn X Flash.
Gak ada takut sedikit karena kemarin juga lawan EVOS, crowd mereka besar juga. Jadi kita masih menang. Let us go to final. Let's go final. I think first match, kita orang macam tersalah klik di goal lane dan disebabkan tu kita orang panik. Bila dah panik, boleh nak control map balik. Hello. We can do this, guys. Let's go, let's go.
pretty much satisfied. I'm also satisfied with our performance today because I expect that we will win the match like for 3-1, but we managed to 3-0 sweep them.
I think it's gonna be intense because of the support from the crowd.
Local people here in Cambodia is very supportive of their
representative. So it's gonna be intense, I think.
Good luck and have fun, Burning Splash. See you.
Maybe I'm not the best in the world, but I'm the best for my team. The only thing is I want to win. I don't care.
What we see when the games go on is just but a fraction of what's actually happening in the intense matchups happening here at MSC. You see how, despite those being 3-0s, the dedication and the emotional toll it takes on these teams to actually perform at this level.
I may not be the best in the world, but I am the best for my team. That was what Chama said in the Insider video. And man, I think we were all impressed with that quote. It shows just how humble, down to earth, but confident he is.
Yep, and here, it's that mindset that's going to take them through, hopefully getting far on their burning quest. The next M4 Revenge, gonna take another check off of Burn X Flash's hit list. They want to get Blacklist International.
Burn X Flash victory against RSG, let's just face it, there are winners, there are losers. And right here, their quest to be the winners against Blacklist International is undoubtedly a difficult one. And to get through this hurdle, to get themselves into the next seed, or rather get themselves to the next bracket, that is what we want to see, and who's going to be the one to solve.
Is going to come off of their pivot points. The heart of their teams, Chama for Burn X Flash and Wise for Blacklist International in the jungle.
My goodness. If you're talking about like the performance of Blacklist in the knockout stages, and even if you include group stages, they have not been beaten like very badly, you know? If you're looking at Wise, particularly in his performance, look at the blue shape that you're seeing, the blue radar
Big
charts.
yikes.
It was so massive, but that is Wise though. That is how Wise plays. He plays perfectly. He knows what he needs to do. It's always like he's looking for the best play possible. While for Chama, like you can see from the side of Burn X Flash, they try to go for some kind of risky plays. The way that he plays the Lancelot, they want to be aggressive as compared to Wise, who wants to really farm it out, get the Lord. Nobody has yet to take the Lord or the Turtle away from Wise. Chama is going to be on the opposite end where you want to go for those 50-50 plays, but it is almost always rewarding for Burn X Flash.
But just the same, this hero pool that Chama is flexing, Wise can just the same play these heroes. It's no secret that Wise has picked up the tanks a lot in MPL Philippines Season 11. So can we say that it's like they're looking at a mirror?
Kinda. You can kind of say that. Whoa. Anyways, for Wise, I feel like he's just been so comfortable. He's been just pounding through every single one of their opponents that he doesn't really need to take anything out. He's been playing with Fredrin, and it's never been banned. I don't know why it's never been banned. I think Fimp tried to actually ban it once in the third game of the series. Then finally we saw Wise into another pick. But I think I can quote Diablo on this. If they don't ban my comfort heroes, why should I change?
Wise is not going to be bothered about losing comfort heroes. Yes, he has played Fredrin many times in MLBB, and in MSC, we have seen that he is very much capable of playing in another way and another style, in which case, he's not as tanky, he's not as beefy, but he plays as a Valentina and still steered his team to victory. As we look at the players head-to-head, we have a very good idea that, that Wise, he's still pretty much up for blood.
Yeah. Well, look at this, him being closer to Wise when it comes to Lord kills per game. That's a positive, it's actually even more, you know. But yeah, but then again, Blacklist International ends the game much faster than Burn X Flash. But that is that's actually a good stat to kind of piggyback off of. If you are Burn X Flash, it kind of means that yes, Chima, given at the point, even under the pressure, yes, he can take away Lords from his opponents.
And I think that's one strength that Burn has over Blacklist right now, is the fact that they're willing to play for any one player at any given time. If D7 finds a play, let's go. If it's Chima who finds a play, let's go. Donut, forget about it. We're always there for him.
Well, now it really comes down and begs the question, right? Do the teams in Burn X Flash want to play something a little bit different, considering the fact that now they're fighting against Blacklist International, which is super strong in the Ube. They are always having that super front line, and they're doing so darn well.
I think it's going to come down to what the coaches have to say, right? Coach Mitch, Coach Master the Basics, it comes down to them. But wait, Mirko, what's going on?
What's going on, Mirko?
Honestly, I set my prediction out, but I think production wants to say, no, Mirko, stay out of this.
Don't.
Stay out of this.
Oh.
Let it play out. Don't curse anyone.
They didn't even ask you.
They didn't even ask me, no.
Wow. Well, I understand why me and Leo actually voted for Blacklist. Abstract also voted for Blacklist. I'm just really happy that there's no divide between the KH talents.
No.
So yeah, it's crazy because if you don't know, for all of the viewers out there, our desk is just on the opposite end of the stadium.
Yeah, it's about a few meters away.
A few meters away, so it's gonna be some heat, of course, afterwards.
Yeah.
Be careful not to burn.
Be careful not to burn.
Yeah,
I think they are scalding hot, right? They are burning water. And we have seen exactly how they managed to extinguish the fire from the opposite end before. And I'm pretty sure that they will be able to do the exact same thing against Blacklist International. And this is going to be a tight one. This is going to be a tough one. I understand where the Cambodian casters are coming from. But X Flash, they are superstars, this MSC.
And the reason why is because they've grown out of that shell. If you watch MPLKH, their grand finals, that alone is not enough to explain how much Burn X Flash has grown right before our very eyes in the past week that has come. In the past group stage, in the way that they played in the knockout stage, it's a whole new Burn X Flash. So now with that being said, we're about to get into the draft here. If I'm not mistaken, a coin toss was gone up, and that will dictate who chooses which side to go into. If I'm not wrong, blue side has been winning a lot more in the knockout stage. So let's see who goes where.
You're right. First pick has a better win rate so far. Now, that's a question that I actually want to throw over to Wolf. Why? Why is first pick so good right now, but Burn X Flash taking away the Fredgen already, taking away the Psycho Fredgen, and 3 of Venus's picks.
So at least they understood and they have identified the fact that Fredgen is definitely the big hero that Blacklist International has been working with so far. And even they themselves are targeting the bans down onto Oh My Venus.
I think that along the way, the Varia, there you go, the Varia should be picked up here by a Blacklist International. Probably an answer. I didn't cure it. Maybe, the Valentina. This means that Valentina is... Oh, okay, this is still a flex, by the way.
Still very flex.
I'm pretty sure Oh My Venus can play the Navaria. It can be played in position 5. Valentina is either position 4 or a jungle. This is still pretty open. Burn X Flash. Do they just go back to something like a Claude in this particular game?
I think it's still a little bit uncharacteristic to see Oh My Venus playing onto the Novaria. I still feel that the possibility of looking at Wise picking the Valentina is a lot higher. But I thought maybe this could be detected by Burn X Flash. If whether it's too early for them to pick out the Valentina, but yet it's still so meta.
Joy and Eve. That's quite bold coming out from Burn X Flash, especially because of the fact that the Eve can be easily copied, as well as the Joy. Both heroes Valentina loves to play against. But this means that Blacklist International will have to find a way to lock down the Joy for sure. Maybe somewhere along the lines of a Franco, but they usually don't pick that out.
The Kaj is open.
The Kaja too.
Last time we saw the Kaja, though, from Venus, it was at ISF, and it didn't work too well for Blacklist International. So maybe they might just go back to the norm. Minotaur is still up for grabs, but it will limit these 2 flex picks. So they go for the Arlet instead, just making Burn think a bit more in that second phase.
I would also like to kind of like draw it backwards to the ban side, right? Blacklist International normally really like to ban their Franco as well as the Kaja, but they really found a need to ban out the heroes on the side of
Good respect.
Big
respect. Probably an Italian Franco. There's gonna be the meter or another, you know, hack of Venus strategy.
Lolita next. It has to be Lolita next.
It has to.
Yep, and then they're gonna force Oh My Venus into a hero that is not proven yet to work in the Novaria Rome, or even to an old classic like the Matilda.
Yeah. But the Kaja's still open. I think the Franco is in. The Franco ban is incoming for Blacklist International. D7 has been phenomenally good at the hero. And I think that there's also that factor where Vertex Flash can consider banning out something like a Melissa, or maybe Blacklist International actually picks that up.
I really want to see whether the next Flash is going to go all the way to the bans, right? Or rather, all the way on All My Venus's ban. Because, I mean, there's still Florin, there's still Matilda.
Yeah. I think it might be a sign as to where Novaria is going to go right now. It's actually not going to be the Lolita either. It's going to be the Claude pick or the Claude ban, which is quite interesting. Maybe Vertex Flash are saying, go pick up the Beatrix, we'll pick up the Lolita.
Yeah,
we'll
Beatrix.
deny it away from you.
I think they want to go for Beatrix here for Blacklist International. The other option is, like I said, the Melissa, which will not be which will not face that much problems when facing up against the Joy. But then again, the Beatrix might be the perfect choice because it's an Owl special, and that they do have the Novaria to couple up with it. So you have that extra hitbox, extra vision, sniper, as well as the Astral Sphere deals a lot of damage.
Lolita pick
There we go.
from Burn. Should be.
It should be. At this point in time, it pretty much works for Burn X Flash. They need to really just come up together with the Fredrin, and depends on how they want to go around, right? The frontliners, there's one that sets up, and we have seen before that Burn X Flash can definitely pull off big ultimates and great initiations. So looking at how Blacklist International always go for Ube, they are always gathering together, trying to look for all these lane priorities. I think the Burn X Flash should be able to adapt well enough, picking up the Lolita.
Burn has no gold lane yet. We don't know. We don't know.
I think I'll not be surprised if it is a Leslie, for example, for Burn Flash. It's a donut special.
It is a donut special. I can see it work really well up against the Beatrix in this gold lane
and
matchup.
Lolita perhaps, or Lolita or Franco are the only two options.
Franco's banned.
Banned.
Oh, you're right.
The Beatrix, Lolita, and
Brody.
There you go. So Brody, Again, what I was going to say is, again, the Leslie here does good up against the Beatrix, but the thing is, with the Arlet and also the Novaria, they're very immobile. You can get sniped down from all the way in the back by this Novaria, and that reveal location is going to be massive as they pick up the Akai to round up their draft pretty solid.
Talking about reveals, by that last pickup in the last phase, that's only when we really knew what Blacklist was thinking, what Blacklist was going to be drafting, and it seems like it is going to be roaming Novaria with Yue on the Valentina and Wise on the Akai in the jungle. Gentlemen, this is what the world thinks, and even Cambodians are split up. That's what, 30% over to Burn X Flash, while the rest of the world think it's Blacklist International. How do we feel about the draft? Because it looks like it's a brand new flavor of Ube. That this is Ube with so much more coverage.
Yeah, I think that they do have a lot of their area of responsibility is way larger than the typical Ube.
Let's get into the game here, gentlemen.
And with that all said and done, heading into the land of dawn for today's very first game, Burn X Flash versus Blacklist International.
Always have to watch out for the early game, the turtle fight, I mean, for Blacklist International. They're very good at it. And now they have the Akai versus Fredrin, knowing for sure that the Akai was designed to counter this Fredrin in the jungle just because of that heavy spin factor that you can win the turtle fights.
Now, of course, when I'm looking at Novaria, something that we haven't, or rather I myself haven't really quite seen happen, that is one thing that I am relatively surprised.
It's a nice try there by ATM, trying to go for a very early invade. Cheesy. Wise does have that retribution, but I do want to bring up something here. Edward on the Unbending Will. We don't really see a lot of tenacity now at MSC, mostly going for Unbending Will.
That's right. That's the Edward special. He likes it a lot because he wants to outplay once he's a killer kind of XP lane or an Arlet, and they need more damage. They can't just rely on the Beatrix this game.
I really like the small little fact that ATM decided to jump into the jungle and force Wise to take away that retribution.
A lot of damage placed down in that top side of the map, Wise already pressuring ATM as well, forcing him to recall, and it should just be ATM losing out on the full Cannon Minion XP in the XP lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a little bit of a gank already. Yue forced to use the flicker right before the Lord spawns, coming up in 20 seconds.
I was about to say that ATM will have a great time this game just because of the fact that he's a Joy and he does not have any, Blacklist International doesn't have any lockdown to pin down this Joy. But then again, the focus was not let him play.
They're really going to focus, at least for Blacklist International, they're really focusing quite a lot onto the EXP lane as we are pretty much going to be looking at Wise going in.
Oh, Chima is going to be pinned down by the heavy spin. A good first blood over to Blacklist International as they go for the first neutral objective, already converting onto that kill. D7, level 4, finally now. Will he choose to go for the contest? ATM's looking for it as well. Wise picks it up. No problem, no biggie. Retribution still up as well.
A standard day for Blacklist International, easily taking themselves their first turtle right off the bat. Despite the fact that Blacklist International have to force to use their Retribution onto their own orange buff, and doesn't really quite happen. Hold a second.
Good dash out from Yue. Super aware. The real word of manipulation comes down as well to respond it over. It's Wise now who has 2 kills on the board. Blacklist out mechanically. Outclassing Burnix Flash mechanically.
Oh, that was a great rotation coming up from Blacklist International up top. What they did was to put Wise on the aggressive move onto the L bush so that nobody from Burnix Flash will be able to check up, because why will you check your own bush, right? You want to check the forward bushes like the Rock Orsa bush or this bush that ATM is holding and check out where Wise is. But then again, they were staying there to ambush Chima. The fact that Chima was taken out before the turtle happened was already great for Blacklist. Now they're leading by 1,000 gold.
The entire team of Blacklist, they are trying to get themselves all across the map. When it comes down to the itemizations, it does seem like they want the 0.2,000 gold lead will help Blacklist International to push forward a little bit more and get themselves a little bit more lane priority. So far, the middle lane from the side of Blacklist International has been moving super fast, especially since Valentina's wave control is not as good as Yi.
Oh, good final slash. ATM might be forced to use the Vengeance here early on. Edward wants to go for an all-in with a Vengeance one more time, but it's just recalls and it gets the crowd going as he's able to escape.
Now that is going to be the mental game coming from the next Flash, right? They will want to put the mental in, but hold on a second, Wise.
Oh, Donut flickers into the heavy spin! A brilliant heavy spin by Wise as it's a double for the Queen.
And immediately right off the bat, 2 members down for the side of Burnix Flash, and the turtle will be appearing in 5 seconds. Burnix Flash doesn't really seem like they will be able to do much from this point in time. So what exactly do they have to do to come back from this game, or rather to just take that second turtle away from Blacklist International?
If you're paying attention to Blacklist International's games, they always fight before the turtle fight happens. 30 seconds before the turtle spawns, you already have to be on your toes and find the members of Blacklist because you know that they'll fight for sure.
Oh, that's the lockdown CC. But D7, oh, it's going to be a Numenon Blast first by Yue. Canceling D7's Numenon Blast as Chima will fall. It's Blacklist International who take control of the neutral objective once more. D7 slowed down now. Venus is waiting for the snipe, but the heavy spin brings him back. The flicker from D7 to respond it over, but he's going to be pinned down ultimately, and Wise picks up a killing spree in the 5th minute of the game.
And of course now with two turtles as well as for about 3,500 gold lead. Oh, Edward!
That's a stun. Donut with a total part memory, but Edward gets out a beautiful final slash flicker combo.
Just a sliver left. And one thing that we're gonna have to take note of is the fact that the gold laners has the gold laner from the side of Blacklist International swapped lanes.
That goal lead for Owl,
that's huge.
Oh, this is...
Donut's not really having a very good time at all. What exactly is happening here?
I really don't know, but because of the fact that there's a lot of pressure that was put out by Wise. First, going up top and just really not minding the gold lane. But afterwards, after the first turtle, they put a lot of emphasis into that bottom lane. Donut, back-to-back deaths. Really unforgivable if you're Burnix Flash, especially in the Brody that really depends on the early game snowball for him to be successful in a game.
I thought surely Blacklist International might lose a little bit of a control on for Owl. Yes, we're looking at a Brody versus a Beatrix matchup, but Blacklist International, they are constantly moving around. They're constantly getting themselves in the top lane. We see that there are definitely attempts to try to bring Burnix Flash down. They are on a 7-kill lead. And despite all of the games that we have seen so far, Blacklist International, they may get good leads, but the goal disparity is just not that much. But this game is just different.
Orange buff as well was given over to Owl. So you can already see Blacklist International kind of shift their priority very early to give this Beatrix a bit of a better time already. Third turtle spawning back up. That's why you see Owl with the lane swap.
And now the turtle spawns up top. We do have the... Oh, hold on, Jamal!
Pinned down, Bennett's Rage, and the real world manipulation, but Jamal still able to escape right now as D7 pops into the Minan Blast. No heavy spin to play with now as ATM goes into the back. Real world manipulation by Seacat to lock you down. Retreat battle, and it's gonna be Jamal walks up. Donut takes it away. The crowd goes wild. The first win for Burn X Flash in this entire game.
And Burn X Flash, they managed to retreat, get themselves right out without a single casualty. That is definitely big for them. Blacklist International now, there is no more turtles to be inside. The next fight that they're gonna have to go for is going to be the Lord that will be appearing down in the bottom lane. Blacklist International, the laning phase is now over. Yeah. They're gonna have to move on with the rotation. They're gonna have to bring turrets down, but so far they haven't been exactly winning lanes in a proper way. They're just winning fights.
Massive recovery that was started by D7, being in the right position to go for that Numinum Blast. XP versus XP lane battle means that the only free lane, I'd say, for the side of Burn X Flash for now is ATM Stage. The XP laner's lane is because of the fact that he's a joy, but they will need more. Fortunately, they do have D7 who's picking up the slack when it comes to like carrying the team on recovery mode.
We are looking at 3.8 thousand gold. Burn X Flash just holding it down, but Shima and Seacat, they're trying to look for something.
Bit of a missed mechanic there from Edward, but the Minan Blast from Yue. He will not commit anything more. As the RWM placed down as well. Good poke by Venus. Both teams disengages. But that was a flicker burnt from Edward for nothing. It's going to be Burn X Flash with a good trade over. That's the first objective. Turret taken out. Now, Donut and Chama both revealed. That's going to be the poke down. The snipe from Owl. Not going to be able to connect onto Chama, but it does find its mark onto Donut, who has the steel leg plates and is able to just soak it in.
A very pokey style of gameplay from side of Blacklist International. As long as they're able to find themselves those kind of skill shots, they are probably going to be in a very good shot. But hold on a second, as we do have ATM jumping in.
Oh, they're not blast as well. No flicker committed right now, but Donut picks up the kill. Now the Donut part memory as well. And the conceal, they want to go straight for the Lord. A good conversion so far. Blacklist, now to be wise, who finds heavy spin, but it's only onto D7. Not a good choice of target unless they're able to push them down instantly with a final slash. Edward does it. ATM onto the back right now, but Owl is going to be charging that Renner down. Edward's going to be pulled down. Donut, he has a tournament memory. And he finds the kill back on Venus. Snipes ATM from the mid lane tier 1. Meanwhile, Chama is already on the Lord. They baited in the heavy spin. Now Seacat needs to flicker out. Owl respecting this. They need to be careful of Wise. He can certainly still go for the steal right now as Donut flickers out as well. Chama versus Wise. It's going to be Chama finds him. Owl flickers forward to find the nearest bastion. A praise is right from Chama, but it's Yue who comes down. Now finding another. 3-4-2, but ultimately Burn X Flash secure the neutral objective.
Oh, massive plays coming out from Burn X Flash. It all started again with the ultimate coming out from Seacat to eventually punish Blacklist. Donut is finding the openings, and now they want to find the Yue.
Wow, what a steal there with a top, but Yue will still fall, and the crowd in Cambodia.
The crowd is roaring. And this is giving me the goosebumps that I want to see. The entirety of Burn X Flash, they're pushing right in. They manages to bring the middle lane turns down and the bottom lane with the Lord marching down south. Blacklist International now being forced to play backwards. They're gonna have to hold themselves within their own jungle and look for a point in time where they can find a mistake from Burn X Flash, something that they do very often.
Heavy spin, pinning down Chama, bringing him back under the tier 2 and the base turret. A good pick off right now, but it does not stop Burn X Flash's siege down in the bottom lane tier 2. Renner's Apathy charged in mid lane, gonna be chunked down, but without Donut in that bottom lane, they'll still be able to find that tier 2 for free. No trades from Blacklist aside from the kill.
Burn X Flash have closed the disparity and is only at 2,000 gold. So things are looking extremely well, even though Burn X Flash have managed to bring down the bottom lane, two bottom lane turrets and two bottom lane turrets and one middle lane turret. They even gotten the top one. This is a lot of gold that is just rolling over to Burn X Flash. And Brody is catching up.
He's really caught up now. Donut is just 400 gold behind this Beatrix. You saw that he was, what, 2,000 gold behind
2,000.
before? And now it's a 1,000 gold lead. 1.5 for Blacklist International. The recovery definitely was there for the side of Burn X Flash. That means, though, this is their timing. 9 minutes. We talked about it. That is the Burn X Flash timers. That's a Burn timer. They really want to team fight during that moment. The Brody is a perfect hero to go for that kind of play, as well as the
real world manipulation. First the flicker and ITM finds the shutdown. The coordination right now is Donut's gonna be pinned down, but he has the flicker to get out. These 7 flickers forward, but Owl responds it over with a flicker of his own. Blacklist are still in this game, still holding on, grasping onto that gold lead.
Very equal resources used, except for the fact that Burn X Flash has managed to get a kill down to Oh My Venus. Perhaps the amount of sustainability from the side of Blacklist is just lacking, and they just don't have the proper way that they normally like to play to extend the team fights even longer, keep the opponents in a chokehold when it comes down to these neutral objectives. This time, they lost a little bit of control. Their front line is still great. They still have a lot of poke damage, which is going to be one of the main ways that they want to win. But when it comes down to really contesting the neutral objective, do they have got what it takes despite these initiating factors?
I think both teams have got what it takes. It's just a matter of escalation, right? Who is gonna make a better play?
Another missed mechanic from Edward. Final slash flicker does not connect onto anyone. A little bit of a blunder. Now a big resource spent. He's 7th. He's going to be spotted down. Owl pops into Renner's apathy a bit too early as ATM goes into the back line right now with a vengeance as well. It's a solo kill! And the queen falls as well! The king will try his best to go for the retribution with a heavy spin. Jamal's walking in, he wants at it, but he will not find it. The king still is able to secure the Lord, but Blacklist crumble in this team fight. Burn X Flash have risen in Cambodia.
Despite getting the Lord, 4 members from the side of Blacklist International has fallen. There's still the middle wave that's pushing in, and they will do what it takes to bring down this inhibitor turret and get themselves a big advantage.
Oh my god, can you defend if you're Blacklist? Burn X Flash, they have really watched a lot of videos.
But it's range. Donut will be slain. D7 with a response with a Numenon Blast, but Venus does not want to stop, wants to keep chasing. Does not find the Astral Sphere. It will be Burn X Flash to disengage.
If you're watching a lot of Blacklist games, you know that they win during the Lord fights when they go for heroes, when they turn for heroes. Burn X Flash, advanced play, go ahead, hands up play to the back lines.
ATM once again is jumping forward. Owl with an Nibiru. Now it's a snipe as well, but it's going to be a good shot from Seacat to provide safety for his XP laner. Owl trying to lifesteal back in. Wise providing the zone as they will try their best to siege this turret down below. It's a good clear from Seacat.
It really seems as though Blacklist International is getting a little bit urgent here. They seem to be a bit desperate for what they want to get. They're starting to lose control of the game, and they immediately push themselves over to the opponent's jungle, trying to siege on the turrets, trying to get whatever lead that they can before they completely loses it all.
Hometown buff. We have people from Cambodia, the fans from Cambodia. They bought the tickets, they went into the stadium, they want to be entertained. But Burn X Flash is giving even more. They're giving a lot of hope, and now they do have the momentum against Blacklist International.
I think that ATM played a very vital role in that previous fight. He immediately identified where Owl is, and he understood that Blacklist International, no one else can really lock him down except for Wise, and he knew that Wise will use it right before the Lord needs to go down.
That's the play. They use Donut as well as ATM to go to the backlines. Typically, you don't want to use their marksman in the backlines, but this is Brody. You can get a pick-off because of that hero in this stage of the game.
And just like that.
And wait, by the way,
yes,
you can see Owl did not go for a Wind of Nature, by the way. He went for Athena Shield.
Owl went for Athena Shield. He's putting a lot of respect onto ATM. I mean, after what has transpired, he knew that he's going to be one of the main targets of this Joy. And he also knows that Blacklist International, their own front lines, can't possibly stop him.
And if you're looking at your items, Burn X Flash, if you're looking at the tab, you have to take advantage of this situation, knowing full well that the Wind of Nature won't come for what,
yes,
2 minutes from now? This is your timing. Look for a play.
Well, top lane, in the XP lane, it does seem like Yue got better trade here up against ATM, forcing him to back away, but it is still lane prio for Burn for now. We're looking to go for some more prio down below.
We're going back to the reset. we're looking at Burn X Flash that do have their front lines as well as Blacklist International's front line. Except for the fact that there is the middle wave for the side of Blacklist International. Wise is going to be starting things off with a ultimate and ATM.
He baited the heavy spin, now the Vengeance comes in, Edward with the flicker, but it's not going to be able to find ATM just in time. Meanwhile, in the back with the torn apart memory. The 7-5 in white tries, and he does get it for the team. That's the saving grace for Blacklist International, but it's only Yue and Venus left. The Lord spawns, but it spawns in the bottom lane.
It constantly goes for the same thing where Blacklist International gets the Lord and then Burn X Flash tries to run it down.
The waves are crashing down. D7, no immortality. Venus trying to cut the way, but ATM will zone him away. D7, now with the shield. Yue flickers forward! Yue! What? With a double kill and a shutdown. Another double from Venus. Blacklist, they have recovered with the Lord down below. Burn are forced back.
Owl is back, and they have the minions. The flow of the waves are in their favor.
The Lord
Blacklist International, the defense is there, and now they know now where Sikat is.
Sikat is gonna be the only one alone with not a lot of health left.
Venus with the kill. The Lord is down below. The home ground advantage will not matter. Not to Blacklist International.
Burn X Flash, they came in with a great idea. They knew what they wanted from this game, but perhaps they've streamlined themselves to run it down in the middle lane. Perhaps they can only look at one thing at a time, and Blacklist International, they have the entire map to look out for.
Man, Burn X Flash, that was their game.
That was!
But the defense coming up from Yue, connecting on 4 members of Burn X Flash, definitely overheating in that situation. I still want to say, Owl not deciding to go for the win of nature. That was a losing play for the side of Blacklist International. You saw how he was destroyed by Donut in that last fight. Had it not been for Yue's heroics in this game, this would have been Burn X Flash's game.
I truly admired the recovery game from Blacklist International. I think it is extremely clutch for Yue to identify that Numinon Blast is what I need. Numinon Blast is something that, yes, it stuns people, but because I build damage, I can wipe out the entire wave in the middle lane, and if it somehow clips the other people from the back, that's a huge, huge bonus.
Just give the MVP to Yue. We know who did it. We know who put Blacklist in the right track to take the game up against a team who've looked unstoppable in front of their home crowd.
We already know how this rookie has been playing, and I think that he has already made his debut in a couple of times, but this game, Blacklist International was forced with their back against the wall, and somehow they still managed to find a way to win this game, losing fights after fights. They managed to get the Lord, so at least that is a consolation, but that consolation ended up to be a win condition for them. I gotta give it out to Blacklist International, without a doubt.
I want to join this conversation.
Come, join.
You're feeling very pumped up, aren't you?
This is our MVP. It's Oh My Venus. She actually held it down. In addition to what Yue did in the final moments of this game, Oh My Venus opened up the map. Oh My Venus set up fights that Blacklist had no business winning.
Yep. The fact that he's outputting so much damage, 83% kill participation. I actually want to point out 2 MVPs, apart from Yue, of course. Yue played so well in the defense. You see, Oh My Venus just played the game so much. And of course, when they were chasing Sikat, always made sure that Sikat will not have a good time getting back to base defending. That is an Eve. That Eve can defend, in fact, in the latter portions. But it was Oh My Venus from Blacklist International that found the openings, found the connections on the ultimate, and also the Astral Sphere. Another important factor here, Wise, my oh my. The entirety of the map is just exploding with ultimates in the middle. Wise still manages to secure the Lord. Like this one, for example, even without the heavy spin, you can see that after so many things that Burn X Flash tried to do against Wise, he still manages to get those objectives. This one, for example, very important one. He will lose all of his teammates, but he still will get the Lord. I think this is the fact that Wise managed to steal the Lord away. That's also important. 4-man connection. Actually, it's almost 5.
Connected with 5. Ooh, that was beautiful, Yue. Oh My Venus was pretty much flushed out by ATM, and these two players, they worked on together. They find the opportunities, and they are constantly getting themselves the hits on the enemies. Oh My Venus, without a doubt, the sniping skills from Venus is phenomenal. As we move on to looking at their itemizations,
5 bans to Venus. 5. 1 deny pick
Oh,
with the
right.
Lolita.
Never works, dude.
And the
Never
Novaria gets picked up. The Novaria that we've never seen from Venus. MVP. If that's not a statement, I don't know what is.
Haka Venus doesn't work. Ban Estes, sure, I understand. But the entirety, the last few heroes, it's not going to work. You have to think about it in a very strategic manner. But then again, Burn Flash, I don't think it's a draft anyways that actually lost them the game. Breaks of the game was definitely Blacklist defending and Burn Flash overheating, right? Burn at the right moment, don't overheat. That's the thing with Burn Flash.
this is completely out of character for, at least for me. I never really thought that Oh My Venus would play a damaging / aggressive roamer. And this has opened my eyes as to what Blacklist International is truly capable of.
A lot of agents and a lot of fans all around the world have been asking for Oh My Venus to update their playbook. And a lot of people will say, hey, Oh My Venus is a great shot caller, an amazing captain, but her mechanics maybe not top-notch. Watch this game. Watch how well Oh My Venus actually throws out those astral meteors, how she sets up the astral echo, and that's what allowed for Blacklist to, again, as tight as a match as it was, and as much as Burn Flash owned that late game, Blacklist still found a way to pivot.
It makes great sense in the meantime for Oh My Venus to pick up a Novaria, right? Being the shot caller, being the one that makes the decision. If you're able to physically see where everyone else is, you'll be able to make very informed decision as to what you can do. So everything gels together fairly well.
I think it's safe to say that in this sub-18-minute game, Blacklist International was just the more composed squad. And as Wolf mentioned, Burn Flash may have burnt out. Burn Flash may have been a little bit impatient, especially in that late game, in that last stand against Blacklist International, where in the stone cold Yue just showed up. Again, very uncanny for a rookie to just know exactly what to do at any given time to buy back a game from out of inevitable defeat.
It's pretty simple actually. Just don't group up together against a Valentina. Valentina
with
always
Lolita
has her
ult.
yeah, exactly with Lolita ult. That is if a stolen Lolita ult, it will transform. I mean, Valentina will transform his damage output, and whatever the skill that he or that she actually copied will automatically be adapting to whatever is the highest source of damage. So that means that a Valentina mid laner, late game, maxed out items will deal so much, a bajillion amount of damage.
But
with
just
Domino
the
Blast.
same, but just the same, I have to say, watching that matchup, and again, with Burn Flash being down from the early to the mid and then coming back, grabbing these major objectives despite weaker and less important trades across the map, Cambodians can dance. I really like how Chama and the rest of Burn Flash addressed the Lord's Dance and how they pushed on through mid and dealt permanent damage. That could have been, really, if maybe they were more patient in this game 1, they could have started off with a W.
I see this game more of a game of recovery. We've seen Burn Flash that did their own recovery after a 2,000 gold deficit from between the gold laners. Somehow, they still managed to get themselves back on track, and they managed to keep up a good lead. And now the ball is in the court of Blacklist International. What do they do from there? They lost a couple of fights. They won the Lord, yes, but what do they do when they have 3-person down and a Lord marching down south? Apparently, they still can recover themselves and make full use of that Lord to end the game.
It was a win for Blacklist International, but I would say it wasn't a comfortable win, right? When we've seen Blacklist International so far in this tournament, it's been Blacklist just controlling the game, dictating what happens for the whole game after the first turtle fight. They were able to do that up until the mid-game, until Burn got a few good fights by dividing the team, splitting them up with the joy. But what I do want to mention as well is Burn Flash and their pattern. This is the pattern we saw in their first game in MSC 2023 up against ONIC. They got all the way. They were the better team. It looked like they could end. Maniac. A sudden one-moment one moment happens from one player. This time it was Yue. So Burn just has this pattern of not being able to end games.
All right, it seems like there are absolutes when you're playing up against the hometown heroes here. And something to note, yeah, number one, Hack of Venus might not be the best strategy, but I think they made the most out of it.
Yeah.
You usually have an idea. Coach Mitch and Skyzy, they knew what they were getting into.
Yeah, I
Number
agree.
two is, this is something that the coaching staff can help with. In-game, when you're past burn timers, somebody needs to remind people. Somebody needs to come in there. And I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's Chima. I don't know if it's D7. I don't know if it's Sika, but somebody has to remind everyone, hey, we got this. We just got to make sure we do the right thing from here on in. And that's what got them against ONIC. That's what got them here against Blacklist in Game 1.
Yeah. It's difficult though against the Blacklist International, but I do agree with you. Maybe after facing ONIC, facing Blacklist, they're facing like championship caliber teams and they're overheating against them. Maybe third time's the charm, right? Maybe this is a time where after game number 1, hey, learn to not overheat in specific moments.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but this seems a little bit more of the fact that yes, we got Burn X Flash that is very confident, but how much can they stretch this confidence, right? They managed to win team fights, they lose Lords, and they have the opportunity. Mid lane is completely open, the creeps are marching down, and they are facing off only 2 person from Blacklist International. I would have made the informed decision to march right down and end it right there and then, because that is the golden opportunity that my team could very possibly be looking at for the final time.
And somebody has to tell Chima that he's not doing a bad job in this game. Maybe, there could be a potential where his confidence will just dip down just because the fact that he's losing the red tree battles. He did well in this game. It's just that he's facing against Wise. Wise, 90% of the time will get that retribution, 1v1, especially with Akai, with Frederick. He knows what to do. He knows his timings. Chima had a great opening, a good look on getting the retribution, but didn't get it in specific moments. But don't fret, that is Wise. Maybe they now will have a different way to challenge that Lord Dance against Blacklist International.
I'm hoping that these Lord Dances from the Kamai champions get much, much better. And I hope that Chima doesn't get hit by the idol syndrome. That is the king of the jungle. Let's throw over to Mara and Rabbi. They're at the merch stand.
Hello everybody, I'm here with Mara in the Jersey Hall.
Right behind us, you can see all the jerseys of the teams that have played and are still playing. Take a look from Singapore to ONIC ID, outplayed Todak, Fireflux Impunity. Right over here, you get to check them out. And they also have the signature of all the players. I wonder if this is going to be up for auction, right?
I love that one, all the signature in the shirt.
That's right. And this one is the brightest one of all.
Wow.
The Burn X Flash, of course, going up against Blacklist International. So for everybody that's here at Aeon 3, you can go ahead and take pictures here. But you know what, Rabbi? I want to take a picture right over here.
I love that.
Take a look at this.
That's very gorgeous.
This is the very beautiful MSC 2023 trophy. Take a look. You can focus on that. And right below, you can actually see the previous teams that have won MSC from 2017, I Do Not Sleep, 2018, Aether Main, 2019, ONIC Esports, 2021, Execration, and of course, once again, RSG, PH. So 3 times the Philippines got to take this home.
Wow, that's amazing. So we're gonna know that, we're gonna see that who will be the champion for this battle.
That's right, beautiful trophy. But you know, I want to take this home myself to
You
put in
wanna
my
hold it
room.
now?
But we're not able to. There's this glass. But you know what I want to take home? Some merchandise. Let's take a look at some merchandise. How's that, Ravi?
Sure, outside.
Let's go right over here. So actually, it's just right outside the hall. Hi, how you doing? How you doing? Yeah. All right, rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, okay, we have it 3 times. 3, rock, paper, scissors. Okay, rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper,
Who's
scissors.
win?
Okay.
Oh,
I
Mara's wins.
I won. You know what? You come right over here. I'm gonna bring you with me. Oh, it's okay. Oh, your friend can join. Your friend can join also. What's your name?
Panye.
Panye. Okay, Panye. Take a look at the MSC merchandise right over here. Let's take a look. Hi. Are you shopping also? What's your name?
My name is Mylene.
Mylene. Oh, you're from Philippines.
I'm from Philippines.
And Panye, you're from? Cambodia. So we have who you're rooting for, Burn X Flash.
Yeah.
And I can tell you're rooting for Blacklist.
All the way.
Blacklist all the way. Have you gotten the merchandise yet? No, not yet. And you're taking a look.
Game today.
Oh, it's your first day today. Okay, how about this? Take a look at the merchandise that we have. Okay, there's this tote bag, and there's the white MSC shirt. Take a look.
Mara, I can tell you that all the merchandise here are affordable. It's very good and affordable.
Very affordable?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm gonna test you. How much is this?
16?
$26.
Do you work here?
Yeah, part-time.
Oh, you work part-time?
I just asked the...
Oh, you asked. Oh, you actually wanted this?
Yeah.
Which color did you want?
I like the black one, but I want with the autograph.
Oh, there's the autograph! There's the autograph. There's Ureshi, Outplay. Oh my God, take a look, guys. You can actually purchase the one with the autograph. What's your size? You know what? You try this on. You try. What's your size?
What about you both?
S.
S. I don't know where size
What
small
color
is,
you
but
like?
you try
What color
this one
you
on.
like? Blacks.
But we're gonna try on the white.
Okay.
Since
Try the
she's
white
trying
first,
on the
and then
black.
we're gonna go to black.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's try this one on.
You want to try it?
And for now, this beautiful tote bag, this is limited edition MSC tote bag. Let's take a look. Can we model this? Do you know how to model? Do some poses. You
Oh.
should. Can you do that? You just pose like this. Like you're taking a photo.
Pose like a hero you like.
Like pretend you're an MLBB player from Burn X Flash. How do they pose?
Look, their pose.
You don't look at their pose. I think they go like this. Okay. How does the queen pose? All right. You know what? Is it okay if they can keep this? I don't hear any instructions, but we're gonna give it to them. Here you go. For letting me interview you, you get to keep that. Let's give him a bag. Let's give him a bag also. Let's give him some merch. Let's give him some merch. And you know what? Right over here, let's come. Go around here. Take a look. We have this roulette. Ravi, they have this roulette. Front number 3. Come on over.
Hey, but I want to
Come on
spin
over.
this.
You already got this. How about your friend? Oh, right? So all 3 of you can get. You know what? We have this roulette. What's gonna happen, Ravi, here?
Here. So I want to spin this, and which one I will get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about let's let him spin? How's
Sure.
that?
Why not? I'll give you a
You're gonna
chance.
spin. Whatever it lands on, this one, you will get. All right? Which one do you want to get? You can get the canvas bag, diamonds. You can also get a lanyard or shirt. Now go ahead, spin
We also
it.
have pen here.
Spin it to win it. Brrrr. You can come right over here at Aeon 3 to get
What you
your
will get.
exclusive Moonton search only
Wow.
for MSC 2023.
Diamonds.
110 diamonds. Congratulations. What's your name?
Daryl.
Daryl. And okay, right now, Burn X Flash is down. It's 1-0. Do you think they can make a comeback?
For me, it's a yes.
For you, it's a yes.
Oh,
Who's your
it's a
favorite
yes
player?
for Burn X Flash to come back.
Donut.
Donut. Oh, the Filipino player Donut.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're going to go back. Congratulations, guys. You get to have that. Oh, you know what? You can choose the one with the signature that you like. That's okay, right? We're going to give it to them, right? Let's give them a lanyard. Let's give them a lanyard.
We have so many more to
This
give
is for
it away.
you. We have lanyards. This is for you, and that's for you. Let's give him a bag. Let's give him a bag right over here. All right. So it's really exciting here right outside. We have lots of fans. Did you get a shirt? Did you get a shirt? Did you get a shirt? Yeah, you already got a shirt. So we won't be giving him a shirt. So if you're here in Aeon 3, go ahead, go to our booth. You can purchase some limited edition MSC 2023 merchandise. All for you. You can take a photo. It's really fun here, right, Ravi?
Yeah, sure. Why not? There's a lot of fans here outside, and maybe
they're a fan of you too. So why not we take photos?
And then now, we're gonna go back to break down what's going to happen next. What do our casters think? So casters, take us to see the world.
Here we'll see the teams are back on the stage, prepped up for game 2. And as mentioned, it's a battle of resets in and out of the series. In game, they have to erase all memories of what may have caused them to burn up way past their boiling point. In series, they have to understand, we are in for the long haul. It's a best of 5.
Game number 1 was more or less for Burn X Flash, but it didn't quite work out. You know, reset mindset, go next. They had a good idea. They had a great draft. I think that they knew how to execute their draft to perfection. It was just a final game, a final fight that didn't quite go well, but this single wrong move erupted.
Good news is for Burn X Flash, as the losers of game 1, they get the choice of which side to pick in game 2. Wolf, what do you think is going to happen?
Blue side, I think. Especially because they want to secure the Joy, or maybe just deny pick the Fredrin. Even when Chima, you know, he had a bronze medal afterwards. Right? I don't think that he played badly this game. It's just that he is up against Wise. But when it comes to retry battle, it's very difficult. But he did his job. But overall, I think that the Joy coming up from ATM must be the priority here for the side of Burn X Flash. If you're Blacklist International, if you want to troubleshoot, you actually want to pick up the Joy if it's not first picked by Burn X Flash.
Now, if the Joy is banned, if Blacklist International found out, okay, ATM's Joy is a problem, what are the other heroes that we can possibly look out for that would
ATM?
work the same thing?
Harlot, perhaps, maybe some sort of a killer in the backlines, right? Maybe a Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
Yuzhong can technically do the same thing as well.
It's an all-in hero, so it's a difficult one.
Yeah. Thing is though, if you do go for the ban towards this Joy, it's going to be really interesting to see, especially if Blacklist International are on red side, because they banned out the Franco, Lance, and Wanwan. I don't think they want any of those heroes up for grabs. Thing is also though, that Burn, again, they found a lot of comfort in game number 1 with those picks. If Blacklist International don't change the bans up, Burn will certainly do the same thing as well. They won't change any of the bans. I think right now, sure, the Whack Venus kind of playstyle, kind of draft hasn't worked out, but this is the closest we've got to beating Blacklist ever in this tournament.
Which is, again, despite the whole, are we going to adjust the XP lane? I think we're going to see an iteration. I think we're going to see close to what Game 1's draft looked like, especially since Blacklist might stay red.
Yeah, and what will be close there is maybe you deny pick the Fredrin, but you also get the Joy. I think the Blacklist International, they got away with that game. ATM should not be allowed to play that way, because that is like the core foundation of what Burn X Flash wants to do in a Lord fight.
Oh, well, we'll see how it all comes through, given that we're expecting Burn X Flash to stay on the blue side, that meaning first pick. Here's a draft entering game 2 proper. And indeed, we see Burn X Flash on the play here. They ban out, again, a lot of Oh My Venus signature heroes, and they lock in that Fredrin, the Novaria, and the Kaja for Blacklist. It's a Bunjingjing's turn. It's Edward's turn. It's Joy.
Edward Joy.
Dapadap.
So, Edward went with an Ala previous game, and Blacklist International pretty much knows whatever that we pick right now for Edward, he wouldn't be able to get the lane priority. Now this time, we're going to switch it around. We want to get the lane priority. We want to play our Ube. We want Edward to start moving around faster.
Exactly. So they go Minotaur. They preempt the storm. They want to go for an engage type of composition here for Blacklist International. You can see that with the Digi ban, there's no real answers to the Minotaur now. But if you're Burn X Flash, don't go for attack speed based heroes. Go for big bursts. Like for example, your Beatrix that is going to be just using the ultimates of the Runner and the Bennett. Go for something like a Brody. It worked well in the previous game. It didn't have a good start, but it might work. Also, those two heroes, they don't really mind the Joy going to the backline, so that might be it. I like the adjustment here for Burn X Flash, allowing Joy to be picked up, then picking up the Kaja in exchange.
Could it be that they want Oh My Venus to play more of the comfort? They want Oh My Venus to stick to the same guns by going for more defensive support with this Minotaur immediately snacked up?
Maybe. That might be the case, right? They also want a little bit more of a I would say, a shot at initiating. Because last game it was a very reactive draft for Blacklist International. Very reactive play style. If Arlet, Edward didn't get a final slash combo that he missed a few times, then it's no more engage. That's why they were really struggling in these neutral objective battles.
There was a couple of times Edward just misses out the final slash.
Yep. You can see that the priority now for Blacklist is onto ATM. I wonder if Burnix Flash are considering something like an Esmeralda in the X lane so that they can counter this Joy. But they might just revert back to something like a Terizla. But that means that they will have to just go back to their to full engage composition. They do need burst to go with this Kaja, which is typically the carry. So that is a good ban for sure for Blacklist International.
Wait. Interesting. Coach Mitch and Skyzy still take out the Valentina, or rather the Eve, despite there being a Valentina.
This could be a flex pick. There's the Beatrix. Great.
Beatrix still.
Great answer. Burnix Flash, are you still going to go for something like a Brody? I think Brody's good in this particular game.
It's bursty.
With the Eve, they are setting up for something like a Leslie pick. It is a very dangerous Leslie pick up against a Joy, but they do have a Kaja, so they already have an answer to it in case they want to go for that pick. Very risky once again, but it is Donut's signature pick in MPLKH.
But just the way that there are thousands of Cambodians watching here in Phnom Penh, Wise's family also flew out. So there are loving eyes in the audience that will support Blacklist here on this matchup.
Can I say Masha or Esmeralda might be the last pick for Burnix Flash? We saw Masha being effective versus the Beatrix as well as this. It's Glue. Okay, Glue's still effective.
Okay.
Glue's good.
Glue's good.
And of course, when you were looking at Glue, ATM did play a lot of Glue in his qualifying games. 14 games, and that is a 71% win rate. So this Glue is probably gonna be huge. And let's not forget, Donut is back on the Leslie.
Oh wow, we got some
C-Cat's family now.
That's right. I'm so happy to see that our players have invited the people who supported them throughout their careers. And this is not the sweetest victory. If in front of your family you're able to upset. Here we go, finally it all makes sense. It wasn't going to be the Valentina in the jungle for Wise. He picks up an old favorite here. Not that great of a record in MSC so far, despite the small sample size. He picks up the Baksha.
I think it's gonna be A-OK now. I think that the Baxia would not be getting that 0 win rate anymore. Maybe, perhaps. But ultimately, I think that the drafts coming in from both sides is very interesting to see. We're starting to see both teams starting to revert a little bit more towards their comfort game plan, and they have got what it takes to bring this game to a very close match.
I think it's going to be a better team fight situation for both sides compared to Game 1.
Right.
Game 1 had very few, I'd say, clean 5v5 fights. This time around, there's a good amount of vision, there's a good amount of peel for both sides, and I hope, all I'm hoping is, with a solid lineup like this, for Burnix Flash, they don't burn out. Gentlemen, take the floor, let's go into Game 2.
Game number 2, and this time, we have a Leslie on the side of Donut and a Glue on the side of ATM. This is probably gonna be a big game. Let's not forget C-Cat on the Novaria. The front three is going to be big.
It all started to be like a pick-off kind of comp coming up from Burnix Flash with this Kaja. Then they couple up with a Glue, which kind of solidifies that fact. Although they have a Frederick who wants to engage, they have a solid pick-off type of composition. Nevertheless, Blacklist International, I like this Baksha pick because this means that there is someone to go with Edward whenever they will want to go to Donut's place.
Oh my Venus is the first player to achieve 100 assists in MSC 2023. Trailing behind is Echoes Yaoi with 88. So, right on that point, there's actually an engage here in the mid lane. D7 might be caught, forced to use the dash, holding on to the flicker. But I do want to bring up one thing here, Wolf. C-Cat chose to go for Mystery Shop.
That's actually very surprising. I didn't think that will be the case. But then again, he's a mid laner, so we will output the damage. He's not going to be focusing on like spamming his spells as much as you would if you're rocking the Impure Rage. And this might be because they want to take advantage of the Kaja ultimate.
ATM already dove early on here, but Wise will just give the respect that they need. But also Edward. Bargain Hunter.
The focus on the bottom lane is very evident from the side of Blacklist International. the amount of priority that this Joy have and how he can just made his way over to the middle lane is fast. And do note that when it comes down to the mid-to-mid matchup, Novaria clears the wave way faster than Valentina. And it makes sense for Oh My Venus to try to come in to clear the wave and help Valentina to unlock him, to move him around the map in order for them to both hit level 4 for the turtle fight.
Look at the minimap. Wise is actually up top. He understands that he can get back to the turtle anyways, or maybe just trade the purple buff.
Yeah, G7 doesn't have level 4, so he's not able to actually zone Wise away. Wise will just take that away, but he uses the Retribution now. Chima will find the turtle for free. Chima with the taunt now on the Venus. That's everybody! That's the 7 the Flicker combo and the Divine Judgment. US still able to maneuver out. Now with the split stolen away, he should be able to escape. Burnix Flash, they secure the objective, but Blacklist get a good trade.
Now, that is a trade of a purple buff and a turtle. Yep. Something that I don't see much from Blacklist International is to give away the turtle.
Yeah, well, they did do that in MPLPH Season 11's finals. They gave away the first turtle of the game, and then they snowball out of it. And they do it typically with Baksha. The ideology is, once you get more buffs, more neutral camps, versus your jungling matchup, you get so much damage. You get overloaded with levels. Wise is level 6, 3/4 of the way to level 7, while Chima is just level 5. And eventually, Turtle number 2 and 3, and then eventually Lord 1, the experience is just off the roof.
So it all boils down to a matchup of Wise versus Shamar. Blacklist International wants to bolster their front lines. They want to keep Wise levels ahead of Shamar. It could come into the point whereby it is higher retribution damage in the later stages of the game, or just general damage overall of what a Boxer could do for the team.
And that means that they have the tools to shut down the glue, right? The glue is a glue as well as the Fredrin. They rely on sustain. They want to get back their HP. With the Baksha being in there, it's the way to go. And this is a very smart take from Blacklist International. Not the first time that they did it, but now they're showing it in the international stage at MSC and working full well for their team.
Scary stuff right now. ATM cutting the waves very deep. Might be punished. US stole the Divine Judgment. Good flicker out. That could have been bad as the turtle spawns in. It's already a pretty big battle spell burnt though, so ATM will not have the split nor a flicker.
Well, at least now the turtle is going to be appearing up north, while Blacklist International have 2 personnel down bottom.
Minion Fury and a Divine Judgment. ATM will fall, and that's first blood for Blacklist International in the 4th minute of the game. A lane swap as well, as that was sent down below. Chima should be able to find this turtle for free with the Retribution. Wise unable to go for any invades.
The trade for the turtle while taking ATM down. They found the pickup and they are pushing Owl down to the bottom lane. So now everything is shifted. They're trying to get Owl into the mix. They're trying to give all the priorities over to Owl. After taking down all of these energy turrets, I am rather confident to say that Owl should be able to, once this turret goes down, he should be active and be able to contribute a lot more in fight as compared to Donut, his can't.
Divine Judgment, one more shot from Donut is all he needs, but Edward gets out. Now Venus jumps in with a knock-up. Donut gonna be knocked up, and US unable to find just some damage here. Donut in the midst of it all, jumping back in. US low! He's able to kill. Donut finds it. It's 1 for 1 in the gold lane. Now who's it worth for?
Oh, definitely side of Blacklist, but because Chima was able to push in the middle, now it shifts and dips back to Burnix Flash's favor. The fact that Donut was able to get the kill before he died, that was actually a lot of value for Burnix Flash. Then again, Burnix Flash, they want to play this late. They cannot win in this early game anyways because this is Blacklist International with Baksha Joy as well as the Beatrix. They kind of conceded. The fact that they're evening out, that's already good news for the Cambodians.
The funny thing is the fact that, well, Yue went down because of a single ballista shot. The ballista was the one that got the last hit.
That's right.
Ultimately, that is great for Burnix Flash. They're trying to, kind of close up the gap as much as they can. There isn't even much deficit at this point in time. And Blacklist International, they are ready to rumble. They made themselves, they pushed themselves all the way down in the bottom lane after Beatrix is pretty much done farming up all of the energy turrets in the bottom lane. And let's not forget, it's 6 minutes and 20 seconds in.
So Owl got a lot of the turret gold in the bottom lane, but he's actually still behind in gold compared to Burn X Flash's Donut. Something to note down. That means his farming and his laning for Donut has been absolutely spectacular.
It's, all the turrets are still up, so both teams are still playing a little bit more of a stay in the lane kind of composition. Blacklist International still have a lot of lane priority going on.
I was about to say, how does Wise do it? How is he ahead with 2 turtles going to burn X Flash, but he's still there. Chama is able to win the red tree battle despite being a level down. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, you can already see the Leslie deal damage right now. D7 flickers forward, unable to find UA right now, but Venus Fury comes down. Donut's free, hitting in the back. Venus forced to run away. Burn X Flash. I think they've done enough to zone Blacklist away from this turret, but with a few members walking down again, will Burn actually be able to take this turret down?
A very effective reset. Blacklist International, they're gonna have to go for this reset, but for now, the conceal play didn't really quite do much, except for the fact to zone them away from the first tier defense turret.
This is such a... That box was set up from Burn X Flash so well. They have the conceal play only to threaten.
BOD?
That was BOD, in fact.
7 minutes?
5.5k total for now for Donut. Raw boots though, bare boots. It's the brown boots that he picked up.
And even the Berserker's Fury.
This is massive already. If he gets the Endless Battle next, he can completely just ignore the boots. He has the peel ready, and Edward, he might just get bursted down as the top lane. ATM's gonna be able to escape right now, and it's gonna be a kill! Donut! 7 minutes in, this Leslie is not just scaling, he is snowballing.
This is big.
And now they're gonna steal the purple buff away from Wise. And that timer has expired for Blacklist.
There's a trade though, whenever there's a play. Now though, Burn X Flash getting the better of the trade. Wise ready with an early Twilight armor. Burn gets a tier 2 in the mid lane.
There could be even a possibility that Burn X Flash will want to take this opportunity to starve out Blacklist International as much as possible. First tier, second tier, middle lane, completely gone. As long as they do have information, which is what Donut is looking to do, they will be able to get a very good idea if whether CCAT can push up top. And now, with the information, they know!
Venus with the flicker, CCAT gonna be gunned down, but he's able to escape right now as Tamal walks forward! The Cambodian crowd goes wild, the taunt connects onto Yu as he soaks in a lot of damage, and Yu will fall to the 7th. The Praiser's Brand and the Divine Judgment brings Venus back to Donut. It's another snipe down. Ow! Very low, they're looking for a dive. The Bennett's Rage committed out. Owl, no flicker. CCAT looking for one. CCAT has come alive. 9 minutes in, perfectly timed, perfectly converted from the Cambodians to a Lord.
Game 1 was a warm-up, dudes. Burn X Flash, this is their true form. Perfect movements coming up from CCAT. He avoids the full gank of Blacklist, forcing the flicker out, gets out of the map, then goes down to flicker out and save his teammates. Then lands the killing blow onto Owl. They're on fire.
I'm getting the shivers. Blacklist International probably is having that as well.
I've never seen Blacklist forced to fight. Wise had to go up front, shield Unity in to just open up the map, and Burn X Flash chunks him down despite having a Twilight armor.
Let me remind you what the burn timers are. 9 minutes. It's their timing. Burn X Flash, they group up together, they outplay their opponents. Donut is a league ahead of the Beatrix this game. And with 3 items incoming, if CCAT lands the Astrosphere and Donut just lands one hit, it's so much damage.
It's burn time.
Oh my god.
D7 looking for the Divine Judgment now. ATM jumps forward in the back line. Donut free hitting. Donut free hitting in the back. CCAT found the kill. Wise now taunted up. Donut has a few more shots in him. The Divine Judgment brings him back. Donut's wild. It's a mega kill for Donut. 3 members down. The Beaver's crashing committed, but it's gonna be Owl who gets chunked down. Donut has one more shot and he can kill Owl. He's waiting. They're marching.
7 seconds, 9
One
seconds.
more set. A few seconds for Venus to respawn. They're not going to be able to take this base down for now, but they've been able to crack the base open. Burn X Flash with a 6,000 gold lead up against Blacklist.
For a second, I thought that they will do what they did in game number 1.
Yeah,
I was kind of scared.
But at least there is going to be parallel push from the top and the bottom lane, right? We do have the mega creeps that will march on forward. But for now, the main thing that we want to see is exactly the outplay or the play around coming in from Burn X Flash and Blacklist International. What exactly transpired down here?
Very crucial grenade coming out from from Donut to actually stop Edward because Edward was onto him already. When he timed his second skill, the grenade was there. He was able to get out and also stop Edward from dashing through. That was so crucial because now Edward cannot reset the dashes anymore.
11 minutes and 30 seconds left. Burnex Flash, they are in the zone. They are waiting for the Lord to eventually appear. And I believe that the nightmare of game number 1 is playing in their head. They're thinking about this. What is the core game plan here in order to not execute the same mistake that they have did in the previous game?
Just don't group up. Utilize the range of Donut. I think that they're going to be fine, right?
Don't group up.
Just remember that the Donut is long range, like hell of a range, actually.
So all they got to do, hang back a little bit. But contradictory right now, Burnex Flash grouped up in Blacklist International's jungle. They were preparing themselves for something. But Blacklist International, they were disciplined. They do not want to push everyone else out. But Seacat is the only one that made his way down to the bottom lane to try to defend. But these two members all the way down below, they are not making a move just yet. And this slow, steady, bushwhack move, this positioning may be very important to the upcoming Lord's fight. What exactly is the game plan here from Wise and Edward?
They found Donut right now, and that's going to be the dive coming in. Donut flickering out of the wall right now, a good second skill, but Donut's going to be cut down! Donut will fall, Infinite Fury on the 3! They have grouped up! Seacat clinging on to dear life, UA with a flicker forward, and Blacklist with a key back into the game. They have found a way, burn that Filipino bush in the bottom lane.
The Filipino bush.
Is that really a thing?
I don't know. Is it a thing, Wolf?
We'll make
it is a thing.
We'll make it a thing now.
Yeah,
it's a Filipino bush.
You have a wing. You have wings bushes on the left wing bush on the left side, right side the right wing bush, south side window bush. That was the play, and to be in all due fairness, you thought that it will be read through by Burnex Flash, but oh my Venus player, well look at that jump.
Wow.
That was so beautiful to see.
Orchestrated. This is absolutely just asking for it. Blacklist International have played out this moment, played out what they wanted. And that is the result that they have. They brought down 4 members from Burnex Flash, and they even gotten themselves the Lord.
Okay.
Seacat was the only one who could have opened up the map. He was clearing out the waves down below as well. The fact that he didn't just throw a random skill over there, it caused this to happen. Blacklist the way back into the game, and now they're truly getting flashbacks of game number 1.
They have even the lead. Like it's not just them cutting the deficit. This is them getting the lead. I mean, the way that they played this Baksha, it's so smart. Coming out from the side of Blacklist International.
I didn't think that this is how they were played either. I thought it was, Baksha, a lot of mobility, run here, run there, become a wheel, crash and bang. So, at this point in time, Blacklist International, they're just holding it down, back to their disciplined gameplay. Calm, compose, and look for the final time, or look for the right time to eventually jump in on the right person.
ATM, I don't think he is the right person. He pops in the split though. D7's looking for a divine judgment as Edward's gonna be caught. Edward's going back to the deep of the flicker as well. Jamal with the taunt, but he's able to escape. A good Minion's Fury by Venus to help with the disengage. Blacklist International running for the hills. They do not want to commit this time around. They can get poked down still. And Burnex Flash will be able to defend their base.
Completely walked out of there. Edward was pulled in and caught with the divine judgment, but somehow it just doesn't seem to do much.
Yep, D7 stayed in that bush up top for quite a long time, and he did not find the opening onto Edward. Well, he did find it eventually, but there wasn't Donut in the vicinity, and Oh My Venus usually blocked that shot. That's why you can see that the entirety of Blacklist International just got away. It's because the fact that D7 cannot find a good look. Surely, eventually, he got Edward, but it wasn't enough. They needed more.
I mean, Donut was also focusing on hyper-focus in the middle lane. While the Divine Judgment was going on, he didn't land a single shot in.
Divine Judgment, Immortality going to be down right now as the flicker comes through from Venus, but that's going to be the gun down once again. Donut free hitting in the back, not able to find that Minute Fury range. Also doing the same thing right now, but Seacat has some damage. Donut trying to delay Venus with the ultimate, opens up the vision. Some snipes going down. D7 trying to provide some more vision for Burnex Flash to play with. Both of the junglers down. Both the teams will not be able to contest for the Lord for now.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. Burnex Flash, this is the game, or rather that was the fight where Donut was able to contribute to all of the lockdowns that his own teammate managed to bring out.
For Donut, they're just focused on damage. I mean, I totally understand why. Then again, they're starting the Lord this time. You have to be careful about this if you're Burnex Flash. You don't know where Edward is. Oh, now they
Zero information.
Oh, Edward trying to deal some damage right now with a burst. Coming in.
Not good.
But Edward will be bursted first. Vengeance coming down. 1 HP now. Divine Judgment locking out the UA with Winner's Punch, and he's buying some time, but not enough. CCAT finds the kill. D7 losing immortality. Blacklist International still with a better position onto the Lord with the wave pushing in that top lane. BXF, what do they do to take control back?
So I think that at this point in time, even if Yue is not in this game, the fight, the numbers is still going to be on a stalemate. Burnex Flash still have to work onto the top lane. They still have to push it up. They still have to defend this. And by the time that Burnex Flash is ready, Blacklist International's Yue will come in at the right time. So Wise just need to reset this Lord, push Shamar away, and find the right opportunity.
Oh, the Lord Dance.
5 seconds for you at a spawn. Burnex Flash. This should be free, but Wise, look at Wise. CCAT's opening up the map right now. Wise gonna be spotted down as they try to pressure Wise away. Chama, will he save it for his team, or will Wise, the king of the jungle, come through? Clutch. ATM locking him down right now. Chama! How did Owl steal that? Wise will still fall. Now it's gonna be this fury from Venus, but Donut is massive. Another shot down onto the back line. Owl still able to disengage. But Blacklist International, they found a way perhaps to prolong the game even more.
That was so sweaty.
He single-handedly saved the game.
Give us a replay. I want to see it. What happened?
Well, by the way,
how did Shamar lose in that retribution fight?
No idea.
I would like to credit Burnex Flash for doing that play. However, even after they lost that the Lord Retribution fight, the fact of the matter is they know what to do. They utilize, instead of like utilizing the Divine Judgment, they opted to go for Glue's ultimate to isolate that Wise. But then again, Chima just really did underestimate, you know, the Renner damage coming out from the Beatrix.
So it really boils down to ATM's positioning. ATM just stuck himself onto Wise and waited for the perfect moment to eventually draw him away from the Lord. While Shamar is still sticking onto the Lord. He stood no time at all, but it's all about the timing. Edward and oh my Venus.
It's just the Retribution coming up from Chima. The nerfs are getting there.
He retreat late.
Super late. Or maybe a little bit too early. That's the Bennett. And he was probably scared of the damage output of the Beatrix, understandably so.
Yeah, he can see the Bennett's Rage in the air. Yep. You gotta have to predict, you gotta have to, not predict, but you gotta have to expect it.
Exactly.
But how much damage can a Bennett's Rage really, realistically do to a Lord?
It's a lot.
So that's why he's either late or early. You can't time it right.
It's very difficult. And even if you are Chama, right, you understand why you want to dodge that. Because you don't have he doesn't have a like physical defense, only the blade armor. He didn't have like a Tikaras or something else. He respects the fact that that's a lot of damage. Still, I think it's a mortal sin to lose that fight, especially after the entirety of your teammates doing the right play. They already isolated Wise. Even when you're so good as Wise on the Retribution, the fact that you're away from the Lord, stand no chance.
It was a 100-0. It wasn't a 50-50. It should have been 100-0, but Owl...
100%, yeah.
It should have been.
Even with Donut, honestly, when you have a Leslie on your team, you technically have 3 Retributions. The first basic attack with the passive, the second with your first skill active, and then the Retribution, the real one. At this point, you can actually... I would say Donut does more than the Retribution.
Probably, yeah. So, I mean, especially since we're looking at true damage after all. Blacklist International, they're trying to open the maps up. ATM is going to be the front lines of Burnex Flash and getting as much information as they can. Right now, gold lead whatsoever, that's not important anymore. It's only 2K. It's not important.
It's not important.
Now it's all about the team play. The macro, the micro. Who does this? Who does that? And Burnex Flash, they have come so close. They just cannot repeat the same mistake of game number 1.
Let's see. Venus opening up the map. Good poke down onto Venus. Good shot as well. Half HP on Venus. First to pop the regeneration soon, but he doesn't. Just waits on it. ATM clearing up the mid lane. Both teams still fighting for prio in these lanes.
Yep. toppling very thick amount of minions.
Yes. As such, CCAT will have to move away. But this is probably information that Blacklist International can use. They're clearing out as much as they can. The entirety of Blacklist International, they rotated around, counterclockwise positioning.
Ooh, Donut
They're all
does not
waiting.
see that.
Oh, they find Owl! The seven are nowhere! Mere Fury connecting, but Donut free-hitting! Appraiser's Wrath coming down right now as Wise tries to buy the time. That's another Trunch and bot as well, but Donut finds a double! It's a double kill. ATM
The flicker!
going on to Yue. Now Yue buys the immortality, buying some time. It's a triple kill for Donut. ATM has bought enough time. They're gonna go straight for the mid lane. Yue and Venus. How do they make this miracle play happen again? Two minion waves coming crashing down into the base right now. Yue trying to do magic, but he will not be able to do so. Burn X Flash! The flames of Cambodia live in the venue.
Cambodia want it all! This is the game! You've witnessed what you want to see! Burn X Flash! They did what they wanted to do. They broke the code. Game 1 was close. Game 2, they succeeded.
Take it in.
Absorb it all.
Electric atmosphere from the crowd here at the Aeon Mall, Meng Chai.
I'm getting shivers.
I thought they did not see it. Alright, there's this argument that you can actually pop your ultimate as Leslie, then quickly tap it afterwards. You have a prompt that there's someone else there, and they knew the Various ultimate caught everybody in that long bush up top.
The Astral
Donut knows how to use it. Quick taps.
He's a fast tapper.
Hold it on for a little bit, huh?
Wow.
The vision game is absolutely phenomenal when you have an Avaria. On top of that, Leslie, the range as well. That's why Blacklist's only way to win was flanking. If they find a good flank, they will win. But if they don't, if Chama is able to open up, if D7 finds a good engage on Owl, it is pretty much over.
The flank happened once, and it worked once. And this time, Blacklist International wanted to go for the second time. We are all flabbergasted. I'm pretty sure Leo is as well.
Go checking my guest coins, boys. I am not as confident in what I actually put in.
Is that best
phone?
phone?
The ROG Phone 7. Yes, can confirm, in Phantom Black. Now, looking back at it, some things remain true from Game 1, and some things, much to Burn X Flash's benefit, have changed. Definitely you can see, besides the mechanics that all of their players shown, even the macro has changed.
Oh my
and I
God.
think now we can confirm, much like the initial Kings of Sea, there are also such a thing as burn timers.
Burn timers.
9 minutes, right?
9 minutes.
As soon as that clock hits 9 minutes, it's time to fire up. And Donut knows.
Donut knows that.
Donut knows that very well.
I definitely agree with you. Maybe that is the coach's decision to do that, or maybe that's the entire team's mojo or rhythm just runs through. I mean, it looks solid. It looks like they consistently did it through scrims. It doesn't look like a thing that they just happenstance, happen to just find out this MSC. It really looked like they rehearsed that for sure.
This is a very tough game to watch. This game is so close, and I'm pretty sure...
Give it to him.
Donut, he's known for this.
11 kills.
He's known for this.
He was both payoff and setup, especially in that very last fight in the long bush. Again, mechanics, macro, all in the young Marius Tan, all in Donut.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. By the way,
the faith in Donut, guys.
The faith in Donut. I mean, game number 1 didn't start well for him, but he still recovered. Game number 2, he was there was a 3-man rotation up top that he got a kill first before he was brought down. Gets the Berserker's Fury and the Blade of Despair at 5 minutes. 7 minutes. And was leading all throughout this game, all over the place. Activated 9 minutes. You would wonder, some teams will utilize this Leslie in the latter portions of the game. We call that, right? They're gonna wait for it. But 9 minutes is a timer. Burn X Flash, they say to Donut, okay, 9 minutes, you have to be ready no matter what happens. Donut says, I'm gonna do it earlier. 7 minutes, let's go.
We mentioned it in the game. When a Leslie does not scale, when a Leslie snowballs, you are in some trouble. The fact that he got that 7-minute BOD and transitioned it over to an endless and a second BOD super early, he took control of the game. He was the game.
He was the game. Thank you. That cannon with 1 HP remaining gave him that extra boost to get the last hit. And then Seacat, great plays coming up from Seacat. He dodges the entire T of Blacklist International, then lands the ultimate. He will be the one to close up the kill. Beautiful usage of the ultimate. By the way, oh my Venus, wonderful usage. Look at that. They canceled Edward's dash, utilizing the grenade coming out from Donut.
Yeah.
That's the reason why they got it.
Donut's second skill was on point.
Yep. I gotta have to say, Donut, he's just constantly kiting against his opponent. I'm keeping my eyes glued onto him. And in the meantime, the entirety of Burn Ice Flash, they're creating a wall in front of Donut.
All right, this is how you play Leslie, ladies and gentlemen. Look at how Donut plays literally just with the passive. No random basic attacks.
Yes.
This is how you do it. I've seen so many Leslies, I'm talking about you guys in my ranked games, who basic attack constantly. Use your passive, play around your cooldowns. Do not hit if you do not have it unless it's a guaranteed kill.
He's calculated. He understands that this is where I need to place my shots. This is the tempo of the team fight. And arguably, Blacklist also was building back up. Blacklist was finding angles to compromise Donut's positioning. But just saying, Burn was just a step ahead all throughout this 22-minute bout.
You can more or less imagine Leslie playing as a runner. You have that inbuilt timer. You can't shoot it out so much. And that is the best way to get yourself the optimal DPS.
Yep. 4-0 and 11 onto Seacat. I mean, we talked about Donut, but Seacat on his own, like, he did so well in this game. There are other role players here for Burn Ice Flash. For example, ATM and D7. D7 wants to focus on Owl. ATM wants to focus onto Wise. And it's not about killing Wise. It's just taking away Wise from the important team fights. And you saw in that last clash, when D7 jumps, it was Owl that they caught because of the Novarius ultimate that was set up, and also because of the game sense that was really burning in the side of Burn Ice Flash.
Back in the group stages, when they got so close to beating ONIC, the question everywhere was ONIC weak or was Burn strong? I think with this game, we finally have our answer. Burn is strong.
And with this game, Blacklist finally tastes the bitter blade of defeat in all of MSC. This is their first game loss.
No longer unstoppable.
Whew. D7 100% kill participation. I mean, there was an interview earlier on, and we were there, and I think that at least 3 of us, at least 4 of us actually mentioned D7.
Majority.
Yes.
Majority of us. And now he just proved that it's not just about Natalia or Franco pocket picks. He plays a mean Kaja.
I think that it's not just Seacat, Donut, or D7. I think that even ATM himself has stepped up this entire series. And we are only looking at the past 2 games. What else is Burn Ice Flash going to show us? What other treats are they going to be giving us from now on?
You didn't even mention Chama. Chama was also integral to the way Burn Ice Flash took game number 2 in the fact that he had to reset, right? A lot of how game 1 went was on and off of how patient he was. But just the same, here all members of Burn Ice Flash were on point. Let's hear from Blacks International though. Now that they have first felt defeat, let's hear from the king of the jungle himself. Here's Wise.
Here we are with Wise's mom and sister. So Mommy Cherry and little sister Maria. Maria, how old is Maria, Mommy?
2 years old po.
2 years old. 2 years old. They also said something, they mentioned something earlier that Maria has how many followers on TikTok?
I think 58,000.
58,000 followers on TikTok.
Wow. She is so gorgeous and glamorous.
Thank you.
Very cute. How is Wise as the kuya, the older brother?
Laging pinapaiyak si Maria.
Oh! Wise is always making her cry. That's what brothers do. They make the younger ones cry.
Yeah. Now, I'd love to see you here, all your team and you, especially. I really want to know that is that the first time you coming here to support the Wise, or you did it at the M3 and M4?
No, first time.
Oh,
First
this is the
time?
first time.
Yeah.
First time, what's so special about this time?
So-
Gusto kasi ni DJ yung makuha yung trophy ng
Oh.
MSC.
Wise, or they call him DJ, he really wants to get the MSC trophy. It's the only one that they don't have yet. So he wants his mom to be here when he gets it.
Wow ម៉ាក់គាត់បានប្រាប់ថានេះគឺជាលើកទី1ដែលគាត់បានមក support កូនប្រុសរបស់គាត់នៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះហើយកូនប្រុសរបស់គាត់ចង់បាននៅពានរង្វាន់ក៏ដូចជា champion នៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនៅ Barrel ក៏ដូចជាការប្រកួតទាំងមូលនេះផងដែរ So I want to know that how do you feel when you see your sons fighting so hard on the stage? How do you feel?
I'm so nervous.
You're so nervous. Nothing to be nervous. គាត់ថាគាត់ពិតជាភ័យមែនតើក៏ដូចជាបុកពោះមែនតើសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតរបស់កូនគាត់មួយនេះផងដែរបាទ
DJ beautiful eyes, do beautiful eyes. Queen pose, queen pose. Let's see the queen pose, queen pose. Let's
She do the queen pose.
You can follow, you can Maria Cutie, Maria Cutie.
So cute. Hey, once again, I really want to know that when you are staying here, do you think that is that any pressure for him when you see that there are a lot of people here, fans of Burn is Flash, and while Philippine here just so little? How do you feel?
May pressure po ba kayo na ang dami pong mga fans ng Burn X Flash dito po sa laro natin? Kasi first time niyo po maglaro eh. First time niyo po makita si Wise maglaro. So, kinakabahan po ba kayo para sa kanya?
Sobra.
Sobra. Ano po yung reaction niyo na, yes, baby? Yes? Wow! Ano po yung reaction niyo kanina na sumisigaw yung Burn X Flash fans? Kasi sa Pilipinas, sanay po kayo na mas marami yung Blacklist. So, I'm asking, what's her reaction that there are a lot more Burn X Flash fans compared to when they were in the Philippines, that there's a lot of Blacklist fans there?
Nakakakaba pala pag ang dami sumisigaw.
So, it's more nerve-wracking when there's people screaming and lots of them.
Okay, គាត់ថាគាត់ពិតជាភ័យមែនតើក៏ដូចជាព្រួយបារម្ភមែនតើដោយសារតែយើងឃើញថាមាន Burn is Flash fan ច្រើនមែនតើហើយជាពិសេសនៅពេលដែលគាត់ស្រែកធ្វើឲ្យគាត់កាន់តែភ័យកាន់តែខ្លាំងនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះផងដែរ Okay, so I want to know that this little cute girl, and I believe that Wise made her cry a lot. So how is the relationship between Wise and this little girl?
Close naman sila.
They're very close. And what is your message to Wise? He could hear you right now. He's in the players area. If you can say something to Wise and Venus, what would you like to tell them?
Be wise, galingan nyo, Blacklist. Nandito lang kami, mga agents. Sana manalo tayo. I love you, Kuya.
She's giving the message that good luck to V-Wise, and the agents are just right here behind them, and we hope that they win.
Okay, ក្នុងនាមជាគាត់គឺជាអ្នក support ខ្លាំងមែនទែនគាត់បានជូនពរទៅដល់ខាងក្រុម Blacklist សូមឲ្យសំណាងល្អក៏ដូចជាពួកគាត់ទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលជា Philippine fan គឺនៅគាំទ្រ Blacklist នៅពីក្រោយផងដែរ Good luck.
Now, Mommy, how about we get the entire Blacklist fans behind you? You know the drill. When you say Blacklist, they're going to say break the code. All right, everybody. Wise's mom is asking you to cheer for Blacklist. Here we go.
Blacklist.
Break the code.
One more time.
Blacklist.
Break the code.
All right. Now we're giving you all the support. So now we're going to go back to the casters and see what they have to say. Casters, let's take us to see the world.
Family. Wise's family. Very important in the success that the King of the Jungle has experienced these past few years in his career in MLBB. They never let go. They never faltered. Yeah. And that's why he's performing at the peak of his career now as an athlete. And for the first time, if I'm not mistaken, he brought him out.
Yeah.
I don't think they were at M3 or at M4, and now so close to this last title to complete the crown.
Yep. They just need a little bit more of a push It's a 1-1 right now. Blacklist International has been reigning, and now the momentum is in favor of Blacklist momentum in favor of Burn X Flash. They have got home ground advantage, and Blacklist International, they're gonna have to find their way and wiggle it right in.
Not a lot of teams make the mistakes that Burn did in game number 2 and live to tell the tale about it up against Blacklist International. Usually you see one big blunder like that Retribution.
And the battle with Owl,
it's just a complete shift over. But the fact that Burn were able to stay put mentally shows how strong they are mentally.
Burn X Flash, it really felt like they were watching a lot of Blacklist International videos. They are prepared for them. I really like the fact that they took the route of the turn, right? It's turn, take, or trade when it comes to those neutral objectives. Typically, teams will just go to team fight against Blacklist International and try to take the objective and win the retro battle. Usually, people lose there, right? Teams will lose against Wise when it comes to a fair fight in the Lord Dance. But if you go for a turn where you go to heroes first, that is how you can win against Blacklist International.
I think that is the game that broke the Wise record, where he has got 100% lot control.
That's right.
That means a lot.
Third turtle, I believe, yeah?
That's a third turtle.
Lot in general, he has got all the lots so far.
So that means in game 2 of this best of 5, so many records have been broken in MSC 2023.
That's
Blacklist first loss, Wise's first slip up as a jungler on the Retri duels. What might happen next? And if anything, I'd like to point a counter argument here. Burn X Flash may have the momentum on paper, but what if this is what Blacklist needs to finally wake up? Because not to say that the other teams that Blacklist faced off against were weak, but this is the first time that they've actually had to show off more.
Wake up in the sense that teams are actually looking at them right now.
Gunning for them even.
Exactly. They Blacklist Burn X Flash, I mean, they knew how Blacklist operates. It really looked as if they were countering every single thing that Blacklist wanted to do. Sometimes they are unsuccessful. Most of the times they are. Blacklist, they just need to flip the switch and maybe just go for another segment of their programming, right? If this doesn't work, use the other one.
This is another thing that Blacklist International have got for against them. They played so much games, they have attended so many tournaments, and they have played so much in MPLBH. This is the perfect chance for Burn X Flash to learn as much as they can, break everything down, understand the game plan of Blacklist International, and beat them in this very series itself.
Gentlemen, going into game 3 with the draft almost here, do we think Blacklist might want to go blue side? Do they want to go first pick? Will that change the dynamics of what lineups end up in the game?
I actually think they want to stay on red side. The fact that they have a first pick in the second phase and the last pick of the draft gives them a lot. That's how they were able to utilize that Novaria flex pick in game number 1, and that's how they were able to also kind of utilize the flex picks in game number 2 with the Valentina.
Well, I'd like to agree, but we'll see in just a few seconds if Master the Basics, if Dexstar are better prepared to play from red side, if they do favor those 2-pick swings and that last pick to close up that draft. Because, again, if you're looking at game 1, so much flex. Looking at game 2, it's still very comfortable. And, sometimes the meta game dictates where you should be playing. And here, this time around, Blacklist on the play.
This time, Blacklist getting themselves first pick, and Burn X Flash understood that there could be a very high likelihood that they want to prioritize onto the Fredrin pick. And that is probably the main reason why Blacklist International wants to go for the first pick.
And then they just, Burn X Flash, they battle Fredrin, understanding the situation that Fredrin is the hero of this matchup. Chima has to hold on to that, or maybe they have to deny that away from Wise. There is Novaria. Do you go Valentina here if you're Burn X Flash? The Kaja also look well. I think you go Joy Valentina if you're Burn X Flash in this particular game.
Joy Valentina. So far we've been seeing Joy just going out in the open, and both Blacklist International and Burn X Flash have played both of these. But they focused onto a Claude and a Yves pick.
I love it. Because it means that Blacklist International might be forced to go for, if they want to pick up the Valentina again, they will be forced to go for Novaria position 5 once again. So that will not be the best situation. Then again, for Blacklist, they can still go back to the Joy. I think the Joy is still good in this particular game going up against the Claude.
They're also trying to see if the Joy gets picked up by Edward because the Kaja is still up for grabs. It's something the Burnix Flash can utilize here in the final pick of the first phase to try to counter that. So it's all in Blacklist playground now. What do they want to go for?
Yeah, no, I think the Joy Kaja seems solid. It protects the Joy. It gives the Navaria room to breathe. It can play in the mid lane. And instead, early Baksha.
Whoa!
Very early.
2021, hello?
Wow. Are we back to M1? M1 World Championship? No, it was M1 World Championship. But anyways, kidding aside, this is very questionable. You do understand why they want to go for Joy plus Baksha because you want to go in together. But Claude is not a hero that sits back. Leslie, I understand why they go for that. But Claude wants to go in with the team. So you just pick up the glue and you're okay. A-okay.
It worked for them. And they are willing to play that again.
You know why they did not pick up the Kaja this time? I think that they're eyeing for Natalia. Burnix Flash might go for the last pick Natalia. So Blacklist, you have to ban that out.
They have to.
Yeah, game number 1, that is what they did.
They already
went for the Natalia ban.
Yep. You have to respect that.
You gotta.
If you're Burnix Flash, maybe you ban out perhaps Faramis? Oh, Faramis. I think you ban out Faramis here.
I can't believe Faramis was left open like this.
That's right. Okay, Beatrix. They still go for Beatrix.
It may be left open all the way to the end here.
Yeah,
I mean,
would it really?
I think it's a bit too risky, but I think they want to just see what Blacklist want to go for first, what bans they want to go for here. It's also pretty good that Burnix Flash read out that Owl would go for the Beatrix, right? One of his signature picks, the only pick that he's really, well, hit Beatrix and Brody actually.
Yeah.
It's definitely a telltale sign that Burnix Flash would very likely might not want to look at getting a Lolita for themselves either. Blacklist International, in this case, they have the Novaria. Novaria can go mid, can go roam. We've got the Joy, can go mid, can go EXP. So there is still quite a bit of flexibility in their name. So is Oh My Venus going to be picking up the Lolita for themselves? Or are we looking at a Minotaur? Because this doesn't seem exactly too big of a all-in team fight composition from Blacklist International.
I think the Minotaur is still good in this particular game for Blacklist International. It will be banned out. Okay. So they will be forcing like a Lolita, perhaps.
Faramis still up.
They might take it actually.
For D7?
Or for...
But they gotta watch out for the Melissa.
Is Melissa really gonna be a problem?
Melissa or Carry, those are still out there.
Against Faramis, it is a big problem. But the thing is, they already have a pretty good matchup up against the Melissa in the Claude. Going for the Faramis is a bit too greedy, in my opinion. They really have a Eve, unless they want to go for, Faramis roam, I guess, for D7.
But they need some sort of lockdown onto the Joy. With the ban on the Kaja, now they won't have as much. They do have the glue, though, so that could be the counter to this Joy. So they need a way to defend now the Claude. Maybe they pick up the Lolita themselves, right? Or maybe a Grok.
What about a Mincetar?
A Mincetar. Actually, you're right.
We haven't seen a Mincetar in so long.
That's actually a good pick here for Burnix Flash, if ever.
They have the box. They will have the circle.
Martis first.
Do we have a triangle?
Yeah, no, they're in no rush to pick up a roamer.
You go Valentina now, right? If you're Blacklist. Or Faramis.
Faramis, Lolita, both still up for grabs. I think the Lolita is going to struggle a bit against a Martis and a Glue.
Faramis and perhaps something to deal with the Glue and the Martis. Maybe a Carry, actually. Carry and Faramis here for Blacklist International.
Or they could just go Brody, a good lane as well, up against the Claude. It's just really scary up against the Eve.
And the Glue.
And the Glue.
I know for a fact that Blacklist International love to get lane priorities. And right now, with Burnix Flash already picking up the Claude for themselves, I think Blacklist International needs to play a lot more the support roam, whereby they can actually help the gold lane. So with that all said,
I forgot about, yes.
The outrange, right.
But then again, it kind of makes it so that the Lolita will even be a better pick for Blacklist International, for Burnix Flash, right? Deals well with the Varia, with Leslie.
Yes.
Decent to stun the Joy. You already have the Glue to kind of lock down the Joy anyways. You're not that required to go for a hard lockdown. There's also that argument that can be made for the Cho. The Way of the Dragon is really delivering the win for Burnix Flash.
Well, speaking of which, they don't really have a lot of lockdown, don't they?
They don't have lockdown. Not a lot, right? No reliable lockdown.
No answer for the Joy as well.
Maybe Kofra?
the Cho would be the best. I think the Kufra works as well, technically, up against Valentina, but this is a big hit or miss. If they're not able to find the Leslie, or shut the Leslie down for the early game, which is already a tough task for the Claude to do.
I see the Kufra either working so well because maybe Oh My Venus doesn't spot out D7, given the Astral Echo, but look at how Blacklist has been working, even from a losing angle, even when they're behind. I'm pretty sure they know how to check their bushes, do their homework. You can hear the audience here in Aeon Mall 3, Mian Chai. The Cambodians know that if they do this right, if they take game 3, Burnex Flash sits at match point, and I don't know what the agents are willing to do here. If they're able to match the energy that the Cambodians are presenting.
This is going to be the make it or break it game for Blacklist International. So much that they have to fight for. Will they be able to do it so in this game number 3 here into the land of dawn? Burnex Flash, they are towering on against Blacklist.
Typically we go for the Leslie. You want to go up against very tanky heroes. That's the idea. You want to chunk them down. This time, there's a lot of mobility on the side of Burnex Flash. With the Claude, you have the Eve that can also take out the Leslie if ever they find the opening. And they also have Kufra and Glue. So, good as it may for the Leslie. So much hype, for sure. But it doesn't mean that it's a sure win.
Fast clear in the mid lane, instantly towards this bottom lane, wanting to put more pressure down to give Owl a better lane as D7 jumps in with Tyrant's Revenge. Able to dish some damage out onto Owl, but Venus does the same thing. It should actually be Burnex Flash with the victory. Almost a solo kill from D7. But he's going to be caught very low. He needs to be careful here as Venus goes for the Astral Sphere.
Nice.
Good dodge, good sidestep. The Cambodian crowd roars for it.
So now Blacklist International would have a little bit of priority down at the bottom. They did manage to poke D7 out of that fight. And they are definitely going to make full use of this opportunity since Kufra is all the way back home. Might want to shift things around. C-Cat moved himself down to the southern side. They know that Owl is low in HP. Void Crystal tries to pick him off.
No flicker. Very expensive early on. D7's gonna be spotted out though. Good shield indeed. Good opening from Wise, but Owl's playing this wave very well. He wants to take it slow, but they decide to shove it back to Donut.
With the flicker already used up from the side of Owl, Burnex Flash very likely would want to make full use of these this opportunity for the next 120 seconds. This lane must be targeted. They must put more emphasis down the bottom lane. Since let's be honest here, it's a Joy versus Glue. Who's gonna die there?
Well, only the one who makes a mistake.
Only the one who makes a mistake. The marginal error, what we are looking for. And Edward, meantime.
Split already right now. Venus trying to go for the kill. Chama on the Martis. Still having pretty healthy health bar there. C-Cat gonna get chunked, gonna get spotted out. Yue actually stole away the decimation. D7's looking for Tyrant's Revenge right now. He charges in onto Yue. Not quite finding him, but Yue does a lot of damage back. Wise, 1 level advantage, still having the Retribution as he picks up the purple buff. ATM has come back alive after recalling. Chama now going to be engaged on after real world manipulation in the back line as well. Onto Yue, forcing him out. Chama wins out the Retri battle. Wise now caught on the pickle as he's going to be stunned up, but Burnex Flash, no, they got the victory. They got the better trade. They do not need to go for more.
Oh, D7 really participating in the teamfight so well. He sat back even when he was very low.
Revenge in the rage. Not sure if this is going to be enough to kill Edward, but now with the split, it definitely is enough. First blood to Burnex Flash.
First blood and a kill that take a turtle. Despite the fact that they don't have enough levels on the Chima, massive wins for Burnex Flash.
Just as I was talking about it, Glue versus Joy, who'll die? But apparently I was very wrong. They still managed to get a kill down on Joy, and that is going to be a big thing. But at least we're talking about EXP lanes. That kind of gold deficit and EXP deficit is definitely going to come and equal it out eventually, unless the Joy really just couldn't get himself back on track.
Wow, who would have thought that it will be Burnex Flash to control this game? And well, I would say though, Blacklist International, the focus on the gold lane, that was well done. Donut is not having a good time. Donut is about 1.8k gold, while you can see that Leslie is already at 2.2k. So definitely, there's a massive lead.
Wow, good catch by D7.
That's blind.
Right as he walked on the wall, Venus gets caught, and Donut He gets the assist, now the lane as well. They're going to be clearing it out. They want to go for some more pressure here. And honestly, for Donut, as long as he doesn't die, it's going to be worth it for him.
Never mind what I said. They are helping Donut now.
They're helping Donut really well, but now D7 might actually be caught by Blacklist, but there's no kill pressure from Wise. That's the thing. On this Baksha, you can roam around, you can put pressure down, but D7 just walks away out of it.
So eventually, I gotta have to look down on look at D7, right? That blind Tyrant's Revenge. That set things up for the team. That's eventually gonna be helping ONIC to get himself that part of the lead. We're looking at a 500, 600 goal difference. That is a still leg place that we are looking at.
ATM joining in the back. Edward trying to do the same right now. D7 goes in for the Tyrant's Revenge. Has the rage and he locks him down. Tama will lose out. How? Wise won the retry. 50-50 goes to him. Now ATM is still in the back line of Blacklist International. D7 charging that revenge up, but only to disengage. Donut clears out the wave. A brilliant steal to ensure this mid-game safety for Blacklist.
Wise really salvaged his team because of that. They were able to win the turtle, so that means that they will get some part of the economy. The fact of the matter remains, though, Donut is now given the license to go for a double lane setup. He now takes up the top lane and the mid lane, as well as some part of the jungle. So Donut, whatever it is that happened in the early stages, it's now gone. He is now going to be at par. But the fact that there was a good head start for Owlet means that he will be getting the farm that he needs. Still, Vertex Flash will have their win conditions straightened out.
Remember, we have seen Owl getting... we have seen Donut getting the Blade of Despair plus the Berserker's Fury at 7 minutes into the game. So now the question is whether Owl is able to keep up to that tempo and beat Donut in terms of timing. Because the 9 minutes mark is what we want to look out for. The 9 minutes mark is when Burn X Flash eventually activates themselves.
I don't know. I think it really depends on Donut, right? He has those item power spikes. Right now he's on course for the DHS Golden Staff, but did he build boots, or is he greeting for just the Golden Staff again, similar to his Leslie game in game number 2?
This is probably just going to be a greedy game.
Since
Donuts can just really clear the way fast. He do have priority. Just go in, Blazing Duet, get out of there, and he will be able to find a lot more value in some other parts of the map. Speaking of some other parts of the map, Wise
sprint committed. Donut still able to actually. Wow, D7 on the back C-Cat with a kill. Donut! He survives! 1 HP! Venus War isn't able to find the kill. And that's incredible value right as the turtle spawns for Burn X Flash.
Oh, two teams that's really playing it well. Wise, very commendable jump onto Wise because what he did was to cut off the double lane that Donut wanted to do. But then again, Donut was able to dodge the plate coming out from Wise. That's why he didn't die. And he survived through all my Venus. All the while, D7 found the opening on the Owl, opposing gold laner.
Little wins, it builds up. Wise. If he steals this,
no way!
Oh my! Drive-by! Steals it away!
Oh my god.
Absolutely disgusting. I always have thought that Blood Flash had that priority. I mean, he did. They were holding on to the turtle for so long.
What the heck?
This is on a different planet,
That was a drive-by, literally.
I can't
Hello, McDonald's, how can I help you?
I'm in disbelief that happened. Bird X Flash are already en route to control this game. Wise makes 2 good plays. Wasn't able to connect onto the kill of Donut, but he still managed to do the right call against Bird X Flash. Then he gets the turtle number 3. And now he's owning this part of the map as well. You're gonna have to really give big props to this guy, utilizing the Baksha, all of the utilities that you have for the Baksha to its full, full potential.
The timing was just bloody impeccable. Wise is so used to this. He's so immersed in the role of the jungle. And he knows how to be the king of the jungle. He's constantly getting all these retributions in. Game number 2, that was a fluke. Wise wants to show the world that Blacklist International, him himself, is still the king of the jungle regardless.
Holy moly, Donut's gonna be dove on now with Blazing Duet. Wise gonna be locked down, but he's too tanky. He popped in the Tortoise's Poisons earlier. Now D7 might just take all of it, all the damage. Real world manipulation as well. Owl dealing the damage onto the back line. Edward dumping in, finding the kill. D7's next on the chopping block as D7 still gonna be able to survive for a bit until Edward comes down for a double. Meanwhile, Chama in the back looking for the decimation as ATM helps him in his task for glory. One more shot for Chama. It's miscalculated, and Owl should be able to find the kill. Now it's a flicker from ATM to lock Owl down. Now the kite, ATM will not be able to escape right now as he pops in a split. A few more hits, and Edward finds his third kill in this team fight. 2,000 gold lead instantly towards Blacklist.
Oh, so many clutch stuff that happened. Weiss, for example, Donut was already almost getting out, but he had to cancel the recall. Now he gets hit by Weiss. Weiss then is getting killed, but there was an exchange for Blacklist. When Owl wanted to recall back, he was hit by the ultimate of Owl that canceled his recall, and he was taken out eventually by Edward. Edward, as well as Oh My Venus, just combining, and Owl, combining for that. But Yue with that Terrify, so that he was able to cancel the animation of ATM. ATM could not complete the stacks, so that he will be able to pop the grab on to Yue with just because of one Terrify.
Another Terrify, just pure lockdown. D7 wants to look for a re-engage right now, but just pops the Tyrant's Revenge as US steals away the RWM. Now locked down, and Seacat's RWM as his split comes down. He's looking for the mount, but he's not able to find it right now. Owl's free hitting, one more shot. Soaks it up with the split. In the back, 20 the damage, but it's not enough to take anyone down. Edward was waiting on a battle mirror image. Blacklist have outsmarted Burnix Flash.
Yue and Oh My Venus were all so close. And this is probably one of the good things that we are looking at from the side of ATM. When he pops into split, no one can hit him as long as he's running backwards.
Oh my, Chama, you cannot enter here.
No way, Chama.
Oh My Venus died
out by Edward. Burnix Flash. ATM was able to find it somehow, some way, but Wise now 100-0. Lord taken for Blacklist.
A very different kind of game from the side of Blacklist International now. This is very reminiscent to game number 1. But they are technically having a little bit better control as compared to before.
There has somebody has to step up for Blacklist International after that game 2 loss. And now Edward and Wise, they're really stepping up. Edward reading the map so well, knowing that Burnix Flash eventually will utilize the strength of the Cloud, waited for the right moment to strike and really shut down what Burnix Flash wanted to do. And then there's Wise. All throughout this game, man, he's playing so well.
I think it really boils down to playing around the rotations of Edward. They're trying to unlock Edward and trying to make sure that Edward is constantly around the map and making full use of that lane priority. Shut the wave out as much as possible. Don't care about ATM. This blue is not worth your time. Focus your time somewhere else.
Lord's gonna be slain though. Blacklist unable to utilize this Lord to take a tier 2 up top, but they should be able to take this tier 1 in the mid lane unless, Burnix Flash cleared out. Burnix Flash doing pretty good damage control right now as Blacklist are unable to siege on the turrets, but that wave crashes down top and bottom. Tier 2s falling.
I think that they more or less have been able to get the dividends out of that the first Lord. Most of the time when taking the first Lord, you'll want to bring down all of the outer turrets. But Burnix Flash, they understood that they need the middle lane turrets. They need the first tier defense turrets as much as possible. Everyone was preparing themselves for a siege of that one.
Full commit onto Wise. But Edward's in the back right now. He's going to be able to buy some time. His dad's going to be Owl once again. Free hitting in the back.
ATM.
That should be ATM down. Real world manipulation by Seacat. Not a good angle. And Donut to follow it up in the back. Zoning Venus away. Yue finding the decimation. Chama does the same. Edward's next on the chopping block. Donut's going to be taken down to the bottom lane. And this is Chama versus Edward. 1v1. Edward's winning it. There's no way for Chama to run. Edward has sustained and Yue has capitalized. A triple kill for what looked like Blacklist's demise.
Oh, Blacklist International did not panic. Surely there was a good jump coming up from D7. Catching important heroes. Donut was taken out, but they remained composure. Oh My Venus, he tags Yue. He calls him, and then they went in for Donut instead. They let Chima get the kill onto Wise, then Edward buys enough time. Yue was able to get the kill onto Donut. Eventually the triple kill. Really calm and composed. Blacklist International, despite D7 having a good jump, they did not lose their composure.
I gotta have to say, D7, that jump was great. As you see, Tyrant's Revenge and Rage, but it kind of seems as though Donut's damage on the DPS is just not necessarily quite that. He was kind of like doing a drive-by as well.
Yep. Oh My Venus went out of the map to outplay Donut, and Donut was far too exposed. Edward had so much room to work with, so many units to utilize his dash, and of course, Martis at this point, it's not that strong anymore.
What do they do at this point? Up against an Owl who is scaled up against an Ovaria with Impure Rage, Roamer that has so many resources. Chima, let's see if quality is better than quantity. Will he be able to win this one, the big one? ATM already forced to use the split as Owl tries to run him down. Shield Unity already jumping in. ATM very low, mounting UA now. D7 in the back. Edward's forced to use the Vengeance early. Donut's forced to recall. Lord has been reset. Meanwhile, Yue chasing ATM down. How can he escape? The answer is he cannot.
He can't.
Yue finds the kill, and Blacklist International will get the Lord for free. Burnix Flash, no resources to open this up.
The follow-up is now gone from the side of Burnix Flash, and they have identified that they can't go with this fight. Even if D7 do find a couple, they do not have enough damage. They couldn't zone the most important players away, which is going to be Owl.
Trema as well now. Oh, a snipe from downtown from Venus.
That's a position 5, by the way.
That's
a roamer.
Painful things coming out from the side of Blacklist International. They understood that they're gonna have to poke their way in. They have a lot of high ground. Let's not forget about that. UA can even take away the RWM. Even more ways where Burnix Flash can't even get themselves out of it. Yes, we have D7 and Shamar. They do have ways to eventually get themselves out of it without being immobilized. But the main thing is really just to expend all of these resources from the side of Burnix Flash.
Speaking of RWM, I think that Burnix Flash haven't utilized that real-world manipulation to its full potential. At the same time, it seems like they're not tactically using it. So they have to do a better job. Seacat is a good mid laner, right? So if you go back to whenever he is being the MVP for the team, you have to kind of unleash that kind of Seacat wherein they use the Nook mages tactically, strategically. Now they just pop in it just for the sake of utilizing it. That should not be happening for Burnix Flash. And Chima also needs to step up.
I like how Burnix Flash has already cleared the middle wave creeps. So the only thing that they need to focus on is the top and the bottom lane. But that is a lot of avenues that they're gonna have to cover. A lot of space that they have to close up on. Burnix Flash, they focus onto the Lord. Blacklist International, they're not necessarily looking to wipe out the entire base of Burnix Flash. They want to play in the most disciplined way possible. And this is just pretty much part of their MO.
Yep. Battle of attrition for Blacklist International. They will always...
Owl.
Okay.
Force the flicker, but Seacat's taken low. Edwards jumping into the back line. Needs to be careful, though. Often bit of Chama zoning. Both teams disengaging. Chama's taken low, though. That's a few good shots from Blacklist and Burn. And that's a valuable resource. Look at Burnix Flash. They did not burn a flicker, a sprint. Owl has no flicker. This is the time span. This is the golden opportunity for Burn.
And need defense. Twilight Armor picked up by Chama, but it's not going to be enough. When it comes to the gold lane, however, it's so difficult to be in the position of Donut. Do you go for a magic defense, like Athena Shield perhaps, or Radiant Armor or maybe a Rose Gold Meteor? Or do you go back to the Wind of Nature? I guess if you're thinking about like the actual value of the team fight of Blacklist International, it's better to go for magic defense instead of the Wind of Nature. But that means that Owl might find an opening against him.
I think that right now, either one would really work. Because at this point in time, even when we are looking at fights, the main DPS from Donut is no longer from the Blazing Duet. Just standing down itself, just hunker down and really throw out all these basic attacks, that is going to threaten the front lines a lot. So I think that Burnix Flash, whatever they want to go for, the Athena Shield or perhaps the Wind of Nature, both of them is still applicable because we are still looking at good amount of damage from Edward, Yue, or Venus when it comes down to the Athena Shield, and one of the main damage dealers from Owl.
I don't think the Wind of Nature is applicable at all. Like nothing. There's nothing to negate here for physical damage. It's true damage of magic coming down as ATM now. He's going to be caught. Has some damage placed onto him, but Wise is caught as well. Now in a mobility field, Donut with Athena Shield is zoning everyone away. Yue! Wow! He finds the decimation very low now in the back. Yue! And Owl will wipe them all. 3 members down for Burnix Flash. A fight that looked good once again for BXF has turned on its back.
I absolutely, my mind slipped. And I thought that, wait, Blacklist International, when did they have God Martyrs? This decimate after decimate. It seems like we have seen this time and time again and before.
see if they can defend this right now. Only a cannon minion, 2 cannon minions to be. Oh my god! Disgusting damage, and it should just be Blacklist International! Game number 3, match point for Blacklist.
The game for Burn X Flash to win. But unfortunately, it seems as though they managed to outplay Blacklist International in game number 2. But in game number 3, Blacklist International regained control. They got themselves right back over to the driver's seat and took control of this game right by Burn X Flash's neck.
Gentlemen, there were so many questions on the Baxia pick, why it was picked up after losing the game. Well, you saw that the early game was again because of Wise, but it wasn't just his effort that salvaged this series for the side of Blacklist International. D7 landed a good ultimate, they all regained composure. Yue now unleashed. In the last play, it was also Yue being the beast, taking all of the damage coming out from Donut, regaining his composure, popping the Shadow Strike, then eventually the stolen Decimate. That was converted to magic damage, and with a lot of items in the Valentina, you really take out Marksman so easily.
This is a tough fight for Burn X Flash as we enter over to match point. They have done well so far. Blacklist International is still holding on to their guns. They have dropped the anchor and they refuse to budge.
What a series right now that we are seeing, that we are witnessing in day number 3 of the knockout stages. I can only hope for a full best of 5, but it looks like Blacklist have reclaimed momentum, and this is a scary Blacklist. Blacklist that woke up, as Leo put it.
And did they not? But just the same, it was expected that Blacklist would wake up and play out of their minds. Wise with a back-to-back drive-by, Retribution steals, made up for more than what we saw in the record-breaking performance in Game 2. But just the same, I don't know if you fellas agree, did it seem like maybe this time in all 3 games so far in this best of 5, Burn X Flash may be out of sync? Is this the most out of sync we've ever seen Burn X Flash?
I agree.
In today's matchup?
Yeah, the fact that the drive-by happened, it was Wise. He was actually cosplaying Mirko because Mirko, very good at Retribution with his drive-by.
Yes.
Yes, with your sports car. But you can see that Chima was not feeling it with the Martis. Additionally, Seacat's usage of the real-world manipulation was so questionable all throughout this game.
And it's in that mayhem, Edward's Joy just took advantage. Edward's Joy was everywhere. And when you see a team of very talented athletes scramble, Edward just has his way.
Yes.
Mr. The Pot Up.
Mr. The Pot Up. A lot of people are saying, where is Edward in first 2 games? He was almost, almost unnoticeable.
He's downloading.
He was downloading, but game number 3, hey, he was everywhere. Maybe in the heat map, all right, 5 to 10 minutes. This is where they were able to get control of the map back. He rotated up to the top to punish Donut, and then he kills Donut once again in the mid lane. So right after the laning stage, he already downloaded how ATM's glue operates. It's really, in game number 2, he tried to fight against glue head on, but this time he completely avoided the glue, only waiting for the right moment, also punishing the Martis. So not only did he make it so difficult for Donut to play in this game, he also shut down Chima eventually.
And when he understood that there's no point in fighting the glue, his team needs him.
Yes.
And so far throughout all of the games in Blacklist International, he have always been the pivotal player in team fights.
I think it wasn't just that they were playing out of sync. It was also the drafts that, in my opinion, was a little bit questionable, right? I mean, when you pick up the Claude in the first phase and then you let go of the Joy first pick over to the enemy team, you would expect maybe a Kaja, you would expect a Leslie ban, a Brody ban, a Carry ban, but they instead went for the Beatrix and the Minotaur. Funnily enough, I feel like the Minotaur wouldn't have given them that many problems. Remember, it's a Claude with good mobility, can escape, can bring Purify. It was a Yve with anti-CC, RWM built into his kit, and it was a Martis with a Mortal Coil. Not a lot of members on Burn X Flash could have actually been fully punished by the Minotaur. But yet they still let the Leslie go. They still, even though, Donut, he knows this matchup. He knows it is just horrible. Horrible for the Claude.
I'm thinking, what if they, instead of going for the Martis is understandable why they pick it up, but maybe what if they pick up the Bane instead, right? Because they were actually using it anyways. going with the Eve, you have so much territorial control. Maybe the drive-by might not happen as much had it been that they picked up a different hero aside from the Martis. But it is what it is. Blacklist International, snagging this Leslie pick. Typically, it will not work against this kind of composition, but because of how freely he was able to hit against Burnix Flash, still A-okay in this game.
I mean, look at Owl, man. He saw Donut in game number 1. I mean, game number 2. He says, "I'll do you one better." 3 BODs. He's going for a third one. No way he goes melting.
Definitely gonna be a third BOT back then.
This is okay. So now we look at Burnix Flash, right? They pretty much have got everything that they want. CCAT throughout this entire game, he pretty much went for utility first, right?
Yep.
Just the typical side. He would want to get the slows down. He would want to avoid every form of movements up and forward. But unfortunately, we are looking at an Edward and a Wise, both of which have got great maneuver and got great mobility. And such, Yves RWM doesn't really always seem to be in the most prime position, and just doesn't seem to work out very well.
It's because the box setup by Burnix Flash isn't as threatening as it could be.
Right.
And now I'd like to bring back a concept that maybe Burnix Flash can use in Game 4 when we get there. The swimming pool.
The swimming pool.
knows the swimming pool.
Let's go.
I haven't seen a Martis struggle this hard in a while.
That's right.
And now you can see clearly in this 90-minute bout, a Martis does very little from a losing perspective. When you're on the back foot, Martis will do very little. He's a snowball type of hero. So now, what if this was the Bane? Let's think. What if it was the Bane? They would have so much better high ground defense, they would have better re-engage, and they would have access to the swimming pool.
Exactly. That's true. Eve plus the Bane, that would have been a perfect territorial control coming out from Burnix Flash, and we saw that they were successful with it. They utilized it against RSGSG. In fact, that was 2 days ago, and we were so impressed of that kind of strategy from Burnix Flash. Additionally, though, if they utilize a different hero aside from the Martis, which is not focused on kills, maybe they could have taken away the innate strength of the Baksha. Baksha was picked up second pick for Blacklist International. There's so many ways you can deal with it. Maybe they could have gone somewhere along the lines of maybe an Akai, or maybe a Balmond even that ONIC utilized against them, right?
Yep. Just a better kit overall.
Yep.
Let's see how Burnix Flash responds and resets, but for now we'd like to remind everybody of the MSC support chest. It's available from the 5th of June up until the 18th when MSC ends. Spend only 20 diamonds and you may stand a chance to get an excellent skin, the Liam Ward, Triumph Eagle, and more. Up to 1,000 coins await you. So go ahead, purchase the MSC support chest and root for the MSC games now. Use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag See the World, and hashtag MSC 2023. Just last night, as I was preparing to settle in and then get some rest, I bought a few support chests. I just wanted to see what was in it, and yes.
What did you get? Did you get anything?
I got those tickets. I'm this much closer to getting the Jawhead skin. I don't have the Jawhead skin quite yet. When we come back from hearing from our hosts, we'll talk more about Burnix Flash and how they can reset, or maybe how Blacklist might just ride the waves on the way to the grand finals. Mara and Rabbi, talk to us.
Here with the Cambodian representative, Mengli, also known as the Cambodian Kyrie.
Yeah, don't call me Mengli, just call me Kylie.
Kyrie, you want to be Kylie? Okay, Kylie with the L.
Kylie. Yeah, Kylie, how do you feel when the battle after now the Blacklist got 2 and Cambodia teams got only 1? How do you feel about that?
Vậy cái máy bạn ạ.
Yeah, sure.
Vậy tới bao giờ mày em nhóm món nhóm cái ta tới chuyện miền Tây bọn bữa đã xa ta lỡ dương chìm chạp tía dương là việc thay dương ở cái pi môn tới đợt bây dương lên ở lọ mờ còn mọi dương ta te lươn pì.
Okay.
I love the reaction. Tell me
well,
what
you
it
know
means.
that he said that we are the host country, so we give them the chant first, and then we will buy them back.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Now, you saw what happened in game number 2. Owl took away Donut's signature hero, Leslie. What do you think about that? We're taking the heroes.
I don't think it's nothing special because from the last game, Donut, his performance is pretty good. He's got 11 kills, but all just like another marksman. He just farm and deal damage, but not compared to Donut.
Oh, so he's just farming. Nothing compared to Donut in game 3. Okay, so earlier you were doing the Leslie pose. can you do a Leslie impersonation with the voice?
For the voice line, one shot, one kill.
One
Nowhere
shot,
to run.
One kill. Nowhere to run. Okay, pretend. Who is one player of Blacklist International that you want to use your shotgun to? And then just do it on the camera.
I think that's your idol. Oh my Venus.
Oh my Venus!
Oh my Venus!
Oh, but oh my Venus is just gonna heal herself.
Yep.
Okay.
Can you do her pause? It's like, what is Oh my Venus pause? Oh!
He's attempting to take the crown.
I'm your
Oh,
friend.
they're friends.
Yeah មេលីក៏ជា fan របស់ Oh my Venus ដែរហើយគាត់បានធ្វើ pause នោះគឺល្អមែនតើ cute មែនតើ
She got a lot of achievement. She pretty good in the Roma.
គឺ Oh my Venus បានទទួលបាននៅសមិទ្ធផលច្រើនមែនតើហើយសិតតែជាល្អអស្ចារ្យមកផងដែរ Okay now I want to talk about Burnish Flash first. That who do you think is the one or two player that plays very well in Burnish Flash today and why?
This question is pretty easy one. First, Seacat.
Seacat.
And then it's Donut.
Oh, Donut. អញ្ចឹងអ្នកដែលលេខ1និងលេខ2ដែលគាត់គិតថាល្អជាងគេគឺ Seacat ជាមួយនឹង Donut.
Now, Blacklist International is in the players' room right now. They have the speaker. They don't have their headset on. They can hear you. If you can brag about Burnex Flash and you want to talk to them directly, what do you want to say to them?
Say it.
I just want to say in Cambodian, cake language. អ្វីដែលខ្ញុំចង់ប្រាប់ទៅ Blacklist ថាឥឡូវយើងបាន2 game ហើយមិនចឹងប៉ុន្តែអីយើងមិនបាច់ set ទេបើសិនជាយើងចាញ់នៅក្នុងលទ្ធផល 3-2
Okay. This is what I want to say. He want to say to Blacklist that even those we got only one or you got another, we are not sad. This is a battle that will have a lose and win.
There they are.
Wait.
There they are right there.
One more thing.
Okay.
ត្រៀមចិត្តឲ្យហើយបើសិនជាយើងចាញ់ទៅយកទៅបាក់ចិត្ត
Okay, when you are ready to think about win or lose and then you will not be sad when the result released.
We will not be sad when the results are released.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, they're right there right now. Send the message to them.
Hey.
Right there.
Guy, Blacklist. It's okay if you lose this game and another game. It's okay if
It's okay.
everything is gonna be 3-2.
Okay, it's gonna be 3-2.
God.
Okay, it's okay now. Now you know what? People are clapping right now. There's a lot of Blacklist fans over there. I want to know if there are more Burnex Flash fans here. So how about let's pump them up? Cambodian Kyrie.
Is there any slogans?
ហ្គេមទី2ហើយនឹងហ្គេមទី4ហើយនឹងហ្គេមទី5ហើយនឹងហ្គេមរបស់យើងមិនចឹងចឹងគ្នាយើងស្គាល់ slogan របស់ Burnex Flash តើអូខេ1 2 3 If you play with fire If you play with fire
If you play with fire, you will burn.
burn.
We're gonna go back to our casters to take us and see the world.
With backup like that, it's almost certain that we might go 5 games. Welcome back. We have our players on the stands, on desk. You got your team once more. Leo at your service. Mirko, Abstract, and Wolf. Now, we were discussing what Burnex Flash could have picked better. How that lineup could have been better equipped to bounce back from the onslaught that Blacklist brought. Now, what might Game 4 look like?
I think in Game 3, right? I'm not sure what they'll go for in Game number 4. Firstly, we're going to have to see the side selection as well. But in Game number 3, we were talking a lot about the other other jungler options for Burnex Flash. Instead of the Martas, the Bane, we mentioned even... The Balmond, yeah. A few utility junglers, but I honestly feel like the Assassin would have been the best pick there. Up against a Novaria, up against a Leslie. 2 very vulnerable targets in the back line. The only concern that I can see from Burnex Flash as to why they didn't go for the Assassin is the overwhelming power of that mid control from Blacklist with the double mage setup.
The double mage, the Varia, even from a playing from a position 5 role, roam role, still outputs the damage. You saw that even Donut, right, from 100 to 50% just because of one Astro recall. Wise, Oh My Venus and Edward only lacks the MSC title in their career. It's always Cartesian Echo that was on the other side of the bracket. will it be the year for VYs? We'll know later on. I want a fearless forecast though. I think blue side for Burnix Flash, they still pick up the Fredrin.
They will. I believe that they will. And honestly, so far if Burnix Flash want to change things around, pick up an assassin jungler perhaps, I think that Blacklist International is more or less prepared for all of that, since they have met a fair share of assassin junglers, Fanny even, sometimes heck, even Hilda being picked up against them. I think that they have a very solid understanding as to how they will be able to fight against these. So as long as Burnix Flash is capable of getting themselves onto the blue side and Blacklist International doesn't get the Fredrin banned out, Burnix Flash should be able to get their Fredrin and they should be able to get the game rolling like how they managed to.
With that being said, it's not for a lack of knowledge. It's not for attempt to go in blind. I think both teams know exactly what they need to do.
Yeah.
For Blacklist to end right here, right now, send Burnix Flash down into the battle for third and punch that ticket one more series closer to an MSC title, or for Burnix Flash to do the unthinkable, to upset the M3 World Champions, to go all the way 5 games. And I know they're just about to burn up again. We didn't see the 9-minute Burnix Flash timer. They didn't fire up in game 3.
Definitely not. It's like all of their fire was burned out in game number 2, the way that they won, and they had to like reignite the embers again. Come game number 3, they had to find the fuel because they really looked disconnected in that game. Games 1 and 2, they were so on point with the way that they are utilizing their spells. Sometimes it went badly in their favor because they were so much on point. But game number 3, they just didn't show up.
Well, going into the draft, we'll see. Are we reading the room correctly? Is Burnix Flash going to prioritize going blue? Is Fredrin that much of a threat? Indeed it is!
Oh.
Coach Mitch and Coach Skyzy want to get their hands on the appraiser himself. Estes, Diggy, and Joy taken out this time around. So,
I like this.
Just the same, Agent Zero is as big a threat as the Queen.
I super duper love this because typically you go Fredrin, they allow Joy, then they pick up the glue. Eventually they found out, okay, we run away with a Joy pick in or Joy counter as the glue in the previous games. Might not happen once again. So I think Fredrin as Burnix Flash hero.
Technically speaking, we have seen the pattern, right? It's just going to be back and forth and the losers will take side. If Burnix Flash manages to win with this Fredrin pick, Blacklist International gets to choose in Game 5 that they want to be in the first pick.
Nova Val,
I think.
It should be.
Novaria for
Nova
sure.
and Val.
Valentina, maybe they third pick it and maybe pick up Arlet. So maybe Arlet, Novaria for Blacklist. But between those 3 heroes, there's really not much that they will change up.
Yep, and I think if I read the situation right, glue is also just as important for Burnix Flash. There's the Novaria. Will they wait for the Val? Are they going to pull the trigger here?
Akai. Yep. They want to immediately snag that Akai up before Burnix Flash eventually bans that out. They want to ensure that they still have that tough front line that Wise is used to.
I think you will still pick up. I think Valentina's value now is so much greater for Burnix Flash.
So much, yes.
You get the heavy spin. You counter the Wise's heavy spin with your own. That means that Chima on the Fredrin will have a free pass to those neutral objectives.
And let's not forget about the fact that if the Valentina is picked up by Burnix Flash, then the Astral Echo will help with the Appraisal's Wrath.
That's also true.
Small AoE to make it even more impactful.
Oh, immediately Natalia against the Novaria. And you know why they have the pass for this? Because they know that the backshot will not be picked up. Now, what do you pick for Oh My Venus in this scenario? You still have the Theramis pick up. Leslie's not an option. Maybe you just go back to Beatrix here for Owl. Or maybe a Brody.
Is a safe pick. Brody as well, but do they want to just pick up a Rafaela? I don't think so. I don't think so in the first phase, but it could come out in the second phase, right? Because up against Natalia, once again, you can just open up the map freely on the Rafaela, providing support and good mobility to the team as well. Brody.
Honestly, Minotaur is not that much, not that bad of an option for Blacklist International, so that may be banned out as well from Burnix Flash. I don't know if Is anybody else like picking up the picking up the Hylos and recently?
Nope. I don't think
Nope.
so. Not for a long time. I would love to see Hylos, not gonna lie.
We've slowed down on debut picks.
Okay. All right. Very well. Thank you so much, Leo, for grounding us once again.
I want to see it. But just the same, when it's down the wire like this,
Yep.
I'm not so sure how willing Coach Midge and Skyzy are.
Yep. You always look for vision if you're going up against Natalia. Novaria is there, but Novaria is an easy, it's food, I would say, for the Natalia.
Honestly, speaking about vision, I thought that they would have went for a Leslie since they want the vision. But either way, Shema on the home ground advantage. He says, yeah, I think the fans are like power for us to play here because this is our home. Just like the buff, they are the buff.
Yep. By the way, Faramis is still open for Blacklist International. Yes, that's open. Okay,
As a roamer.
As a roamer, that's
or
right.
even as you can switch it up even.
Yep. It's actually decent going up against Natalia because at least you have vision. And also because of the fact that when you pop your ultimate, the Natalia is going to be put in an awkward spot wherein he cannot burst down heroes.
Yep.
It's very important to cancel that combo from the Natalia, so that could be an option for Blacklist. They pick Lapu-Lapu. Wow.
One of the comforts.
I thought that it will be Burn Express eventually to take it out. This is a very smart move from Blacklist International. I love it.
It's a great pick here to deny a pick as well from the XP lane with the Arlet, Choi, Glue, banned away.
Oh, let's go Esmeralda, please. Burn Express.
Esmeralda?
That's the way to go.
Brody, Novaria, and the Akai.
They can or they can pivot.
I really can't imagine them going for the Esmeralda
What about a Uranus?
Uranus.
That's also good.
Or just a Yuzong to dive into the back, to dive into Novaria and Brody.
Find the Novaria, find the Brody. Yeah, again, Ripple mentioned yesterday, the Brody's okay.
The Brody's okay.
More or less of a follow-up, but do they need that follow-up from the side of Yuzong? The answer is yes for them. They want to pick that out.
Yep.
They've gone for the Claude as well for more of that jump style. They are able to play for the team fight. They can go all the way to the back lines. They want to bring down Brody and the Novaria.
Jump style is a Brazilian MLBB pro player. But yes, they want to dive in. This is a very dive-heavy comp coming in from Burnish Flash. But now, ball's in the other court.
Lolita, perhaps?
It's
what
up
about
to
Matilda?
Matilda in this game.
With the Akai as well?
Yeah, there's a lot of vision. I do like it. I do like it. There's a lot of setup.
Actually, I do like it as well. Being able to guiding win yourself out of the out of reach of the Natalia.
This could be a treat coming in just to close up the series. Another
like
debut pick.
What? Okay, Kagura, Novaria.
It is the
debut
as well.
Yep.
Just as well. Wow, Omaivin is so comfortable on the Novaria in Rome this time. And yeah, you is going to be playing the Kagura.
Yep. It's a way for you to burst down the Natalia. It's a one-shot combo as well. And even if you get silenced, you just have to wait for a little bit. You retract your umbrella, you have shields, and then you pop your Union overturn, you're going to be A-okay.
Here we go, folks. One more game. And just as close as Blacklist is to that grand finals, the Cambodian crowd fires up even more. They know that dire straits are coming. They know that this is inevitable. They know that they're underdogs going up against the powerhouse that is Blacklist International as we head into the Land of Dawn, potentially the last game in this series. Potentially Burn X Flash's last chance to once more reset and make it to Game 5.
Is it a Game 5? It'll all be decided here in the Land of Dawn for Game number 4 between Burn X Flash versus Blacklist International. Who is in match point?
to Mobile Legends.
Oh, okay. So if you look at Burn X Flash, for them to win it back, Chimas to set up, as well as Seacat, but D7, the power pick on the Natalia. First phase for Burn X Flash, is it enough?
So right off the bat, we are looking at Blacklist International with the mage heading down to the bottom lane. This is the initial rotation that we have seen, and this is what they would do in order to get all 4 of them level 4.
Yeah, I'm sorry to nerd out here, but I was thinking that Natalia can do that. Look at the invade that he's doing. He's gonna disrupt Wise's jungle pattern.
His jungle pattern is mostly going down, going from the orange down to the purple. So this is mostly going down to the southern side. But once that has once that is done, he will eventually make his way to the northern side, and that is where he will be able to get his level 4. Otherwise, he will need to wait a little bit more time before he can eventually get that.
So good. I mean, they did not pick the Natalia just for the sake of countering the Novaria. They actually have a plan against Blacklist.
I mean, they also found and knew that, yes, Wise is doing this from top to bottom, just from the single jungle creep that is available, that is closest to the first tier defense turret in the middle. All the information is out there.
No heavy spin anymore. But still no Petrify for ATM. Still, massive ultimate that's not available for Blacklist.
If Chama chooses a time to, you know, pop off with his retreat, now is the best time to do so. Blacklist with match point, they need it. This is the last hope for the Cambodians.
It is all about disciplined play from the side of Blacklist International. It's either they would want to keep the Natalia in the main team fights and use Novaria as this bait, or do they just want to find a way to unlock Brody? That is the big question. In the meantime, ATM...
Wise wins it in the 50-50. Chuma is going to be bursted down, but Yin Yang overturn as well. ATM still surviving. Venus not able to connect right there. Seacat steals it with a heavy spin to disengage. D7 unable to find an opening in that skirmish.
First turtle going down to Blacklist International.
Oh my god. You see, Edward just knows his job so well. The reason why Wise was able to win the 50-50 is, without the heavy spin, is because of Edward. The stun connects. And he knows that Chima will eventually be showing himself. He didn't even have to use the flicker for that play. That is how good Edward was.
Let's see what they do here in the second minute of the game. What does Burnix Flash need to find at this point, at this stage, to turn it around? Because Blacklist, now with the Kagura, with a Brody, with a Lapu, the snowball potential is massive.
I really like to see this Lapu in the hands of Edward. So far, it was always just joy and trying to get himself the priority and such. But this time, with the Lapu, you're playing things a little bit safer. You're not trying to win in the lanes. You just want to play safe and eventually get to where you are. Especially since you're fighting against a Yuzhong here. Let's remember that.
Yin Yang overturn and the bravest fighter there. A few more hits under the turret. A clean dive from Blacklist International. Chama looks for a trade, but is unable to find anything here. Uses the retribution. It's a slow. That is it.
No, it's not advisable for him to stay near. They need to give the farm to Yuzhong. And already Blacklist International leading by 1,000 gold. That's all of those mini moves that Blacklist International have been able to do allows them to get a massive lead with just a 2-0. You see, Wise utilized the heavy spin just to take out and steal that orange buff. That was a massive play for Blacklist, and now they have so much of an opening in the early stages.
Also, how much of a lead does Edward have on top of ATM? Because I'm pretty sure that an entire creep wave is pretty much missed out from the side of ATM.
Yeah, maybe.
So it could pretty much translate to a single $600 item.
600 gold.
600 gold. Yes. Oh, really? 600 gold. Okay.
Oh, heavy spin responded over by heavy spin. Jamal walks up, but he still misses the retreat. It's Wise who picks it up, staying composed as ever. ATM with a Black Dragon form, he shouldn't be able to do anything. Meanwhile, Owl picking up the turret plating in the bottom lane, getting so much gold for himself and snowballing, pushing it even further.
I don't know about this, but for the side of Burnix Flash, they have been reacting more than attacking.
Yeah. Oh, Wise is just so good at the jungle.
PMI gets him out. D7 with a few damage hits onto UM, but Wise will not be able to steal away the orange buff this time. Chama forced to retreat.
A lot of movements from the side of Blacklist International. They would want to even get themselves the proxy down to the southern side. They want to push this all the way through. Give Owl all of that gold. Give him all of the farm and just funnel everything else out. It's unfortunate though, the tournament part maybe didn't quite work out for them, but Wise
pinned down. Yin Yang overturned from US to pick the kill up. Blacklist just rolling in this game. 2,600 gold lead. No stopping Blacklist for now.
That's a free turret down in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
So it only makes sense for ATM to try to go for a counter. It wants to find a counter value all the way up to the top lane.
Wise is playing the side of the jungle that should belong to Burnix Flash.
It's like vertical jungling, isn't it?
Vertical jungling. Not even just vertical jungling. It's like literally just taking everything that he wanted.
It's a square jungle.
It's a square jungle.
No, the entire jungle is just his.
It's just his map. Wise has just owned this game. And by the way, this is not the first time. I think all 4 games that we saw this game, Wise was just phenomenal. Even in the game that they lost, as the Baksha, he was 3-0-3 in the first 5 minutes. That's how active he was. And now he's 2-0 or 0-0-2. I mean, out of the 3 kills that they have in the first 6 minutes, leading by a lot when it comes to AXP. He's level 9 while Chima's level 8.
With the turtle spawned up, the entirety of Blacklist International wants to get themselves the turtle priority. They're hanging around the riverbed and they're just waiting for the perfect time. Opening up all these brushes. Oh my Venus, even with the Astro Echo. He did manage to find one, but Burnex Flash, it seems like they understood where they stand. They understood that they cannot possibly take this away from the hands of Wise. Otherwise, the gap widens.
3 turtles, the gap is as wide as it can be for Blacklist in the 7th minute of the game. Owl is also snowballed. D7 is trying to get some vision here, but he's actually going to be read out by Venus. Some damage placed down, but D7 caught in a bad spot. Now Owl as well. This should just be a free kill over. There's nowhere to run. D7 has been taken out.
I don't know about this. This Natalia play is very different from what we have seen against the RSG. They haven't really been producing much results.
Yeah, well, this is because it was a 3rd pick, Natalia. And all they had to do was to pick up Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu, not gonna be concerned. Has a ton of armor or physical damage defense. You have the Brody that's unthwarted by the Natalia.
Probably just tunnel vision onto just bringing Oh My Venus down. That's just how much respect that they have for Oh My Venus's the Novaria. To get it.
That's why I felt like the ATM's Yuzhong might not be the case. Because the thing with Natalia, if you want to pick up the Natalia, somebody always has to stay in lane. Yuzhong don't want to do that. You want a team fight afterwards, right? You want to get a kill. You need something like a sustain. Like, yeah, Uranus, your Esmeralda, perhaps the Joy at a certain point. Heroes that stay in lane. So that everybody else will be busy, you'll have your shot at clearing out some, getting a pick-off, perhaps.
But D7 wanders around. He's trying to look for these small little opportunities that is presented to him. Now, even if they have the Natalia, they don't have the control of the river. He can kill, technically speaking, once he has got an item and once they have got return lead, right? They should be able to get himself the kill onto the Kagura, being one of the biggest problems in the team. Look at a Yin Yang overturn. What can he do to D7?
Well, he can burst him down. That's clear right now. Don't think D7 has enough resources to do anything against the back line of Blacklist International, but ATM very deep in enemy territory right now, using the Fierce Dive defensively, and he just practically isolates himself. The Petrify comes through. ATM doing some damage. CCat with a flicker in, but it's miscommunication. No one was there to follow it up. CCat burned his flicker for nothing. D7 is looking for a trade back, but Owl is already gone.
Isn't this exactly what Leo has said? Where we are expecting and we are seeing Burnex Flash starting to, get a little bit of a communication problem.
Finally.
There's one back. Burner finally on the board. Chima looking for an opening here onto the Lord, but it does seem like Blacklist International should be able to take this for free. No contest whatsoever. Burn put their resources up top. Donut isn't even able to go for a trade. It's Blacklist with a free Lord.
Blacklist is just keeping to their code. They're just playing their average game. It's like as though they never lost a single game. Because that is a big thing. The fact that Blacklist International lost to Burnex Flash for game number 2, I would have thought that it would have affected them. But it didn't. They're still calm, they're still composed, and they're still disciplined.
Wise with a heavy spin, trying to buy some time or trying to open up some space. Owl, tournament memory, does it get him? No, Chima is able to escape. Barely, almost gets him.
Did Natalia get hit by the Astral Echo? No, he didn't. Utilize it. All the same, you can see Blacklist International just owning the map. Wise taking away the buff once again. Utilizing the Lord so that the lanes will naturally push. And then they will take out the mid lane turret. Gonna be moving into the middle. It's gonna be difficult for Burnex Flash to defend.
This is it feels very much of a front to back from the side of Burnex Flash, right? The way that they have played. They want to target over to the back lines, but in the meantime, they just doesn't seem like they have the confidence to do so. They probably understood that if they were to jump into the back lines, the entirety of Blacklist just crumbles and collapses on them. But shouldn't that be the value that we should be looking out for? Try to find a couple of trades, like between ATM for someone else. That's the death should make sense.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they decided to go for this Yuzhong and they haven't been utilizing it like what they did in game number 3, where the real world manipulation just doesn't really connect to benefit the Burn X Flash members. This time, they're not team fighting.
They're losing the steam.
Yeah.
It's like they're running out of charcoal or coal, rather.
For sure.
And it's just not pumping.
Well, didn't spot D7 there, but finally does now. Skill 2 in front, first skill, that's the ultimate. Smoke screen for D7, Wise comes down, gets them, CCAT isn't in time. Getting overturn, barely connects. Venus almost just took CCAT down.
Absolutely uncharacteristic to see a marksman chasing after an assassin.
ATM now with the Black Dragon form, Owl with Wind in Nature. With a Wind Chant, Pop able to escape. No heavy spin this time for Blacklist International as Donut is still clearing it out in the mid lane.
And
we still have 30 seconds left until the Lord comes out.
Yeah, but then again, there's really no team fight for the side of Burn X Flash.
I mean, we're looking at a 6,000 goal lead in favor of Blacklist International. What kind of possibility can Burn X Flash look out for? Because they do have Natalia. They can find trades.
Maybe, but they will have to wait for Donut to reach a maximum items. I don't think if you place this correctly, you will not be bursted out by the. By this Yin Yang overturn perhaps, or maybe by Owl. Then rely on D7. At this point, ATM is just a starter for team fights. He's not gonna be able to find the opening in the backlines.
I understand that they would want to extend this game for a little while longer in order for Donut to eventually get to the power of spike that they want.
That's the only option here.
And D7 can eventually get there as well, because once the D7 has got the item that you want, Owl is more or less dead. It's actually not just Owl. Oh, my Venus will be dead, UN will be dead, but X Flash would have a 1-for-1 trade no matter how it is going to be like.
But as it stands, they cannot team fight at all.
They can't, yeah, they can't. So in the mid stages of the game, that is the missing link that we're looking at, isn't it?
Yeah, perhaps yes.
Oh, Bravest Fighter, D7's gonna be caught in the stun as well with a flicker. Solo kill from Agent Zero.
You can't do that against Lapu. Natalia versus Lapu, that's gonna spell doom. So much armor, so much physical defense. And really no way for Natalia to win against
Donut's gonna be shut down! US with the Yin Yang overturn!
Let's not forget the Astral Echo. The debuff was on him as well, alright? The Yin Yang overturn damage was insane, but the question is, what was he doing there?
Oh, I don't know how to answer that, because now they will suffer from that kind of pickoff. 14 minutes, might lose an inhibitor because of this.
A 10,000 gold lead for Blacklist International. They're marching down, sieging the base, not giving any mercy. ATM with the Furious Dive. Bedford can be able to cancel it out. With the Bravest Spider, anti-CC. Venus is looking for the Astral Sphere, but they will just utilize the Enhanced Lord still in that top lane. Gonna be crashing down. Chuma isolated from the team. Now brought back with a heavy spin. D7 in the back line, trying to dive, but it's gonna be Yue! Again! Able to lock him down. Donut with a blazing duet in desperation, but ATM will fall to Agent Zero. Lord on the base. Burn X Flash falling one by one. The embers and the flames have been extinguished. Blacklist International have knocked the Cambodians out.
The first team that has made their way up and climbing it all through to the grand finals. Blacklist International. Ladies and gentlemen, bear witness.
Another grand finals for the VY stand-up and the entirety of Blacklist International, and they did it in style. Burn X Flash. Very well done in the first 2 games of this series. You thought that they would win game number 1. They won game number 2. But 3 and 4, the fire has been put out by Blacklist International.
Manjeezy in the building, showing his love and support for Blacklist International. And man, what a series. Burn gave it their all, but Blacklist still too strong to overcome.
It is really unfortunate. The hopes for the side of Burn X Flash was dashed. And I am just heartbroken for them. But we'll take a look at the interview. Let's go on.
Hey, how are Blacklist? Boy, wow! នេះគឺជា battle ដែលខ្លាំងក្លាមែនទែនយើងឃើញថា Burn X Flash ទទួលបាននៅ1ពិន្ទុប៉ុន្តែចុងក្រោយគឺ Blacklist ត្រូវបានយកឈ្នះទៅលើការប្រកួតមួយនេះផងដែរអញ្ចឹងហើយនេះពិតជាការប្រកួតស៊ីសាច់ហត់ឈាមដ៏ខ្លាំងក្លាមែនទែនសូមហៅឲ្យ Blacklist មួយទៀតបាទវ៉ាវយើងឃើញថា Burn X Flash របស់យើងក៏មិនអត់ដែរប៉ុន្តែចុងក្រោយទោះបីជាមិនទទួលបានជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះក៏ដោយក៏យើងបានខំប្រឹងអស់ពីសមត្ថភាពរបស់ Burn X Flash របស់យើងដែលជាម្ចាស់ផ្ទះផងដែរបាទឥឡូវនេះយើងចង់ដឹងថាតើ Blacklist ដែលគាត់ជាអ្នកទទួលបានជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះតើគាត់មានអារម្មណ៍យ៉ាងណា Okay now I'm gonna pass it to Mara on the stage
Congratulations to Blacklist International! Everybody, once again, Blacklist! And they keep on breaking the code. Wise! Galing, congratulations! You guys are going to the grand finals. How does that feel?
Para sa akin, masaya kasi mindset ko, this tournament, pangatlo lang kami sa malakas eh. So para sa akin, certain na nasa grand finals ulit kami.
He feels like he's very lucky because his mindset is in the tournament. So he feels super lucky that once again they go to the grand finals.
Okay, គាត់ពិតជាគាត់ថាគាត់ពិតជាសំណាងមែនទែននៅក្នុងការដែលគាត់អាចចូលទៅកាន់ grand final បានបាទ
Wise, your mom is here. For the first time, she's watching a tournament. She mentioned earlier that she doesn't go to the regular season because she gets really nervous. And she flew all the way here with your baby sister, Maria. For sure, your mom is emotional right now. What do you want to say to Mommy Cherry?
Mas nakakaba bukas kasi ano na yun eh, parang final boss na eh.
So he's more nervous for tomorrow because tomorrow is like facing the final boss. What do you have to say to your mom's support?
Yun, thank you so much ma and I love you.
យើងឃើញហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានៅពេលដែល Blacklist ទទួលបានជ័យជំនះគាត់នឹងជួបជាមួយនឹងក្រុមដែលខ្លាំងមែនទែនដែលមានដូចជា ONIC ក៏ដូចជា Philippines របស់គាត់ផ្ទាល់តែម្ដងគឺ Echo អញ្ចឹងហើយតើគាត់កាន់តែមានអារម្មណ៍ថាក្តុកក្តួលហើយការសងសឹកនឹងចាប់ផ្ដើមនៅពេលថ្ងៃស្អែកនេះផងដែរគាត់អរគុណទៅដល់ fan របស់ Philippines ក៏ដូចជាម៉ាក់គាត់ដែលបានមកគាំទ្រគាត់តាំងពី Philippines មកដល់កម្ពុជាផងដែរបាទ Okay, so my question is that how do you think and is there any opinion about the Burn X Flash because Burn X Flash at least win one battle and how do you think about it and what is the stylish and strategy of it? How do you think about the Burn X Flash? Is there any opinion about them?
Yeah, they are really good and I think this is the best form of Burn X Flash and I think if they continue, we will see them at M5.
Wow! គាត់ថា Burn X Flash របស់យើងបានរីកចម្រើនខ្លាំងមែនទែនហើយក៏ជាដៃគូមួយដែលខ្លាំងផងដែរបើសិនជា Burn X Flash របស់យើងខំប្រឹងកាន់តែខ្លាំងជាងនេះទៀតគាត់នឹងជួបជាមួយនឹង Burn X Flash នៅក្នុង M5 ផងដែរនៅប្រទេស Philippines Manila.
And this question now is for Venus. V, you're always impressing us. It's the first time that we got to see Navaria as roamer for MSC. Other people used Navaria before and actually Burn X Flash picked Natalia to counter that. But you were able to make it successful. What is it about the things that you do that no matter what heroes you pick, you were able to make it work like Navaria as roamer?
Ang ganda kasi niya eh. Ang lakas niya maka-Barbie and sobrang nagustuhan ko talaga yung ano niya, yung itsura niya, at the same time yung playstyle niya.
So Navaria is really beautiful and Venus liked the look and also the play style of Navaria. Oh, a lot of people are going to be using Navaria in the rank for sure.
Okay, ដោយសារតា my witness គាត់បាន pick Navaria I'm sorry Navaria as a roamer and គាត់ថាគាត់ hero មួយហ្នឹងគឺពិតជាស្រស់ស្អាតមែនទែនហើយមិនថា hero ណាទេឲ្យតែ Oh My Venus គាត់បានយកមកគឺគាត់ kill បានទាំងអស់តែម្ដងនេះពិតជាអស្ចារ្យមែនទែនបាទ
Now Yue, I don't know if you heard the crowd earlier. After game number 1 and then game number 3, they said you were a beast. Halimaw, kumbaga. Even when the opponent was using glue, usually glues are very tanky, but when you use your Valentina, you really made it work. What is it about you that you're not getting nervous in the international stage and you're really shining for Blacklist International?
Nilalaro ko lang dapat yung dapat kong laruin, tsaka binibigay ko yung best ko sa every game namin.
He's just playing his best and giving it his all for all the games that he's putting in.
អូខេមិនថាធ្វើយ៉ាងណាទេគ្រាន់តែលេងឲ្យអស់ពីលទ្ធភាពដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចធ្វើទៅបាននេះហើយគឺជាការលេងមួយដែលល្អបំផុតហើយអាចទទួលបាននូវជ័យជំនះផងដែរបាទ
All right, here we go. This is the question. Tomorrow, you will figure out if it's going to be Echo or ONIC. We want to know who you want to match up against. Who does Blacklist pick?
If you have a choice.
Al, Edward, you can take the mic, or Venus.
Can it be Philippine versus Philippine?
Kahit sino na sa kanila, kasi katulad nga ng sinabi ni Wires, sila yung better team kumpara sa amin. And I think mag-agree naman yung lahat. So, ready na kaming maduro sa finals. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Venus is saying that either one of them they're fine with because Venus thinks that they're a better team. Those two are better than Blacklist International. So whoever they'll meet in the grand finals, they're really happy with. Wow, thank you, Venus. And now once again.
បាទយើងឃើញថាទោះបីជាគាត់បានជួបជាមួយនឹង ONIC ក៏ដូចជា Philippines របស់គាត់ផ្ទាល់ក៏ដោយគឺ Echo គាត់ថាមិនថាអ្នកណាមួយគឺសិតតែខ្លាំងដូចគ្នាហើយគាត់នឹងខំព្យាយាមឲ្យអស់ពីលទ្ធភាពនៅក្នុងការទទួលបាននូវជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃស្អែកផងដែរបាទ
Who do you guys think the MVP is? Make some noise. MVP of the game is... Now let's take a look. Most valuable player is... Oh my Venus! Oh my Venus, you're shaking your head. Why? What's going on?
For me, I think mas maganda yung naging performance sa mga teammates ko compared sa akin.
Venus thinks that the performance of his teammates is much better than what he did.
គាត់ថា teammate របស់គាត់គឺក្រុមរបស់គាត់បានធ្វើល្អជាងអ្វីដែលគាត់បានធ្វើទៀតមិនមែនដោយសារតែគាត់មួយទេបាទ
Okay, now you said the teammates performed better. If you were to praise a player right now, who would that be and why? Who do you think deserves the MVP?
All of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
You can pick one player, just one.
No, all of them.
All of them.
ទាំងអស់តែម្ដងមិនអាចជ្រើសរើសយកអ្នកណាមួយខ្វះអ្នកណាមួយបានទេបាទ
What a true team captain. Once again, everybody, Blacklist! Blacklist! Congratulations, Blacklist International! They're heading to the grand final, so we're gonna break that down for you and head back to the casters. Let's see the world.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after such a tight series, we gotta have to bring Lil into this.
Thank you so much. I would love to be part of this. Now, giving over our MVP not just for this game, but also for the series.
Okay.
Oh my Venus, almost single-handedly for making Novaria Rome a thing.
Yes. Well, number one, he went for the bottom lane rotation first. So they really just destroyed Donut's lane. And then he was able to connect onto many Astros and the ultimate. And the fact that he applies she applies vision to his teammates so much in this particular game. 1-0 and 5. Although my personal bet for the MVP of the series will be Wise. I think that Oh My Venus's contributions in game number 1 and 2 was so critical for the recovery of Blacklist International.
I think throughout the game, the main focus that they would want to have is to get to make sure that Novaria moves around freely. D7 even picked up the Natalia, but yet there wasn't even once that D7 has managed to get a kill down onto Novara. In fact, the only one kill that D7 had was onto Yue. So there is a lot that Blacklist International did for the team. They same thing, same MO. They played together as a unit. And it's tough to break through that kind of walls that they've built.
I think the problem as well with the Natalia is the fact that they picked it a bit too early. I feel like it was way too early. In the first phase, you pick it up and it's instantly countered. You can ban all the heroes you want, but you can only choose 2 in the second phase. And that really, really hurt them. We mentioned Rafaela, we mentioned a few, but we completely forgot. Yo, Venus has been playing in Novaria as a roamer, and yeah, it opens up the map. What are you supposed to do?
Another problem here for Burning Slash, apart from the fact that they first face picked Natalia, is that they fourth pick into this Yu Zhong. And although we kind of thought that it would be good, but you already know that there's a Brody. There is a Rakai, for example, in the opposing end. And it's not like the Novaria is heavily countered by the Yu Zhong. If you jump to the Novaria, it's not going to help you. So really, there's not much that it achieves. And also, it's almost a negative synergy to the Natalia, because you want someone to stay in lane, to clear out the waves, to manage the minions, so that the Natalia eventually will find an opening to the back lines.
So just looking for the kind of lane controls is what we want to see, but you said that Yu Zhong wants to clear, get out of the lane. But Edward becomes the one that stayed behind, but his wave clear is not bad as well. Eventually he'll be able to clear the wave and then eventually be in a safe place, and D7 has got left with no job to do.
Okay, it was definitely blue-sided. This game is, or color blue-sided, not the side, because of the fact that Blacklist International really understood the scenario. They picked up Akai as their first pick. Rarely happens now, but for Blacklist International, very much applicable because of the fact that they know that eventually the Baxia or the heroes for Wise will already be banned out by Burnix Flash. And now they third pick the heroes that will be, I mean, the fourth pick on the Lapu-Lapu was just so good. It would have been good for Burnix Flash, honestly. And looking at their composition, maybe they're eyeing for that one. The fact that it was stolen away from them at the pick number 4, that allowed Blacklist to have staying power in the team fights and also help out in the heavy spin v heavy spin lineup interaction, I mean.
There seems to be a shift in the metagame this deep into the knockout stage of MSC 2023. We'll talk more about that in just a bit. We would like to first thank everyone making MSC 2023 possible. MSC 2023 is powered by Moonton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Gentlemen, I can't wait to see what else comes through, because the upcoming matchup is going to be a fast-paced, action-packed bout between the 2 MPL champions. It's Echo from MPL Philippines and ONIC from MPL Indonesia. I'm excited. That's an understatement.
Yeah, Mirko, are you going to be in the table for that one?
I don't know. We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
You don't know?
That is going to be devastating for him.
I know that I'll be there. I hope that you're there at the desk.
Right. I'll be here. I'll be here. I'll be here for you, Wolf.
Will Etherna be here as well? Huh? Will Etherna be here as well?
I don't know about that one.
I don't know if she's ready. That's a question. But folks, it's been an honor. Thank you all so much for joining us. We've got 2 more matches tonight. 2 more best of 5s jam-packed. On behalf of Wolf, Mirko, and Abstract, I'm Leo. Stay with us. You're watching MSC.
Every boundary and chain, ain't nothing can stop our restraint. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his match. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
menjadi tahun bersejarah saat ONIC Esports menjadi tim Indonesia pertama yang menjuarai MSC. Tangguh, itulah satu kata yang tepat untuk menggambarkan ONIC Esports. Pada MPL Indonesia Season 11 babak playoff, ONIC tak terkalahkan satu game pun. Secara 2 tahun beruntun, MPL ini menjadi panggungnya ONIC Esports dengan mengalahkan Blacklist International di 2021 dan Geek Fam di 2022. Menemani ONIC Esports, EVOS Legends mendapatkan julukan The King of Comeback pada MPL Indonesia Season 11. Sang Harimau Biru telah menjadi tim Indonesia dan dunia pertama yang menjuarai M-Series. Mereka juga membawa nama Indonesia melambung tinggi di IESF 2022 dengan mengalahkan Filipina. Catatan sejarah telah diraih kedua tim Indonesia. Dan kini, ONIC Esports bersama EVOS Legends siap untuk bertarung untuk mengukir sejarah baru di panggung internasional MSC 2023. Berikan dukungan terbaik kalian untuk tim Indonesia.
Hello guys, I'm Moon. I'm from Team Toda.
Hello guys, I'm Sanford from Echo. Let me introduce you Dino, my favorite dinosaur.
Okay, ini bilik yang pertama. Kita tekan loceng dulu guys.
Let's check our room first. Let's go. And Benny, let me get some drinks first. So I'll get some coffee and Coke.
Ini dia guys. Ini adalah bilik Ciku dan Momo. Nak tanya satu benda Mo. Mana Fomes Cuba cari dalam toilet. Tak ada pun. Tak ada. So kita berada di dalam bilik. Kita berada di dalam bilik Yum dan Rival. So Yum, nak tanya sedikit lah beberapa soalan. Apakah hero favourite? Chow. Kenapa Chow? Chow.
Hello.
Hello guys.
This is Martisi and Yao's room, guys. They're eating some Filipino food right now, guys.
This is honey barbecue and buffalo wings. Chicken.
Boleh kami masuk?
Tak boleh lah.
Kaya ito tayo na.
There is something here inside.
And-
It's called bulalo.
Mana Fomis? Tak tahu. Tak tahu. Main semi
Oh, sebenarnya ni sini.
Ha? Ada ke? Ada ke? Kita dah cari 3 bilik dah guys.
Sini, cuba tengok. Ada tak?
Kau scam aku
That's the end of our room tour.
Thank you so much for the support kepada family, kawan-kawan, fans.
Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Fomis.
They flew out hot after their grand finals performance in MPL Philippines Season 10. And here we're seeing the rivalry of a century. The age of the Orcas is now. Echo are your M4 World Champions.
Echo books their ticket to MSC and the grand finals. A rematch against Blacklist International. A rematch. Blacklist International and Echo taking the rivalry form from Season 10. Taking the rivalry continued in M4. Now here we are in the grand finals of Season 11.
This is destiny moving in a way na parang kailangan pa nila mag-meet. Yung M4 World Championship, nakita natin kung ano yung naging resulta doon, nanalo yung Echo. And parang binigyan ng tadhana ng panahon na makabawi yung Blacklist or yung Echo para ma-ensure na sila talaga ang pinakamalakas na Filipino team.
Medyo po kami yan sa last day ng playoffs po sa Grand Finals. Bigyan niyo po kami ng clear na pag-iisip and discipline po yung sa gaming na maganda po yung kalabas ng Franco.
Blacklist International will now respect back the Franco and the Kaja.
Hanap nila blue no?
Binibigay, oo nga, Dragon, ni Sanford. For the third pick, after kasi ng Season 10 Grand Finals, marami ang nagsabi na kaya din nanalo ang Blacklist kasi parang naubusan ng Echo sa kanilang mga binaong strat. Ngayon parang ang dami. Parang malulunod siya tayo eh. Oo.
It's going to be Harik.
Okay.
Balir. Boss 5.
Hindi ganun kaganda ang ultimate ng isang Balir. So, masasabi natin medyo useless siya para sa Valentina. Hindi sila kumuha ng na ganun kaganda yung ultimate. And at the same time, parang ma-force yung Valentina na real world manipulation lagi kukunin ko. Can Blacklist International do the reverse? Pero ngayon siya atay na pasobra dahil siya ni Edward dito, a beautiful switch onto the mid lane. Pero si Cortez hindi ata papayag na walang kapalit. Pero nabitin ng bahagya yung maaari niyang tawiran doon sa mga minions mula sa mid lane. Nakutod ba siya? Makikita ba siya ni Carl? Abot ata. King Wise.
Walang retry.
Nakawan sila dito ng orange buff. Kaso nga lang siya ay may hipin sa tatlo. Wise dito, may pansalba nga ba si Omoy Pino sa Fraser's Wrath. Sakto yung bitaw. Kaso nga lang hindi umabot yung altar. And Omoy Pino's trying to zone everyone. Pero look at Sanji. Numarap. Eto na, pasok King Wise. Ulit si Yawi. O si Yawi nga talaga maging target nila. Hindi na nga ito makatakas pa tungkol sa real world manipulation. Kaso nga lang natuhog sila dito. ng execution. Owl and Omoy Pinos will go down. Pero si Edward naman naghanap ng pwedeng hulihin. Naghanap siya ng pwedeng sa punukan. Pero pwede naman silang umuli pa ng isa. At mukhang makukuha nga talaga. Kaso nga lang si Carl. Sobrang kunat, sobrang sakit, sobrang dulas. Lahat na ibigay mo sa kanya. And sasabayan pa. Saban force the force. Pero andun din yung pagtulak ni Yawi upang mapigilan niya yung pagtakas ni The Queen. Sinabi na ni Wolf, every time na may dragon, may follow-up na dalawa na hindi mo alam kung anong skill. Ganon din naman yung Eve Ultimate. Diyan na naman yung dragon ni Sanford. talagang mag-push away dito sa members ng Blacklist International. Pero si Edward na nakapwesto, so meron silang info. Maaari silang umabol, kaso nga lang sobrang tapang ni Carl. Aray lang niyang wala talaga magpa-first down sa kanya, kaya sobrang tapang nila kung pumasok. Wise goes down.
Nagkakaroon ng magandang pwesto si Sanji, pati na rin si Yawi.
Subok lumaban ng Blacklist International, pero hindi, the Dragon ni Sanford. Hahabulin talaga iba ng backline, pero masyado atang maagang na-pop yung altar. Kaya naman sila ay mapapunish bigla. Wise is down. Wala na yung red holder, pero marireset na naman yung Lord. Awal ang pasok dito. Kaso nga lang matutulak naman si Yawi. Tapos may paapoy-apoy pa, may palagkit-lagkit pa. Pero si The Queen na magsisave sa kanya. My goodness, go easy. The young goat. Blacklist International, they want the retaliation play. Dito na nagalit ang mga agents. Biglang may mission accomplished. Pasok si Carl this time. Nais nilang dumipensa dito mula sa push na nais gawin ng Blacklist International. May ipin nga lang dito si Yue, pero hakulin pa rin naman talaga nila. Gusto lang andun yung altar, pero hindi magiging ang parang save si Yue. Mahimit ata ang members ng Blacklist International dito sa may gitna. Nakag-shoot na rin yung mga spells na pwede na gamitin sana. So yung Echo, may Echo sila. Wala yung mga spells, wala yung mga skills. Maaari tayong umarangkada. Oh man, it just a snap. What's he play though? Wala talaga yung ganito. Si Aul nga talaga ang bibigyan nila. At nandito na rin naman yung Dragon. Wala na si Aul. Wala na yung damage na asahan ng Blacklist International. Yung Echo, sila na ngayon na magde-decide na rekta tayo sa Lord. Push na sila sa mid lane. Sakto lang din yung pagbitaw noong Dragon. Tapos yung altar binitawan na rin at si Colty, si Tatahi pa, may pirma pa sa base ng Blacklist International. Sakto yung mga tusok. Kaso nga lang low na rin sila. Pero nakuha nila si Wise. Pero makapag-regent din naman agad yung members ng Blacklist International. Madedepensahan nila yung Lord. Kaso nga lang may parating pang minions. Medyo makabal mula doon sa bottom lane. At meron pang kasabay sa mid lane. Will this be it? Will Blacklist International manage to defend this? Dahil yung Echo ayaw na naman papigil. Okay, tingnan natin. Pasok ngayon. Oh my Venus, sabay sa akin force naman ni Very Cute. Hahabol naman sila sa gitna. Mukhang mahulin na dito si Queen. Pero mabilis pa naman yung death timer. Si Immortality Pump nga lang para kay Edward. Nakabangan nila naman may inward manipulation pa. And yung minions na Monday, sapat ata. Hahabulin na sila ng mga Onka. Pero ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang depensa. Pero ang goal ng Echo ay yung pace. Ang kampiyon ng MLBB Season 11. Echo!
I came this far, nothing can stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose.
Muling kinalaban ng Orcas ang Blacklist International.
I'ma keep winning.
But the better team
I'ma keep winning.
came up on top.
I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself, I'ma keep. You can try to save yourself, I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself. Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MC's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know put a fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself.
I feel excited because we gonna face only the strongest team from Cambodia, from Indonesia.
ONIC from Cambodia.
but now they are in Cambodia.
Keep the spirits burning, and the bright lights flashing through. The whole team
Although we did try our best to win, but it's fine, it's okay. It's good to experience that we fought ONIC Indo and GG. Yeah.
Armor.
មូលហេតុដែលពួកយើងចង់ revenge ទៅ team outplay ពីព្រោះការព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ M4 ពួកយើងបានចាញ់ទៅលើ team គាត់ដែលយើងគិតពេលនោះយើងគិតថា team យើងអាចនឹងបដូរគាត់បានប៉ុន្តែនៅពេលដែលយើងប៉ះគ្នានៅវគ្គ play off បែរជា team គាត់បដូរ team យើងវិញខ្ញុំចង់ផ្ដាំទៅហ៊ុនវិញនេះគឺជាទឹកដីរបស់ពួកយើងចាំមើលថាការប្រកួតក្នុងមុខអ្នកណាជាអ្នកដណ្ដើមបាន
We will train more harder for later on.
I hope we have a good fight.
Good luck and we will ban your hero Diablo.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and law. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
I'm Diablo for IGSG.
เขาชื่อเอจิมาจากประเทศลาว
Sky TV from Eco Philippines.
I'm Yawi from Eco Philippines.
I am Raime from MLBB Esports. I am from Myanmar. I'm Chma, one of the junglers in Cambodia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جمهور موبايل ليجند الكريم منورين أحلى عيلة وأحلى جمهور في الدنيا.
And I just want to tell you guys all to get hype and to get excited for MSC 2023.
All the underdogs are coming from across the world to go and compete against the pros, against the favorites.
With that being said, hashtag see the world and hashtag roar for MSC.
Roar for MSC.
Dan foto dah buat betul-betul and langgar semua betul-betul. Alright.
Hashtag roar for MSC. Hashtag see the world.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
Hashtag roar for MSC. Hashtag see the world. GG RG.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
And Shark, I know you're hungry for first place.
Outplay them, outclass them, outstyle them. Let's go get them, boys.
Türkiye şampiyonasını güzel bir şekilde kazandık. Umarım MSC'de güzel şeyler yapacağız.
See the world, roll for MSC. Don't forget to watch us in MSC.
I hope you support us on MSC.
See the world and roar for MSC.
It's time to roar for MSC and hashtag see the world.
Hi, ako nga po pala si Sanford Marin Binuya, also known as Sanford. Naglalaro sa Echo bilang XP laner. Ang favorite kong MLBB hero ay si Yuzong kasi ilang beses ko na rin siya nagamit sa mga tournaments tulad sa M4, sa MPL kasi parang isa siya sa mga hero na doon ako sobrang komportable dahil lakas niya sa lane, kaya niya sumustain, and then kaya niya din pumatay sa likod ng mag-isa. And ilang beses na kami nanalo sa hero na to, and nung season 11 parang wala po ata kami talo sa paggamit ng Yuzo. Kaya siya po talaga yung pinaka gusto kong gamitin. Opo, 100%. Gagamitin ko po talaga siya sa MSC kahit anong kalaban. Para po sa akin, real life hero ko po is yung parents ko kasi sila po yung sumuporta po sa akin nung umpisa pa, and hanggang ngayon, sila po yung dahilan kaya ginagalingan ko po.
Hi, ako po si Juliet Marin Binuya. Mami po ako ni Sanford Binuya.
Hello, ako si Jeff Binuya, father ni Sanford.
Proud po ako sa kanya dahil mabait na bata, masunurin. Lahat ng advice namin sa kanya, sinusunod niya.
Sanford kasi di alam ng karamihan ay mahihayin. Tulad nung tuwing nasa labas kami, siya nagtatago sa mga fans na.
Nung una, si Sanford, nag-a-archie lang yan nasa bahay dahil nga pandemic. Akala ko kung ano yung ginagawa niya. And then, nakikipaglaro sa mga pro player. Tapos, nung isang araw, nag-top global nga siya. Tinawagan ako ni Dogi. Nakukunin nga siya sa NXP. Ayaw man namin, pero nakita ko siya. Gusto niya talagang makapasok sa larangan NL.
Actually, yung sa akin naman, talagang tutol ako sa kanya. Dahil unang-una, mapapabayaan niya yung pag-aaral. Very important kasi sa akin yung studies other than maglaro siya. Bali, parang nagkamali akong nang inala dahil pinakita niya sa akin kung paano siya maglaro sa FPL. And dahil doon, nagkaroon na ako ng kumpiyansa na hayaan na lang siya. Sample, ang unang-una yung Panginoon. Huwag mong kalimutang nanalangin. At the same time, yung galing mo, magkumpiyansa ka lang. Dahil yan ang magdala sa'yo sa tagumpay.
Sanford, good luck galingan mo. Sana huwag kang magbago. Mahal na mahal ka namin ng papa mo. Nandito lang kami parate, laging nakasuporta sa'yo.
Thank you so much. Kasi kahit di ka naniwala nung una, sinuportahan mo pa rin ako, and lagi mo tatandaan lahat ng laro ko para sa'yo. Thank you din kasi ikaw yung number 1 supporter ko, and kahit through ups and down, andiyan ka pa rin, and then para sa inyo ni Papa yung mga laro kaya ginagalingan ko. Thank you po pala sa mga sumuporta sa akin simula nung umpisa, and mas lalo ko pang gagalingan sa paparating na MSC para makuha namin yung kampeonato para sa inyo.
My name is John Marwilla Luna. I am the team captain and the tank support of Blacklist International.
Ready for the better cry with a mighty try. We're against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and man. Shining like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Cynical swing. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise as we will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Start a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and life. Shining like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us the practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us sway. S-E-A-C, the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C, the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb a rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Start a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, keep the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb a rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes with grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb a rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and life. Shining like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us the practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching MSC 2023 Semifinals. My name is Mara Aquino.
My name is Robbie.
Now, earlier today, we witnessed Blacklist International defeat Burn X Flash in an intense best-of-5 series. And they booked the first ticket to the grand finals. Who will join them next? The upcoming match will be between two dominant forces.
អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានឃើញហើយថា Blacklist ទទួលបាននូវជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះដូច្នេះហើយបន្តទៅទៀតនេះថាតើអ្នកណានឹងចូលរួមនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតបន្តទៅទៀតផងដែររវាងការប្រកួតដ៏ស៊ីសាច់ហត់ឈាមនៅពេលបន្តិចទៅទៀតនេះ
On one end, we have Echo. They have proven time and again that they are masters of the game that we love with their flawless coordination and unmatched skills that sets them apart from the rest.
ប៉ុន្តែជាចុងក្រោយក៏យើងមាន Echo ផងដែរដែលពួកគេគឺជាអ្នកប្រយុទ្ធដ៏អស្ចារ្យមួយហើយការបញ្ចេញ skill របស់គេក៏ដូចជាការសម្របសម្រួលរបស់គេពិតជាអស្ចារ្យខុសពីប្លែកពីអ្នកដទៃផងដែរ
Now standing in their way is ONIC from Indonesia, fueled by revenge. They are out to bring Echo down, vengeful from the results of the M4. And now they aim to bring down the world champs.
មួយទៀតយើងក៏ឃើញថានៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះយើងក៏មាន ONIC ដែលមកពី Indonesia ផងដែរដែលពួកគេសិតតែជាជើងខ្លាំងនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះអញ្ចឹងដោយសារតែ ONIC ទទួលបាននៅការបរាជ័យនៅក្នុង M4 តើ MSC ឆ្នាំ2023នេះថាតើ ONIC អាចទទួលបាននូវជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងការយកត្រឡប់មកវិញពី Echo ដែរឬទេ
Two titans will collide, and now we are going to find out who will be the winner. Will it be Echo from the Philippines or ONIC from Indonesia? So let's get this started. Casters, take us to see the world.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino, and as well as Rabi back up on the main stage doing and absolutely killing it up there. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your host for today here at the desk, but we got a very big match. So big, in a matter of fact, that we had to extend the size of our table. Welcome to MSC 2023 knockout stage. This is going to be our desk. We had to balance it out a little bit, but we have Wolf, we have Leo, we have Mirko, and of course we have the general himself, the Lar, to give us his insights about the upcoming match. Boys, how are you feeling today? And especially you, Mr. Sir General.
Apa kabar, Dilar? Apa kabar?
Baik, Bang.
Baik, Bang. It's great. It's great that we have trilingual. It's terrible that I don't know either Tagalog or even apparently Bahasa Indo, but he's picked it up really, really quick. Guys, if you don't know just yet, MSC 2023 is powered by Monton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. So thank you to our lovely sponsors because MSC wouldn't be possible without your support. And a special shout out to Secret Lab, our official gaming chair, where it comes to with built-in lumbar support system that you can just adjust for your spine, an incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow, and brand new fabrics to enhance the perfect designs. Enjoy the same performance advantages trusted by the world's biggest esports tournaments at secretlab.co. And I'm glad that we're sitting on these Secret Labs because I've already purchased the Rune Sentinel. I'm looking at you, Leo, because you've been bragging about it all this time.
Actually, it's the jawhead skin I need right now. Let this be a 48-hour notice, all right?
Okay.
Only up until the 18th of June will you be able to work on that pass. And when you do, you can get up to 3,500 MSC coins. And again, the Rune Sentinel, once you purchase it for 889 diamonds. And of course, get your picks of the Space Explorer Jawhead skin, the Clawed Earth's Mightiest, and other rich rewards. So if you manage to finish all of these tasks, you make the right guesses, you can get into that shop and just get whatever you want, the goodies to your heart's content. Again, 899 diamonds. Don't wait now. Join the fight and explore the MSC Pass now. Use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag See the World, and hashtag MSC 2023 when talking about it on social media.
Talk about it even more because, again, the fact that we have Delar here, we're going to pick your brain. Okay. You have faced this matchup before. You've played against ONIC before. What is it like standing on that main stage with the Cambodian fans playing against a team like ONIC?
Play against
What's it
Team
like?
ONIC. They are very strong and mereka kuat banget sih. Kaya satu package. Ya gitu. Jadi,
they're like one package.
This is a big match.
All right, so basically what he said, again, is just like ONIC are very tough to face off against, and they seem like just one big package. It's not individuals playing, it's a whole team.
Are we just ignoring the fact that Delar just...
Yeah, he spoke Indo.
Spoke Indo in his
He's actually Indonesian now.
Okay.
He speaks better Indo than me.
Oh my goodness. With that being said, let's take a look at the brackets right now. If you're just tuning into MSC 2023 and you missed out on a lot of the action, don't worry, we'll keep you up to date. Previously, we just saw Blacklist International take down the hometown boys, Burn X Flash, in a tight series ending 3-1. And we'll be moving on to the grand finals. The question is, who will be meeting them there? Is it going to be Echo or is it going to be ONIC? And I'm going to throw you this question. Delar, where does your allegiance lie? Echo, ONIC for the grand finals?
Si Benar niya, may prediction, 3-2 si. Yeah. 3-2.
3-2?
Harus game 5.
Siapa yang menang?
Siapa yang menang? Kalau gua mau ONIC sih.
Okay.
Jadi Indo lawan PH.
Okay. So basically, again, I'll translate. What Dilar wants is a 3-2. That's what he wants, right? But he wants ONIC to win 3-2 to make it Indo versus PH in the grand finals. Now, I can translate for you in Tagalog as well. Do you want?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I can't. All the words I know are not for broadcast.
With that being said, I'm looking at the Filipinos on the other side of the table. You're talking, this is a local man imported and adopted by Indonesia and is hoping that Indonesia makes it all the way.
Tanungin niyo ako ng Tagalog.
Hindi ako mapaniwala. I cannot believe what is happening here. Dilar, you want to...
I'll translate.
I'll speak in Tagalog. Hindi ako mapaniwala sa nangyayari ito dahil si Dilar ay matatas na magsalita ng bahasa Indo. At Indonesian pa yung binoto niya.
Wolf can't believe that Dilar is speaking so fluently in Bahasa Indo, and he chose ONIC. Dilar, why?
Meron ako dyan.
Oh, bakit?
Kasi palagi nagtatagpo yung yung Echo tsaka Blacklist, di ba? Laging nananalo yung Echo. Tapos hindi pa nagtatagpo yung Blacklist tsaka ONIC Indonesia. Gusto ko makita yung tapatan nila.
Okay.
Tsaka laging finals yung PH tsaka PH eh.
Para maiba.
Para maiba naman.
All right. Okay. Dilar wants to see something else. We've never seen a Blacklist versus ONIC in a grand finals of an international tournament. So this should just shake things up. That's coming from the general's mouth.
I'm just gonna nod my head and pretend like I understand everything. I feel like I'm the one that's out of place here, strangely enough. But if they're going to be able to achieve that, I'm gonna look at our analyst, Wolf. How are we gonna be able to kind of break this PH finals, especially if you were in ONIC's position?
Yeah, definitely ONIC. Everybody from ONIC needs to step up because what we saw from the international performances of ONIC, like typically they don't perform as well. But there was a lot of changes though. Now Coach Yep is leading and Kyrie is in ever so top form. Boots and Sans were ever so reliable. And this time, Chewe has been amazing compared to other international tournaments of ONIC.
I mean, if we're talking about Chewe, he's been with the team for a long time. When they were first called the Sky Kings, as these rivals unite one more time to face off against the world champions. I mean, there's even a little bit of history during M4. Am I right, Leo?
Yep, at M4, it was Echo who dropped ONIC into the lower bracket for the inevitable Indonesian Civil War. It was a 3-1 between Echo and ONIC, and then RRQ had to do what they had to do. And eventually, that's where we find ourselves now. It's also a grudge match between these two powerhouses from Indonesia and the Philippines.
Interestingly enough, we have some very good insight from Dilar. At the very least, he hasn't been able to play as much as we would love to have seen him here at the international tournament, but it gives him some time to take that top-down view, look from the outside. If you were part of ONIC and you were thinking about how do we take on Echo of all teams, what's the first step?
Tingin ko kailangan maging consistent ni Chewe tsaka ni Boots sa laban nila sa Echo. Kasi nung nakaraan, kumbaga kinapos sila dun sa pagkatapat nila si Sanford tsaka si Benny Cutie. Ngayon, sobrang ganda ng performance si Chewe tsaka ni Boots. Kaya tingin kong magiging maganda talaga yung laban.
All right, Dilar says CW and Boots have to be consistent in their upcoming matchup against Benny Cutie and Sanford specifically. They have to play at the top of their game. So for this to work out for ONIC and all the people rooting for ONIC, you have to look at Chewe and Boots.
Well, to be fair, I mean, ONIC is the only team who has technically gone undefeated since the group stages all the way up till the knockout rounds. And even during the first couple of knockout rounds, they still haven't dropped a single game. Their stats may not be necessarily the most impressive, but I want to ask the formal Indonesian here, do you agree with Dilar? Is this going to be a Boots and as well as Chewe matchup that's very dependent?
I think I have to agree with him, right? I mean, especially after watching M4, the reason ONIC were just not on the same level of the PH teams was because of the two side laners not performing to the level of the international standard. That has always been the cap for ONIC, the mental cap, the mental block that Yeb and Adi have told me personally that This time, they're ready. And so far, like you mentioned, they are looking ready. In the group stages, not dropping a single game, and even here in the knockout stages, not dropping a single game. Unfortunately, I have to, talk about the loss yesterday against your team, Delar. It's okay, but yeah, again, 3-0, and this win streak is actually all the way from the playoffs from MPLID. They haven't lost a single game since MPLID playoffs.
So that's a lot of momentum coming into it.
Whoa.
I'm looking at Wolf and he's just like, you didn't expect that to happen at some point.
No, definitely not. You saw that this is consistency, and I was able to talk to Coach Yev, and Dilar knows this for sure. The Coach Yev, as a head coach, he really wants to make sure that you know your job to do. It's not just about the roles. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to achieve. The entirety of ONIC didn't have that. They were playing on instincts before Coach Yev took the helm, and now maybe that's a difference why they are undefeated for quite a long time now.
All right, we've been talking so much about ONIC, but let's see whether not only can they talk the talk, but walk the walk. They're going up against the world champions. It's time for the walkouts. To officiate the match, we have our marshals here to facilitate the game. Rith, Shadow, Jot, and Alex, as they are here to ensure fair play and esports integrity. Hold your breath as the Orcas, the Apex Predators, the untamed force of MLBB are ready to dive into the battlefield. It's Echo!
Masters of strategy and unrivaled skill, Echo is regarded as a team with no glaring weakness.
The true beast is the Land of Dawn. They are able to switch up their playstyles as they go.
The sky splits open as the champions descend, and the arena becomes their kingdom. Let's welcome the Sky Kings, ONIC!
The Raja Langit graces us with their presence as they look to topple the indomitable M4 World Champions.
They've showcased a majestic display of skill and power. Again, the only team yet to drop a single game in MSC 2023.
We introduce the masterminds of both teams, Coach Tic Tac with Coach Trevor and Coach Yeb and Adi as analysts, alongside of our head marshal to referee this match. Two head coaches that are super familiar with each other, not just in the draft, but also in in-game tendencies and execution.
The best of the Philippines going up against the best of Indonesia. Is this the best series that we are about to see today? I'm so excited about this.
Many have said this is a grand finals worthy matchup. And I agree, looking at these two teams, it's the best against the best. But first, it's going to be the team lineup from Echo.
We got to talk about Echo through and through. All of these players' experience, all of these players are played as an out. Not one of them ain't holding and packing some heat.
Now, you see, everybody's just playing so well in their particular roles. But at the same time, if they group up together, it seems like they're so well gelled. They're not veering away from their usual picks. They don't have like pocket strategies or anything, but the mastery of their heroes and their roles is just next level.
I got to bring the question back to Delar. If there is any weaknesses here for Echo, what is it from a Filipino perspective?
Seriously, they don't have weakness. I think their strength is the Sansan duo.
Oh, wow.
If Sansan duo, they do their job really good, I think they're gonna win against ONIC.
Oh boy, I mean, it's gonna be tough here because we're hoping that something changes here, especially with the lineup. ONIC, Jewe, Kyrie, Boots, Sans, and as well as Keyboy. Mirko, I'm sure you got something to say about him.
The Sansan duo. On the other side is the Sansan solo. No, just Sans solo. It's just Sans, right? Gila Sans has been the theme for MPLID for such a long time. Regular season MVP, finals MVP, and it truly is Sans really lifting relifting himself to be one of the top mid laners in this tournament so far. Now, I'm going to bring it over back again to Delar. What do you think needs to improve from the games that you've seen yesterday? Because you did make ONIC look vulnerable.
I think they don't want to improve. Is like I think their objective and prang,
war.
Prang,
Team fights.
Yeah, team fight. Yeah.
Their team fights? That's rather interesting. So does that mean that's going to affect the way they draft? Are they looking to get very particular heroes to make it work? Who knows in this particular matchup, right? Because everybody is looking to continuously evolve. But let's have a look at a bit of an insider from ONIC. Let's see what they have. Let's see what Echo has to say.
Morning, guys.
Hello.
How was your feeling, Sanford?
I'm feeling amazing today. So let's go, guys. Let's win this.
Fun. From afar.
What do you think the final team, like the grand final, which team?
PH Echo versus Blacklist.
We're feeling excited and happy because we're playing again in stage.
I want to win because I want to support my family and I want to show the world that I can still win and for Caltese's career.
So good, we won against Tola.
My family was very supportive. They know, especially her mother, that I'm doing all of this for them. And that's why she just keeps supporting me and doing all the best that she can do.
I'm very happy that we still have tomorrow. Anyone from the other batch is very strong, so we're going to prepare for it. 1, 2, 3!
So see you ONIC versus Abus Bulatwas.
Emotions, the pressure, the glory, the consequences, but mainly being able to hold up that trophy is the best feeling a pro player could ever feel in their lifetime. But the support system around them to make it to that point. We have Delar here, so it's the best time to ask a pro player what it's like to be in that position, right? You're sacrificing so much and the people around you are supporting you. How does it feel? What kind of pressure is it when you are standing up on that stage competing?
I think don't have a pressure, just battle of mentality and harus berani lah.
You have to be brave.
Yeah, you have to be brave.
I mean, if you're going to be brave, hopefully you can be even braver to support a family, man. Like, some of these people are extremely young, and you can't be, I don't know. Personally, for me, I think at an age like that, you shouldn't be expected to take care of an entire family. But let's talk about the matchup, the ultimate jungler battle, the GOAT versus the One.
Wow, this is what Kyrie's called now, apparently.
One.
Formerly the future, but now we're living in the present, and he has evolved so much. This kid is making waves internationally, but the GOAT, of course, he literally needs one last trophy, and this is the MSC trophy. That's the only one to complete, you know, the cabinet.
Pero may tawag sa kanilang dalawa eh, dati.
Okay.
Ang tawag sa kanilang dalawa, sino ba ang totoong child prodigy?
Oh! Delar remembers a time wherein both Caltese and Kyrie, the question was, who was the true child prodigy? So this is full circle, gentlemen. This is full circle. And as well, there is a rivalry in mid. It's between Gilak Sans and the mid lane prodigy, Sanji, one half of Sansan.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good match. Battle of the good mage and positioning. Their position very good.
What do you think Sanji and Sans, well, you know, you can pick one to elaborate on. Which one and what you think makes them unique in the battlefield? Because we've heard from a lot of pro players as well, like Hoon say that Sanji plays it differently, but we don't know how he plays it differently.
I think I'm going to side of Sans.
Okay.
Sans. Because he can carry the team and his performance very consistent. And what every hero he play, still consistent.
A consistent anchor every single time. I've tweeted, I personally like that Sansan duo, but you know, noticing how Sans has been just the bar that people can't seem to get past sometimes when you're facing up against ONIC, and especially when we start looking down into the nitty-gritty. Wolf, I'm going to let you do your thing.
I'm sorry, man, but Trevor, I'm so proud that he is now being highlighted. This is the first time that somebody put a spotlight on Trevor. Me and Dilar worked with this guy. Very, I'd say funny kind of guy, you know? Obviously, but when it comes to the way that he approaches the game, he's the reason why they draft so quickly. Because Trevor, he's so experienced when it comes to playing. He played for a team in MPLPH in Season 6, then never stopped playing. Even as a coach, he's played on a high level of ELO in-game. That's why he knows the game so much. And all he needs is someone to kind of steer them in the direction, like somebody who can be a lifestyle coach. That's why Tic Tac and Trevor connection, it works so much.
It's that TT duo.
Exactly.
The T duo. I love
It's true.
it. No, it is true, and I absolutely love it. But talk us through your times with specifically Coach Yeb.
Well, I'll talk about Coach Yeb. You know, I call him in Indo because he has Coach literally in his name. It's not just Coach Yeb, it's Coach Yeb. Game win rate 100%. And man, I think even Mo Zayn was very vocal about talking about how this man drafts, how this Raja Langit, the Sky King, drafts for his team, how he facilitates, and the way he respects his opponents as well. With Adi, used to be, you think, you know, no respect bans, but Yeb and Adi, this good mix of both respect and proper game knowledge has really been able to, I would say, form ONIC to this crazy team that you're seeing right now.
Can I speak Tagalog?
Yes.
Yeah. I think sobrang galing mag-analyst ni Coach Adi. Tapos bagay na bagay sila ni Coach Yeb kasi sobrang unpredictable kasi yung mga drop ni Coach Yeb eh. Lalo na yung mga players niya sobrang daming hero, sobrang dali mag-drop. Kaya hindi mo talaga ma-expect kung ano ipipick nila. Katulad ng mga Masha ni Boots, yung mga ganon.
Dilar loves Adi as an analyst. He's a great mind, and he's a perfect match for Coach Yeb. Coach Yeb likes to stretch the diversity of the metagame. He likes to let his players explore, because again, from all roles, ONIC is skilled. There's so much diversity there, especially when you're looking at heroes like Masha with Boots.
Shell with boot again, just picks that you don't expect, or as you've mentioned perfectly, expand what the meta is supposed to contain within. I want to get some personal experiences from Dilar here. I mean, you've worked with pretty much everybody here, and more importantly, you've had that one-on-one with Coach Yeb. How has he helped you specifically kind of move in the direction to where you are now?
Sa totoo lang, nung dating nakasama ko si Coach Yeb, wala akong nararamdaman na kahit anong pressure eh. Parang maglalaro lang ako, ibibigay ko lang yung best ko, gagawin ko lang yung trabaho ko. Kung ano yung matutulong ko sa team, yun lang yung gagawin ko.
When I worked... So that?
Yeah.
Go.
That's all.
Oh, when I worked with Coach Yeb, I felt no pressure at all. Coming to work every day, I just needed to do what I needed to do, give my best, and that's all that mattered.
Yeah. And I remember this. I remember this at M3 Grand Finals. It was up against Blacklist International 3-0. You guys were down 3-0. I met you guys backstage and I asked Yeb and you, how are you guys feeling? Yeb was chill. He was like, nah, what are you talking about? It's all good, man. We got 4 more games to play.
Yes, we don't have pressure on that time. Just play and trust each other.
It's always ONIC time.
It's always ONIC. It always has been ONIC time. You know?
It's never off their clock. It's never off their clock. Let's look at the player head-to-head here. We were talking about Sanjin as well as Sans earlier, and I think, you know, all the points that you mentioned just now, the consistency, the damage shell, literally almost one-to-one with only a 0.5% difference.
And the storyline is just so good between these two teams because it was actually Sans who was one of the prodigies as well from Indonesia, and now Sanji, just about maybe a year into the spotlight when it comes to professional play, now he's also showing how much of a prodigy he is. It's just that Sans was a little bit earlier and he played the jungle, but technically speaking, these two players are so, how to say this, they're both generational talents.
Generational talents?
100% sure about that.
Bloodline is strong. Everybody's leaning towards Echo, but Mirko, what is your prediction?
I gave them my prediction. Last time they said they put an X, now they put a big ol' check. I don't know, I'm not going to say it because I think production just doesn't want me. Moonton just doesn't want me to say my prediction.
I think this just counts as them saying, yeah, we received your prediction.
It's like, we got it, but no.
I'm looking around, I'm looking at the production, I'm seeing Filipinos and Indonesians in the production just showing me the same thing. Thumbs up being, yes, that is correct. With that being our predictions here, there is going to be, again, these are the world champions. They hold a standard that nobody else currently right now is being able to challenge them. And we're hoping that ONIC is going to be the one that does so. we've talked about the two side lanes in terms of consistency, right? But we haven't even talked about like what even happens if Kyrie gets targeted this time around.
Well, they have deep pockets when it comes to. They have a deep bag of tricks. That's what I wanted to say. I think that targeting a specific hero here is not the way to go. I think they really have to look at compositions.
I think I can answer that. If they want to punish Kyrie, Kyrie always have a teammate. Even I play Kemarin, right? Yesterday I played with, and I want to kill Kyrie, but it's hard to kill Kyrie because of his teammate.
But you killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Olirenos.
They really know how to protect Kyrie.
Okay.
Gotcha. So every hole is going to be closed here. Let's jump into the draft, and we're already seeing right off the bat, they are so quick. We got the Arlet, we've already got the Give, we've already got the Kajita, Joy, Yutong, and as well as Wanwan.
Good stuff.
I mean, it's so quick.
It's so quick.
It's so quick. How do you keep up with this? Echo instantly taking up Carl TC's signature inside that Lancelot and Dalar. What can you say about this?
They already know each other.
Yeah. They're so prepared. They've done their homework.
They've done more than their homework. They've done extra credit on each other, right?
It just makes sense, right? From this particular position, Wolf, you were talking about overall team compositions, right? Which direction right now?
Okay, definitely for a pick-off for the side of Echo. Well, on the side of ONIC, they want to keep, maybe Valentina. Oh, there you go, the Valentina. Very important for them to take. And so far, they haven't revealed anything yet. Maybe surely you have the glue. I doubt though. ONIC, sometimes they kind of flex that. So we don't know yet.
I think they're gonna pick Faramis.
Faramis instantly to try and counter out that glue. That could be a potential possibility. Valentina is still up, so you can at least take the, call Altar for yourself to play a little bit more defensively. But every time when we look at that first pick, they always got to pose those questions. What questions are we looking to see here from Echo? And they answer us straight away.
Barca.
Barca instead.
Instead of Faramis.
Yeah, no Faramis up against the glue. I would have expected the same thing up against the glue. Very good, but it almost seems like it was too good to be true. It almost seems like ONIC wanted them to play the Faramis, so they take the other route.
I would say though, Sans played mean Farsa, but knowing that there's already a Valentina on the opposite end, I think that this is a very early Farsa. But we do know, Echo Express, part of the conditions there is burst. And Kaja plus the Farsa, there's a lot of burst in there for Echo.
What about you, Dalar? Where else? You're in ONIC shoes right now.
I think Farsa also good because if you connect with Kaja, can punish the glue.
Yes.
Almost instantaneously. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the glue. It's whoever walks up to the bush first and gets punished. Now,
I think Kyrie gonna play Assassin.
He's gonna play Assassin?
Yeah.
Hayabusa, maybe?
Keep that in mind, boys. Keep that in mind. Kyrie on this Assassin. So we get the Claude first. It's still safe. Now we start moving into the second phase. I don't know. Is Echo gonna let him play the Assassin comfortably, though?
Knowing Coach Trevor and the entirety of Echo, no. I think that they will see through this.
The Ling out of there.
Yeah, they're gonna ban out Ling as well as a Hayabusa perhaps, and then force ONIC to pick up a weird, like a weird assassin. They are prepared though. They have the Kaja. Maybe they are gonna let Fanny at most. Hayabusa maybe not.
Fanny at most. Hayabusa not. All right. But why give the early game pressure, right? I mean, we're seeing the Beatrix get banned out. At least ONIC, they're thinking about the overall side lanes as well. They're not just targeting, okay, we're going to get hit from the assassin area. Let's make sure that we can actually have a somewhat of a convenient lane. Get rid of the Beatrix. We don't want you to be able to move out of this lane.
Also watch out for the carry, rather. Also, they should ban out the carry here.
Benny Cutie carry for Echo, it's actually pretty strong, and in combination with the Kaja, that's a lot of burst that you have, and it is a traditional play for Echo. Somebody gets snagged even when it's attacked, because it's a carry, you will be bursted down.
All right, that's a fair point. Dalar, in your position, right, looking at where we're going so far as a glue, what are you afraid of from the side of Echo? Because it doesn't feel like you can really get punished just yet other than just Kaja.
I think it's already enough the first 3 picks of Echo, but they need a follow-up damage to punish Glue and Cloud.
Follow-up damage. I'm looking at Wolf. What are we looking for follow-up damage?
Would have said that it's the Grok so that you can punish it, but maybe carry should be there. Brody, explain me. Let's draft. Come on.
They are going real fast. They are
This is an M4 draft.
Right? They are just going at it quick. And again, a lot of playmaking capabilities from the side of Echo. ONIC with their very last pick and the invisible Gilang Sangs Wow, 0 deaths during the 3-0 series against EVO's Legends. Man, production kind of doing us dirty here.
Even Dilar can't kill him.
Yeah. Katulad ng sabi ko kanina, follow-up damage carry. Sobrang ganda ng combo ng carry Kaja Parsa.
Yep, Dilar loves the carry combo with the Farsa and the Kaja. They close up with the Fanny, there it is.
You called it. Yep.
He knows his boy. Of course he knows his boy.
I already know there.
All right,
Composition.
All right, Dalar. Tell us, which composition do you think is better right now? Is it Echo or is it ONIC?
Seriously, it's hard to Kyrie, Fanny, kalau dia snowball in early, pasti manang. Tapi kalau 50-50, ONIC bisa kalah.
It all relies on Kyrie snowballing in the start. If they get the snowball going, they will win ONIC. But if it's 50-50 in the mid-game, Echo will take over.
Because it's hard to, right now, Fanny so hard to snowball right now in the early game. Because of the Dreadnought and other itemization, right?
Man, it's great having professional players on the table. Thank you so much, Dalar here. Thank you for giving your insights for this game. But I think everybody is ready. Leo, would you like to take us in to the Land of Dawn?
I would love to. It's time for what many would call a grand finals worthy matchup. It's game 1 between Echo and ONIC.
Oh, I think I kind of agree with Dalar. Surely, we did say that they will let go of the Fanny at most, and the Hayabusa definitely going to be banned out. It's exactly what happened. The Kaja is prepared for this Fanny. The only reason why they would let this, they would still get the Fannies because the carry eventually was picked up. So there's a lot of like battle between the the junglers now, and I just love the fact that both teams gave us a first pick Lancelot, last pick Fanny, carry versus Kaltizi. This is like Christmas for me.
This is an anime in the making. It's bookending the start of what could be a 5-game series.
Hopefully it is. Hopefully it does go 5 games. Because if I can curse something, I won't curse the teams. I'll curse that it's going to be 3-0. To make it 3-2, I'm going to try to reverse the odds right now. I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it's how it works. But, you know, Leo, Wolf, there's something that, you know, good junglers have in common. They all have K as their initial letter. Like Kyrie, Kyle TZ,
Cleo,
Kyle TZ, Cleo, Kirko, Kulf,
Clefel,
Koba Zane.
Okay. Oh, but
that's not gonna fly.
Yeah.
But they will definitely.
They will.
I'm expecting a lot of anime moments in this game 1. And this, if anything, this is Echo Express.
This is definitely Echo Express. All of the ingredients are there. You have Yawi's setup hero. It's not an AoE setup. This is a snag. You have the Kaja together with Farsa. So you already have the burst. And the thing is, they have low cooldown ultimates as well. Maybe the longest one probably is the Divine Judgment. But the entirety of the kit that you have from Echo, spammable. All of them, right? So that's it all fits the bill. While for the side of ONIC, very, very dependent on ultimates.
With that being said, it's a counter start for both of our junglers, the GOAT and the One. Orange for Kyrie, Carl TZ go for purple here.
Early start, again, it's just the orange buff. It's a very unique path that Kyrie segment in the bottom lane. This is something we don't see a whole lot of. Boots already winning in lane early on the glue matchup against the Lapu.
Well, Dilar did mention that you gotta watch out for Boots and Chewe. Here in mid, it's a little undertake for ONIC. So already looking good in this rematch coming in from M4.
Okay, we're seeing a few trades as well, but honestly, Wolf, anything interesting when it comes to the emblems or talents here?
Not so much. I guess the Magic Worship has been, onto the Farsa has been getting a lot of attention. Now Sanji is going to be picking it up. You have to worry if you're the Claude, get hit by 2 Feather Destruct. In the late game, you might die.
Oh. So again, it's clear that there's not much that Echo are hiding. As for ONIC, we can see that maybe if Keyboy doesn't find a good catch, then they can re-engage. I think that's one strength that ONIC has, is the re-engage. They're not as reliant on the all-in as Echo is.
That's very true. Maybe they will find their opening. Eventually, the CW would have a great time.
There you go, Kyrie jumping in all the way deep down, but Kyrie's gonna fall here. He's gonna go for the cables. The fadeaway should not be able to kill him right now, but that was real close, so close. A bit too close for comfort.
What a pilot episode in our anime between Kairi and Carl Tizzy, right? The hot start there, a close call. Turtle already up. Carl Tizzy and Sanford on.
The Turtle, that's going to be Boots, trying his best to look for it, but Sanford finds first blood, and it's Echo on the board with the first Turtle. Kyrie looking for the invade already right now, has retribution advantage, but Yaoi's walking back in. Divine Judgment's right there, but the Cable actually saves it for a bit. Kyrie able to steal away the purple, but the Cable's there! But Carl's chasing him down, Keyboy forced to flicker out, Sans has stolen the Divine Judgment, but ONIC, they pull back. They do not want to stay too long.
Now, Kyrie is playing so aggressively. This is, typically I know Kyrie is not an aggressive kind of guy, especially with the Fanny. Surely he get kills and he will die for sure, but it's not like aggressive.
Wait.
Kyrie.
Oh, yes, Keyboy.
That's
fine. He knows it.
You were saying?
Yeah, I mean, Kyrie is more of a calculated aggressor. He waits for his time, but this time it seems like there's no wait on Kyrie. This love myself era is totally different,
Definitely, it seems like what happened yesterday and how he was after that sweep against EVOS Legends is propelling him forward. This is momentum on the one. Looking at their items here, it looks like Boots built the Warrior Boot, so he understands that, this is Echo Express. I have to accept that these basic attacks are gonna hurt. There's a pull!
Divine Judgment locking them down, and Kyrie picks up the kill with that Master Assassin emblem. Clean combo, gets them on the board, equalizing the kill score 1-1.
And they spot Boy, bouncing ball on through, Phantom Execution. Oh, here comes Chewe.
Are we just putting a spotlight on Kyrie for the past 3 minutes? I guess that Carl Tizzy has been very quiet, only getting the turtle, but it was even uncontested. So this is scary though for ONIC because it means that this Carl Tizzy treat is just gonna be boiling for now, and when it does pop, you're gonna be ready if you're ONIC.
I mean, you don't last this long in the realm of MLBB Esports if you don't have patience, right? We've seen Carl Tizzy through his Child Prodigy era. We've seen him through the tank jungler era. And now we've come full circle. He's back on the Lancelot starting this Turtle.
Purple buff ready, Keyboy now with counter at the race. It's going to be flickering. That's Kyrie who picks up the kill on the go. Retri on point. Kyrie picks up the Turtle right now. Sanford's going to be engaged on. Boots bouncing him up, bringing him back. Feather and Airstrike coming out to deal some damage back also. But Keyboy finds a good time's revenge to cancel that feathered airstrike up. Good trade from Echo though. They're already looking to rotate around, mirroring ONIC up top.
Oh yeah, this is definitely a tug of war. The first turtle going in favor of Echo uncontested. And we get to see through the replay how ONIC managed to get the turtle and get the kill onto Carl Tizzy. And there are so many other ingredients that's very important here. Look at the positioning of Boots and Keyboy's timing. Pops the ultimate, no save whatsoever from Echo. The burst was there with Sans as well as Kyrie just throwing everything onto Carl Tizzy. Even a Tanksalot will not survive that kind of burst down coming out from ONIC.
But just the same, you have to admire the discipline, the trigger discipline of Echo, because just any other mid laner might have popped the feathered airstrike there and still died.
Yeah.
And then Sanji and Sanford they understood, like, this is not a fight we should be taking. Let Kyrie have this time. We'll try to bounce back. So yeah, this is a clear win for ONIC, who's up ahead now by about 400, 500 gold.
This is a very sketchy situation. Both flickers are up. CW pressing the flicker onto him, but that's going to be the lockdown as well. Sans not able to respond it over. Sanji with the burst, taking CW down. And that is the Echo precision. Fast-paced combos. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a little bit of a skirmish between the one and the GOAT.
Yeah. How much damage do you want?
Yes. Echo read through that though. ONIC, for sure that there will be a movement onto Chewe's lane, onto the gold lane, and Echo also have 2 people in there. It was a 3v3. It seems like they don't know that that's happening. At least they don't have the confirmation. But understanding the pattern of their opponent, they know that's happening.
That's a fadeaway as well. Kyrie's still able to escape for now, but the fadeaway is going to hit him, and it's going to be the kill. Benny picks it up. The feather airstrike locks Keyboy down as Yaoi puts some slow onto him. Carl with the Phantom Execution onto the back right now. The Thorn Rose as well, but he does not find a connection on those skills. But Echo have gotten back the gold lead as the turtle spawn.
What a conceal coming out from Keyboy to get out, but definitely Echo winning that fight, locking down the Fanny. Big props to Sanji, actually connecting on the curse, and then he gets the stun afterwards. That's the reason why Kyrie was brought down. There was an update on the Fanny, right? If you get stunned, your cables will not push through.
Oh, and what that leads to is a 1,000 gold lead for Echo. And this was a clear statement, a message to whoever's watching. Because if you look at Carl Tizzi's inventory in just a bit, he first built War Axe. So he's still on a one-way road to snowballing.
Wow, oh, Divine Judgment again, only on the Keyboy though. They gotta be careful right now as Kyrie builds up the cables, jumps in on the back line without a Divine Judgment to play with. Benny is gonna be caught, but nice flicker to get out. That's a feathered, nope. That's actually the Wings by Wings used up by Sanji. He's holding on to that feather airstrike. The Divine Judgment actually connects onto Carl Tizzi, but the burst is not gonna be enough as the feather airstrike comes down the flicker. Sanji's one, and he falls to Sanji with a brilliant flicker maneuver.
Oh, Echo really did outplay ONIC in there. And ONIC, they tried to go for a play. CW didn't have the stacks. He was actually just, you know, he's just like a spray gun holding on to Echo, and they just got out. When Boots wanted to go for the play, the flicker was there from Benny Cutie. Then Boots was trapped, but it was Sans who was taken out afterwards because everybody was just dialing down on saving Boots. I think that's a bad decision from ONIC overall.
Yeah, no. And to think it was Boots who was the aggressor. It was Boots who was cutting deep behind Tier 1, right in the middle of Tier 2, trying to get that mount on Sanji. And I gotta say, man, Sanji, I thought I saw everything. But here he outplayed 3 members of ONIC and still got a kill on the way out. Spent the flicker, held on to the feather airstrike for the perfect moment.
Sans is no longer invincible. 1 death.
That's right.
Because of Sanji.
Because of Sanji.
Oh, Sanji. Of course, with the magic worship, you know that he's going to be packing up a punch. Believe that he does have the Clock of Destiny anyways. I think that ONIC really just have to, you know, relax a little bit. I think that they're trying to match the Echo Express. And honestly, in this game, if you're looking at Echo, they're not even like putting on the gas pedal. They're just waiting for the steam to, you know, fire up.
It's not as fast. They're at 3rd gear, 4th gear tops here.
Yeah.
We've seen them definitely go much faster. And I think the fact that ONIC are actually porcupines and not hedgehogs might be the reason why. They can't go just as fast, especially since they're still waiting for CW to farm up. They're waiting for Keyboy to get a good setup, and the whole disengage, re-engage won't work this early on.
Or dance. I believe that there's a lot of merit for Echo.
Divine Judgment locking him down. Carl picks up the kill. Sans. He's gonna fall. Kyrie now, knowing there's no Divine Judgment, wants to go for some kills, but Carl Tizzi evades from it. Keyboy charging up the target fence now with the rage as well. That's gonna be the burst coming down as that's Yaoi picked off. Boots in the midst of it all right now with a flicker out with the split. CW clearing out the mid wave, jumping back to the BMI. Boots not stunned up, baits out the feather airstrike. Kyrie still looking for the cables. Red Tree battle coming down. Carl versus Kyrie, 50-50 on the board. CW jumps in and Kai wins the Red Tree battle. CW jumps back right now with some damage once again, but Benny Cutie in the back as well is doing a lot. Jumps forward, CW should fall here, and ONIC lose out 3 members.
A 3-for-1. Eventually, Kyrie coming out with the Lord take. What's the economy on this?
Definitely Echo. Despite ONIC is getting that Lord, even when Kyrie had a level disadvantage, winning the fight, that is what matters more. They get 3 kills out of that, and now they're farming so heavily. And Echo, they will just clear out the waves. They're going to be A-okay. The fact that Benny as well as Carl Tizzi were untouched during that fight, that was massive for Echo. ONIC, however, you know that they have a plan here. They wanted to go for the jump onto Yaoi, was able to get it. Then, of course, CW with his jump with the Blazing Duet was actually well done. However, the second fight afterwards, that is what Echo found and won. And they also got the economic advantage afterwards.
Well, Keyboy here, right out the bush, spotted by Sanford. No sneaky jumps here. And just like that, it definitely was a win for Echo. They decimate and destroy the Lord. Not much of an advantage. Kyrie spotted out here, cabling on through. It looks like this 2K gold lead for Echo is small, despite going 8-3. Wait, there's a pull!
Only on to Boots though. He's still holding on to that split. And ONIC will not let Boots get taken down. That's a British fighter as well, defensively.
It's a small 2K lead. Yeah. There's not much Echo can do with this until they find another angle, until they shot the system.
Another airstrike though. Boots now finally forced to pop that split. Even a conceal from Keyboy. Defensive maneuvers from ONIC, reacting a lot to Echo's plays.
Well, Echo's like, they're definitely like orcas, like sharks, you know? When they smell blood, they're gonna hunt for it. And this weakness coming out from ONIC, where they already used the ultimate on Boots as well as the conceal, they are gonna smell that, and they definitely will make a play.
They're just waiting. They are cordoning off where ONIC is allowed to move. And as a Fanny, That's not the best thing to do. That's not an ideal situation. The one here isn't getting as much as he wants from the map. Yes, he's sitting at 3-1-0, but Carlteasy is just going ham on these objectives. The only real thing that Carlteasy left out to the open was that turtle that he lost to in the trade and that Lord. I'm wondering, we got a Lord coming in about half a minute here. And it looks like ONIC is just pushing the advantage. They understand that this is the tempo we have to go at.
Okay, Carl dashing forward right now is 1v1. Carl versus Kyrie. Phantom execution, but Kyrie wins out on the retry battle. That was for 2 retries, and Kyrie won. The 1 is here.
Oh, the
This
prelude
is
to
it.
the next Lord. Oh my goodness.
To be
Anime battle.
continued.
We waited for this. So what? That's what, season 2 or what? Or is it still season 1?
We're still in season 1.
We're
We're still in the
season 1, that's
beginning.
episode
It's
6.
game 1 out of best 5.
Okay, okay.
Yep, it's season 1. We've got the pilot, and then now we're waiting. It's a big fight!
Divine Judgment, it cancels out the Brave Spider!
Sanford's gonna be shut down. Keyboy walking in the midst right now, getting caught by the Divine Judgment. It's that's gonna be Sanji in the back. Now with a feather airstrike, locking Sans down. Sans going out, but the Magic Worship is dealing a lot of damage. Carlteasy moves forward. Winner Crunch and bot right in time. The Thorn Rose is right there. Carlteasy with a kill. CW walking back, dealing some damage onto Carl. The goat, but the cable comes through. The Thorn Rose is there, but it's not enough to save the goat's life. ONIC slowly but surely coming back in the game.
Woo! Very good start for ONIC as they have found the opening. Sans finally getting a good stack with a copy that Divine Judgment, but he died in the end. Still, the Winter Truncheon that picked up very early. Arguably, at 13 minutes, you already have the Winter Truncheon. It was utilized in perfect purpose, I would say, for ONIC because they bought time for Carlteasy to be put in a bad spot.
ONIC pulled the rug right underneath Echo's feet. They were just waiting to set up. I think Echo was looking for this engage, the pincer maneuver here in bottom, but Sans, he went up and he tried to outplay Carlteasy. He tried to buy time, but they didn't know, they didn't see. Kyrie was speeding down there and this is what? Notch one up for the 1 against the GOAT.
Important thing that to take note is that Chewe is quietly doing the right moves, although he died twice. That was actually a good move that he did to zone out the remaining members of Echo, then went back to deal the damage to Carlteasy, then contributed to the kill. Keyboy, after the snag of Sans already, it's weird that he still went in. That looked really dicey for ONIC. They could have lost the fight because of that, but things have happened, and now ONIC have equalized.
I think it's a matter of timing and again tempo. ONIC are calling the shots at this point, and now they're making the most of their battlefield mobility. The speed at which CW can cut through the jungle compared to Benny Cutie, how Kyrie just has energy all the time, and of course Keyboy finding these odd angles, these diagonal jumps, is just going too fast. It's not speed-wise, but, you know, mentally overloading Echo.
Remember to change
Whoa! Winter Truncheon from Sans!
Beautiful Winter Truncheon by Sans to escape the Divine Judgment. My goodness gracious. Wow. That's the Gila Sans we were expecting from MPL Indonesia, but my point earlier, I wanted to say, wait, we're still going. Carl actually jumps forward. Phantom execution.
Aggressively moves down, don't fire as well, Sans! Wait, it's 2v4! What is going on? They're still able to be alive, Boots! What? How? How did it happen? Boots finds a kill in the midst of Echo!
And he lives!
What? Carlteasy! Really unnecessary jump from him. Sans outplaying Yaoi first, that's good. But then again, the secondary jump where Carlteasy was, it was punished because Boots went for the 1-2 and the flicker.
Okay, split, Divine Judgment. There you go.
There
Finally,
you go.
I mean, Boots, he's telling his team to be careful, but he needs to be careful sometimes too.
It took a while.
Took a while.
He did way too much to even warrant that death. Now, Wolf, you were saying.
Yeah, it's the 1-2 with the flicker in the middle. That's the play when you are going for the glue, and then it hit Carlteasy because Carlteasy not only jumped, he also utilized the Thorn Rose very earlier on. So that's why there was no way for him to dodge the 1-2 flicker from Boots.
What happened? The gold shifted so fast from CW because earlier it was Benny holding the gold lead like a massive one.
Had 4 assists. The average is also kicking in, and
that's right.
You have so much. This is critical mass. Like we were talking about, ONIC have reached it.
And again, I'm just theorizing here. I don't know exactly the map movements, but CW has had an easier go at the lane, given the speed that ONIC has just suddenly stepped on the clutch with. Now, this is the river controlled by ONIC. You see how Echo are suddenly on the defensive. They're the ones who are scared.
For good measure, though, because this is a very strong lineup now for ONIC.
There's so much re-engage potential. Even if they don't find their initial target, they can just reset. And again, even if it's just one, they take down one. And earlier, it was Carl Teasy within his own base, off of Boots, who survived. That's the ideal here for ONIC. Now they engage.
Divine Judgment now locking Keyboy down. He still has the mortality right now. So Carl Teasy going to be able to dish out some damage. That's going to play the airstrike as well. Keyboy flickering out. Disengage properly. Carl Teasy versus Kyrie on the Lord. Sanford going to be brought back to the team. MSC does some damage. Who's going to win? It's Kyrie! Who is the retry? Benny against the world. But what are you going to do when 5 members are still alive from ONIC? They are able to secure the Lord and win a team fight.
Off the back of Keyboy's perfect jump, Carl Teasy was compromised and Kyrie just had to press the button. And now, they're threatening the finish. All 5, just Sanji and Yawi left.
Kai with the cable, toss on the back, Sanji gonna be zoned away. ONIC looking for the play right now as Yawi gets destroyed in the front. Sanji with a desperate attempt with the Predator airstrike. They're all marching down the flicker defensively. ONIC have won a game, and it is the first game in the series.
An amazing start to what we all expect to go all 5 games. ONIC finds a window, stops the speeding Echo Express in its tracks.
The chemistry from ONIC and was there. And Coach Yip wasn't kidding when he told me that he told everyone what they needed to do in specific team fights, and they obliged. They happily followed the format and the formula that Coach Yip and Adi laid out for them. Keyboy had immortality, and he knew that he can be the sacrifice. He burned the Divine Judgment. He went back with a jump, and Sans initiating with the bravest fighter to help Kyrie secure that Lord. Retribution. It wasn't just Kyrie's effort, it was the entirety of ONIC just in perfect unison to win that game.
And now comes into play what Dilar mentioned. It's not as easy to take care of Kyrie. He had a slow start. The first 2 to 3 minutes of this game didn't look very good for the one, but eventually with the help of Sans, with the help of Keyboy, and Boots in the odd angles, ONIC scores 1. Gideon, you see that?
Moment of that game, and I was not expecting it to look like this. I really didn't. I thought it was the 1 plus the 4 that makes it work. Not the fact that when it comes down to the neutral objectives, it's the 4 that makes up that 1. Kyrie, he's got a perfect team around him. And I think that in one of these few times, right, you guys don't get to see this on the desk sometimes, but Mirko's face after that game, the insane steal, I wouldn't even call it a steal, the insane fight around the Lord was just nuts.
It
I
was
almost
nuts.
lost my voice with that one. I thought Carl got it. You know, Lance, Phantom Execution, he built up the stacks as well. That's why I said, who got it? Who got it? Kai got it.
And watching it again, you're gonna see it's not just Kyrie's effort. Sans copied the Divine Judgment. He timed it so that there will be no chance at all for Carl Teasy. ONIC really knew what they needed to do, but of course, it wasn't just that. Kyrie was so active, and like I told you, I've seen a lot of Kyrie games, and this is probably the most aggressive that he was. Typically the calculated aggressor, but he knew that he has to be aggressive so that nobody will be looking at Chewe.
Was that the last Lord fight? Was it the Keyboy jump and the Divine Judgment?
That's right.
Oh, wow, all the worst.
It literally was a game of rock, paper, scissors. Even amongst you and me, Leo, whenever we play rock, paper, scissors, we're trying to think 1 step ahead like Carl Teasy. But notice in these fights, right? First, it was Keyboy catching him, and he's like, okay, I adjusted for Keyboy. Next thing you know, Divine Judgment starts being added into the mix. Man, when does it stop?
I hope that it doesn't though, because I really want to see more from these teams. Look at this, Carl Teasy just jumping in, Boots ready with the mount, the grab. Like I said, the 1-2 with the flicker that's allowed him to get enough stacks. Watch it for Sans. Look at him. No words to describe this. He finds Yawi, then goes back. Carl Teasy puts the Lord low. Kyrie's waiting in there. Sans is gonna time it. Look at the threshold. It was so good.
It was a suppress. That's worse.
It wasn't a 50-50.
It wasn't. It was 100-0.
Man, all planned, all pre-planned right from the start. It's great that we got at least a heads up from the general himself, because again, they said if Kyrie is able to snowball out of control, and even Echo was aware of that, trying to slow them down as much as they can. And now that we jump back into the post-game stats, what could have Echo done better?
Really, just play better, you know? Just the draft wasn't wrong. The way that they're playing it wasn't wrong, but it's just that during important moments, it's just the way that they chose their fights was, like I said, unnecessary jumps from Carltese in the mid lane before that Lord fight happened. And they thought that they had a free pass because they landed the Divine Judgment onto Keyboy, but Keyboy planned it all along. Maybe if we can flip this page and see what the items are, I'm going to point out two important items. First, Immortality on Keyboy. So much value in that because he knew that he had to be the sacrifice to tank and soak the Divine Judgment. Next, you have the Winter Transient on Sands. So many people will say that, okay, that was far too early. But Sands knew. There was so many clashes that was won because of the Winter Transient picked up by Sands.
Bargain Hunter.
Yep.
That emblem, Bargain Hunter, allowed for him to get a full build in under 18 minutes.
He was doing it quick, and I wanted to point out Sands as well. I'm looking at you, Mirko, because again, when they said Gilak Sands, has he hit a new level this time?
I don't even think so, right? Because
Okay.
there were a few mistakes in this game that I usually don't see Sans do. We saw yesterday he was able to completely outclass his opponents in-game against Evos. A few Winter Truncheon plays, Flicker plays to read out Divine Judgment.
Yep.
Here, he was caught a few times, so he looked human,
Yep.
which is already pretty rare to see for me, especially after watching MPLID, after watching them in the group stage as well.
Hey, this is Echo that they're facing. I think that you have a warrant to be to be challenged. This is, I mean, we're living in Echo and Onyx's world now. Can we say that? Can we
Season
agree to
1's
that?
done.
Yeah, Season 1 is done, and we're already moving on towards that next step.
Oh,
ONIC has
God.
taken that first win,
Okay.
and now the comeback car coming in from Echo is going to start soon. But the question is, how do they even achieve that, right? Because again, we looked at the draft and we were like, that wasn't even the issue half the time.
Yeah. No, I think
How do they
that
go with this?
it's weird, right? I cannot pinpoint anything that they did wrong. It's not like Echo did something incorrectly in this game. Surely there were some weird plays, but it's not like they will do it again. Really, it will go down to the fact that Onyx members, they knew what to do in this specific moment. They were given the task to do. Coach Sheb just laid down the checklist. They also added in there. Everybody was doing their job for the side of ONIC.
It's a matter of ONIC knowing where to pick their shots, right? Echo Express has a very small window. If you don't get through that and if you don't stop it from going at full speed, it's over. It's too late. We've seen this too many times. But here, ONIC knew, and as soon as they were on the offensive, they never let go. That's why Sans was just doing all of these things. That's why he was dying more than he usually does. That's 3 more deaths than he had yesterday. So today, this is a well-earned game win, but going into game 2, though, that might be something that begs to ask. What's Harold Reyes, what's Coach Tic Tac thinking right now? Because again, between him and Treb, I think it's up to him to help reset.
Yeah. I mean, of course, here at 2023, that's their next project. Project Next. The update is coming soon, starting from June 27th, the revamped emblem system, the Inicio story, the brand new hero, and generous events and remarkable bonuses are about to meet everyone. So log into the game if you want to know more about that new update. That way we can start prefacing this upcoming new season here of this battle anime, this battle shonen between these two teams.
Yeah, that would be great, right? What happens? Like the top teams that we have right now in Southeast Asia or in the world, actually, there will be a change in the patch. It will be very significant because of the emblem changes. Will the top 4 still be the top 4 after this? Will it pave the way for new faces heading into M5 just because of a patch?
That's scary to think about, and it's way out there. I'm thinking about the now, the immediate.
Okay.
And I think the Master Jiraiya of Echo for Carltese, the GOAT, has to come into play, and I'm looking at Tic Tac. I'm hoping that the reset comes through here, because I think, folks watching at home, you're going to have to agree, Carltese went a little too hard there.
Yeah, a few times.
I might even point out the item build. That was a little too greedy. It's hybrid. It's way too hybrid.
I think in the early game it worked really well because they had the lead, right? They couldn't afford to actually go for these aggressive plays, but since they got caught out in the mid game, once it started shifting over towards ONIC, that's when you can really see the weakness of this snowball kind of build. With the War Axe, the Thunder Belt as well, you do damage, but you can't really get to CW. I think that's the main problem here for Carltese. When he dives into the back, CW dives into his team, and Boots already creates an opening for him to do that without getting punished. Meanwhile, for Kyrie and the whole team of ONIC, I honestly believe that ONIC, they were playing weak side everywhere because they wanted to just cover for Kyrie. very similar to what Lars said here, right next to me. It's all about getting Kyrie snowballing in the early game, and they did that. They gave him so much space to go 5-1, and when he got 5-1, he was able to equalize that level lead. It's not no longer. It's like it's always just a one level lead for Carl.
And he only had one death.
And he only had one death as well. You know, my favorite part about all of this is the fact that since so many people are sacrificing, you know, whether it be a minion, whether it be gold, the fact is that Kyrie repays them in kind every single time. Like the number of turtles and as well as lords that he was able to successfully take away while still being able to walk away with a kill, that's impressive.
Very, very impressive. Especially if you look at it, if you look at the game from start to finish, ONIC's game plan was more about like trades and sacrifices. For example, the first turtle, if you look back, they gave it away, like uncontested, because they wanted to go for the purple. It didn't look that clean, but they still managed to do so. Then over and over, there will be trade-offs. Glue, Boots, as well as Keyboy, they will be putting their bodies in front of Echo. And now maybe this is something that Echo can improve on. When Yawi played the Kaja, he never went for Chewe, for example, or CW, or maybe Sans. Always going in for Keyboy because he had no choice. Had to look for someone in front or someone to snag, and sometimes that's a waste of divine judgment.
He went for Chewe once in the early game. As soon as he hit level 4, went up to that bush, he knew Chewe was there, I'll take it. But yeah, you're right. Towards the mid to the late, maybe they lack that reminder. Maybe Coach Tic-Tac and Coach Treb should pull a page out of Coach Yeb's book and remember your job. Remember what you gotta do.
That's true, but there's also the fact that, like, since even when we were going into the cast, even when we were talking about the game, half the time we didn't even recognize that Chewe was even in the game until the impact actually happened. And I think even Echo felt that way because of the big ticket ultimates that were coming through. So overall, hopefully this might be that moment, right? This might be that moment where they have to continuously stay situationally aware and continuously start pivoting across the map.
Now I want to go into the details here. Going into the draft, it's Echo's choice. I feel like they'll stay blue. And I feel like, I don't know, unless they were read into, unless they try to protect it, unless they truly try to set it up, is Yaoi's choke going to come into play?
Yeah, I hope so. And I think that Dilar actually pointed that out before we started into the panel. Who's going to get the Cho in this game, right? Keyboy or Yaoi?
Was snubbed all game 1.
Yeah.
I mean, we might think that's impressive, but if this game really goes all 5 and we're really, like, stretching the arsenal, for all we know, Boots might show us maybe a couple of tricks in the EXP lane once in a while, but that's only if we're very, very lucky to make it there. Considering that this is a very momentum-based game, and especially in the professional scene, when you have a crowd of this size, momentum could lead them to a very easy victory. This could be a sweep potentially.
Wow, I just peeked at the crowd here in Aeon 3 in Main Chai. I could have sworn Burn Slash was still playing. There's so many people in the stands.
There's not many gaps in these seats. Everybody's almost packed like tuna cans, like just shoulder to shoulder, looking to shout. And by the way, did you guys know? Because we're inside the arena all the time. Outside, there's actually a full-blown screen, like a 2-story screen, and 2 floors filled to the brim with MLBB fans.
Oh man, Cambodians are gila, or baliw. They're crazy. I love it. And
Gila banget.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, never mind.
We don't have Dilar here.
No. I don't. I tried.
We already missed the general.
We missed the general. I do wish we could actually like have him at least for the draft. You know, I really like Dilar's insights, especially because he played with Trevor and he also played with Coach Ip and also against the team. So he might know a lot about those teams, but I miss him.
You know, when you guys were saying the moniker of the general, right? Every single time, you don't really get to feel that until when you get to see that side of him during the draft, because he's not one of those players. He's not one of those quote-unquote foot soldiers who are like, they need this. They want this pick. He goes into explanation at the very least, and the intimate aspect, the personal level that he knows Kyrie in these cases. He already saw the setup. He's gonna go on Assassin. Trust me. And we were only on that first pick.
Yep. I love it though. Thank you so much, Echo and ONIC, for actually giving us like an Assassin v Assassin matchup of Carl TZ going up against her. It's been so long. Yeah, actually, when was the last time in an international stage when there was no utility jungler?
That's right. Fredrin was nowhere to be found as well.
M2.
M2 perhaps.
M2, wait. need to wait. Let me think about it for a little bit more. I'm thinking MSC 2021. No, 21 didn't happen. 2022, no, it didn't happen as well. There were still utility jungles. Yeah, so technically
Probably.
M2.
M2
that's
3 years
been a
ago.
long time.
3
It's
years
been
and
too
6
long.
months. No,
Too
2
long.
years. It's been a while. Too long.
I think M3 we still saw it. I believe it was Kyrie Albert on Assassins.
All Assassins.
It was, but we were still seeing utility jungles.
I think it was Yi and Shin at most, right?
We were using
Marksman, not even like hard. Well, I mean,
Barretts.
there was a little
Big
bit
Lance.
of Big Lance. That's the one, because that's when you were playing jungle instead of the goal lane, right, Mirko?
Yeah. when playing jungle was actually fun.
Yeah, when playing jungle was really, really fun. Highly mechanical. Now, coming into Game 2, and let's start the trailer for Season 2 between these two teams of Echo versus ONIC. Adaptations, because I feel like margin of error was something that I wouldn't really put past Echo. Because again, very mechanical. There's a large margin of error. Now, we're that good at the game, but now looking at ONIC as well, really abusing that fact, do they want to shrink it down? Something a little bit more straightforward, a little bit simpler.
Especially after winning game number 1, I don't think that they will shrink it out. If not even, they might even just be more
crazy.
Crazy. But
More
then again,
confident.
what's crazy in the level of these two teams, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say crazy, but I definitely think that Coach Chikta had a word with Kaltizi is like, don't make me put you on a kite again. Don't make me do it.
Don't make me do it. I already gave you lines. Come on.
Let's look at the previous draft recap here, and at least we can get a better idea of what could happen in game number 2.
Was that the first Fanny win at MSC?
Yes. Technically. Wait. In knockout stages, for sure.
It's the first one. Oh. One-time split?
Yeah.
Was it?
It's one of the few times that it actually
Maybe
made
in the
it
knockout
through.
stages?
Yeah. And
this is knockout stage.
It hasn't been. I'm not going to lie, even during group stages, sometimes it doesn't even look that impressive, right? Until we see that maybe Fanny isn't the one that needs to continuously snowball. Maybe it's the friends around you that kind of set you up for it.
100%. We saw that in game. That's not just the Fanny. You draft the Fanny, you don't look at it as a hero, a one-all, be-all, end-all kind of hero that it could save your game. Kufra as well as Valentina played so much in that previous game for sure. Okay.
Priority and adjusted bans as well. Perfect. Because this is a good time to really start talking about it, right?
Yeah.
The fact that, again, we're seeing that Grok has been legalized here during the knockout stages have definitely changed up what we've seen during the groups right up till now.
Yeah, you see that ONIC can recognize the fact that it could be used against the Claude. I'm actually surprised that it hasn't been picked up today, especially when you have a team like Burnix Flash, for example, or maybe like EVOS, that they play those kind of heroes. I'm surprised that it hasn't been picked up as much as you would expect. But with Echo, Sanford plays it, Yawi plays it, even Carl TC plays the Jungle Rock. So there is a big chance that it will be picked up in this series in one game or another.
It's a very flexible pick. And honestly, looking at it again right now, Echo are respecting ONIC's flex pick as well. The Arlet was banned away straight out the board, understanding that Arlet, not only is he good in the XP position, as just boots his weak side lane or even strong side, both can work. The fact that it can be flexed over to Keyboy. We've seen it in the group stage. Sure, maybe it wasn't that impressive against Burn, but it was surely impressive against OP, and it just creates so much chaos within these team fights.
Well, chaos might just be the key, or whether standardization is the way to keep the mental strong. Let's jump right into the draft here.
I have a wish though. I hope the Lancelot was also picked up, maybe from ONIC or from Echo. But I think that you look at that game from Carl TC, that's just a rain check. Do not judge Kaltizi's aptitude on the Lancelot just because of one year ago. It's granted. Wish granted.
See? Echo stays the blue, or in this case, first pick, and then they course correct. They take out the glue. That was a little too much coming in from Boots.
I totally agree there. And especially since even Delara was saying, just go for the Faramis. That could have been an easy counter, but that's just not the style that they want to go for right now. They really want to make sure that that San duo is going to be nice and strong, and they get scaled towards the later stages of the game.
Very good. Then I pick up the Kadira, I really like it. But there's the Grok. Well, just as we talk about it, Valentina and Grok very quickly picked up. I wish this is a Boots Fredrin though. I want to say carrying an assassin once again. This means though that maybe you go Beatrix or Brody on Chewe instead of the Claude.
That's what I was thinking too. If you're going in blind, you might as well have somebody who can force out priority whenever you're feeling like it, right? But we can't forget, I feel like I've seen this pattern, almost like deja vu in a matter of fact, like especially from Echo. The fact that we see this Grok might just be going for Sanford this time, something a little bit more stable, something that can also force priority and make that big impact during these Lord secures. Because remember, Power Major deals a lot of damage, and especially with Master Assassin, you pair that up with Retribution, you might get 100% secure rates.
I was about to say Melissa could be a pick here, because understanding again, last time they met, Benny was able to kind of counter the Grok with the Melissa. Back in the day, there was a weird interaction, again with the go away, able to cancel that wild charge. So Melissa, up against the Grok, it no longer can do that. The wild charge goes through the go away. But the Valentina and the Lancelot, with the first 3 picks for Echo, it's setting up for a front-to-back composition again. They want, ONIC wants Echo to pick up something like a Brody, a Carry, even a Beatrix, because the Melissa will bully them in lane, creating space for this mid lane, and maybe possibly, like you mentioned, that Assassin jungle.
How about a Leslie ban for ONIC?
Yeah.
Very uncharacteristic of Benny Cutie, but I do feel that, Beatrix might be the ban out here. Like, the top priority is Beatrix, last is the Leslie, but there you go. Do you ban out Hayabusa? I think Hayabusa. There you go. Let's draft from Echo. ONIC. I think you pick up Fire Mist here?
Yeah, and then they just see what's left for the one later on.
Oh! That's what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe they go for like a potential support. Maybe they just show the fact that they want to play Ling right off the bat, right? Because it's still open. Kyrie can still get Ling. Honestly, now that I think about it, we haven't seen too many Lings overall. MSC, it keeps either getting banned out or nobody touches it.
Only Taz, right?
Yeah.
Only Taz. Okay, I think Carry still is good, but I mean, you're not left without a choice. Like, Carry might be the best option left for Echo. Then you go for an XP laner. Oh, Harith!
I like this. I like this just to make sure that Benny has a somewhat winning lane here with a little bit of help, and also, you know, the Terizla just in case this Fredrin ends up being flexible.
Yep. Arlott. It's weird that Arlott is open up until this point, right?
No, he's already banned. First ban,
Oh, there
right?
it is. Yep. I'm sorry.
So are we expecting for this Fredrin to go into the Kyrie, or is he going to force the Ling? Because that seems to be the only one left.
Right?
I don't know about the Ling against this comp, though.
Yeah, it's,
right?
it's very
the Grok the Grok's able to deny you. It's really annoying. Terizla as well is kind of a thick boy.
Yeah. Sanji can kick you.
Sanji can kick you as well. He can steal the way of the dragon at the same time.
With some sort of damage. Do you go back to the Masha if you're ONIC?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Of course.
Great call.
Of course.
Great call there, Wolf. Now, the adaptation is looking good. First Blood King, Mr. Echo Sanford himself, is leading with 4 First Bloods in the entire tournament. He's great in lane, but in game number 1, it was a little uncharacteristic to see him take such an awful trade against that Clue. So again, I love the fact that even for Coach Tic Tac, he's looking at every aspect of the game, from laning to mid all the way to late and neutrals.
Okay, how's the Terizla Masha matchup?
Oh, it goes nowhere. It literally goes nowhere.
I agree.
That's like 90% of Masha matchups.
Exactly.
Whoever commits is wasting time.
Yes. Exactly.
But at least with Terizla, they can clear out that wave. He can start focusing on moving out of that lane first and maybe keeping Masha to try and match him as quickly as possible.
But what I'm expecting for Echo here is something that's similar to game 1. They're very all in, because at least the Masha can re-engage. The Masha can say, no, let's not do it. We'll see what the tempo is like as we go into game 2. Can Echo reset and take us to 1-1 as we enter game number 2 in this best of 5?
Already you can already there is a lot of pressure in the purple buff.
Keyboard already putting so much pressure early on. Actually stealing away the little purple buff here. Might be forcing a retry early on. Kyrie already on the orange buff a bit quicker. Carl's going to be forced to use the retry here. Ooh, very close. Uses the retry in the end. Keyboard with a bit of sass there.
And there was no way for Yaoi to help.
Wait.
Yaoi's going to be doing a massive freeze. He's going to freeze every single minion wave. But he cannot help because Boots and Keyboy, they can just invade because Yaoi is only holding on to the Guardian's barrier.
Okay, a little bit of an invade once again. Just both teams skirmishing a little bit in the jungle. But this does give Kyrie a bit more of a better time farming compared to Carl Teasy.
And the whole situation up top isn't as good for Benny either. He is outranged. He's going to oblige. He's got burst. those basic attacks don't do much against the early kit of one Harith.
Exactly. Remember the Harith though. It's a hero that can actually just deceptively good range just because of the synchro fission. Still is very mid range though. But against Melissa, at least you have the way to kind of deal with the added range of the muddles.
And close the gap, if you will. And that kind of makes it a 50-50, especially if you're looking at a gold laner as brave as Benny Cutie.
Yes. And Yawi stayed, what, for a minute? So that's about 2 minion waves that he blocked with the Guardian's Barrier. It meant that Chewe will have to be nearer the turret of Echo.
What? San stole it away. The gold drop, just a little win there for ONIC as they build up for this turtle. But Sanford is going to be caught by Thunderclap. Actually canceled out as well. The Petrify even. The First Blood King falls to ONIC as ONIC pick up First Blood. Now it's a registered battle. Carl wins it. Now with the Wild Charge as well. Onto Keyboy, but he's able to jump Poo out of there. Now Kyrie with the knock-up and the Abrasive Spat. Sans picks up another. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Turtle traded in for kills as Keyboy disengages. And ONIC win out on the trade.
Good Terrify coming out from Sanjit. And really aiding Kaltisi in that engagement. The fact that Echo got it, they got the turtle, that was so good for their team. However, ONIC, you cannot deny the fact that the 2 kills that Sans was able to get means that Harith will be threatened later on. Good thing though, Benny Cutie does have the Purify.
Yep, and again, when it comes to turtle takes or any major objectives, you have to learn how to trade. Teams are getting so much smarter at that, and again, at this level of competition, economy counts, and that's what put ONIC here 1,000 gold ahead in under 3 minutes. That's huge. This is a big 1,000 gold.
That's important. That is important for ONIC for sure. And Keyboy kind of recovered. Still, Benny Cutie, you're going to ask, when is he going to be activated? I think sooner for sure compared to Chewe. And Echo needs to really summon the Echo Express now. ONIC is going to be snowballing if they don't start trying to make a play.
Just the same, it's so hard to say when you have this bottom lane, this XP lane that is going on forever again. Whoever commits is wasting time, and it looks like Boots is winning!
Wait, Boots is winning the 1v1. He's going in all the way, forcing Sanford to flicker under his turret. Boots gets taken low as well, though. That's the first skill for you, trading evenly. But look at the positioning of one Sans. Bottom lane, they're looking to pinch him down. Sanford notices something fishy, walks all the way back. Proper respect from the world champion. Meanwhile, top side, CW is gonna fall. That's Benny with the kill. An Echo trade.
Oh, great trade coming out from Echo and the aggression. Like I said, activation of Benny Cutie, that is what's needed. And with a minute to go before the outer third energy shields go down, they will make a move up top, which means that there will be even more gold for Benny Cutie.
Yep, and because of that space made up top, Echo can now make way for the turtle. Pulled over, Keyboy engages, watch Sans, and there's a kick!
Purify though, instantly now Sans jumps into the back line with the rough waves as well. Sanji gonna be able to escape as Keyboy jumps out with a jump pull. Kyrie finds the kill back. Now Sanji also trading in for Keyboy. Kyrie looking for some stacks for the Appraiser's Wrath. He goes for it. Red 3 battle here. Give me Carl the go. Picks it up. CW preheating in the back line right now with a muddle placement on point. Sanford's gonna fall. And ONIC once again win on a team fight. As you can see, Boots charging, walking them down with an unbending will. Benny recalling. This should give CW some room to go for the turret. Kyrie now knocked up by the wild charge, but should be able to pick up the purple buff. Was it Yawi? No.
It was Yawi.
Oh, it's Yawi. Okay.
It was Yawi.
That's still a win. I think ONIC still came out on top, and again, that's deja vu from the first turtle.
Yep. The second turtle that happened, it was again Echo getting it and Kaltisi just flexing his retribution, but ONIC, they're winning the team fights. And that is what matters most in the second and the third turtle. It won't matter if you get the turtle gold, but if you lose 2 people in the process and the enemy doesn't, that's economic advantage for the team that won the team fight. So ONIC really had a better trade afterwards, especially because they activated Chewe in that fight. So he got a little bit of gold in that skirmish.
We gotta watch out for that gold lane X factor. It's interesting because the XP lane, usually, a good friend of ours would say is the X factor, but here's the gold lane. Failed conceal play. Nice, we miss you. I swear, if this wasn't a Masha Terizla, we would have seen more fights down there.
Yeah.
But now it's the Melissa versus Harith, and they're also just both waiting for their teammates. Look at this sandwich. Look at this positioning.
Sanford finds Keyboy right there. The Shunpu's no longer ready for Keyboy. Phantom Execution as well. Keyboard's looking for the ult there. Sands, petrify, rough wiggle! No way, survives this. Benny dives in, but Sands finds a trade. The 1-for-1 as a shutdown, so Benny Cutie definitely gets some more pressure there. But the turret does not fall. The mini-wave was cleared in, and Boots in the bottom lane was able to find one.
The fact that they cleared out the minion wave on Sands, it was a 3v1 that he survived afterwards. Well, he did die, but he took one kill. Then on the opposite end, you have a free turret. ONIC still winning. That's macro trade-off.
Oh, and Sanji's gonna be caught him. It Praise's Wrath. Keyboy looking for the play. Just knocks him up. Backs up with a shampoo. Kyrie with the taunt now. Getting some resets on those cooldowns. Skill 1 and 2. Having more pressure. Boots.
Almost. And Boots does have the thunderclap, so it might as well have been frame perfect escape. Now, Kyrie pulls the turtle. About half health. Near the tip of its nest. Carl TZ still here. Once again, it's the GOAT versus the 1, and Boots going 1v1. Now bottom!
Where the dragon popped in. It's going to be 100-0. Keyboy still able to escape with a shampoo flickers out of defensive execution as Kyrie jumps on with a taunt. Carl TZ locked down. Zaman Force now by Benny Cutie onto the back line all the way, but he's going to be caught in the taunt. And CW, he's going for the hit. Now penalty zone onto the back, zoning CW. Boots. Meanwhile, Boots in a miss. He finds 1 kill, and it's going to be a 2-for-3. Still in favor of Echo. Kyrie picks up the purple buff. Carl TZ onto the orange buff. Kyrie still trying to defend his mid lane by himself as Benny sieges it down. But it seems like Kyrie should be able. Nope, that's the Demand Force. That's the Princess Kai, he saves the turret.
Woo. Just as Carl TZ steps on the clutch, Benny Cutie maintains to be the force of nature that he is.
And in that specific fight, it was the explainers trying to outplay each other by not engaging against each other. They went into the backlines, but Sanford had the better jump, especially because Benny Cutie was already able to put Sands low with his jump with the Zaman Force. Kyrie evening up this orange buff because Carl TZ actually took his.
Yeah. Oh, penalty zone. He's out of there. That's the Fredgen for you.
Wow. The most honest form of Grand Theft Orange. Literally stealing it in front of your face.
No contest whatsoever. No flashy moves. That's literally a dude walking in there, taking the orange.
Kyrie, you can have this.
Yeah.
Fun fact, the go away from Melissa cancels out the penalty zone. So if he times it well, it should be a very easy cancel. Two-man taunt.
Whoa.
Oh, what? Yowie with a wild charge. Zaman Force now popped in. With the dragon by Keyboy. Carl TZ jumping in. CW with a good position right now. Keyboy's gonna be chunked low. Shampoo out of there. CW with a free hit with his fire! Sanford jumps into the penalty zone, but Keyboy finds a kill back. Sanford not finding the range right now, but Sanji's looking for him. Keyboy will fall. But guess what? ONIC have won in that bottom side or top side river.
Yep, 2-for-1 here, and they got Benny Cutie. They also took down Sanford. Now Carl TZ.
Forced the puncture out. Boots is recalling in his face as he shows the alter ego, Team Elo.
And now they have regained the position onto the Lord. Echo, no shot, no chance. Actually, they will try.
Wow.
They're gonna go for it.
They're gonna go for it.
Beware of Boots. That's the main thing right now that can stop Echo, especially their back line. Sanji, I think, has been just targeted down many times.
Yep. You gotta watch out. You hear the crowd, they're here for ONIC. Lord here at a fourth of its health.
Let's go, that's gonna be the Zaman Force. Benny Cutie not able to hit right now as Boots does some damage. Who's gonna get the retry? Who finds him? No retry! CW free hitting the back with the go away as well. Sanford taking low, Kyrie locking Yowie up. Yowie forced a flicker out of the breath of the ocean. How does Boots do it? He basic attacked it.
Was that how bad the situation was? That's how chaotic it was for both Echo and ONIC, that it was only Masha was able to just scratch away?
Scratching, like Masha with normal attacks, not even a thunderclap. It was because of the two playmakers from both teams just taking away both junglers. It was the kick coming up from Keyboy. You're gonna see. Look at the kick coming up from Keyboy. With the Dragon. Then, of course, Sanford.
The Lord knocked them up.
Exactly. But they utilized the retry far too late. You'll never see that again.
Who's to say?
You'll never see that again.
Who's to say it wasn't even a scratch? What if it was a tick off of Molten Essence?
Maybe.
Is it that bad?
It is that bad. By the way, it very smart from Keyboy. I don't know if it was intended, but the delivery with the Way of the Dragon into the finality of the stun was just in sync with the skill of the Lord, which added a knock-up. So essentially, he had another way to combo it.
It was a chain CC.
Exactly.
The Filipino bush.
The Filipino bush.
Oh, it's Yowie in there. Carl TZ in the middle of 4.
This might be a lockdown. Has the puncture. Gets out. Just a little siege going on as Echo are able to micromanage the waves up top. Oh, did he spot Yaoi? Yaoi did he steal? He did. Sand spots him out. I don't think Yaoi wants to go for anything here. Meanwhile, Boots down below. They gotta be careful here.
Yeah, Filipino bush is dangerous.
Yeah.
If the opponents are aware, you're basically sandwiched. You're left in no man's land. And Yaoi knew the way out. Yeah, at least luckily the purple buff wall was down, so he can cross right through. He wasn't punished. And here, Carltes is struggling to keep it.
Okay, Carl, the puncture now, jumping on. That's Kyrie, like he got it, I believe. No, CW! So much damage! Sanji steals the rough waves, but Boots is falling down! The knockup comes through! Stanford to the back, looking for the damage, but CW has the peel, and CW! He survives! 4-0! ONIC are looking to find match point! Betty Cutie, the only man left standing. A miracle is what he needs. ONIC on the base, Keyway with a blinker! ONIC! They are building, and they have secured match point.
This is all heart. This is all conviction. ONIC have come in with a mission. Echo have been pushed to their limit unlike never before.
Absolutely. It wasn't a clean fight at all. ONIC, the reason why they look so good is because Echo was also so good. Everybody's just like Super Saiyan mode. And in that last purple buff fight, who would have thought, right? The final clash will be around the purple buff, not the Lord, not the turtle wherever, not a turret push. Purple buff. Carl TZ was so starved that he wanted to take that, but the entirety of ONIC, including the Indonesian fans, was there.
Who'd have thought needing the purple buff would be deadly? Who'd have thought that it would have cost you the game?
Oh, that wasn't Chewe. No. That was Calvin with Nada.
Calvin with Nada.
Say his name.
Say his name. Put some respect on CW's name.
He had Inspire all along. And after, the fact of the matter is, he was so patient with the Inspire. I could have sworn that if you find already the enemy jungler, you would buff the Inspire, you just eliminate him. But Sanford, when he jumped, it would have been a kill. He had Inspire. He took it, and the Haskos was quite late, you know, but it didn't matter. He had the way to deal with Sanford.
Gideon, is this the reality you were expecting? It's match point. Echo scored nil.
This is not the reality I was expecting. I was expecting the Filipino finals, you know? I love this team in Echo, but right now, ONIC is in a different realm of existence. It's coming down to the wire. It's coming down to who outplays who at this final moment. It's a beautiful game of Mobile Legends, and better yet, people have been telling us this is the grand finals game. And I was thinking that, I don't know, maybe we can actually wait for the real grand finals, but I think I've changed my mind here. This, I really hope Echo pulls it back to make it a full 5 games. We need more of this.
We do. We really do.
Now we definitely wish there was a lower bracket, you know? This is the time where, come on, is this gonna end like this?
Not like this.
There's a battle for third.
But they're not gonna be battling for third.
Exactly. There's no
Not
achievement.
this. Not like this.
It hurts. It hurts a lot, and I was already questioning, like, man, showing Melissa so early on, and especially with the interactions that, you know, we could have expected to see. You know, they already saw the Grok in the first place. I thought maybe this could be a mistake. Yeah. I gotta remember the name Calvin Winata, and you guys should too. CW, you didn't feel his impact until it was too late in game number 1. Right here, right now, he does even more. But if it wasn't for Boots making sure that Benny QT is having an uncomfortable time, and as well as Lancelot unable to get those autos, weave those autos in, it's tough.
What did the Lars say? First thing he said on the desk, Boots and CW, these are the two guys who need to perform if they want to take Echo on. And man, they're not just performing, they're stepping up.
And the guy who really stepped up, Boots, in this particular game, you have a rough idea what will happen, right? In the X-Play, we know that that's going to be out. It's going to be a nothing late, right? But the way that they contributed to the fights, and I would say Sanford, despite having a 1-5-1 score, he really did challenge Boots, and they were trying to mirror each other. Boots going into the backlines, making it impossible for the backup of Echo to come into the fight. Well, that's also true with Sanford going onto Chewe, but Boots in the end managed to find the better openings. There wasn't any minute in this game where he wasn't doing anything.
He was always on.
Exactly. Hardest working man today.
And something about that that heat map that you will see in the highlights is the fact that he kept taking the role of controlling that bottom quarter.
Yep.
He never let it go, and he understood that that was his mission. And here you'll see, he was always looking for something from the backline. Look!
Great jump from Sanford, but then again, the way that everybody's just clumped up and you still find the right target to go onto, like utilize your Thunderclap to regain some health and then still get a kill before dying against 4. Boots is on a different level now. He's very self-aware.
Chewe.
Yep.
Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. The fact that he's target prioritizing Muddles just to shorten the cooldown for his dashes. So very, very smart. Rather than trying to maximize his damage, it's about the mobility. And then the final moment right here.
He scratched it. He scratched it.
He scratched it right at the end.
All right, at least he scratched it. I was afraid it was off of a Molten Essence stick.
Oh my god. Oh, Kaltizi really, really deprived. And look at that. 4 members, including the Indonesian fans in that purple pit. Boots comes in and just cleans it up. Sanford, well done, but the Inspire was ready from Chewe, and of course Skiboy helped along the way.
Everyone was there.
Everyone was there, including what? Eterna was there. I
Gani
think
was there.
Ranger Mas was there probably.
Got Rashi somewhere in there.
Kabe was chilling. Wawa was there.
Wawa decided to join the party. Man, I just heard the sharpest scream in the world, and I just figured out what it is. It's both Delar and Rippo take pictures together on the side, and by the way, on the ONIC side of things. I don't know whether it's conspiracy or not, but the game ended 12 minutes, 14 seconds, 7-14. Double the kill score right at the very end.
You would think that this will be the case, especially because Echo have found a good footing in the early stages. Benny already won in the lane. It was Yawi utilizing the Grok Guardian's barrier. But then again, Kyrie was also, I guess, on point when it comes to securing his own farm and the buff. Like 1, 0, and 10 eventually. Boots was phenomenal, Cherry was phenomenal. Sands in this game as well, so many good jumps. But my oh my, Keyboy, this is the reason why Delar and everybody else was hyping this guy with a Cho. He's good.
He's really good. He's really, really good. I mean, I think Gani said it in MPL Indonesia right after Keyboy beat Evos or Alter Ego. I can't remember, but Gani pulled out his little, drawing, and he said, "Yo, Yaoi, do you miss Keyboy?" And everybody at the time was like, what the hell? I mean, Yaoi beat Keyboy, but now you know what Gani was on.
Man, I just can't wait for the fanfics to start coming up. VX Keyboy, like, I could see the title already.
The M4 Cho skin hasn't even come out, and are we already naming a new Dewa Cho?
Dewa Cho.
Is there a new God of Cho?
Or Munton is just gonna add another chroma layer so it can be this is the M4 one, but this is also the MSC for Keyboy.
Ah, the painted skins.
Yes.
Skins. Okay.
It's built in. It's there.
It's there. Let's look at the post-game stats here so far, because again, a majority of the gold stolen, all falling into the hands of Kyrie. But I think the one thing that's really setting the big difference, right? It's not even about the margin of error anymore. I think the communication from the side of ONIC seems to be a little faster. I don't know what kind of latency that they're using, but seems to be working out for them. They seem to be very aware about when we do see Kai actually go for that big taunt so that the rest of the team can immediately start pouncing to capitalize.
If you're looking at if you're watching the game and you know that and you understand the metagame so much and the way that each hero interacts with each other, you're gonna feel that it was very fast. Or maybe not fast. It's like there is no lull time. There's no dead air between these teams. Rarely do we get a chance to actually analyze because of the fact that there was so many things going on. Boots was hardest working, and you see that is the understanding of ONIC.
Well, with that being said, it looks we need like a calm down, cool down a little bit more. So let's find out what Robbie and Amara is doing.
Here we are with pro players from Impunity and Evo's Legends, Hate and Delar. Oh my god, Delar, do you hear their cheer for you? Let me hear it again. And Delar! Okay, wala doon. As soon as he walked in, everybody was cheering. So how are you guys enjoying the game so far?
Sobrang nag-enjoy ako kasi ito yung pinaka-inaabangan kong laban talaga sa MSC.
He's really enjoying it because this is the one that he's looking forward to the most in MSC. Why?
Wow. នេះគឺជាការប្រកួតមួយដែលគាត់តឹងរង់ចាំយូរមែនតើព្រោះវាពិតជាមើលទៅក្តុកក្តួលហើយគឺជាការសងសឹកមួយដ៏ខ្លាំងក្លាមែនតើឥឡូវយើងឃើញហើយលទ្ធផលទៅជាយ៉ាងណា
Why is it the most anticipated match for you?
Kasi pinaka-inaabangan ko talaga yung assassin na hero ni Kyrie.
because he's really waiting for Kyrie's assassin heroes.
វ៉ាវគាត់ពិតជារងចាំនៅពេលវេលាមួយនេះជាយូរណាស់មកហើយឥឡូវនេះគាត់បានឃើញនៅផ្ទាល់ភ្នែកហើយនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះផងដែរ
How about you? How are you enjoying the game so far?
Nakakaba. Kasi...
You're nervous?
Wala. Basta masaya.
Okay, he's nervous and he's happy to a point that he's speechless.
ភ័យផងបុកពោះផងអានេះគឺជាអារម្មណ៍របស់គាត់នៅពេលនេះផងដែរ Okay, so now my question to you. Between ONIC and M4 champion, which team do you support?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm really curious about that because ONIC eliminated your team.
Yeah,
okay?
sure.
And you used to play with Benny Cutie. You used to be teammates. So, which teams are you guys rooting for?
Siyempre kung ako, ONIC ako.
ONIC! You're voting for ONIC even though they eliminated you?
Yeah.
They took you out?
Wow!
Kasi nakakasawa na yung Pinas versus Pinas sa Grand Final eh. Gusto ko makita yung Indo versus Pinas sa Grand Final.
Maraming magagalit na Pinoy dito because he's saying that he's used to seeing Philippines versus Philippines. So he wants to see this time Philippines versus Indonesia for the Grand Finals.
អូខេអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាគាត់បានឃើញហើយថាប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីនធ្លាប់បានជួបជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីនគ្នាឯងប៉ុន្តែឥឡូវនេះអ្វីដែលគាត់រងចាំយកគឺហ្វីលីពីនជួបជាមួយនឹងឥណ្ឌូនេស្យាថាតើនឹងទៅជាយ៉ាងណានៅពេលដែលប្រទេសទាំងពីរនេះជួបគ្នា
How about for you? Who are you rooting for?
Either who will win this match.
No, you have to say. Who?
Both of them.
Both of them.
And any, because my teammate before, my coach before is in ONIC, and my teammate before is in Echo, Benny Cutie. Is any of them?
Any of them because he used to be teammates with Benny Cutie from Echo and both of them actually were from ONIC Philippines. So he really can't decide right now. So any of them is fine for him.
Yeah វាពិតជាពិបាកមែនទែននៅក្នុងការសម្រេចចិត្តថាយកមួយណាព្រោះឯពីរនឹងគឺល្អទាំងអស់គ្នាអញ្ចឹងគាត់ថាមួយណាក៏បានដែរទាំងពីរក៏រត់តែល្អដែរបាទ Okay, so Hatred is now playing for the impunity in Khmer. So is there any journey in here and can you speak Khmer a little bit, even a word, so that the fan here would say something about you? We want to know that. We want to hear it from you.
What's the word?
What's the word?
What's the word? Think about it.
I know a word. Tuesday.
Tuesday bong.
Oh, hello.
Tuesday bong.
What else do you know?
I think it's just 2 words. Tuesday bong and akon charan.
Wow, Tuesday bong និងអរគុណច្រើនគឺជាពាក្យដែលគាត់ចេះបាទ
What does that mean?
Thank you and hello.
Hello bong and thank you.
And hello, very very polite.
Or something.
Oh, you know something? Okay. Delart, Papa Sigat, go ahead.
Bong Soroline on.
ណែតាមពិតអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអ្នកបោះព្រីយ៉ុងនៅខាងនេះ
Translate. What does it mean in English?
I don't know that. I don't know that word.
You're the one who's from here.
Can you translate it for me?
Translate it for
He
him.
said that bongs are line on meaning that I love you.
It means I love you. Can you say it again because the girls love it? Say it again one more time.
Say it.
Bong Soroline on.
Woo! They're going crazy. Now, you were saying that, you know, you're part of ONIC, you were teammates before with Kyrie and Coach Sheb. I see pictures of you guys. You guys still hang out? And how's the relationship? Did anything change?
Wala naman nagbago, ganun pa rin, pamilya pa rin kami.
Oh, he's saying nothing has changed ever since they were teammates because they're still family, even up to now, even though they're not teammates anymore.
Okay ទោះបីជាពួកគាត់មិនមែនជាធ្វើការនៅក្នុងក្រុមជាមួយគ្នាក៏ដោយប៉ុន្តែពួកគាត់គឺជា family មានន័យថាជាគ្រួសារតែមួយផងដែរដូចនេះហើយគ្មានអីដែលអាចផ្លាស់ប្ដូរពួកគាត់បានទេបាទ
Okay, well, he's residing in Indonesia, you're residing here. Since they came to Cambodia, how is the hangout so far? Do you miss Coach Sheb? Do you miss Kyrie?
Yeah, I miss them. I miss them so much. But I mean, it did not change anything because we were talking like video call.
Oh, you're always video calling,
Yeah,
so
and-
nothing has changed.
Yeah, we have group chat. We're talking if we are free.
Oh, okay, you're still talking. What about Benny Cutie? Do you still talk to Benny Cutie?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
អូខេពួកគាត់នៅតែមានការទំនាក់ទំនងគ្នារវាងគ្នានឹងគ្នាព្រោះដោយសារតែគាត់មាន group chat ក៏ដូចជាគាត់មាន video call នៅក្នុងការនិយាយគ្នាអញ្ចឹងហើយទោះបីជានៅដល់ឯណាក៏ដោយក៏គាត់នៅតែមានភាពស្និទ្ធស្នាលរវាងគ្នានឹងគ្នាដូចគ្នាដែរបាទ
Okay, as pro players, everybody thought that Echo was going to be dominant because they eliminated ONIC during the World Championship. But this time around, it's 2-0. ONIC is the one dominating. So if you were to put your shoes, and you know Benny Cutie, with Echo's position right now, how much pressure do you think that is for them? Because a lot is expected from them, and they're the ones that hasn't had a win for even one game for this matchup.
Tingin ko yung Echo, sanay na sila. Kasi nung time na natalo sila sa Blacklist, alam na nila kung paano bumawi. Ganun. Tsaka professional player sila, alam nila kung gaano, ayun, yung mental nila, ganun.
And he's saying that Echo's doing just fine because they're professional players. They know exactly how to bounce back. They learned even from Blacklist, and they know this mental game that's happening right now.
អូខេគាត់បានលើកឡើងថាតាក់ទងជាមួយនឹង Echo ទោះបីជាយ៉ាងណាក៏ដោយគាត់ដឹងថា Echo នឹងលេងបានល្អហើយទោះបីជាមានរឿងអីកើតឡើងក៏ដោយពួកគាត់នៅតែធ្វើការគ្រប់គ្រងទៅដល់ក្រុមទាំងអស់គ្នានឹងផងដែរបាទ
All right, if we can big up Echo for Benny Cutie, what is your message for him? And then you're going to big up ONIC. What is your message to them?
The fan
you
are
go
looking
first,
for that.
Tate. What's your message for Benny Cutie? And if you're gonna be, parang ipagmamalaki mo yung Echo.
Good luck sa inyo. Kaya nyo po yan. Paabutin nyo game 5 para maganda yung laban.
Good luck to Echo. You can do it. You can reach game 5. So it's gonna be an even, intense match. It's gonna be a beautiful match.
គាត់ជូនពរទៅដល់ Echo ក្នុងការទទួលបាននូវសំណាងល្អនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនៅវគ្គក្រោយនេះផងដែរបាទព្រោះយើងឃើញថាវាពិតជាក្តុកក្តួលមែនតើព្រោះអីឥឡូវនេះគឺ ONIC ទទួលបាន2ហើយប៉ុន្តែ Echo មិនទាន់បានទទួលបាននៅពិន្ទុទេបាទ
Okay, what is your message to Kyrie, Coach Yeb, to the entire ONIC?
To Kyrie and Coach Yeb, yeah, good luck. And to Kyrie, I'm so proud of you. Yeah. Kahit sobrang layo na narating mo, sobrang proud ako sa'yo. Ganon. Tapos, galingan nila, yung ONIC, galingan lang nila. Simangat bang.
His message to Kyrie is that he's reached so far. He's done so well. He's so proud of him. And he's telling ONIC that they can do such a good job. And did you say something in Bahasa? In the end?
Simangat bang.
What does that mean?
Keep spirit.
Keep the spirit.
គាត់បានផ្ដាំទៅដល់ក្រុមថាអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានធ្វើល្អខ្លាំងមែនទែនតាំងពីដើមរហូតមកដល់ពេលនេះហើយដូច្នេះហើយសូមបន្តការធ្វើល្អនេះក៏ដូចជាការលេងឲ្យបានល្អកាន់តែខ្លាំងម្ដងទៀតហើយជាអ្វីដែលជាពិសេសនោះគឺការធ្វើការងារសហការជាក្រុមនេះតែម្ដងគឺធ្វើឲ្យយើងទទួលបានជោគជ័យនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃជាពេលចុងក្រោយបំផុតរបស់
Now, is this going to be a sweep or will Echo bounce back? That's what we're going to find out. So we're going to head back to our casters to take us and see the world.
And now, this could be it. Match point for ONIC as Echo looking to recuperate from the damage received in Game 1 and as well as Game 2. And we were having a bit of a discussion here and would like to bring that up. You know, it's a simple children's game, but RPS has a lot of complexities.
Yeah, there was. I can see that. I was actually reading through the timeline, and a lot of like analysts in the Philippines say that there's a lot of like micro engagements that both of these teams are doing. And thank you so much to all of the viewers out there. 2.1 million.
We can do better. We can do better. I believe with this matchup, everybody at home, you guys can share it to everyone you know, and we can get to 3.5 bites a day.
Take it to game 4.
Exactly.
We're breaking records.
Take it to game 4, then it is.
Yep.
We're looking to hit 3.5, but to all the 2 million concurrent viewers, thank you so much for helping us hit our PCU record this time round. But let's get back into business, as you were saying. Well,
yeah, as I was saying, there was a lot of like micro engagements that are happening, outplays against outplays, and I think that will only happen if there will be two teams who are equally matched when it comes to skills and knowledge, and they're trying to outplay each other. The reason why we're given this good of a match, it's not because like somebody like having like a a good outplay whatsoever, or maybe something like a lucky shot. this is two teams really trying so hard, winning with the knowledge that they have.
It's looking for different avenues, right? I mean, they know their fundamentals. Everybody knows the macro, but at the end of the day, it's about where's that, like Leo likes to mention, the ceiling.
There is no there are no mistakes in these games. They're playing at the.
I agree.
They're playing at the peak of MLBB. If you're looking for the best right now that the sport can provide you, watch these games. And again, the fact that they end at 12 minutes, 15 minutes, doesn't tell you the whole story.
You don't feel like 12 minutes at all.
That last one was 12 minutes. So, man,
wow.
What's causing these losses from Echo right now are not the fact that they're not doing their best.
Yep.
I think it's just ONIC can find a way to min-max what's being provided and what's being let out. So now it's up to Echo. It's their turn, right? It's their turn. They've introduced us to the Echo Express. They've introduced us to the Echo system in Season 11. What's left in the playbook?
There is the saying, the contemporary saying in the Philippines, in the professional matches, where it's like that they're just making the documentary look good.
Oh. Season 3.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot. Very entertaining.
So the producers and all the bigwigs in the suits are now watching our show. They're like, if this doesn't make money now, we're cutting you off.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, to be fair. But honestly, I like the fact that you mentioned that, yes, they made 12 minutes feel like a lifetime here. Generations upon generations will remember these matches because these are the two teams that are looking to not only outsmart and outwit each other, but truly out-micro their opponents, which is very different when you compare them to a team like Blacklist, who's playing reserved, discipline, decision-making, and then team fighting at crucial moments. But it's time here. Match point for ONIC. One more game, and we'll see who is going to be moving on to the next stage, or whether Echo can look to pull longer. It's time to draft.
Echo has the choice here. They've lost last game. So now they can say, I want to stay red, or I want to go red. And indeed they do. Here's a switch up.
Look at ONIC Bass.
They did switch up this time. I think that it's more about them denying the red side from ONIC than it is them liking the red side. Although they are very adept at the red side, I think that just knowing Coach Chip, he really prefers this kind of that side, right? I think that Mirko can agree. ONIC really likes that because they really take full advantage of that last pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think for both of these sides, ONIC really enjoy going blue or red. But I agree, red side gives them a little bit more to play with when it comes down to utilizing those flex picks and making their opponents think all the way to the final pick.
Hey, wait, I thought this was going to be blitz bans and blitz picks, but no, I think Echo have slowed it down. Coach Tic-Tac is really making sure that he's walking through the entire thought process with the rest of his team so everybody's on the same page. The way that I look at it, Joy is looking like a real hot pick right now.
Joy is just a strong hero for both teams. Boots as well as Sanford can definitely utilize that. It can be flexed. I think that given in the right hands, an OP hero will be like 10 times more valuable in this scenario. So I think, let's go. Joy is there.
So they go Joy here.
He could Joy there.
I mean, he could. He could definitely go Joy anywhere he wants.
They have Joy. They use Joy in Indonesia. There she is.
The Cambodian favorite, the Joy, is going to be picked up here by ONIC as first pick. Echo respond instantly, though, with a Valentina. Okay. The Fredrin. For Carl.
It's a worthy trade.
This is a winning M4 formula, the Fredrin first pick for Echo.
I think so. I think now it's really coming down to like how do you get your comfort picks, especially when you're pushed into this corner, right? Again, reduce that margin of error.
No, they still pick up the Kadira. Maybe they pick up a marksman here. Somewhere along the lines of
Claude?
Claude, perhaps. Or maybe a Nakai earlier on for ONIC. Since there's already the Fredrin from the side of Echo.
Wait, Lancelot is up. It's open.
It is open.
Lancelot's free.
Do they want it, though? 4 more seconds. The decision is going to be made right here. They're going to be locking in.
Yeah, I think... I do feel that sorry.
Melissa.
Okay, Melissa. Okay, they will go back to the Melissa. Echo, I wonder if they are interested for the Franco. The benefit that you get out of Franco is that you have a lockdown for the Joy. You always want to have some way to lock down the Joy, especially because they themselves have banned out the glue.
Yeah, they need it early, or sooner rather than later, you know? There we go. They've already locked it in. So again, thinking ahead of time, let's get into the second phase, because this is where it's going to get really spicy. ONIC, they can focus down on many QD's picks if they really, really wanted to. They can also start looking at maybe at limiting one or two, maybe one jungle option, just to kind of make sure that the Fredrin stays in the jungle.
That's the benefit of picking up the Melissa very early for ONIC. They really don't care as much about the matchup. Maybe, especially because the Valentina has already been shown. This means that they can really just, you know, reduce the amount of marksmen available for Echo in the second set of bans.
And we can even see the response from Echo, right? They're focusing down on making sure that Kyrie isn't going to get his signature picks in the jungle, right? Making sure that these assassins aren't going to hurt Benny's side, knowing where ONIC is going to target their bans. There we go, Khan, yes. So this, now we've got a very clear lead of the mindsets of the teams.
That's right. Bitrix next then, right? They want to give the same matchup to CW. They want to either force CW or force Benny on carry, Brody, or Harith.
Well, let's have a look here. Sky's the limit.
Skyrie.
Skyrie, I like that a lot. Skyrie has 7 unique heroes used in MSC, claiming the top spot using utility and assassin junglers. He's currently tied with D7 and Dreams, both which are roamers.
Oh, it's the Grok band, so it's not the Bitrix.
No, it's not the Beatrix. They are okay with the Beatrix, maybe because they have the Joy anyways.
And the Kadira.
And the Kadira, you're correct.
So there's so much going for Benny anyways, so they'll save him for last. They'll try to make sure that he's okay going into the early to mid, that he can scale up, and they'll give Sanford this comfort. Is this what happens now? Is this Echo just reverting, defaulting to comfort so that they can fight for game 4?
I mean, to be fair, yes, this is a comfort, but let's also recognize that like somebody needed to attack Melissa from the getaway from me, right? And Grok is a very simple way of doing it. Lapu, margin of error is still there, but we're talking about Sanford here. He has won a world championship with this hero.
I agree. I will not be surprised if this is something like an aim on from ONIC. No, they go lands. Okay, they're looking for a roamer or maybe a damage dealer. Farsa may not be. Dovaria is there, or Kagura perhaps for ONIC.
Kufra. So they just want to be able to stop dashes. They want to be able to engage, and they give the Beatrix over. Very, very interesting.
ONIC is looking to end the way they started, off of Keyboy's Kufra.
And I don't know. I'm very nervous, and I'm not the Indonesian on this table. This is going to be quite the game here, potentially a game-winning one for ONIC, but Echo, they're going to have to fight tooth and nail, all of which are going to be signature picks, comfort heroes, as we will slowly be moving in towards that game. Leo, I think I'll pass it to you. You take it from here.
Gentlemen, this is now or never. Echo has to present a threat, or else ONIC moves on. For the first time in a while, we have Manji, or Manford, sitting down. He's usually dancing around. He has been humbled.
And for good reason. ONIC, the way that they won in the first 2 games, you would definitely believe that they are the best in this tournament. Why? Because it was Echo that they defeated. And it wasn't Echo just making the mistakes whatsoever. It was Echo fighting in the same degree as ONIC. There's so much decisiveness between these 2 teams, but ONIC won 2 games.
And now, this could be the last. ONIC here, just helping Kyrie start off that orange while it's Carl Teasy mirroring.
Well, both of the mid laners are having a bit of fun. You know, we spoke about the Sansan duo. Turns out we have our own Sansan matchup in the mid lane.
Across the seas.
Across the seas.
Or the river here. Keyboy spots Yaoi. There was a sent an attempt. There's a jump.
Good jump, boots as well. Oh, forcing a flicker very early on from Yaoi.
It's definitely a bad decision from Yaoi. The fact that they don't have the flicker for the first turtle fight, that's massive.
Yep, that's 102 seconds that Yaoi has to wait, given the adjustments to pull yourself together. But should be enough time, given that he might not even have the bloody hunt when time comes.
Okay, the Joy is a problem here, and I really like the duel between Sans and Sanji. The way that they're also, like, look at that micro play coming up from Sanji. He held on to the minion. so that it will not be as fast. And Sands his lane will be frozen a little bit.
Yep, and Sanji's continuing, right? For that matter. Now, here's a duel once more. Carlteezy and Kyrie, they let go.
Yeah. Little Wanderer going into Carlteezy. Every single thing matters in this particular game and in this particular matchup between Carlteezy and Kyrie. And just a Little Wanderer can spell a massive difference between two junglers.
Yep, it allows Carlteezy to reposition. Again, there's that movement speed buff along the river, that main artery that draws from corner to corner. Now Turtle has spawned. Boots here at half health. I'm wondering if he's ready to come through. And now both junglers are on the scene.
Kai on the Lancelot. This time Sanford looking to use the bravest fighter here. Looking for stun right now, and that's going to be a free. Turtle over to Carlteezy. Rhythm popped in. That's going to be the Bloody Hunt as well. Locking Keyboy down, but he fires a 3-man. That's the Vengeance, and that's the combo with the Petrify. Carlteezy able to sustain right now, but Boots finds the first blood on the back line. Carl looking for the trade. Kyrie 1 HP, but Keyboy and Sans proves to be too much for him to handle. Finally, we get a good trade back. Echo is able to take Boots down, but the kill was only for Yawi.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Echo getting the kill, but the fact that they got the turtle, that's what's more important here. You can already see why the Valentina is favored to go up against the Joy, not only because of the ultimate that they can steal, but also because of the damage of the Shadow Strike. Once you lock down the Joy, it's not going to be a free pass to the backlines. That's why Boots, despite getting the kill, still received a lot of damage. Overall, Echo wins the first turtle fight.
And this is already a great change. If we're expecting to go to game 4, maybe even 5, Echo have to start changing up this dynamic with the turtle. Oh!
Carl gonna be caught by the rough waves, and Sans picks up the kill. Did Kyrie steal his purple buff?
Let me see. We'll never know unless...
Now we... Oh! Sans! He's able to escape. Oh, it's a red apathy. Not enough! It's not enough to kill Sans. Beautiful oddity. The Ocean oddity to get out of range.
Back-to-back unfortunate events up top. Boots gets away as well.
And 15% reduction in the damage under the outer turret. And it just shields Yawi with direction to Kyrie. Man, they don't stop.
They don't stop. They want to keep on going. And CW hits onto the turret, getting a bit of gold himself.
Oh, ONIC really... Oh, I mean, Echo, you would think that they already have the lead, but ONIC will always find an opening. And the fact that they found a kill onto Carlteezy, that was so weird to see because we didn't see the build-up on how they were put in that position. What matters is ONIC took out Carlteezy, and that's a massive dent. You can see Kyrie already level 7.
And Carlteezy's just about to get there, right? Another jump, catches one, and a hook!
Bloody Hunt as well. Bravest Spider also used up. 2 big ultimates used up, but Keyboy will fall. Echo have a man advantage. Kyrie, 1 level lead. Carl going to be able to find that level 2 as well. Level 7. Sans jumping back in. Kyrie with Retribution, but it's Carl! The goal finds it. Rough waves over to Sanji. Is Sans going to be caught? The Abrasion's right. Oh, Carl! What? He different direction! Now it's going to be Kyrie jumping to the back, looking for the kill. But he has to be careful here. Sanji does some damage, and Kai ends up getting caught.
Oh, that's deja vu. I think that's what happened, Wolf. Earlier when Carlteezy fell, it was just ONIC collapsing on him. This time around, they catch the one, they catch Kyrie.
Very important. And Kyrie, very questionable that he went for that play, specifically because he knew that there were 4 people in there. They already got away. With Sans surviving, that could have been a massive, that could have been a getaway for ONIC, but it didn't. And it now puts the tempo to Echo 1.4K. God.
That's a solid lead, especially how close this game is, 2-3. In 5 minutes, there's a hook!
Oh, Keyboy cancels it though, now not fully in range. Sans jumping in, the Bennett's Rage still find his mark. Rough waves popped in onto Yawi, but the conceal is there. Echo playing it clean with their pick-off strat.
And now in mid, once more, these 2 junglers, these 2 young prodigies going in. Champions in their own right. What all this action is buying in the mid and in the lower part of the maps are a dead lane once more. It's like that Masha Terizla matchup, but yeah, it's just the Lapu Lapu and the Joy waiting to rotate. They don't want to see each other in that lane.
It kind of gives a lot of advantage to Benny Curie. Well, just as we say that
we saw it there.
Yeah, we saw it. you have the Blade of Despair already available for Benny Cutie. Now it's the time. 6 minutes in, you have an engage comp from Echo. You do have a way to pick up, but generally speaking, you want to engage with this Frederick and this Beatrix, Valentina to top it all off. You have the power spike now, Echo, and ONIC, they have not built enough for them to defend against Echo. Unless, of course, Keyboy finds a massive ultimate.
Oh, but he's the one who's found.
Keyboy canceled out. Keyboy canceled the hook with the top boots and the Tyrant's Revenge. Perfectly timed. Now, Sanford has the ultimate back up. Kyrie is looking for the steal. Let's see if he's able to make this work. Carl versus Kyrie. Kyrie pops the Phantom Execution a little bit too late. Conceal play. Echo is able to escape. Carl TZ secures the turtle. 3-0 in the bottom lane. Sanford 1v1ing a CW right now is going to be able to dash out, but it's not going to be enough. The flicker comes through. Sanford with a solo kill.
The Apex Predator finds one, and up top, Boots, it's 3 on him.
He's going to be slain as well. Benny picks up the kill. Echo side laners are online in game number 3.
Oh, okay. Gonna be very bad for ONIC. Not only did they lose the turtle, might have gotten away with Keyboy, but the fact that they lost the kill onto the bottom lane, and they also will lose a turret up top. It's just the map that will be bleeding red this time.
It's about 10 seconds until the purple. And the Lord, and no! They take down Sans once more. He couldn't even respond. This is going to allow Echo to push the tempo. Again, I think up next on the docket, that mid lane, so that the Lord coming in a minute will be as free as it gets.
Boots is going to be sandwiched here. Not a good position to be at right now. The hook, oh, it barely connects. Boots just barely out of range as Benny Cutie and Sanji just goes ham onto the tier 2 turret up top, sieging it down, clearing out the mini waves, and takes it down.
Oh, look at Kyrie stealing that orange.
Yep.
Never a dull moment. He's always up too.
Ooh. These hooks have been just like
Any TP out?
a pixel away.
We'll see him.
Ooh. Okay. We didn't know, and when Carl TC goes back, he will be surprised that there's no orange buff there.
Could have sworn. Sworn I left it here.
We just have cooldown.
But there's a massive difference now between the gold laners. That's going to be Blade of Despair incoming, Malefic Roar perhaps onto Benny Cutie, or maybe might prioritize the Hunter Strike afterwards. Still, Chewe is a critical mass. I feel that at 8 minutes, the first Lord of the fight, Echo, is still in a mountain ahead of ONIC.
Yep, for the first time in this series, it's Echo who's calling the shots. Echo in the driver's seat. 4.5k ahead, about 9 minutes in. Carl TZ holds the Lord. Yaoi controlling his pixel brush. Oh, misses Keyboy. Look at the angle that Sans has.
Again, still going to be Kyrie jumping in now. Bloody Hunt, no! It gets knocked up, it gets cancelled by Lord! Keyboy finds Benny, but there's no one to follow it up. Keyboy now backing up. Sanford finding the stun, now with the Brave Spider. CW is going to be caught right now as the backline's going to be turning down as a flicker, but go away! CW is able to dish out so much damage, peeling away. Sanford's low, Kyrie looking for him. He finds a Thorn Rose, but in the back, it's still Echo winning in this fight. CW putting the models down again, but Kyrie should fall here to Sanji. That's the runner, that's Kyrie! Oh, Sanji takes him out at the killing spree, and Echo are in full control in game number 3.
A 4-for-1 with Echo converting into the first Lord of the game. No denying the mechanics on every single player in this bout is on a whole nother level. But again, against two heavy hitting core heroes, the one could not get away.
That one could not get away. Unbelievable fight coming out from ONIC. I thought for sure that they didn't stand a chance against Echo. I thought that if they do fight against Echo, they will just be wiped out.
No way, this is a stat. No way.
Average? Okay.
Our league operators work hard.
They really do.
They really do.
TPM. So average TPM was how much? 6?
Yeah.
I don't need...
If I'm not mistaken, Sanji's ahead.
I don't believe that.
All right, Sans got to step up his game, man. His TPMs are looking real low this game.
Because Sans has been dying a little bit more in the series compared to the rest of MSC. So that's why Sanji's on the up and up here.
Okay. Interesting point, for sure. Okay. Kyrie went for the Thunderbelt, by the way. It's not the Molteness. It's into the War Axe greedy build that UC Galkizi have used.
Oh, nice Petrify there to cancel it out for the flicker. Yeah, we're going to be engaged on Tyrant's Rage. Popped in, CW with a go away right now, but the sun connects onto the back line. CW is going to fall. Who's the once again prevails in this team fight, saving his team. Tier 2 in the mid lane falling.
Top lane, Lord's going to swing away at it. 3 defenders from ONIC here. Huge trade coming in. Echo 7K ahead. They're outgunning and outmanning Echo. Still here. And now they take that inhibitor. Can they go for the finish?
6 seconds. Sanford with the Bravest Fighter still has it right now. It's asking the Retribution coming in. Keyboy jumping in as well. The Terrified not going to be able to kill Kyrie right now. It's asking the respawn timers coming down. ONIC able to fight. Boots jumping back in onto the base of it all. With the rhythm. Is it enough? Boots tries to shut down. Keyboy finds the play to turn it around.
Huge punish coming in from ONIC. Definitely not endable quite yet. Echo, the gold lead has shrunken down to 4K, and we'll see once more how deep Echo was and how sure they were that they could finish.
Back-to-back plays coming out from Keyboy, catching the entirety of Echo that's pushing in there. You can see the jump. Then Boots, after the flicker coming up from Benikiti, which wasn't the maximum range, was able to catch up. That Keyboy with the flicker so that he can thread the needle. You have Chewe dealing the damage already, and that was some great punish coming out from ONIC. Still, they are way behind. The debt is still pretty high. But ONIC, that's still an important swing back.
Mere moments ago, we could have sworn Echo was going to end it. And now, just as quickly as we analyze that replay, ONIC are back. And they are taking away buffs from Carl Teasy. It's a quarter of a minute left until this Lord spawns. This is going to be Luminous Lord. If Echo gets this, again, back to the aggression, back to the tempo. If ONIC gets it, we're back to a 50-50. Hell, maybe ONIC can even end, given how fast they've recovered.
Still the fact remains, Echo, they have an economic advantage. They will be the one first to get into Lord Kyrie.
Gonna turn.
He opens it up for his team. Yaoi's getting spotted out. Sanford with the Bravest Fighter defensively right now. Ski-Boy! He's able to fly! Benny! He found Benny in the defensive fire! The collapse! ONIC, they disregard the Lord! They go for the fight! Kyrie in the midst of it all right now with the phantom execution. That's a lot of damage placed down, but look at CW who's gonna be able to free hit in the back. Boots also with the rhythm. Lord slain. Still, it's Echo on the board with the objective. But is it worth for ONIC?
They lost Benny. They lost Benny, but that is a Luminous Lord marching up top.
The fact that Echo didn't lose any more hero after Benikiti, that's actually the good play that they did. It was Keyboy just finding the perfect target, and the combo was there. ONIC did not lose any of their heroes. Echo did also not lose anyone after Benikiti. That's why they will be able to defend still. I think that it's worth it. All things considered, Echo will still be on the driver's seat.
Well, one thing, they've denied the enhanced wave, but wait! ONIC showing a little bit of teeth here, doing more than just taking down the Lord. There's a fat wave in mid that was brought in by Echo, but ONIC standing their ground, no dice here.
Gonna be waiting for Benikiti to be ready once again. When it comes to the battle spells, that is what you'll have to count now if there will be a next Lord fight. Gonna be Yaoi and Sanford ready at it for ONIC. If they timed the flicker of Echo well, they know that they can actually fight now if they do find an opening.
Oh, pulling out the orange, delaying the motions that ONIC are looking for. They want to give it to Chewe, so they're going to be set up for a faster clear, a better engage in case they find it. Because again, these team fights, they come out of nowhere. And that's just how good ONIC are, how connected they are, the synergy between them. One sneaky, one Ski-Boy says, I have the jump. Let's go. That's what's happening so far. And how many times have we seen the mechanics defied? The hooks, the bloody hunts canceled. Those pickoffs, they're key, but ONIC doesn't know exactly how to stop them in their tracks.
Speaking of mechanics, let's just shout out Sanford here. The way that he's managing against Melissa is actually so well. Chewe already knows how to deal with the Lapu-Lapu. He knows how to use the go away. But Sanford knows that his Bravest Fighter does the big sword that he has when he pops it. He can actually hit Melissa even with the go away. Just because of the length and the
anti-CC.
The anti-CC that you also have with it, the Bravest Fighter. So he actually plays it well. The reason why he wasn't able to defeat or to fend off the attack onto Benikiti was that he utilized the Bravest Warrior onto Kyrie instead, and Kyrie dodged it. Or maybe it was Keyboy, or maybe it was Sans, I mean. But the rest is, the thing that I want to say here is that Sanford is going to be playing an important role as much as Yabu would, and Sanford needs to find Chewe. Nobody else can.
Yep, and it seems like whoever pulls the trigger first and does so at the right target. It is not just about finding the right angle anymore, because that's how good these teams are, will spell defeat or victory if Echo can even mount a comeback. Here's another Lord pulled over. Echo's side, Carl Teasy, less than half health here. No one home for the hooks.
What is that reaction time? He had to react to that one. Yaoi now. Kyrie's baiting the Bloody Hunt. They want to go for a top lane or they clear it out. Carl Teasy on it. That's a flicker to the Bloody Hunt. Calm down together. Venice Rage as well, but Venice Rage finds Yaoi. Boost to the back line now. Jumping with the back. Just Benny! It's going to fall. No, he's still able to survive in the back line. Meanwhile, Sanford falls. Yaoi as well. ONIC, they win a team fight. Echo get the Lord.
Second time in a row this has happened.
Benny?
Echo gained. But wait.
What?
What's he doing?
Whoa.
You gotta be careful.
Wait,
He has a flicker. Watch him.
Benny? Benny Cutie within the beer. Oh, one more shot. He flickers forward. Oh, Benny! Now, able to sustain back up, but Kyrie falls. Kyrie comes through, takes Benny out. Keyboy and Kyrie now managing the wave. CW was taken out. Carl Teasy is looking to play with his Lord.
That was uncharacteristic.
Uncharacteristic. A hero play from Benny.
Uncanny.
Rarely happens.
Odd. I'm perplexed. What's going on? There's a jump.
Keyboy with the Stars Revenge. That's Boots buying the winner truncheon right now as he jumps into the back line. Sanji's gonna fall right now with the rhythm, and Sans with the oddity. Carl Teasy in the midst of it all. Yaoi with a concealed play. He's looking for a challenge, but he plays his grab, connects. Boots is gonna be connected down with the Bloody Hunt. Knocked out to the way. Boots! He finds the winner! He finds the winner!
Oh,
30! Moving forward with the bravest fighter. No one dead. Keyboy backs away. Kyrie in the mid. Dodging away from the stun right now, but the Iron Hook connects. Now, Kyrie, does he fall? He dashes away. What is this game? What is this series?
We've had the camera up top for a good 2 minutes, and it all led to trades left and right. Could have sworn the Lord was going to march in, it was going to cross the river. But the way that Echo and ONIC are putting everything out for all of us to enjoy.
It all started with Benny Cutie making a weird play through the long bush.
Weird
gets
but effective.
Out, going at the attack of the Boots.
Weird's a word.
What is happening? And then, even after Benny Cutie died afterwards, Chewe also died.
He found him.
Everybody, almost everybody died. Kyrie got away with a sliver of health. Sanford died before the fight, then respawned. That was how long it was. And still nobody won.
It's all about the moments. I think
goodness.
There's so many moments in this game. Literally, there are individual moments, team moments, everything put out.
That was a macro trade. I think the best case scenario that Echo were going for, they were still the aggressors in that moment, was Benny was going to trade for CW, maybe take Boots and Sands out on the way, and then Sanford, Carl Teasy, and Yaoi would come through, just escort the Lord. I think that's what they were going for in the long run, in the long haul. But ONIC wasn't going to let it go through. It wasn't going to be that easy. And now 20 seconds away from this, I've lost count, fourth Lord of the game. It's fourth Lord of the game, and this time around, can confirm it is evolved.
It is.
So now team fights are going to hurt more, especially as they walk with the Lord.
Nobody's leading when it comes to the economy at this point.
It's back to even.
Back to even. But Echo, a little bit of a minion wave management advantage up top just because of the fact that they have taken out the inhibitor. That means that it kind of favors them because it's kind of beside the Lord.
Yep.
Lord lane, Lord pit.
They sent Boots to take care of the long lane.
Yep.
And Echo's dispersing. They're looking for a play. I think this is as honest as the bush gets.
Yep.
They know that Kyrie likes that angle.
Yep.
Conceal right now from Keyboy. He spawns Sanji out. Now with the Tarnished Revenge, he's looking for the play in the back. But he finds Yaoi, just Yaoi right now. They all collapse in the back, but CW is going to be able to escape from Sanji, who does the damage. Now flickering on the CW. But CW with the nature. He buys some time. Sanji with the magic damage. He's able to buy some time as well. Going for the damage again. Keyboy. His immortality is going to fall. Render's apathy not connecting. Boots will fall. Goes Betty flickers forward. 3, 4, 2. Keyboy, Kyrie versus the likes of Benny, Sanji, and Carl. Kyrie with a puncture and a Thorn Rose. Benny Cutie does more damage. They won't go for the Lord. They want to go for the end.
These are TikTok timers. Wolf, what's the math like? Can they do this?
This is going to be very difficult.
Let's see. That's Kyrie once again with a Phantom Execution. That's Keyboy with the Tarnished Revenge and the raid. Wow! Keyboy saves the day for ONIC, for Indonesia. Charges up again. We have a game on our hands.
It's so easy to say. It's so easy to say Echo should have just gone for the Lord. They should have blitzed it. but nobody expects Keyboy to be this on point so consistently, game after game after game.
You asked me after the math. All they had to do is wait for 10 more seconds. Keyboy bought that. He wasn't in the vision. Kaltizi finally looks at that, and then Keyboy connects with it. Nobody was there to scout out where Keyboy was. He's out of vision. Kaltizi, when he found out that Keyboy was charging, it was far too late.
Sans is dead. Sans is dead. Benny's dead from the last fight earlier. ONIC want to push the pace now. Sanji boots all the way in the back. Bong presses the winner truncheon. Is able to survive. Switches it out.
Watch out.
The immortality. Pops the vengeance as well. One more hit. It's not going to be enough. Kyrie now on the Sanji. He's using the puncture stacks. He's using a little bit of damage, but the stun connects onto him. Kaltizi is looking for the retribution. Kyrie is too as well. ONIC need this to stay in this game longer. That's the hook, but it's only on the Keyboy. He's going to be able to take that damage right now. Kyrie versus Carl. Going for the puncture with a Phantom Execution, and that's going to be Carl Teasy! A four-man Lord knocked up, but Keyboy falls. Kyrie's going to follow next as he follows through. Puncture away once again. If he's able to escape from this one, I don't know what happens next. Kyrie buys the immortality. He goes for the Phantom Execution. The Thorn rolls in. Every international, he does this. Benny with the dash forward. Yaoi, he wants to go for it. There's no way you survive this, Kai. There's no way. The Bloodhound comes down, but Sans! It's Kai! Evaded Echo! Sanford with the stun. Kyrie's still alive. Now with the immortality, buys the winner touch him. It's not going to be in time as Carl times it perfectly. CW still able to pace it down. They're looking for the end here. Can Echo do it?
3 for 1. 3 defenders. 1 down for Echo. There's a Lord. This is all in. Echo have to play this right. Oh, they're skittish. They want to take their time.
No way, no way, no way! What a Leo, Wolf, what is this game?
We asked for it.
We did.
Kyrie, that's impossible.
That's the reason they call him the one.
He's the one.
Only he can do this.
He is the one.
He looked into the matrix, downloaded the schematics, survived, took Benny on the way out.
What? He still got it, but then again, Sanford, I would say though, Sanford really is playing this game so well. It's also the reason why Kyrie eventually died there. Kaltizi found the opening.
These guys are gonna make me lose my voice before the grand finals, man.
And it's just game 3.
I'm all here for it, man. Give me a best of 5. We need to see this go longer.
Or maybe 60-minute game like this. I'll equally accept that.
For the first time in about 5 minutes, ONIC are now looking for another play. They're able to secure a buff here, and they're now juggling items once more. We've seen Kyrie adjust, bought the Endless Battle, bought the War Axe. He now knows that without the immortality, for at least a few more seconds, there's a jump.
Revenge and the Rage onto Yaoi right now as the pole collapse. Bennett's Rage able to connect all the 3 members, but Sans is able to use the rough waves right now. Sanford goes for the stun on the back line. Kyrie falls, but Boots is running down. Benny's gonna fall as well. Sanji in the back doing the same thing to CW. That's a 1 for 2. ONIC losing in the straight. Boots, Keyboy, and Sans this time around. As Keyboy's gonna be able to flicker out of the Appraiser's Wrath. Echo, 1.3k gold lead. They can't even end anymore. No, they don't have Benny.
They don't have Benny.
The economy of the gold doesn't matter. It's more about the economy of actions.
Exactly.
It's the opportunity cost. When you rotate a certain way, when you flicker a certain way, you know that your opponents are keeping tabs. And here, this buff wasn't even going to go to ONIC anymore. Echo knows that they've cordoned off ONIC, especially after taking down Kyrie and CW. This could have been the dream situation, but ONIC have done their homework. They've managed the waves.
Lord number 5, I think.
That's right, 5.
18 seconds before Kyrie. Not entirely sure. Without Medicuting, they cannot burst the Lord in 18 seconds, I mean. But Echo can utilize this as kind of a trap. So invite the members of ONIC to make a mistake.
They can bait for the turn, and they found Keyboy.
That's only a bloody hunt though. Only onto Keyboy. Sanford on the back. That's a good iron hook right there for Sans. He gets out of oddity, gets the health with the passive. Sanji has used the rhythm. He's used the beats. This is an opening. No bloody hunt. No IMU. No bravest fighter.
We're down to the 5v5. All members of both ONIC and Echo are on the map. A disregardable 1,000 gold lead, 1,500. They've blitzed the Lord down to half its health. Kyrie has eyes on the big prize. There's a jump from Keyboy.
Charge Revenge and the Rage. Locking Yaoi down as the Breath of the Ocean will be dodged away from. Yaoi with a flicker. Echo, 900 gold lead. It doesn't matter at this point. It comes down to one fight, one moment.
Chewe's orange buff. Benny Cutie doesn't.
ONIC and Echo know how to dance. Kyrie and Carl Thezy, they've got the moves. Benny Cutie clearing the wave in mid. And that's right. Chewe has an orange, Benny doesn't. Look at the spacing. Lord at a third of its health.
Keyboy is looking for it. Yaoi might have to use the Bloody Hunt early. Now it's going to be Benny who secures it for the team. But Keyboy finds a target advantage. Yaoi going to lose the immortality right now. Zeko are forced to move back. ONIC get a trade. Yaoi for Lord. Now who won that trade?
No one. Well, they did take out Yaoi. That's 60 seconds. I think that ONIC will have enough firepower to clear out the minions. They have fat minions in the bottom lane. Surely Echo will have we have super minions flowing in. I think that if ONIC decides to just clear it out, they can buy enough time for the next Lord to happen. Echo might not be able to push it. It's another stalemate, my boys.
Yep, this Lord isn't going to be capitalized on by Echo.
No Yaoi.
It's hard to make a play. Yeah, they could have forced the long lane.
Yep.
They could have found something there close to mid so that the Lord can march through. But yeah, look, ONIC's going to make quick work of this.
Yeah. This might go down as the best game in MLBB history.
I agree.
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
27 minutes in. We're about halfway through the longest recorded MLBB game in professional history, right? About 54, 56 minutes?
I have no idea.
I think that was an MPLPH game.
That was an MPLPH game. We casted that.
That's right. So I don't mind. If this was half of that and it plays this well, this consistently, and this tight all the way, we're here for it in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, folks. This is game 3 in a best of 5.
If it was Omega versus ONIC game, right?
Right.
And Season 5 Omega had Girl Teasy.
They were known as SGD Omega.
That's right.
At the time. So again, a little bit of history, folks. Y'all can look it up after this game. Right now, if you're not here, what are you doing? Last game, we had some debuts. Here today, we don't need spice. Not that kind of spice. We need this kind of spice.
Exactly. 28 minutes. The best in the Philippines versus the best in Indonesia. We asked if this will be the best series of the tournament, and so far, it is proven to be good.
We've broken a record within
MSC.
MSC alone. Previously of Phoenix and EVOS going up to a 26 and 38 seconds. We've already broken that. They can fight forever as far as we're concerned. And again, 1,000 gold can swing in ONIC, wouldn't matter. They're just juggling at this point. And speaking of which, they find Hook.
Yaoi finds it. Keyboy's able to cancel it out, but Bloody Hunt comes down right now as Keyboy's able to flicker out. Sanford on the back. CW waiting for the go away right now. He's going to be able to dish out the damage right now. Carl Thezy is on the mid. CW positioning, spacing with a winner they turn. CW still alive. He baits Echo in. That's going to be caught. Yaoi with a flicker. That's a winner Tuncheon bot right in time. Benny not able to find this. Kyrie is able to body block. 2 immortalities bot right in time. No deaths, ladies and gentlemen.
That looked like a professional football scrum. That looked like a rugby match, and ref said, reset. No one went down. They popped immortalities, they popped battle spells, but just the same, no one went down. They're all here for the 5v5, the big Lord.
Sans was able to keep his immortality, and that's going to be good. Sanford lost his, though. But still, Sanford has been playing so good in this Lapu-Lapu.
He's been splitting up ONIC real good.
And that's going to be key. But also, you gotta mention how CW held his ground there.
Yes.
Any other Melissa, any other marksman in the face of the Echo Express, a later starting Echo Express here, would have just faltered, would have shooken out of that bush. But not Chewe, not CW, not Calvin Winata.
He went back, popped the Wind of Nature, went in a position where there will be a wall. So that the go away will be perfect. Sanford already played well. Carl TC knew that he had to follow up. So there were 2 people going there to take down Chewe. Chewe popped the go away, and he had the teammates.
Well, this fall lane is going to be massive for ONIC. They can play the long game now. They can actually chill and wait it out. Look at that bottom lane. It's going to be slow pushing, real slow. So it's going to be building up to a massive push for ONIC.
Yep, and they're forcing a response from Echo. That mid lane tier 2 went down. So minion equilibrium isn't as easy. It's not so Orca-sided this time around, given Onyx 500 gold lead. Now Kyrie very deep.
Wow. Yaoi flickers. Bloody Hunt as well, but the Lord once again knocks him up. Now it's going to be Keyboy with a charge around down the range. It finds 3! Onyx collapses. dash, but Benny Cutie is able to find the reverse patch. CW dodging away. Boots jumping in. Now Kyrie is down.
Benny.
Boots with a vengeance, but he doesn't have the rhythm. Not enough to kill Benny down.
Oh,
He finds the Tyrant's Revenge, knocking him up. But it seems like ONIC, they have no way of entering this fight. They have to concede the Lord once again.
It's a 2-for-1. Kyrie for Sanford and Benny Cutie. Very key members for Echo to continue.
Stalemate again.
And get to it. But yes, I'll agree. This is still a stalemate. Despite the Lord stopped scaling, by the way. Folks, after 25 minutes, the Lord doesn't get any bigger, doesn't get any stronger.
Even the game doesn't want it to go longer, but ONIC and Echo do.
Yeah, endless waltz between these two teams. Benny Cutie being out means that there will be no push, despite them taking the Lord. Big shout out to Keyboy, winning the initial fight for ONIC, and then the succeeding fight. Benny Cutie already utilized the wall so that he can dash through and that Boots will not be able to catch up. But it was Keyboy who landed the Tyrant's Revenge once again. There should be a statistic for Keyboy.
How many Tyrant's Revenge has he hit this game? Is that what the statistic you're looking for?
Yeah, how many multi-hero?
Oh,
wow.
wait, minions. This is massive. This is going to be
Hey,
massive.
hey,
The base
super
turret
minions.
down.
Hey.
Big win for Echo.
Again, despite the Lord not scaling up, despite the Lord not doing much after he's evolved at 18 minutes, every take still enhances your minion waves. So yeah, I don't think they sent someone down to take care of that wave, and eventually it came crashing through. That's permanent damage. ONIC only now holding on to their mid lane inhibitor, the last bastion of their base before it's left all bare. Now, always watch out for Keyboy.
Yep.
Call him the Mamba. He is the new age Mamba.
Yeah.
This is him. I've seen the Mamba's highlights, and it looks like this game.
Yep.
32 minutes of that.
Whew.
You gotta take a breather too. Hey, Green Wolf.
Folks at home, just take it in.
At this point, like, what you will wait for someone to mess up, and even if we kind of visualize what could be a potential team fight between the two teams, it's always different. It always shaped different. For example, the previous Lord fight, Kyrie was the one holding the Lord, and then he went advanced, which is so weird. You will never expect that.
Yep. It's equivalent to the Benny Cutie engage on 3.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense in the normal eye, but Benny Cutie and Kyrie, they knew something was up, and they knew that they had their teammates. They knew that he had the damage. Keyboy was on point. Sanford can't stop talking about this guy. He is so important for Echo. The reason why this game dragged so long, and the reason why they were leading in the first few minutes, is because of 4D.
Yep, 4D here on his signature Lapu-Lapu, won a world championship with this XP lane frontliner, an enforcer, making sure that CW's life in any point in an engagement is not easy. And that is something that we should watch out for. He's finally bought his immortality, and I think it came in right on time for this next Lord. I think we've gotten so used to this Lord being at its max level that it's just another obstacle, it's just another hump, it's just another speed bump to what both ONIC and Echo want to do. Carl TZ with the pull here. Kyrie wants to make sure that they have some level of vision, so the free Little Wanderer definitely will help. Carl TZ wants it, there's the knock-up. Who to go to? All right, Carl goes to Echo. Woo. So look at this, look at the bush control. Look at where Sans is sitting and where Boots and Chewe are sitting.
That's MRB and MLB. Mid-left bush, mid-right bush.
Right, it's easier to call that way.
Yep.
And that's one spotted. They still don't know where the 2 are.
Well, that might be okay. Sanji was able to sidestep out of it. Would have been a big knock-up. Kyrie able to micromanage the bottom lane right now. Sanji steals away the rhythm. Beats. He will have that ultimate for the next fight.
And Carl TZ maintaining Lord control down to 1/3 of its health. And there's a pull. Yawi spent that flicker. Another 100 seconds left.
No
that
conceal.
seems to be the goal.
No conceal. Kyrie's trying to bait it away. Good bouncing ball to cancel. Carl TZ is re-engaged right now as Kyrie. He's going to be the one trying to start the Lord now.
All right, a slight advantage. ONIC with the pull. Kyrie gets the Lord on their side, on their half of the Lord pit. And Keyboy maintaining that bush along with Sans.
The longer the Lord Tax goes, the more it favors Echo, because now you can see side lanes naturally going to be pushing in favor of Echo. And somebody has to answer to that.
And for the first time, long lane is the lane that Echo has pushed the hardest.
Yes.
So this is something that ONIC have to address.
Exactly. It has always been top lane. at least the Lord Clip, the top lane side. And
It
now
took
you can see
it
they
took
had
35
to
minutes.
It took 35 minutes. They had to now let go of the Lord for a little bit.
Okay, Bloody Hunt locking Keyboy down right now, but he is just a tank right now. Getting the rest of the ocean onto Yaoi. Rough waves as well. Venezuela's going to be dodged away from right now as Kyrie's able to disengage. Sans, Winter Truncheon, bought right in time. That's Immortality. He bought it as well. Benny Cutie going to be baited in right now as Keyboy jumps in as well. CW now using Inspire. Sanford flickering out. His Immortality might actually just go out. Benny Cutie's Immortality is gone as well. Does Benny buy it in time right now as Kyrie is able? No, he's dead. He's dead. Benny's able to get away. This might be the big mistake that Echo were waiting for, but Sanford is down as well. Jungle for XP.
Okay, this opens up the Lord, but look at the map and look at the response that ONIC have. I think they know for sure that they want to reset. And I'm wondering, look at Benny. Look at Benny.
Oh,
he's setting up.
Is this how it ends?
It's perfect. Look at the map.
Is this how it ends? Typically, he's gonna call onto Yaoi for this play.
Yeah, and then ONIC are gonna, as they say in the Philippines, make the Lord sound.
Make the Lord sound, yeah.
Or in the colloquial, patunugin.
Patunugin, right.
They're opening it up.
Sound cues on the
Can you
Lord.
recalled? Can you recalled?
Yeah.
No
might have been too risky.
Too risky, too risky.
All right, so I think the call is just blitz the Lord. There's no risk.
Reset?
Wait, CW.
With the
not
pull.
resetting it. Carl Teasy is
Carl
able to
Teasy.
hold on to it. Keyboy wants to cancel it out. He's charging. He wants to punish.
Yeah,
but Carl's keeping the aggro.
Yeah, this is all the more commit for Echo because they have immortalities.
They want to fight this.
Tyler's revenge. Carl Teasy jumping forward right now. CW is going to be able to free hit right now with no Sanford in the building.
Boom.
Carl Teasy with a retribution win right now, but CW is dealing some damage now. This should be it. This should be Echo with the Evolved Lord. March down to end the game. Sanford's going to be up 5v5.
All right, 40 minutes in. This is the first time that we've seen a body deficit for both sides with the Lord going up. Again, given the 7 Lords we've seen, this is the first time that this is the permutation of bodies on the map.
I agree. And all of the 7 Lords went in favor of Echo, by the way. To take note, this might be the Lord that could be the juggler, because this time Benny Cutie is going to be available. And you are going to see a straight up path to victory for Echo. That's the top lane. This is still Beatrix. You can still go for the shotgun if you want. If you find the opening, you can take out the building.
Yeah, something to note, Yaoi won't have his flicker when the Lord does come through, but ONIC won't have the Petrify from Sans unless they play it right, unless they delay to the right cadence. Now look at the push control. Oh, the rest of Echo are escorting the Lord into the base.
Let's see, CW in the front. Using the bottles, dodging away. Kyrie in the midst of it all, jumping with a puncture. They're able to zone Echo away from the Lord, from the base. There's no Wesker to be seen. Event's Rage, clear out the winning ways, but ONIC, they have defended. Sanji running away now, but the final execution, and keep on! Again, with the revenge and the rage! This might be it! This might be it! ONIC with a double NCW! Oh! But Carl in the bottom lane, the saving grace for Echo! The GOAT! His immortality has been popped. The GOAT is fighting for dear life, but it's an ultimate wipeout for ONIC!
It's a minute and a half until Echo is complete, and they're all still here. ONIC are looking to end.
Windtalker's built up. They're going for movement speed, rapid boost, BOD. Take a look at the items. Whoa! Even Keyboy, even Keyboy!
Everybody is gonna buy it. A minute is too much.
40 seconds on the death timers. ONIC are looking for it. The age of the Orca at risk. Recalls happening left and right. The sky splits open as the Sky Kings descend and the arena becomes their kingdom.
And in the end, the one stands tall. ONIC take down Echo in a sweep.
The song goes, Di atas langit ada ONIC.
On top of the skies is where ONIC lie. And for today, for MSC, the revenge arc has been completed.
The tournament is called the MSC, but it looks like we're taking to the skies at least for today.
A 3-0, but that is not one-sided. Every single minute of every single game in this series
was close.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to the stage. Let's hear from our winners from ONIC.
Wow, wow, wow! Sông Hồ ơi, ONIC mùi màu! Wow, wow, wow! That's crazy! Wow, ឥឡូវនេះយើងឃើញថា ONIC ទទួលបាននៅជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះហើយដែលយើងឃើញថាកាលពីរដូវកាលមុន ONIC គាត់ត្រូវបានធ្វើឲ្យក្រុមរបស់ Eco បានដាក់គាត់នៅនឹងកន្លែងប៉ុន្តែឥឡូវនេះគឺ ONIC ទទួលបានជ័យជំនះទៅលើ Eco វិញហើយសូមឲ្យខ្លាំងៗឲ្យ Eco របស់ ONIC មួយមក Wow ហ្គេមនេះពិតជាល្អមើលមែនតើយើងមិននឹកស្មានដល់ទេហើយអ្វីដែលអស្ចារ្យបំផុតនោះគឺនៅពេលដែលចុងក្រោយគឺ5 player គឺត្រូវបានទៅទាំងអស់តែម្ដងដូច្នេះហើយនេះជាឱកាសមួយដែល ONIC អាចទទួលបាននៅជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះផងដែរអូខេឥឡូវយើងចង់ដឹងថាតើចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍របស់គាត់នៅក្នុងការសងសឹកមួយនេះបានទទួលបានជោគជ័យនឹងទៅជាយ៉ាងណាសូមជួបជាមួយនឹង Mara នៅលើឆាកទាំងអស់គ្នាបាទ
Everybody go! Congratulations, ONIC! Finally, it will be Philippines versus Indonesia in the grand finals. You guys are heading to the grand finals. How do you feel right now?
I feel very good that we defeat the MPL Phase champions and M4 champions.
Wow ពិតជាមានអារម្មណ៍ថាខ្ញុំមិនចាំបាច់និយាយទៅអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដឹងថាគាត់សប្បាយចិត្តប៉ុណ្ណាដែរនៅក្នុងការទទួលបានជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងដៃគូប្រកួតរបស់គាត់មួយនេះផងដែរបាទ
Coach Yab, this is for you. Coach Yab, great strategy. You were amazing. Your team was able to sweep the world champions. They eliminated you from M4 last time. But what was different this time around? Because they couldn't even get one game from you.
Maybe we just lucky and we learn from our mistakes.
Wow ពិតជាល្អមែនតើយើងឃើញថា ONIC ត្រូវបានកំចាត់ចោលនៅក្នុង M4 គឺគាត់មិនទទួលបានជោគជ័យប៉ុន្តែឥឡូវនេះគាត់ទទួលបានជោគជ័យនៅក្នុងការប្រកួត MSC ឆ្នាំ 2023 ហើយនេះគឺជាសំណាងមួយដែលគាត់ទទួលបានក៏ដូចជាការរៀនអំពីកំហុសដែលគាត់បានសាងផងដែរឥឡូវគាត់ទទួលបានជោគជ័យហើយ Yeah my question is that it seems like you read Echo like a book so can you tell me is there any preparation for that series
maybe me and Coach Chef combine because before in M4 we both get lost with Echo, so we combine to beat Echo.
Wow គាត់បាននិយាយថាកាលពី M4 គាត់មិនទទួលបាននៅជ័យជំនះទេឥឡូវនេះគាត់ត្រឡប់មកវិញម្ដងទៀតដើម្បីដាក់ឲ្យគូប្រកួតរបស់គាត់នៅនឹងកន្លែងតែម្ដងឥឡូវយើងឃើញហើយថាពិតជាទទួលបាននៅជោគជ័យមែន
Now once again, Kyrie, this one is for you. I don't know if you guys know, but that was the longest game for MSC. It was about 39 minutes and 51 seconds. And did you guys see his Lancelot? Amazing! Now, we're getting a lot of comments that you are now the best jungler in the world, and your Lancelot was one of a kind. You were going up against the Lancelot god, which is Carl Teasy, but your movement was something else. You were so hard to chase. You were all over the place. They even said when Kyrie was using his Lancelot, it was as if Lancelot had wings that could fly. What do you have to say about that?
I think I can only dash, but I cannot retreat.
You can only dash, but not retreat. But do you believe that you are now the best jungler?
I think still no, because we still have to defeat Blacklist, and for me, Carl and Wise are the top junglers.
អូខេអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអញ្ចឹងអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដឹងថា hero របស់ Kyrie គឺជាអ្នកណាដែរឬអត់គឺ Lancelot អញ្ចឹងនៅពេលដែលគាត់រើសយក Lancelot ហាក់បីដូចជា Lancelot អាចមានស្លាប់នៅក្នុងការហោះហើរពេញតែឆាកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងតែម្ដងហើយនេះគឺជាអ្វីដែលគាត់ទទួលបានគឺភាពជោគជ័យមួយផងដែរបាទ
But now we're gonna go back to that. What do you have to say that you were able to out Lancelot, the Lancelot god, what do you have to say about your performance there with the Lancelot? Because that was a statement game, using his own hero, his best hero, against him.
For me, I still think Carl is a better Lancelot than me. And I can only, like what I said earlier, I can only dash. And I cannot retry.
He thinks that Carl TZ is the better Lancelot than him because he can only dash and not retry.
អូខេគាត់ថាអ្វីដែលគាត់លេងហ្នឹងគឺមិនទាន់ជាគ្រប់គ្រាន់ប្រហែលទេនៅមានអ្នកល្អជាងគាត់ទៅទៀតប៉ុន្តែនេះគឺជា result ដែលគាត់ទទួលបានគឺភាពជោគជ័យមួយនេះផងដែរបាទ Okay, so I still have some more question to you. I believe that defeated him as a team is not really easy. Do you believe it that you can defeat the other team is Echo? Do you think that you can defeat it at the first place? Before they play, yeah.
Before the game, were they confident that they were going to sweep Echo, the world champions?
Wow, yeah.
Actually, we're not expecting. I mean, we join every tournament, and our only goal is to win.
អូខេគាត់អត់បាននឹកស្មានថាគាត់នឹងទទួលបាននៅជ័យជំនះមួយនេះនៅក្នុងការឈ្នះ Echo ទេប៉ុន្តែគ្រាន់តែការដែលគាត់ស្រមៃនោះគឺជាការទទួលបាននៅជោគជ័យនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះតែម្ដង
Now let's talk to Boots, the MVP of game number 2. You were something else, Boots, such a beast. Actually, you controlled Sanford, which is the key player who usually initiates. So let's talk about your dominance for all 3 games.
I don't know, I just keep my eyes into Sanford because he's my idol.
Oh, he kept his eyes on Sanford because Sanford is his idol.
អូខេអញ្ចឹងគាត់ថា Sanford គឺជា idol របស់គាត់អញ្ចឹងហើយគាត់ keep eye មានន័យថាផ្ដោតអារម្មណ៍ទៅលើនេះតែម្ដងអញ្ចឹងនេះគឺជាអ្វីដែលគាត់ទទួលបានផងដែរបាទ
Now tomorrow it's going to be against Blacklist International. They eliminated you before in the world champion, actually, Coach Yeb. How is it going to be different this time around? Because we can tell how much you guys have prepared. You're really dominating. In Indonesia, you're doing really great, but when it comes to the world stage, usually you come short. But this time around, everybody believes that you're going to take it. So up against Blacklist International, what's different this time around?
Of course, we still respect Blacklist. We know they are strong, but we will just give our best tomorrow.
បាទគាត់ដឹងថា Blacklist គឺជាក្រុមមួយដែលខ្លាំងមែនទែនមិនថានៅពេលណាទេគឺ Blacklist តែទទួលបាននៅជ័យជំនះប៉ុន្តែគាត់នឹងខំប្រឹងប្រែងអស់ពីលទ្ធភាពនៅក្នុងការទទួលបានជោគជ័យក្នុងការប្រកួតជាមួយនឹង Blacklist នៅក្នុងថ្ងៃស្អែកផងដែរបាទ
And now it's time to find out who the MVP of this series is. Who do you think it is? We're getting a lot of cheers from the crowd. And the MVP goes to Keyboy!
Wow!
Keyboy!
Right next to me!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
What contributed to your great confidence and the great fight that you put up today? What contributed to your great performance today, you being the MVP of this series?
I don't know because my team carry me.
អូខេគាត់ថាអ្វីដែលគាត់បានធ្វើនេះគឺជាលក្ខណៈ team តែម្ដងគឺជាក្រុមតែម្ដងមិនមែនគាត់តែម្នាក់អាចធ្វើបានទេអញ្ចឹងនេះគឺជាអ្វីដែលគាត់ទទួលបានគឺចេញពីសមិទ្ធផលរបស់ team ទាំងមូលតែម្ដងបាទ
And what is your Keyboy? It's your turn still. What is your message to Blacklist International? Because now you're going to go to the grand finals tomorrow.
Good luck, have fun.
Other than good luck, have fun. Other than good luck, have fun.
អូខេសប្បាយសប្បាយ
Go ahead. Other than good luck, have fun. Coach Yeb, ikaw naman. Anong mensahe sa Blacklist International?
Same lang.
Other than good luck, have fun.
Bigyan natin ng magandang laban ng lahat.
Let's give everybody a great fight.
អូខេតោះស្អែកគឺជាថ្ងៃដែលប្រកួតស៊ីសាច់ហត់ឈាមគ្នាតែម្ដងនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃស្អែកនេះ
Oh, it's gonna be an epic showdown for tomorrow. We're gonna find out what happened in that game, break it down for us casters, and see the world.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino, as well as Robbie.
Surprise!
Surprise! Boys,
Oh.
this is a historical moment, especially for Indonesians across the world. This is the very first time we've seen Indonesia make it to the grand finals in how many years at this point?
1
year.
Last year's MSC.
Last year's MSC, a full year since then. And with that being said, it's all thanks to you guys at home as we have now broken our next record here. 3 million PCU already. It's looking great. We're going to give you the exact numbers of how many people have just tuned in for this matchup. But man, this could be a momentous moment. This could be for ONIC winning their very first MSC in 2019. The Sky Kings have made themselves a name. The Kages.
I just want to say, Moonton, MLBB fans around the world, me and LaFell say, you're welcome. You're welcome for the draw.
So really,
because now we have a PH, Blacklist, and ONIC Grand Final.
So
PHID.
from I'm sorry
to you're welcome.
Wow.
You're welcome.
In a span of 3 days.
Span of 3 days.
Okay.
The duality of man.
The duality. We live in a society here that's going to keep on flip-flopping, but it's all thanks to you guys at home for really making this worthwhile. What a show this has become.
Thank you so much, actually, to both competitors. I mean, Echo, it was a 3-0, and normally, typically, as a Filipino, you'll be very disappointed in that. But after that game, it never tells the story. You will have to watch that game. That series alone is the best, probably, the entirety of international tournaments. And that single game where Keyboy was key to the team, it was the
look
best.
at this dude.
And look at, definitely, Malefic Roar, Wind Talker, Demon Hunter Sword, yes. That is correct.
That's how you end the game.
That's how you end it.
That's how you need to end the game, in a matter of fact. I mean, let's look at the highlight reel. We can watch this literally forever. Let's break it down.
God. How long is the highlights going to be?
It all started with, you can see Echo just winning the early stages. For some reason, ONIC was able to find openings even when they were so behind.
Yeah, right.
And this is very notable to set of ONIC as well as Kyrie. Like, he still manages to find the jumps, and Keyboy, my oh my, well done.
Always. He's the Mamba. He's the new Mamba.
I don't know how many times in this game I just yelled Keyboy because, man, he was making the plays happen every single time.
Continuously. And we were also seeing the adaptations from Echo's side for their credit. Because again, whenever CW has that Winds of Nature, you notice that Sanji goes out of his way to take him out quick.
So many highlight plays. It's not really just that. I mean, Sanford played so well in this game. Sanji was also outputting so much damage. Sans, you know, he dodged a lot. Display. He bought a lot of time. All they needed to do was to buy 10 seconds. As they have found Ben QT, Sanji was able to dodge eventually. And watch out for Keyboy once again.
Whenever Keyboy jumps, he threatens a game-ending play. Like, whether it's just Sans with him or CW free hitting,
this one.
That's how big of a threat he was. Look at that. The perfect target.
Beautiful.
He's nasty Goreng.
He is nasty
He is
Goreng.
nasty Goreng.
It's just where does he find these angles? And it doesn't even show the prior setup where he went in already, came back, and then jumped back in.
Watch out for Benny's flicker, by the way.
Such a great moment because you can definitely tell where all the players' eyes was. They were looking at Kyrie, and the next thing you know, it's Keyboy who's on top of him.
The Mamba, dude. Oh, this was Carl already as well with the desperate attempt, the final attempt.
He understood. He went down swinging.
That's the only thing he could do. If he recalls, it's the same result.
Yep. Given what the minute and change that the rest of Echo would come back in, he knew. He understood.
He had the assignment, and the game ends 26-27. Even right at the very end, with ONIC winning, they are still down by a single kill for an almost 40-minute game.
10 seconds away from the 40-minute threshold.
Whew. I just want to hear the final call. You know, right as after they wipe Echo out, what was the call for all of them to just sell their items?
Yeah.
Wind Talker.
Say Rata. Probably they say Rata, right?
Rata, yeah.
Rata. Oh, we're just looking at items at this point, right? Nothing matters For sure, like Rose Gold Meteors on Sanford and Queen's Wings, which is important in that game-specific moments that mattered.
They
But
sold all the boots. Like a majority of members from Echo and ONIC for sure would just juggle around boots, juggle around immortalities, and that's how tight everything was. That's how just down the wire, even the slightest team fights, the smallest engages in those final moments of that game were. And here you'll see the Guardian and the Wingman, the MVP of this match, the whole damn thing.
330k damage taken.
Oh my god.
All of it.
All of it.
The numbers are so skewed.
Yeah, they're
the
so
numbers are so beyond outside the outliers at this point. It is just, it's a breath of fresh air, right? We've been waiting for a game of Mobile Legends to look as insane, as down to the wire as this.
I think that apart from damage return, the only reason why they're leading that is because of the fact that they ended the base, so they were able to win the game. But overall, all of the stats, all of the lords, 7 out of the 7 went in favor of Echo, but they didn't win the game.
Oh boy, they couldn't. I mean, they couldn't even win the game. I mean, there's so many things that we're gonna be talking about afterwards and after this. But once again, MSC 2023 is powered by Monton, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. And my God, things have taken quite a turn here at MSC. We finally got the game that we were looking for, but at the end, right here, the grand finals has been set. We have a third place match to be played afterwards between Echo and as well as Burn X Flash. And my God, Echo, they've got to be exhausted.
Oh, I forgot. They have to play today. They have to play in a bit.
That's happening tonight, and they have to do a reset of all resets. It's not over. It's not quite yet for our M4 World Champions. And yes, they suffered a debilitating loss, the first loss of its kind in Echo's recent history. So with that being said, I don't know if they're ready. I'm scared.
I don't know if they're ready too, but with that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be a third place match. We'll see you right after this.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and life. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, that is his match. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
2019 menjadi tahun bersejarah saat ONIC Esports menjadi tim Indonesia pertama yang menjuarai MSC. Tangguh, itulah satu kata yang tepat untuk menggambarkan ONIC Esports. Pada MPL Indonesia Season 11 babak playoff, ONIC tak terkalahkan satu game pun. Secara 2 tahun beruntun, MPL ini menjadi panggungnya ONIC Esports dengan mengalahkan Blacklist International di 2021 dan Geek Fam di 2022. Menemani ONIC Esports, EVOS Legends mendapatkan julukan The King of Comeback pada MPL Indonesia Season 11. Sang Harimau Biru telah menjadi tim Indonesia dan dunia pertama yang menjuarai M-Series. Mereka juga membawa nama Indonesia melambung tinggi di IESF 2022 dengan mengalahkan Filipina. Catatan sejarah telah diraih kedua tim Indonesia. Dan kini, ONIC Esports bersama EVOS Legends siap untuk bertarung untuk mengukir sejarah baru di panggung internasional MSC 2023. Berikan dukungan terbaik kalian untuk tim Indonesia.
Hello guys, I'm Moon. I'm from Team Todak.
Hello guys, I'm Sanford from Echo. Let me introduce you Dino, my favorite dinosaur.
Okay, ini bilik yang pertama. Kita tekan loceng dulu guys.
Let's check our room first. Let's go. And Benny, let me get some drinks first. So I'll get some coffee and Coke.
Ini dia guys. Ini adalah bilik Ciku dan Momo. Nak tanya satu benda Mo. Mana Fomes Cuba cari dalam toilet. Tak ada pun. Tak ada. So kita berada di dalam bilik. Kita berada di dalam bilik Yum dan Rival. So Yum, nak tanya sedikit lah beberapa soalan. Apakah hero favourite? Chow. Kenapa Chow? Chow.
Hello.
Hello guys.
This is Partisi and Yao's room, guys. They're eating some Filipino food right now, guys.
This is honey barbecue and buffalo wings. Chicken.
Boleh kami masuk?
Tak boleh lah.
Say hi to Dino.
There is something here inside.
And
It's called bulalo.
Mana Fomes? Tak tahu. Tak tahu. Mana Semih
Oh, sebenarnya ada sini.
Hah? Ada ke? Ada ke? Kita dah cari 3 bilik dah guys.
Sini, cuba tengok. Ada tak?
Kau scam aku
That's the end of our room tour.
Thank you so much for the support kepada family, kawan-kawan, fans.
Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Fomes.
They flew out hot after their grand finals performance in MPL Philippines Season 10. And here we're seeing the rivalry of a century. The age of the Orcas is now. Echo are your M4 World Champions. Echo books their ticket to MSC and the grand finals. A rematch against Blacklist International.
A rematch. Blacklist International and Echo taking the rivalry form from Season 10, taking the rivalry continued in M4. Now here we are in the grand finals of Season 11.
This is destiny moving in a way na parang kailangan pa nila mag-meet. Yung M4 World Championship, nakita natin kung ano yung naging resulta doon, nanalo yung Echo. And parang binigyan ng tadhana ng panahon na makabawi yung Blacklist or yung Echo para ma-ensure na sila talaga ang pinakamalakas na Filipino team.
sa last day ng playoffs po sa Grand Final. Bigyan niyo po kami ng clear na pag-iisip and discipline po yun sa gaming na magandang kalabag ng front.
Blacklist International will now respect back the Franco and the Kaja.
Hanap nila dun eh, no?
Binibigay, oo nga, Dragon ni Sanford for the third pick. After kasi nung Season 10 Grand Finals, marami ang nagsabi na kaya din nanalo ang Blacklist kasi parang naubusan ng echo sa kanilang mga binaong strat. Ngayon parang ang dami. Parang malulunod siya tayo eh. Oo.
It's going to be Harik.
Okay.
Balir. Boss 5.
Hindi ganun kaganda ang ultimate ng isang Balir. So, masasabi natin medyo useless siya para sa Valentina. Hindi sila kumuha ng na ganun kaganda yung ultimate. And at the same time, parang ma-force yung Valentina na real world manipulation lagi kukunin ko. Can Blacklist International do the reverse? Pero ngayon siya ata ay napasobra dahil nakapulin siya ni Edward dito. A beautiful switch onto the mid lane. Pero si Cortez hindi ata papayag na walang kapalit. Pero nabitin ng bahagya yung maaari niyang tawiran doon sa mga minions mula sa mid lane. Nakaputad ba siya? Makikita ba siya ni Carl? Kaputad. King Wise.
Walang retry.
Nakawan sila dito ng orange buff. Kaso nga lang siya ay may ipin sa tatlo. Wise dito, may pansalba nga ba si Omoy Pino sa Blazers Wrath. Sakto yung bitaw. Kaso nga lang hindi umabot yung altar. Omoy Pino's trying to zone everyone. Pero look at Sanji. Numarap. Eto na, pasok King Wise. Ulit si Yawi. Si Yawi nga talaga maging target nila. Hindi na nga ito makakatakas pa tungkol sa real world manipulation. Kaso nga lang natuhog sila dito. Ng execution. Owl and Omoy Pinos will go down. Pero si Edward naman naghanap ng pwedeng hulihin. Naghanap siya ng pwedeng sa punutan. Pero pwede naman silang umuli pa ng isa. At mukhang makukuha nga talaga. Kaso nga lang si Carl. Sobrang unak, sobrang sakit, sobrang dulas. Lahat na ibigay mo sa kanya. And sasabayan pa. Saban force the force. Pero andun din naman yung pagtulak ni Yawi upang mapigilan niya yung pagtakas ni The Queen. Sinabi na ni Wolf, every time na may dragon, may follow-up na dalawa na hindi mo alam kung skill. Ganon din naman yung Eve Ultimate. Diyan na naman yung dragon ni Sanford. Talagang mag-push away dito sa members ng Blacklist International. Pero si Edward na nakapwesto, so meron silang info. Maaari silang umabol, kaso nga lang sobrang tapong ni Carl. Aray, lang wala talaga mag-burst down sa kanya, kaya sobrang tapong nila kung pumasok. Wise goes down.
Nagkakaroon ng magandang pwesto si Sanji, pati na rin si Yawi.
Subok lumaban ng Blacklist International, pero hindi the dragon ni Sanford. Hahabulin talaga yung the backline, pero masyado atang maagang na-pop yung altar. Kaya naman sila ay mapapunish bigla. Wise is down. Wala na yung red holder, pero marireset na naman yung Lord. Awal ang pasok dito. Kaso nga naman tutulak naman si Yawi. Tapos may paamoy-amoy pa, may palagkit-lagkit pa. Pero si The Queen na magsisave sa kanya. My goodness, go easy. The young goat. Blacklist International, they want the retaliation play. Dito na nagalit ang mga agents. Biglang may mission accomplished. Pasok si Carl this time. Nais nilang dumipensa dito mula sa push na nais gawin ng Blacklist International. May ipin nga lang dito si Yue, pero hakulit pa rin naman talaga nila. Tapos lang, andun yung altar. Pero hindi magiging ang parang save si Yue. Mahiipin ata ang members ng Blacklist International dito sa may ng gitna. Nakonsum na rin yung mga spells na pwede na gamitin sana. So yung echo, may echo sila. Wala yung mga spells, wala yung mga skills. Maaari tayong umarangkada. And just a snap. What's yung play though? Wala ka na echo dito. Si Aul nga talaga ang bibigyan nila. At nandito na rin naman yung dragon. Wala na si Aul. Wala na yung damage na aasahan ng Blacklist International. Yung echo, sila na ngayon na magde-decide. Direkta tayo sa Lord. Nakapush na sila sa mid lane. Sakto lang din yung pagbitaw noong dragon. Tapos yung altar binitawan na rin at si Cortez, si Tatahi pa, may pirma pa sa base ng Blacklist International. Sakto yung mga tusok. Kaso nga lang low na rin sila. Pero nakuha nila si Wise. Pero makapag-regent din naman agad yung members ng Blacklist International. Madedepensahan nila yung Lord. Kaso nga lang may parating pang minions. Medyo makapal mula doon sa bottom lane. At meron pang kasabay sa mid lane. Will this be it? Will Blacklist International manage to defend this? Dahil yung Echo ayaw na naman papigil. Okay, tingnan natin. Pasok ngayon. Oh my Venus, sabay sa amin force naman ni Very Cute. Hahabol na naman sila sa gitna. Mukhang mahulin na din si Queen. Pero mabilis pa naman yung death timer. Si Immortality Pump nga lang para kay Edward. Naabangan nila ang mga inward manipulation pa. And yung minions na sapat ata. Hahabulin na sila ng mga Omega. Pero ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang depensa. Pero ang goal ng Echo ay yung pace. Ay ang yun ng MLBB Season 11. Echo!
I came this far, nothing can stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me I can't lose, I won't lose.
Muling kinalaban ng Orcas ang Blacklist International.
I'ma keep winning.
But the better team
I'ma keep winning.
came up on top.
I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself, I'ma keep. You can try to save yourself, I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself. Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MC's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, I'ma keep winning. But you wanna go play yourself.
I feel excited because we gonna face ONIC, the strongest team from Cambodia, from Indonesia.
ONIC from Cambodia.
but now they are in Cambodia.
Keep the spirits burning, and the broad lights flashing through. The whole team
Although we did try our best to win, but it's fine, it's okay. It's good to experience that we fought ONIC Indo and GG. Yeah.
armor មូលហេតុដែលពួកយើងចង់ revenge ទៅ team outplay ពីព្រោះការព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ M4 ពួកយើងបានចាញ់ទៅលើ team គាត់ដែលយើងគិតពេលនោះយើងគិតថា team យើងអាចនឹងបដូរគាត់បានប៉ុន្តែនៅពេលដែលយើងប៉ះគ្នានៅវគ្គ play-off បែរជា team គាត់បដូរ team យើងវិញខ្ញុំចង់ផ្ដាំទៅហ៊ុនវិញនេះគឺជាទឹកដីរបស់ពួកយើងចាំមើលថាការប្រកួតនឹងមុខអ្នកណាជាអ្នកដំណើរបាន
We will train more harder for later on.
I hope we have a good fight.
Good luck, and we will ban your hero, Diablo.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and match. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain.
MPL Malaysia.
It's Mirko from Indonesia.
Morning, Mickey. Mabibigay Kampuchea.
Here from California.
It's North America's favorite caster here.
الله تعالى وبركاته. معكم العائد من المغرب. أحباء المشاهدين معكم يفتح من العراق.
I'm Diablo for IGSG.
ข้อยชื่อเอจิมาจากประเทศลาว Sky TV from Echo Philippines
I'm Yawi from Echo Philippines.
I am Raime from MLBB Esports. I am from Myanmar.
I'm Chma, one of the junglers in Cambodia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جمهور موبايل ليجند الكريم منورين أحلى عيلة وأحلى جمهور في الدنيا.
And I just want to tell you guys all to get hype and to get excited for MSC 2023.
All the underdogs are coming from across the world to go and compete against the pros, against the favorites.
With that being said, hashtag see the world and hashtag roar for MSC.
Roar for MSC.
Yang foto dah buat betul-betul and langgar semua betul-betul. Alright.
Hashtag Roar for MSC. Hashtag See the World.
وشموش عالي جميع. Roar for MSC and see the world.
Hashtag Roar for MSC. Hashtag See the World. GG RG.
Roar for MSC and see the world.
And Shark, I know you're hungry for first place.
Outplay them, outclass them, outstyle them. Let's go get them, boys.
Türkiye şampiyonasını güzel bir şekilde kazandık. Umarım MSC'de güzel şeyler yapacağız.
See the world, roll for MSC. Don't forget to watch us in MSC.
I hope you support us on MSC.
See the world and roar for MSC.
It's time to roar for MSC and hashtag See the World.
Hi, ako nga po pala si Sanford Marinvinuya, also known as Sanford. Naglalaro sa Echo bilang explainer. Ang favorite kong MLBB hero ay si Yuzong kasi ilang beses ko na rin siya nagamit sa mga tournaments tulad sa M4, sa MPL kasi parang isa siya sa mga hero na doon ako sobrang komportable dahil lakas niya sa lane, kaya niya sumustain, and then kaya niya din pumatay sa likod ng mag-isa. And ilang beses na kami nanalo sa hero na to, and nung season 11 parang wala po ata kami talo sa paggamit ng Yuzo. Kaya siya po talaga yung pinaka-gusto kong gamitin. Opo, 100%. Gagamitin ko po talaga siya sa MC, kahit anong kalaban. Para po sa akin, real life hero ko po is yung parents ko kasi sila po yung sumuporta po sa akin nung umpisa pa, and hanggang ngayon, sila po yung dahilan kaya ginagalingan ko po.
Hi, ako po si Juliet Marin Binuya. Mami po ako ni Sanford Binuya.
Hello, ako si Kev Binuya, father ni Sanford.
Proud po ako sa kanya dahil mabait na bata, masunurin. Lahat ng advice namin sa kanya, sinusunod niya.
Sanford kasi di alam ng karamihan ay mahihayin. Tulad nung tuwing nasa labas kami, siya nagtatago sa mga fans na.
Nung una, si Sanford, nag-a-archie lang yan nasa bahay dahil nga pandemic. Akala ko kung ano yung ginagawa niya. And then, nakikipaglaro sa mga pro player. Tapos, nung isang araw, nag-top global nga siya. Tinawagan ako ni Dogi. Nakukunin nga siya sa NXP. Ayaw man namin, pero nakita ko siya. Gusto niya talagang makapasok sa larangan NL.
Actually, yung sa akin naman, talagang tutol ako sa kanya. Dahil unang-una, pababayaan niya yung pag-aaral. Very important kasi sa akin yung studies. Other than maglaro siya. Bali, parang nagkamali akong nang inala dahil pinakita niya sa akin kung paano siya maglaro sa FPL. And dahil doon, nagkaroon na ako ng kumpiyansa na hayaan na lang siya. Sample, ang unang-una yung Panginoon. Huwag mong kalimutang nanalangin. At the same time, yung galing mo, magkumpiyansa ka lang. Dahil yan ang magdala sa'yo sa tagumpay.
Sanford, good luck galingan mo. Sana huwag kang magbago. Mahal na mahal ka namin ng papa mo. Nandito lang kami parate, laging nakasuporta sa'yo.
Thank you so much. Kasi kahit di ka naniwala nung una, sinuportahan mo pa rin ako. And lagi mo tatandaan lahat ng laro ko para sa'yo. Thank you din kasi ikaw yung number 1 supporter ko, and kahit through ups and down, andiyan ka pa rin. And then, para sa inyo ni Papa yung mga laro ko, kaya ginagalingan ko. Thank you po pala sa mga sumuporta sa akin simula nung umpisa, and mas lalo ko pang gagalingan sa paparating na MSC para makuha namin yung kampeonato para sa inyo.
My name is John Marvilla Luna. I am the team captain and the tank support of Blacklist International. My favorite MLBB hero would be Estes. And I think alam naman na ng karamihan yun. And favorite ko siya kasi ever since talaga na naging into gaming ako, sobrang hilig ko na talaga yung mga support heroes, yung mga utility heroes. And parang sobrang fit kasi siya talaga sa playstyle na meron ako. Yeah, of course, kung hindi iba ba ng kalaban. Siguro kung magkakaroon ako ng superpowers, yung katulad na lang din siguro ng favorite hero ko na si Estes para ma-heal ko lahat ng mga broken-hearted. My real-life hero would be my mother. Kasi ever since na bata pa lang ako, grabe na talaga yung mga sakripisyo niya para supportahan ako. Hindi lang ako actually, kundi yung buong pamilya ko. Talagang ginagawa niya lahat para mabigay yung mga pangangailangan namin pang araw-araw. And actually, kaya sobrang inspired din ako gawin yung mga na-achieve ko ngayon dahil talaga sa kanya. Kasi marami siyang value na naituro sa akin na ayun yung ina-apply ko ngayon. Biggest rival in MSC. For me, pili ko lahat naman biggest rival kasi this is Battle of Champions Kumbaga Battle of the Best. Pero kung merong isang team siguro, it would be Echo. Kasi ilang beses na kami nilang dinurog So parang magandang mabawian sila sa Grand Finals. And siguro para magawa namin yun, kailangan talaga namin hindi lang basta doblehan, kundi triplehan yung ginagawa namin pagpa-practice. Yes, sila lang sumusuporta sa Blacklist International, sa Blacklist agents, sa viewers pa. Maraming salamat sa walang sawang suporta nyo. And sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan yan kahit anong mangyari. And maraming salamat.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Like Atlas. winning with madness. Countless of practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
Greetings everyone! From June 5 to June 17, the MSC Guest event will be available in the Esports channel in-game. Just log into the game and cheer for your team. Once you've made a guess correctly, you will gain a lot of MSC coins as a rewards.
You can use the MSC coins to redeem a brand new Atlas Rune Sentinel epic skin, a MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
Don't wait, join the event now.
How are the matches, everyone? From the 5th to 10th of June, the MSC Guest event will be in full swing in-game.
Join the event and you can make your guesses on who will emerge the victorious as champion team.
If your guess is correct, you will be handsomely rewarded with 1,000 MSC coins. You can exchange the coins for the brand new Epic Atlas skin, Rune Sentinel.
A 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer, and Claude Earth's Mightiest.
More rewards are waiting for you. Don't hesitate.
Don't hesitate.
It's time to get them.
That's right everyone! From June 17 to June 18, as long as you log into the game, you can claim MSC Banner of Morale and the corresponding MSC coin rewards.
Use the coins you have to redeem brand new epic skin Atlas Rune Sentinel,
a 2023 MSC exclusive avatar border, emotes, and past MPL skins like Jawhead, Space Explorer,
and Claude Earth Mightiest. There will be other rich rewards waiting for you to claim.
So what are you waiting for? Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Join the MSC Carnival and enjoy the event now.
Ako si Tristan Cabrera, ang role ko ay tank from Eco Philippines. Ang favorite MLBB hero ay si Chu. Ginagamit ko siya kasi sobrang ligalig niya sa mapa, tapos ang dami niyang skill, tapos naka-micro siya. Tapos ang dami niyang pwedeng gawin sa mga bush, sa mga hero. Tapos yun, magagamit ko siya sa MSC basta hindi siya maban. Yes, may possible na gamitin ko siya, lalo na favorite hero ko siya. So wait nyo na lang. Favorite hero ko si Chu kasi ang dami niya nagagawa, lalo na yung first skill niya naka-micro, tapos yung madali siya maka-pick up yung sipa niya, lalo na pag hindi naka-purify. So, pag nasipa, auto-huli, tapos pag may backup pa ng kakampi yun, sure patay. Yung real life hero ko siguro yung mother ko, si mama, kasi simula pa lang dati sobrang supportive niya na. Simula pa nung nag-basketball pa lang ako, lagi siyang nanonood ng mga games ko, ganun. Tapos nung nag-ML ako, nung una, syempre, against sila. Tapos nung naging supportive na siya, pupunta rin siya doon kahit di niya naiintindihan yung game. Tapos nanonood lang siya. Tapos ayun, ang dami niya, nakikipag-interact din siya sa mga fans namin, yun. Hello. Mensahe ko kay mama, thank you so much sa pagiging supportive simula sa pagbabasketball ko pantas ngayon sa ML. Love you.
Anong anak. I am Marily Cabrera. I'm Yawi's mom. And what you don't know about Yawi is that he is a very generous person, loyal sa friend, at mapagmahal syempre na anak at kapatid. Pinaka-proud ako sa kanya, sa mga nangyari sa kanya, yung recently na naabot nila M4 and itong MPL PH Championship na nakuha nila this season 11. This is one of his dreams talaga, and I am so proud of him kasi pinanindigan niya yung dream niya na yun at pinaglaban niya sa amin actually. Yung hindi ko makalimutan na saya na naramdaman was when nung nanalo sila versus RSG na secured na sila for M4. So, I'm not sure kung naano nyo pa yun. Bumaba pa siya sa stage. Niyakap niya talaga ako. That's when I was so proud of him. Kasi, ayun na, isa sa mga dreams niya yun yung makatungtong sa world stage. Basta anak, lagi naman namin sinasabi sa'yo na proud kami sa'yo sa mga nangyayari sa'yo sa buhay mo, sa success na nakukuha mo. Basta lang anak, just be humble. Diba? Lagi mong iisipin yung mga taong nakatulong sa'yo and always pray na lahat ng gusto mo, daan mo lang sa dasal. Lahat ng challenges mo sa buhay, may it be personal or sa profession mo ngayon sa pagiging pro player mo, lahat ibigay mo lang sa taas. And always believe in yourself, sa teammates mo. And for sure, marami pa kayong championship na makukuha, makakamtan. And good luck sa MSC anak. Kaya niyo yan.
Yun, salamat sa pag-suporta kahit simula nung unang talo kami. Tapos, yun, supportahan mo lang ako hanggang sa makakuha pa ng maraming championships and more tournaments pa na mapanood mo.
Yes, anak. Siyempre. And manalo matalo, nandito kami sa likod mo. Mahal ka namin.
Hi, I'm Danere James Del Rosario, also known as Wise, and I'm the jungler of Blacklist International. Ang favorite Mobile Legends hero ko is si Sanshin, and kasi Korean siya general. Tapos yung kit niya sa paglalaro, sa yung passive niya, yung skills niya overall. Tingin ko medyo 50-50 yung paggamit ko sa kanya sa MSC 2023 kasi yung meta ngayon hindi masyadong pabor kay YSS, so mahirap siya ipasok sa sa game, lalo pagka ang kalaban mo is mga pro player din and yung mga best of the best tulad ng mga champion and sa mga first runner up, medyo mahirap siya. Ang qualities ng mga hero is inuuna yung iba kaysa sa sarili nila, and yun, yung mga hindi sila selfish pagka hero ka, talagang unahin mo talaga yung mas ikakabuti ng iba kaysa sa sarili mo. Ang real life hero ko is yung parents ko, syempre, kasi sila yung sa akin nagsilang, and simula dun sa pagkabata ko, sila na yung kung ano ako ngayon, sila yung dahilan nun kung ba't ako tumagal sa mundo. Medyo mahirap yung buhay namin, and yung mama ko is nag-OFW para supportahan kami. And nung nag-start na ako as a pro player, mas sinuportahan pa ako ng mama ko na i-pursue yung pangarap ko. And siya talaga yung pinaka sa akin, nagtiwala. Nung wala pa sumusuporta sa akin, siya talaga yung andyan, number 1 supporter ko. So, sa kanya ko talaga nakuha yung motivation na i-push tong pangarap ko. Hanggang sa ngayon na successful na ako na pro player. Si mama talaga hindi siya mahilig manood sa on-site kasi inaatake daw siya sa puso Pero nung nanood siya, malaking bagay yun kasi malaking tournament na kasi yung nasalihan ko nun, which is MPL na. And madaming taong sumusuporta na. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita ng magulang ko kung ano yung ni-risk ko yun. And nagtagumpay talaga ako dun sa pinurso ko na pangarap ko, which is paglalaro nga ng Mobile Legends. Nakakatuwa lang na nakita niya yung kung gaano kalaking community na yung ML dito sa Pilipinas. Sa mama ko, thank you sa pagsuporta sa akin. Tulad nga ng sabi ko, ikaw ang pinakadahilan kung ba't nandito ako ngayon kasi ikaw ang unang nagtiwala sa akin. Ang biggest rival ko talaga this coming MSC is Echo talaga kasi sila yung champion this MPL Season 11. And 2 beses na nila kami tinatalo sa Grand Finals. Pero lahat naman tinitingin ko as rival sa MSC kasi yung makakasali sa MSC is champion din ng mga region nila. Pero tignan natin kung this time makakabawi kami ngayon sa Echo. Sa Echo, sana tayo pa rin magtapat sa Grand Finals, and this time tignan namin kung kaya na namin talaga kayong talunin. Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin simula nung umpisa, sa mga agents, sa BY Spam, sa Kawais at sa Ma'am Shoes. Thank you sa sumusuporta sa amin. Sana supportahan nyo pa rin kami sa MSC And sana makuha natin yung champion.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray.
ការរៀបចំសិក្ខាសាលានេះពិតជាមានសារៈសំខាន់
ហើយក៏ដូចជាខាងក្រុមការងារបានរៀបចំការងារយ៉ាងល្អ
នៅពីមុនក៏ខ្ញុំអត់សូវច្បាស់ដែរតែដល់ពេលគាត់និយាយថាបើយើងចង់ក្លាយជា personal player យើងត្រូវ set target មិនអីមិនមានអាជីពជាច្រើនដែលយើងអាចធ្វើការទៅជាមួយ e-sport ហ្នឹងខ្ញុំចាក់អារម្មណ៍លើ content creator បងចូលចិត្តខាង create video ខាងកាត់តអញ្ចឹងបងលឺស្រីដែរតែលេង game អញ្ចឹងជាអាប៉ាម៉ាក់ក៏អត់សូវ support មកនេះប៉ុន្តែបើយើងមានគោលដៅច្បាស់លាស់ហើយយើងប្រាប់អាប៉ាម៉ាក់យើងពួកគាត់នឹងអាចផ្ដល់កម្លាំងចិត្តឲ្យយើងអាចនឹងទៅមុខបានខ្ញុំបាន inspire ខ្លាំងទាក់ទងមួយចំណេះដឹងកីឡា electronic ខ្មែរយើងនឹងអភិវឌ្ឍច្រើនជាងហ្នឹងនឹងមានអ្នកជាច្រើនទៀតដែលគាត់បានស្គាល់ប្រទេសទៀតបង
Hi, I'm Alston Babigo and also known as Sanji. May support ng Eco PH. Ang favorite ko pong hero sa MLBB ay si Selena kasi po siya po talaga yung nagustuhan ko nung pagkapasok ko nung ML. Parang pinanood ko lang yung mga highlights na gumagamit sa kanya. Tapos yung first skill po niya kasi sobrang daya kasi yung vision niya sa mapa, ganun. Tapos parang support role po talaga siya dati. Tapos yung second skill niya, sobrang daya din kasi pag tinamaan ganun, pwede ka pa magtimpla ng kape tapos kung ano gawin mo kasi sure dead ka talaga kay Selena dati, sobrang OP niya. Tapos, yun, dun sa hero na yun, sa Selena na yun, dun ako na-discover ng mga coach MPL. Tapos, kaya ako siya laging gamit kasi yun yung meta talaga dati. Siguro po, magagamit ko siya kung papagamitin po ng coach namin. Ang real life hero ko po ay si Papa kasi palagi ako nakikinig sa kwento niya sa mga advice. Tapos, yun, parang nahiligan ko na rin maglaro ng games ng tapos yun, sinusuportahan niya ako palagi. Tapos pagpasok ko nung sa ML amateur pa lang ako, yung cellphone ko basag-basag. Tapos yun, binilan nila ako ng medyo maganda-gandang phone din. Tapos kaso yun, lag pa din, pero yun, kakayanin para sa pangarap.
Hi, I'm Aaron Ram, tatay ni Sanji. Sanji, hindi siya madamot. Pagbigay sa mga kapatid niya, lalo sa mga pamilya niya. Si Sanji nagturo sa akin mag-ML eh. Niyaya niya ako maglaro. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko rin. Tuwing hapon, pagka uwi ako, hintayin niya muna ako. Pag-uwi ng bahay bago maglaro ng ML. Hanggang sa sumali kami ng mga turna, may pagpustahan. Tapos yung gamit ng cellphone nun, basag. Iniikot niya yung cellphone para lang magamit na maayos. Nung napunta siya ng PPG, tinagaan niya talaga yung pag-grind sa ML, torna, sali talaga ng tournament, practice araw-araw. Hindi siya madali, pero yun nga, sa pagsisikap niya, nagawa niya maging pro player. Sa darating na MSC, gawin lang nila yung pinapractice sila sa scrim nila, makinig sa coaches, tsaka sa management, tsaka yun, good luck. Sana makuha niyo yung championship.
Ang message ko lang kay papa ko, thank you kasi nabuhay ako sa mundo. Tsaka binuhay niya ako, tapos sobrang na-inspire talaga ako sa mga kwento niya. Sa mga lahat ng fans namin dyan, mahal na mahal namin kayo, and salamat sa pag-support sa amin sa ECO. Tapos iniimbitahan ko rin kayo manood sa MSC 2023. Good luck sa amin sa mga kalaban namin sa MSC, at ipapatunayan namin na Pinas pa rin talaga malakas. Hi, my name is Leo Gonzalez, also known as Owl, gold laner of Blacklist International. Favorite hero ko si Claude, kasi kaya niyang maging independent sa lane, tsaka kaya niyang ubusin yung kalaban kahit siya lang mag-isa. Tapos secret pa akong gagawin yung team ko sa MSC. Tapos pinagkaiba niya sa ibang hero, kaya niyang mag-survive sa mga gank ng kalaban. Kaya niyang pumunta ng mid ng ilang seconds lang, tapos babalik ulit ng bot. Sobrang bilis niya rin mag-clear ng wave. Gusto kong maging superpowers is mag-produce ng pera para may pang top up ako. Para sa akin, natawag ang isang tao bilang hero pag nakaka-inspire siya ng mga tao. Yung real life hero ko is yung mama tsaka tatay ko. Lagi nila ako sinasupport sa mga gusto kong gawin niya. Hindi ko naman po matatawag na rival, pero gusto kong ulit makalaban si Beniguet, para gusto ko silang bawian na sa team. Kasi nung MPL Season 11 Finals, sobrang binagbog nila kami, kaya gusto ko silang bawian. Siguro po yung
the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation, with your devotion and emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your hearts, it's up to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and reign. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice. That is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. It's not a fight, blessed with tears and pride. Ready for the battle cry, with our might and stride. War against the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense. Let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm. Time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and reign. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice. That is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us win. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. Raise the heavens, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, keep the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your heart, it's up to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this battleground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, make grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force.
Welcome back to MSC 2023, where legends are born and history is written. My name is Mara Aquino, your host.
My name is Robbie.
And Ravi, what did you think about the battle earlier?
Well, you know that the last match was so intense. And how do you think about it? That was so interesting.
Oh my goodness, a lot of people were surprised with the sweep from ONIC. That was such a statement game for them. But I know for a fact that millions of people across the globe, especially Indonesia, are very happy.
Absolutely true.
And now it's going to be ONIC versus Blacklist International for tomorrow. But you know what? Let's talk about the game that's gonna happen right now.
Yeah, អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវនេះយើងឃើញហើយថាការប្រកួតការពីអំបញ្ញមិញនេះគឺ ONIC ទទួលបាននូវជោគជ័យហើយនឹងធ្វើការជួបជាមួយនឹង Blacklist International ហើយឥឡូវនេះផងដែរការប្រកួតរវាងកម្ពុជារបស់យើងជាមួយនឹង Echo ថាតើអ្នកណានឹងទទួលបាននូវជ័យជំនះនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតមួយនេះដើម្បីទទួលបាននូវពានលេខ 3 ផងដែរទន្ទឹងរង់ចាំទាំងអស់គ្នា
It's gonna be another best of 5 series, the last chance for Echo and Burn X Flash to prove their worth and represent their country. And now it's time to go to the match. So casters, let's take it to see the world.
Thank you very much, Mara Aquino, as well as Robbie. Might I say, both of you look amazing. Speaking of amazing, we had amazing games for today. Burn X Flash going up against Blacklist International, where Blacklist International won. ONIC going up against Echo. ONIC won, so both teams will be going to the grand finals. But now, this is the third match of the day. Burn X Flash will go up against Echo to get the third place. Welcome to MSC, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce you to the desk. My name is Ophel. Alongside with me, we got the ever energetic, abstract, the ever lovely, beautiful Eterna, and my lovely best friend here. We haven't casted so much, but that's getting cute. How are you guys feeling?
Wait, I'm not your best friend?
I'm not a best friend.
Sorry, that's my monocle. You guys can just take a step back here.
I called you beautiful.
The both of you are twins. This is
I
a Malay
called you
kid.
energetic.
I want to be best friend.
This is a Chinese affair. This is a Malay kid, isn't it?
Hey, abstract, Eterna, we're more than friends.
Oh.
That's the way. That's kind of weird. Now, we got to look at the brackets because, again, a lot has happened. And the thing is, I kind of feel like not a lot of people expected it. The big thing, tomorrow, it's going to be a best of 7. Blacklist will go up against ONIC. And again, that's amazing. But now, Burning Splash going up against Echo. I got to ask, Eterna, how do you feel about the bracket so far?
How do I feel about the bracket so far? I wish I could kiss you and Mirko's
Whoa.
feet.
Oh.
Right?
Oh, wait,
I mean,
wow.
wait.
That's what she's after. Okay.
Yeah, you know, because initially I thought that this was the worst for the Indonesian teams. But oh my god, with how things have turned out, we finally don't get a PH versus PH Grand Finals, and I couldn't ask for more.
Honestly, I couldn't ask for more either. But let's be honest here, no one expected Echo to bow down to ONIC. Even though we're looking at, yes, ONIC is a strong team, Echo is a strong team, but probably we're just looking at like 40% to ONIC and 60% to Echo.
You know what? ONIC, I kind of feel like Eterna is feeling good, but we got to pull it back in. We got to talk about Burning Splash going up against Echo here. Because again, Echo looking very strong. But I got to say, Burning Splash as well. Get in Q. What do you feel about this matchup?
Honestly, it might end up being like the final season of Yu Yu Hakusho, right? I mean, you're expecting these big fights, and after that final one, especially coming in from Echo, they're exhausted, they're tired, and especially with the level of gameplay that they were exerting against ONIC, coming against a fresh Burning Splash who's able to not only analyze their game, but also take a little bit of a mental break. This is going to be quite a stretch if Echo really wants to pull it all three of these games.
Honestly, I love that part because this is a battle of attrition so far. Burning Splash, they got a lot of break in between. I'm seeing the crowd, they're slowly moving in. So for now, we won't hear a lot of roar later on. But Echo, I gotta ask Abstract, you kind of feel like they had a short break between their game against ONIC and here. Do you think that will affect them?
I'm pretty sure that it will, right? Especially since they are the team that everyone looks up to. That they are the team that will go to the Grand Finals, only to be topped off by ONIC. I think that's big. That is something that will really hit their mental game. And coming in to fight against Burning Splash, they're number one tired, they're number one tilted, they're definitely affected one way or another.
Can I add to that just real quick, right? Because I understand this is a bronze match. They're fighting for third place here. And for Echo in particular, they need to save face, right?
Oh, yeah.
They are the world champions. They got knocked out by ONIC. If they finish fourth place, what does that say? What statement are they making here?
Third is better than none, right?
I mean, that's true, but
like, do you want to be fourth?
Okay, here's the thing, right? Because we are looking at two different stories here. Sure, Echo, they gotta save face. But again, Burning Splash, imagine what that will do to Cambodia getting third place in your own country, right? Like, you gotta imagine, the Mobile Legends scene here would grow exponentially, and this will be a very good momentum moving forward to M5. But now, again, we gotta talk about it. Rise of the Burning Flames, dive of the Orcas. Flame and water. Gideon, how does this matchup usually happen?
Usually the matchup really boils down to temperature, because at the same time, this game is very momentum-based, and the fact is, as Abstract has mentioned, there is going to be, affected mentalities walking into this, especially from Echo's side. Unfortunately, with the way that the bracket is supposed to be and how brutal the single elimination format is, I honestly think that this third place match doesn't really and it doesn't feel good for anybody, right? At the end of the day, you're walking in from a loss, but now you're just trying to save some face.
Walking from a loss, now we're gonna watch both teams walk on the stage. Again, the final time for today. Winner will be third place. Loser, unfortunately, will be going home with fourth. With that being said, we're not gonna waste any more time. Let's invite both teams onto the stage. To officiate the match, we have our marshals here to facilitate the game. Riff, Shadow, Jot, as well as Alex. They are here to ensure fair play and esports integrity. One last chance for the home ground team to play in front of their fans. Remember, if you play with fire, you get Burn X Flash!
The Cambodian champions fought valiantly despite falling to the hands of Blacklist agents earlier today.
But they are going to do their best. But we have to invite who they are going against.
Make way for the Orcas as they return to stage once more to fight for glory. Standing loud and proud, it is Echo!
It is not ideal that the Killer Whales finds themselves here in this series.
Now we introduce the masterminds of both teams, Coach Tic Tac with Coach Trevor and Zimish with Sky Z's as the analyst. I would have to say both of the coaches as well as the analysts will have a lot on their table for this game.
For sure. It all boils down to this moment. How are they going to be able to win it? Fire versus water here in this upcoming match, and we're expecting chaos.
I'm expecting more than just chaos. I'm expecting teams to be playing at their tip-top shape despite taking already their first loss in the overall tournament.
And now let's introduce the team lineup from Burn X Flash. It's Donut, Chima, ATM, CCAT, as well as D7. I gotta ask Abstract, looking at this lineup, who are we paying attention to?
Honestly, I cannot give you an answer. Every single one of these players has stepped up and they made perfect progress. We've got ATM that showed his prowess in the previous series. And while in the meantime, Shema, Donut, CCAT, D7, they have been constantly improving, constantly showing us what they are made of.
I mean, it's D7 and Chima that I'm looking at. Chima has been the standout player, being able to secure almost impossible odds against neutral objectives, while D7 looks at the bigger picture overall. But that doesn't change the fact, right? ATM, he's going up against a big powerhouse in Sanford who's playing a strong game against ONIC through and through. Like, you expect Donut to stay alive for that long? We'll expect to see ATM doing Sanford's job as well, opposing against Benny QT.
I gotta say, man, it's gonna be very hard for ATM because I kind of feel like Sanford might be feeling a little bit angry after the loss against ONIC. And yeah, Donut, if he gets the Leslie, is gonna be looking very good. But now, speaking of looking very good, we gotta introduce the team lineup for Echo, Benny QT, Carl TZ, Sanford, Sanji, as well as Yawi. I gotta ask Eterna, after the game just now, do you think they'll be able to perform for this one?
That's a really good question, and I think that's what everyone is thinking about. Ultimately, after going in a game that was, almost 40 minutes,
Oh, yeah.
do they have the mentality to continue forward, to push forward, to be able to get that third place? Because honestly, I cannot say that Echo underperformed. They were performing out of their minds. Biggest highlight for me was Carl TZ, right? Not giving a single objective over to ONIC.
At the end of the day, they are still consistent. The level that they play at is only attainable by very few across the world. And the real question is whether Burn X Flash is able to kind of get past that, or at least show some form of light to break through the darkness.
Honestly, we saw a lot of their games. We've seen their personality show through with how they're playing. But I kind of feel like we need a little bit of insight. So with that being said, we're gonna jump into an interview to see what's really happening in the teams.
Some of them are kids, so I make sure on, when they sign the contract, I'm going to be their second family. So maybe it's not also about the work, but also in the personal life, I make sure that they're very okay mentally and emotionally, giving their 100% during those matches. No matter what happens, we're very proud of them. And of course, I'm always behind them.
Actually, they're very easy to manage, to be honest. They listen to me very carefully and they're very obedient, right?
Yeah. Just say yes all the time.
All the time.
I think that's one of the things that we always make happen. It's their chemistry, their dynamics, and how everyone will play with each other. That's one of our priorities.
So for Morse is that MLBB is a team play game. So what we need is like communication and coordination of the player is important. I think it's the two most important for me.
No matter they win or lose, I just want the boy be the best where they can be, and I want to stay with them and achieve more achievement with them.
I think we'll just do what we do best. That's what That's just okay. We'll just do what we always do.
A very heartwarming, a very touching video with Blacklist, Echo, as well as Burnex Flash, their management team, as well as their coaching staff. A lot of insight that we got, and now we're going into the game. Within 3 minutes, we're going to see the drafts coming in. Burnex Flash going up against Echo, and now Abstract going into this game. What are you feeling, man?
Honestly, that video hits me, right? That's
It
the first,
hit me too.
That's the
My
first
nose was bleeding.
I want to take this opportunity, to extend out my my sincerity to all the managers, coaches, analysts, everyone behind the scenes, behind every single one of these teams. Without them, these players wouldn't be here. They probably wouldn't be able to get all the practice, all the things that they need for this upcoming game.
Just now, even getting queued right up, we're going to look at ATM as well as Sanford. Looks like for this game, it is going to be the EXP matchup that we're going to look out for.
Yep, very inflated stats here on both sides. And more importantly, just looking at the way that Sanford has been playing overall, very kill-hungry, kill-heavy, but sometimes may not necessarily get the game win rate that they're looking for. And especially when we look at Burnex Flashes, right, ATM has been trying to be in that position to actually get into that turtle control, which Echo, overall, that's their overall playstyle. This is the side objective where they fully abuse whether to get the turtle or whether to just farm kills.
It's a good thing we're looking at Sanford here because, again, I think the turtle control rate is very inflated because of his Yuzong, and we saw ONIC always betting out that Yuzong, but for now, we're going to look at ATM. In terms of the KDA 2.5, it's ranked number 8, which is not that high, but again, as an EXP laner, especially looking at how ATM plays, it does look like he will always sacrifice himself for the team.
You know, honestly, I agree with you, right? I think when we were looking at the official team lineup for Burnex Flash, you guys highlighted some other players, but who I really wanted to talk about, who I really wanted to put focus on was ATM. There are moments, there are very important key moments that ATM can make to dive into that back line and just cause havoc to the back line of their opponent. And I feel like that is one of the key things that they need to be able to do against someone as strong as Sanford.
Speaking of Sanford, Sanford is the kind of player that really understands how to stretch his limits. He knows when exactly he can jump into the fight. He either initiates the fight, follow up the fight, he creates the zoning potential, and he creates so much space for the team.
I mean, even when we talk about it, right, the stats back it up. The fact that he's number 2 in terms of KDA, 5.3 overall, which shows just how effective he is as an EXP laner and the results that he's able to achieve, right? Let's look at it one more time. 5.3 compared to 2.0. Yes, you are ending up dying. Sometimes you're putting enemies out of the fight, and that's usually good enough. The question is, how do you extend it even further? How do you go above and beyond? And that's what Sanford provides that I don't see coming from ATM.
Honestly, looking at the stats is very interesting. The KDA is very far apart. But when we look at teamfight participation, a difference of not even 1%. Damage taken per death, not even the difference of 1,000. Damage dealt per game, now that one is over to Sanford.
Honestly, when it comes down to Sanford, he just excels in many, many things. His Yuzong is just so strong, so we wouldn't even be surprised if the Yuzong will be taken away. And of course, these stats are inflated based on the fact that he's able to 1 versus all. He knows how to stretch himself, like I said before. He just knows what he wants to do.
That's one of the key elements that I feel ONIC observed and utilized in their series against Echo, right? Shut down Sanford, but here we are, talent prediction. That's a full Burnex Flash.
This is a very hot table. I gotta say, everyone's burning up here. I mean, again, I'm looking at Abstract, you're looking at the Khmer talents, but you know, you gotta know, if they vote for Echo, I'm not sure where they're going home. But guys, have we, what kind of reality are we living in here that we see a full burn table?
I mean, after the first round of knockouts, and as soon as we got into the second, I've gotten majority of my predictions wrong. At this stage of the game, whether it's honestly a 50-50 for me, unfortunately, I can't have both logos there.
You know what?
Can I explain myself
real
quick?
Go ahead.
I don't want the Filipino
of course.
fans, right, to attack me here. Honestly, my heart goes out to Echo, but the problem is is the thing that we were talking about earlier, the discussion that we had about mentality, and if they're tired, what's the endurance like here for Echo?
Here's the thing, if you're feeling really tired, you gotta make sure you got a good device on you because someone's gotta carry you. And the one that can carry you is the ROG phone. Asus ROG is the official gaming phone partner of MSC 2023. The ROG Phone 7 comes with the Aeroactive Cooler 7 that provides you with a portable 2.1 sound system, and alongside the spectacular 165Hz AMOLED display, you can play games like you never experienced before. Abstract, you're actually looking pretty good. I mean, like,
You know, gonna have to Benedetta my way out, huh? The ROG phone really enhances my gameplay with Benedetta. I feel like as though I am Mythical Glory 1000, top 1 Benedetta going all out there.
Did you win?
No.
I literally saw it. I was just like, is he about to die right there?
And that's where the clip ends.
No, let's be honest. You know, at that point in time, the clip ended. I actually gotten the kill, all right? You know?
You traded it at the very least. It's just that you died first.
You know what? I'm just glad he said, I play like Mythical Glory. And I'm like, okay, that's not cool enough. 1,000. I'm pretty sure the pro players haven't hit 1,000 yet. But coming back into this game, Abstract, I kind of feel like you have some words before we go in, because once you guys go into the match, probably not a lot to say because a lot of action might be happening.
Yeah, no, I really just want to echo what Eterna said, right?
Echo? Oh. I see what you did there.
In most normal situations, when we look at Burn X Flash versus Echo, we think Echo.
Yes.
But after what we have went through with Echo, looking at them slogging it out the entire day with not a lot of rest, you know, the fatigue is really punching them right in the face. And yet, right now, they're gonna have to sit on that same chair to play against Burn X Flash, which, by the way, has 2 logos. So,
Gideon, I just gotta say, it's quite interesting that after the prediction, Eterna and Abstract are already apologizing, and we're just like, nah.
No, I totally agree with you there. There's no need to apologize. I know what I did to Echo last game of my predictions, but I think it's time to go into the draft and let's see the conditions of both sides here. I'm expecting Burn X Flash to look real crisp. Echo, we'll see once we get into game.
All right, this is going to be very interesting, ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls and lady. Burn X Flash. Good call from the Khmer caster. Burn X Flash is the first pick, Echo second. And instantly, right now we can see the Yuzong getting banned out, as well as the Kaja for Burn X Flash, Glue, as well as 1-1 for Echo.
Yep, it's one of those situations where the EXP is highly focused around, and I mean, they've kind of set it up for Joy even.
You're right. And I have got to say, like, this Joy is going to be a contested pick because I feel ATF performs best on the Joy, but unfortunately, like you mentioned, the Joy is going to be banned here by Burn X Flash themselves, but Echo respond with an Arlet. So, Novaria, Valentina, these are some of the picks that have been opened up.
All right, right now, I kind of feel like at this point, we've seen quite a lot coming in from the Novaria. I wonder, after Burn X Flash going up against Blacklist, where Oh My Venus using the Novaria into the roamer position, I wonder if they will do something similar. Abstract, what do you think? Is it even possible for Burn X Flash?
I mean, I think it's possible, but they had a lot of... I thought that they had a lot of success with Frederick. I thought that that's what they want to go for.
I mean, like, here's the thing. It's always bad. Gideon, he finally got the Lancelot, and now Echo, they're responding with Frederick, which we gotta highlight. Against ONIC, he did not let Kyrie win a retry battle.
Exactly, and I think it's one of those situations where is Burn X Flash going to be playing a team fight composition focused around neutral objectives, or are they going to do the ONIC where it's all about fighting, all about getting those kills, all about that big setup? So I'm looking for potential roamer options for the side of Burn X Flash, and we know what their pattern is, right? Make sure that Chama is going to get a hero that he's most comfortable with, and then we cut back over to Echo's side, Valentina, just to keep themselves flexible.
Okay, can I say that Sanji is just disgusting?
With the Valentina, not as a person.
Yeah, not as a person. Sorry, I need to sorry.
No,
that can be taken out of context.
Exactly.
I mean, his Valentina was so good, phenomenal with the choice of IMUs. always knows which ultimate to utilize. And with that in mind, right, Burn X Flash, honestly, they need to think about this. The next few picks, hopefully they don't go for heroes that are very ultimate reliant, because that's just going to be used against them. But they pick something up like the Novaria.
Ultimate reliant.
Yeah.
You know what?
You need more ultimates in that.
I like the way you think. It's amazing. And now I'm actually looking at the composition. Actually, no, I'm looking at the roamers. The Franco, both D7 as well as Yawi has been amazing on the Franco. I'm just wondering, will the Franco be prioritized? And if it's not being picked up here by Echo, will it be eventually banned?
I think maybe it's eventually going to get banned in the second phase, but that's going to be a big tell, right? I think at least for Echo, they can start playing around a little bit. And now locking in that Grok, we still don't have, pretty much have no idea whether or not it's going to go into the EXP, whether they decide to kind of, you know, I don't know, Carl Teasy switches things up and brings it into the jungle. But let's sniff it out here as Franco gets banned down in the second phase.
At this point in time, I just want to say that Burn X Flash's composition, the first 3 pick, I absolutely love it. With the Novaria being picked out, he does have the lane priority over the Valentina, unlocking this Novaria in the early stages of the game. So even if they do pick this Beatrix pretty early into the game, they should be able to get quite a lot of emphasis to allow this Beatrix to move on to the next stage, even if Echo does win in a 1v1 matchup.
And on top of that, right, they're going to go for the Wombo combo here that we see find a lot of success. The snipes coming in from the Beatrix with the Novaria's ultimate and her, what is it called, Astrosphere, just does so much damage. And in the late game, it's going to be very hard for Echo to go for, I would say, a setup if they don't realize the damage that they can output.
You know what? It's the shooting star. It's the shooting rifle. It's the astral gun. I'm going with until I find some kind of combo name that's pretty cool.
Well, we'll eventually get to it. We'll
Snipe.
eventually get to it. Because I think at the end of the day, right, Echo can also recognize that this snipe is really painful. So how else are they going to manage it? It's not with the range, it's the fact that they have control over the map. And they're only going to be able to achieve that through CC. So banning out that Diggy is already one step forward, while Burn X Flash is going to be looking at specifically Benny QT, who has shown that when it starts to get really long and dragged out, he's going to be changing the way that he plays. Instead of rolling backwards, he's rolling forwards. He's trying to think one step ahead of their opponent, and they could still set up for a potential Minotaur.
Right now we got to look at this. Sanford's Yuzong is now banned 4 times this day. Just this day. Is this a repeat of banning Diablo? And now Harif has been picked up to go up against this Beatrix. I don't know. What do you guys feel about it? I kind of want to go with Eterna. What do you feel about it?
Sorry, I don't think that the Grok is a roamer.
Ooh.
I don't know, right? Because we saw Yawi pick up the Grok. I think we were talking about it behind the scenes as well, right? It wasn't really as effective as we see Yawi on the other heroes, and I think that Burn X Flash may pick this up. I think they want to force it onto Yawi, looking at the Kufa ban.
Right now, Sanford's real name is Sanford.
Thanks.
I mean, honestly,
Damn, I didn't know that.
Honestly, that fun fact is kind of useful because I think people would assume it's just an IGN.
Exactly.
But
That's
now,
what I thought.
But now, Abstract now, finishing the draft. I'm looking at Burn X Flash. They don't have any lockdown. They got a Lapu Lapu.
That's something.
Oh!
But what does this mean? Mincetar versus a potential Grok.
Mincetar into the potential Grok. Remember, Grok only has anti-CC if he's using his Power of Nature, and he's next to a wall. It's really important that he's near that wall to make sure that he gets the full benefit of his Power of Nature. So against Mincetar, right, you can lock down that Harith. It's really difficult for Fredrin to actually get his combo point because he needs to be able to dash and get the initial reset to stick on top of his targets. Same goes for Valentina. Everybody, let's not forget the Wild Charge. So every single one of the abilities from the side of Echo has some form of a dash.
And now, Yawi.
There you go. I said it.
You said it.
You called it.
I called it.
Are you excited?
Yes.
All right, since you're excited, I'm going to ask you, looking at draft, what are you feeling right now? You're feeling Echo, you're feeling Burn X Flash?
Honestly, the Mincetar pick for Burn X Flash, right? It puts Echo in a very tough spot. I think there's a smaller window of opportunity for Echo to go about these team fights, but audience prediction here.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
What?
The top is going for Burn X Flash, including the Philippines?
Nah,
Get
nah.
it, like,
They're trying to recover from the wounds that they just
gotta be a
witnessed
mistake,
earlier.
right?
I mean, I have to agree with you. I would expect that the countrymen stay with their own countrymen.
And now,
Maybe they're using the curse.
Oh,
Right?
you know what? They learned. They learned from the
Yes.
best.
Mm-hmm.
We're the best.
We are the
We
best.
Speaking of the best, we're gonna see throughout this game, it is going to be a best of 5. Who will win this one? We're going into the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your seatbelts on because we're in for a ride into the land of dawn for game number 1 between Burn X Flash and Echo Philippines.
They're going to be starting things off very, very default. We're not seeing a fast force start coming in for Burn X Flash. And even for the side of Echo, they just want to play a standard game for now. Hit those level 4s, look for a neutral fight, and immediately start looking for plays. But keep in mind, D7, at this stage of the game, he's still very susceptible. He has no real means of escaping once he gets caught. So he has to play a very safe game, especially if he does have his abilities up.
It brings me back to the question, right? Mincetar into the composition that ONIC have, sorry, not ONIC, Echo have brought, right? Sanji, Benny, Yawi, how is that going to fare for them in the long run?
Well, in the long run, terribly, in a matter of fact. So it's about timings of fights, right? It's about when that King's Calling is available and how exactly is Echo able to bait that out. Because remember, if we're talking about pickoff or engagement tools, Echo has a little bit of both, right? They've got Samford, who can initiate the fight to maybe get the King's Calling. They got Yawi to kick somebody out of position to maybe get the King's Calling, and then it's about the push and pull.
D7 trying to get himself away, immediately terrified, but Echo just wanted to poke D7.
Very interesting here. Okay, so a little bit of aggression happening on the board right now. But, you know, Chima, wow, he's actually getting chunked really low by Karltizi. In the, you know, turtle acquisitions, how is that going to go?
Right? That's where it gets really good for Burn X Flash because it's a timing that Echo can't really play around. So you'll see how Echo kind of positions around it, right? Keep in mind that Echo's the one that doesn't want to make that first move, but when it comes to neutrals, they kind of don't have that choice. And Burn X Flash are going to have to try and hold them hostage for as long as possible. As long as they've got the King's Calling, it's going to be tough. So look, Samford, he's walking right up to their faces, and Sanji is making sure Tri-Brush is going to be a safe angle.
And D7 immediately just get kicked by the hands of the Yawi. ATM is the one that actually manages to take the turtle off for himself. But Jamar, even though he was trying to get himself in, he still managed to dash himself right out, leaving ATM all alone. But somehow, Burn X Flash didn't lose more than one person, and they got a turtle.
Okay, so a little bit of an advantage here for Burn X Flash. Do you agree with that?
Yes. I mean, I would like to believe that, but let's also keep in mind that Valentina can do the exact same thing that D7 wants to do, right? It's whoever finds that big engage first won't be able to drop it.
And of course, Way of the Dragon connects down to D7. This is yet another time where D7 gets constantly targeted.
It's all about his ult. It's literally all about his ult. That's what this entire game is about, right? You're gambiting upon your opponent. You're trying to steal his ultimate because it really hurts both sides of the composition.
It seems it's a lot about disengage from the side of Burn X Flash when it comes down to D7.
I mean, ideally, they don't want to be just disengaging, right? You need to be able to get some kind of value or profit. The only issue is that there's only one of D7, and not everybody is able to, quote-unquote, find that pick. So that's when you start adding ATM into this mix. And hopefully, by the time he's unlocked from his lane, he's actually capable and strong enough to start threatening that back line.
I actually find this quite interesting, right? Both of the mages opted for the discount emblem. And sometimes we see a little bit of a mix for Novaria, right? Sometimes Impure Rage, sometimes Magic Worship. But here, Mystery Shop against the Valentina. Oh!
Nice catch. However, it doesn't seem like they managed to lock Sanji down for even longer and had to use the King's Calling.
Pre-buffering. That's really great coming in from Sanji's side. He didn't want to use his ability, so using that flicker is just a very safe method to do so. And not to mention that the fact that he's already used the IMU, so no point going further than that. Other than the fact that we need to keep in mind, again, D7 he's got his flickers back up, and I think, you know, Burn X Flash, they're going to be setting up for this neutral fight. So get ready for it. Look at the positioning from Echo.
Doesn't seem like the rest of the members from the side of Burn X Flash will be able to stop Yawi from pushing right in, as that is going to be yet again another kick from Yawi. This guy, this man, is never, ever going to stop.
Yeah, that's the thing about Echo, right? They are so quick on the objectives. We saw that in their previous series as well. And when it comes down to it, they really know just how to make things uncomfortable for their enemy. Yawi always positioning really well in the bush. You know, positioning is so key, right? Bushes are so key. Vision is so key. Burn X Flash actually has CCAT. So with CCAT, shouldn't they have a little bit more to play around with? Try to, shut down Yawi with a surprise Way of the Dragons.
I don't think it's surprise that they're worried about, right? They can scout him out, of course, but do they really threaten Yawi just yet? You only have damage. You don't have a necessary means to lock him down, and that's the big problem, right? D7 is going to try and be that guy, but he doesn't want to waste too many of his resources. The most he can do, the most he can commit for is the Spear of Glory, but anything more than that, that's far too many resources.
With 4 men all the way down south, they would want to target this first tier defense turret as much as possible without losing a single person. But Next Flash moved forward and advances and manages to clear the wave, at least for now.
All right, and that's a 1,000 gold lead already being attained by Echo. It seems like they're putting a little bit of focus here on Donut, trying to shut him down from the first few minutes of the game, but they haven't been able to catch him.
Very patient on their buttons.
Oh, Way of the Dragon connecting on the D7 once again. King's Calling knocked down, but it doesn't seem like Yawi is affected by that at all. They still manages to collapse down on the D7. The death already. In the meantime, we're just gonna be chilling right up in the top lane where Shamar finds himself on the edge against the Grog. Yawi escapes himself away from ATM while we are still continuing to look at Donut taken down. And this is all spiraling out of control for Burnex Flash.
Look at the mid lane, it's already getting shoved on top side. We're already getting a huge shove as all places have had a successful trade. Now they continue to push even further in the mid lane.
Are they gonna go for it? Okay, they're not. Okay. Oh, almost landed that. But yeah, coming back to what we're seeing right now, right? Like you mentioned here, the disparity of even the levels are very apparent here. Chima actually just reached that level 9. Kaltizi already at level 9. Even Benny QT is quite far ahead of Donut, with Harrod being an APC hero going against Donut. Who gets that power spike first?
Initially, it's going to be Benny QT for sure, right? He's got that discount, he's got the bargain, he's got 3 kills under his belt in comparison to Donut, who needs a couple of items to really maximize his emblem, right? Weapon Master, it does take some time. It's not immediate impact, but let's see. Kaltizi looking for an opportunity to really start forcing things out for Burnex Flash.
But Kaltizi, it doesn't seem like he's phased at all, despite facing D7, Donut, ADM, and CCAS is just right around the corner.
Yeah, unfazed, unbothered is just really the gimmick that Kaltizi has brought to MSC, going for these kinds of picks. It's worked out, and they have gotten a lot of objectives because of that.
Do you guys see that? Oh, hold on a second, never mind. As Yawi immediately jumped himself right on Shamar, trying to bring him down, but Shamar is the one that managed to take a kill down onto Yawi instead. As the fight prolongs, Kaltizi holds himself in the front. He wants to go for the taunt, but Donut takes the kill away. The Summon Force lays down, and Red Cutie takes the kill onto Donut, moves on to the next, gets himself a double, and this is how they're going to disengage by having a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, 2-for-2 trade, extremely key in that particular team fight was the fact that the Holy Crystal was built in, giving him a little bit of more damage for Benny Cutie to rush the members of Burnex Flash.
No, that's a perfect way of putting it, because again, that's why you're wondering, why is he holding, if he already has it, why is he holding back here super far away? He's waiting for the King's Calling. Notice Benny Cutie goes around. Kaltizi tells the rest of his team, yo, I'm gonna die, we need to find a trade somehow, and that's immediately when you see Benny Cutie drop that Salmon Force, and look how fluid his movement is, right? Finds the Synchro Fissure, gets that full initial burst when you're right in the middle of it, on towards Donut's side, and then transfers the kill over down into the mid lane against the Mincitar. So every single time we get into these fights, it's about that push and pull consistently before and after the King's Calling.
But ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing a technical pause. Remember, we want the best for you guys at home watching. You want the best experience. We also want the best experience for the players as well. But yes, it seems like Abstract had a point here.
Now, remember how I wanted to say something right before the team fight?
Yeah, what was that?
The main thing is that one thing that I wanted to say was the Frederick. I'm not too sure whether he did it on purpose. He immediately dashed into the trajectory of the Astrosphere. The Astrosphere could have clipped onto Valentina. And in the very event that Valentina got clipped before that fight, I think that you know, that fight wouldn't have went to Echo.
It probably wouldn't have, what's the word I'm looking here? It probably wouldn't have mattered in the long run because that would mean that the entire team just moves back together. The fact that he still has the health, it does give Echo a little bit more confidence to say, yeah, I can take maybe 1 or 2 auto attacks, but more than that, it's still going to be too much for me if Beatrix is right up in my face. So at the end of the day, right, it's all about that push and pull. How do you push and how do you actually end up pulling away from your opponents? Unfortunately for Burn X Flash, the pulling part is the most difficult because there's no real way to do that comfortably other than using the King's Calling, which kind of falls into the category of your most high priority ultimate. When it's that valuable, do you really just want to use it to pull away? You feel like you need to get a trade.
I mean, technically, you have the Lapu Lapu, right? I mean, that's something that you could utilize potentially in these team fights, but I like how you mentioned that because so far, we haven't seen these CC-heavy heroes being able to just stop the movements coming in from Benny QT. He's been having a really good time. I mean, look at that 5-0-0 already here. That's a lot of gold for him.
Yeah, nobody's catching him. And I like the fact that you brought up ATM because, yes, he's supposed to change that fact, but credits to Sanford. He's clearing out the waves faster. He's literally living up to the moniker of Grok. He is being an unmovable object, and ATM, it's kind of frustrating for him, right? He's not really trading against him. He's not allowing him to move first, and that's how Sanford is maintaining his lead.
And now, of course, Yawi finds himself low in HP, still went down. D7 flickers into the King's Calling. He was hoping that he'll be able to clip a little bit onto the Lord, but Shamar focuses onto the Lord, takes the Lord away from the hands of Echo. The rest of Blacklist Flash immediately falls backwards after getting what they wanted.
Oh man, okay, so they win the team fight, but unfortunately they had to lose the Lord. But it looks like Carl Teasy, Benny Cutie once more!
Donut immediately taken down. Sandy proxies the lane and went straight in front for C-Cat, pushing him away even more.
Yeah, they're not going to keep on doing this, right? Okay, the Lord is going to spawn, and at least for Burn X Flash, that means that Echo isn't going to just try and end the game right on the dot. And wait, Benny!
Oh, Benny is not going to be stopping anytime soon. The Zaman Force dropped right down. He's going 1v3. The first person already taken down. But here comes Yawi with the Way of the Dragon. Just going to be connecting down on the ATM. Completely terrified. Flickers himself out of the way. And of course, even the King's Calling came in clutch.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Benny QT. He knows for a fact that D7 can't completely commit onto him, especially when he doesn't have that follow-up damage. And as soon as Benny spots the person who is going to be that follow-up damage, that's when he starts repositioning and calls in for Yawi.
Wait. Burn X Flash, no dominance?
Oh, you're right. I don't see a dominance just yet. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue. Not being able to kind of deal with the healing, not being able to deal with the shielding at the same time. That's coming out from Benny QT. But to be fair, is that really going to matter when he's already 2k ahead? The fact that he's got like an extra 2 items on his opponents, like, I don't need the shield, I just need to kill you.
True, but I don't know. I guess that's a step in the right direction, no? I mean, zero respect for Benny. 8-0-1 already here. 4,000 gold lead, and Echo, oh my god, again!
Way of the Dragon again onto D7. However, the rest of the members from the Echo is just a little bit too late for the follow-up.
You know, looking at that play, right? Is it wise actually for Yawi to go for the Way of Dragon on D7?
Yes, it absolutely is. And think of it this way, right? You're kicking him not into the middle of your team, you're kicking him at an off angle, hoping that D7 utilizes that ult so the rest of your team can disengage. Keep in mind, Sanford can wild charge outside of the King's Calling and still get the knockup as he's passing through the entire King's Calling area of effect. In that moments, right? We're hoping for choke points. That's what we're looking for. Burn X Flash need to bait Echo into a point where they can't seem to fall back. And there's only 2 places he can do it. Number 1, the Lord or Turtle Pit, or number 2, these POIs on the map, which is going to be the buffs.
Okay, and oh man, like even with that, I think Burn X Flash recognized it. You don't see that they are looking for a contest. 11 minutes, 12 minutes in, Abstract. How are we feeling about this game?
It's definitely grim for Burn X Flash, right? And I'm trying to really wrap my head around as to what they can really do. The main thing that I want to see is probably give some more time to Donut, because when it comes down to the goal disparity, Donut to Benny Cutie, that's gonna be huge. And the only way that they can probably get the game going is when C-Cat skills, Donut skills, because this team is kind of expensive.
Yeah, you're right? And that's interesting because Donut just pick up the Malefic Roar. Is that going to be detrimental to this Lord take?
Absolutely, but I mean, they've got the information. Tech pause once again. Unlucky, but it gives us time to talk about it, right? At the end of the day, the Malefic Roar is going to be extremely useful, and especially for any marksman, it's just the go-to item to make sure that when you get an auto attack and it lands, it's going to hurt.
I mean, we have seen a lot of times throughout the entirety of MSC 2023 where a Bennett's Rage eventually helps to take down the Lord or helps them to combo into taking down the Lord. And unfortunately, I don't think that Echo has got anything within sort of that capacity to immediately burst the Lord down and kind of time the Retribution together. So
I mean, they've got Sanford. He's on the Grok, and that has high base damages. Number two, they also got the Zaman Force, so if he wants to just time the Chrono Fissure, that works too.
Okay, with that being said, right, it didn't seem, before we went into the technical pause, that Burn X Flash wanted to contest for the Lord. They were in the bottom side. What were they doing there?
They know that they can't necessarily win out these fights. They know that they're behind, and they recognize that, right? Because again, they're just going to play for high ground defense. They've got a Beatrix, so why not abuse the fact that the Beatrix has two ults that are really, really particularly good at clearing out waves?
So in conclusion, they want to manipulate that bottom lane and then go to the Lord? Or are they just going for a completely different target here?
I think they're going for a completely different target. Now here's one thing that I will say. For all intents and purposes, Shima might still try to go in 1v5 maybe to steal this away. There is that possibility. I won't take that away from him. He's already done it once. I wouldn't be too surprised if he does it again. But in trade, right, I give you the second Lord of the game. I might be able to get a tier 1 down on the bottom side, and then we start playing high ground right from our base until we start coming back to playing an even playing field, which I would say would happen around 14th, 16th minute.
Short pause on our discussion here. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you watching at home, you guys can redeem this code because we love y'all, you know. We appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for tuning in for this match right now here between Burn X Flash and Echo. You guys can, tap your ROG phone just a little bit there. Go for the code. Get it before LaFell gets his hands on it, because I promise you, he's very quick with his fingers. But coming back into that discussion here, Lord fights. We mentioned that Burn X Flash are in a little bit of a tough spot because of how many resources that Echo has in their arsenal. So, Abstract, do you think that they should look for a pickoff instead? Do you think that they should go for a backdoor maybe against Echo?
Honestly, right now, I don't think that they're capable of doing all of that yet. So I do like the idea of Shima just going in and just play whatever that he can to really weave himself in and out at the same time. But at least they managed to, find some counter value by bringing down the first tier defense turret in the bottom lane. At least it gives them some more gold to work with.
Well, let's see how much gold is going to be necessary, right? I mean, we're coming to a point where Echo is going to hit 42k faster than Burn X Flash. But once Burn X Flash hits 42k of their own, the game starts to even out amongst the marksmans, right? Both gold lane players, and especially if we're talking about Benny QT, he's in a comfortable spot. I think he's already got full build. He's 8 kills into this game, power farming, level 15 at the same time. But if we come back over to Donut, he's 2 levels away from max level, and I'm sure he's 3 items off from actually being at his full build. With that in mind, we need to make sure that we understand the fact that Shima needs to be the one that baits out the big spells from the side of Echo. I'm hoping that he's gone for full tank and switched out some of his items.
As the Lord now raises his trident, crashes down onto the middle lane first tier defense turret, the top lane is pushing in as well, while KaoTZ is hoping that he will be able to bring down the second tier defense turret in the bottom lane as well. And that will effectively wipe out all the outer turrets, allowing Echo to have quite a bit of a push lane down the middle line, which Echo would probably make full use of. Oh, Yowie! With the flicker in and the kick right down onto ATM. He's gonna be the first person to be taken down while D7 continues to move on forward with the King's Calling. That is going to be one death from the side of Burn X Flash while Yowie sacrifices himself for the greater good.
Very aggressive play by Yowie earlier. It does get a trade onto ATM, and this brings me to the point that I really wanted to bring up earlier. Burn X Flash has such an amazing amount of high ground, so when it comes down to the defense, it's going to be a little bit more tricky for Echo who direly needs to end this as soon as possible.
I mean, I don't know whether they want to end it as soon as possible. They already played a 39-minute game. Maybe they want to make it into a 40-minute game. Look, they've scrimmed more. Probably they've had longer scrims than professional games. I'm going to be really honest here. But 5-12 so far, obviously it's not looking good. But as I mentioned, 14 to 16 minutes is when you're going to see Burn X Flash actually start evening out that score. If we're looking at Novaria, she's got more than enough items. And I like the fact that she did... Oh, hold on.
Oh, and of course, the Diamond Force drops down. D7 even had the King's Calling. There's so many knockdown going on, but it doesn't seem like it will bother Echo at all as they marches right on in. They find D7. He still have immortality, but what can the immortality really do for them? They focus us down onto every single one of these creeps, but where are all the creeps in the top lane? It is still left with a sliver of health on the turret.
Well, I mean, you mentioned that Lancelot needed to bait resources. He did, but he died in the process, so this is looking very grim.
Yawi kicks ATM back to his fellow teammates, but perhaps this is what we want to see. The Astro Echo connects down onto Echo, but that immediately pushes Echo away because they just don't want to deal with this.
Here's the thing, right? Yes, Tremont needs to bait out resources, but they can't be working in pairs. 2v5 is still not good odds for him at the end of the day, and they have to recognize that not everybody's at max build. 7.6k deficit for them as of right now, and if this game drags out for another 2 minutes, the gold lead isn't really going to matter at the end of the day, which is when Burn X Flash probably want to burn out these resources or buy this Lord Pit. That's what I was waiting for, not buy the purple side, and I think even for Chima, he probably just wanted to have his purple buff more than anything else.
I mean, you know, being an assassin against someone like Echo, it's not an easy feat to do because you know that you are going to be bullied for that purple buff, especially when you don't have the map control, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. It's just, oh, wait, what?
Yawi connects down onto Donut. What were you doing there, Donut?
Oh no, not Donut. This is right before the Lord. Do they even need the Lord? Okay, they're going for the Lord. They're going for the safe pick. But that's not looking good. 30 seconds left. The Lord is going to spawn. What can Burn X Flash do?
Honestly, nothing at this point. Donut was their only way to kind of like bounce back and trying to turn the tables because he's got enough damage, and also the highest DPS amongst his team members.
Nice hook coming in from D7. It made and forces Sanji to go for the flicker, but Yawi immediately broke through the defenses and kicked ATM out of it all. Wasn't even able to use the Mightiest Warriors. D7 knocked down onto the King's Calling. It forces the rest of the members from the side of Echo away. Shama is still in the midst of it all. The Khaleesi's HP doesn't look very good, but in the end of the day, Burn X Flash still managed to defend this until I don't know, because D7 still wanted to re-engage. He went for the hook. Shama went straight in again. He wants to get a kill on Yawi, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to successfully do so. As the middle lane Lord, he's just gonna be slamming right down with the Trident. The rest of Echo follows through. Only left with C-Cat as well. Donut. C-Cat is gonna be taken down so well, D7, and that will be the first game taken in by Echo.
Wow, all right. Echo really bringing their A game here in this best of 5. They're going to be leading the series, and that puts Echo fans all around the globe in a little bit of a more comfortable decision. But how did that actually end up that way?
Well, a lot of it just comes down to Yawi, man. He's getting some really good kicks, and you notice that push and pull. You notice where the eyes of the player of Burn X Flash are focusing on. Sanford purposely posturing as if he wants to like flicker wild charge in, but by the time they react to it, guess who shows up? Yawi from halfway across the world, timing his Shunpo and third hit of Jikundo to get that knock-up when he flickers right into the middle of the fight.
Yeah, and he's like, hello!
It's a me, yeah!
It's me, Yawi!
Yawi! He's dangerous. He's really dangerous on this show, and it's hard to be able to keep track of so many things at once, especially if you're in D7's position. Ideally, they would have the Diggy here, but we saw from the draft itself, this is where Echo is most comfortable. No anti-CC, that's perfect with me.
That's the key word, comfort, right? Because when Yawi is on a hero, honestly, like Rock, we didn't really see the same impact that he had when he's on something like the Cho, his power pick, right? He's able to make things very uneven when it comes down to those team fights. And it was just a wonderful display from the Orcas here, fighting back, really wanting that third place position. They're trying to save face here. You know what, LaFell, how do you feel about that game?
Thank you very much to our three funny Bambi Zugaloos. The MVP of this game is going over to Benny Cutie. I gotta say, why is Benny Cutie unstoppable? Like, they got the counters. How was Benny Cutie on this Harif was able to zoom around?
Yowie, man. Yowie and Samford are working well together.
It's a me, Yowie?
It's a me, Yowie, every single time because D7 can only do so much, right? He is one man and his ultimate has an extremely long cooldown. And unfortunately for him, he's purposely getting targeted in the majority of his fights. Like, who gets kicked here? D7, everybody else. And Benny QD, he's waiting far back until that King's Calling is down before he engages. Once again in this highlight, he takes his sweet time, waits for it, then, is it done yet? Is it done yet? Yes, Salmon Force.
Honestly, looking at this game, Yowie showing a lot of violence. Eternal, do you like this kind of play?
Yeah, I really like the violence that he's really just protruding onto the game here. It looks comfortable on the Cho. That's why in the draft pick, I was like, this Grok is not for Yowie for sure.
That's kind of like a backhanded compliment, you know? It's like, you know what? You're so not good on the Grok, give it to Sanford because you are way better on the show.
No, Yowie. It's not like that.
It's not like
does
that.
he watch the English broadcast? Because I don't mean it that way.
Here's the thing. Because it's you, I think he does.
That's a good point.
Stirring since day number one, huh, Lafel? Stirring since day number one. But this is also, technically speaking, a highlight of Yowie. Whenever a team fight starts, I mean, we know for sure he found someone to pick off, and that is one of the best ways for the rest of the team to just crumble down. And like you guys said, the Zaman Force timing was impeccable. He made sure that he don't overextend, and he made sure that the team has successfully peeled for him before he drops it down.
Okay, we're looking at itemization here. Eternal, good catch that the early game, they did not pick up a Dominance Ice. Gideon, does that really affect the game?
Yeah, I think it does because, again, it just allowed... I mean, yes, you are depending on an ultimate to try and stop Benny QT, but at the end of the day, think about the people who actually benefit from healing a lot. And in these cases, this could also apply to the Fredrin, right? Not necessarily just the shields that we are seeing from people like Harith every single time he gets his spells off of cooldown and gets empowered auto attacks. The fact that Benny QT got this far ahead in this game is just a testament to how Echo is able to get resources out from the side of Burnex Flash while minimizing the damage with the help of Sanji.
Good point. Let's not forget, Sanji can also have some form of spell vamp for herself, as long as, you know, in the early stages of the game, levels above, you got something out going for you.
I have a question, right? Because looking at Donut's build earlier, there was no magic defense, I don't think.
Yeah, I kind of feel
was
like...
that too greedy?
I kind of feel like in those situations, because one of the things about MOBAs, if you're losing by a lot, you just got to try to kill your opponents faster.
Right.
I kind of feel like that's the idea, kind of a gambit there, and I kind of feel like it was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a gold laner, right? A gold laner is dedicated for just that raw power, and not to mention that he is taking weapons master, so it's like if you take a defensive item, it feels like you're wasting a slot for more stats. And I mean, the same can be said. Why didn't Benny QT respect the Beatrix eventually, right? Why didn't he start building a little bit more defensively on his own? Maybe he should have gotten a Brute Force breastplate, but no, he was that far ahead. You might as well just build the damage.
So right now, I got to talk to the table, right? Because a lot of people look at our predictions. I think we got to apologize, but not to Echo, to Burnex Flash. This always happens.
Why?
Why is it when we love someone, they get hurt?
I don't even have anything to say right now.
Why didn't you leave it?
I feel like everybody had PTSD for a moment. Just like half a second, cut to worst traumatic moments in their love lives. Right at that very second, all three of us just looked at it ominously.
It's like when we look at you and you're like, you can do it.
No,
but you didn't. But anyways, that was game number one. Moving into game number two, we got to see the adjustments coming in because I kind of feel like the Mincitar was trying to counter what Echo is trying to do because, again, we saw the Harif, which is like Harif dashes, Mincitar says no dashes. Logically, theoretically, it works. But apparently, in practice, work, no.
I think the biggest issue is the fact that, let's talk about the nuances of some of these interactions, right? Like Lapu Lapu, he could still use a majority of his abilities and
Kinda unfair.
jump in towards the King's Calling. and he'll be totally fine. The anti-CC kind of still works, especially with the Raging Slash, the Wild Charge at the same time, same exact interaction, right? He's able to kind of just power through it the entire time.
Not to mention Valentina as well, taking the King's Calling. The King's Calling? The King's Calling. Even Chama's like, yo, why'd you stop me from moving? Even Chama's like, I feel cheated. I feel betrayed by my own friend.
He was like, man, this is, how does he have that King's Calling already? It's so sus, and why is it better than my team's one? Why does it hurt so much more?
Have you felt betrayed?
A lot of times by you personally, yes.
Well, you know.
Thank you for asking. But yeah, I like that you mentioned it. Valentina,
They're getting betrayed?
Sanji. Boleh ngomong?
Bisa ngomong aja sih.
Okay. Sanji, Valentina, power pick, right? And this is what I talked about. Sure, Burnex Flash had an idea of how to stop all the dash-heavy heroes that were occurring in the lineup coming in from Echo. But the problem is, Sanji is just so good with the Valentina. I don't think that it's wise to give him ultimate-dependent heroes.
I guess in the end of the day, even if the team tilted a little bit or they had a long damn day, they still have all the mechanics to back up for themselves.
Yeah.
After all, we have always seen Echo as the team with the best micro. They're the best in their lane. I mean, just right off the bat, right? We're looking at literally everyone. The best marksman is going to be Benny Cutie. We're looking at Sanji. He's probably one of the top #1 as well, right? And
Yeah.
let's not forget Sanford, top EXP laner.
Yeah.
Are we surprised?
They're like an all-star lineup. In MLBH,
Yes.
when they won, they literally won the best or first team of each role. EXP, mid, roamer, jungle. Who am I missing? I'm missing one. But my point is, they're an all-star lineup, so it is very difficult.
But ONIC won.
What?
Oh.
I didn't want to talk about that, Lafel.
Hey, that's what 82 of the Filipinos that voted against them in this matchup agreed with you as well, Lafel.
Yeah, you know what? Here's the thing. As a host, I can understand the feelings of the people in the table. Eternal says she doesn't want to talk about it. Believe me, folks. She wants to talk about it, but we got to talk about game number 2 here. The problem with having to face against someone like Sanji, say you ban out the Valentina, great, now you have all those big ults. I kind of feel like Sanji still has a lot in his pocket. He even brought in the Kagura, so again, going up against a team that's like #1 in basically all the roles, it kind of feels like no matter which hero you ban, it feels like a mistake.
They have a wide hero pool after all,
Yes.
right? And so now
It's an ocean, you
is
might say.
with lots of fishes,
Orcas,
sharks.
No.
It's because Echo is,
Yes.
oh my
No,
god,
I know, I
abstract.
understand.
Thank you,
understand.
Eterna.
You
Thank you,
have
Eterna.
one job.
Okay, fine. There's swordfishes as well.
What?
They're gone.
Don't hurt me like
They
that.
went home.
That's just a low blow, man. That's just a
Gideon's
low
crying
blow.
now. Look what you did.
Yeah, hey, at least I said that they were still in the ocean somewhere in the world.
Why you gotta hurt me like
Still
that?
a low blow. It's like you kicked me in the nuts and then you thought maybe I'll just tap him there again.
Talk about getting betrayed. And
Talk about feeling cheated.
Talk about feeling cheated. Now, Echo going up against Burnex Flash. I lost my train of thought. We looked at the early pick Lancelot. We saw Kyrie being extremely good. And again, even he said he could only dash. He couldn't win the retry battles. Just now Chama doesn't look comfortable as well. But here's the thing. Do you think Chama wasn't able to do as well is because he's not on Kyrie's level, which, come on, let's be fair, not a lot of people are there just yet, or it's because the King's Calling is there, so if he does go in, it looks like he's making a mistake.
I mean, I think it can go both ways, but I definitely am on the argument, the fact that there's just a lot of single target lockdown, right? I mean, the Way of the Dragon is one of the most effective ways to deal with the majority of high mobility heroes, and it buys you just that much time. At the end of the day, I think that the biggest adjustment we're probably going to see from Burnex Flash, ban out the Valentina. Don't be able to kind of give you that flexibility, because we've seen Sanji just dominate so many different matchups because he is on this Valentina. Put him on something a little bit more linear.
Okay, so we're looking at banning Yuzhong, we're looking at banning Valentina, we're looking at banning perhaps even the Cho. They all have high impact in the games. So if Burnex Flash were to dedicate themselves and streamline themselves into banning these respect picks, what goes to say that Echo doesn't have something else that is better?
I would argue that Cho can be left open.
Mhm.
Burnex Flash pick up the Valentina themselves.
Which I kind of feel like we got to look at who's going to be first pick, who's going to be second
Oh,
pick.
you're right.
Because for this one,
But
Burnex
it's
Flash, they did lose, so they have the option. If they're second pick, it's going to be, I think, a good position to pick up the Valentina, unless Sanji is like, you guys, look at me. My name is Sanji, but for this game, I'm Ichiji, meaning first pick in Nihon Japanese. Ichi means one, G means pick, probably. I don't know.
I'll probably confirm it. Yeah, sure.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I'll
why
leave
not?
it to it, right?
Yeah.
I do agree with you that, you know, picking up the Valentina for themselves is very good. I will say that I'm surprised that Burnex Flash didn't do it in this very first game. I'm surprised that they preferred to actually play around the Novaria because, again, we've seen them actually deal with Novarias before. Again, having access to Natalia, knowing that they could go for something else, maybe even an assassin, not necessarily the Lancelot as well.
I mean, the Natalia didn't exactly work. Once. It works once, so it's kind of like a 1:1, but I suppose it really boils down to how the team operates, or rather, who they're going up against. But I also like to answer that question, Lavelle.
Sure.
It goes both ways for me. Yes, because, okay, so one thing's for sure. Kyrie, high mechanical skills. We saw exactly what he did. He's crazy, he's zip-zap zooming everywhere, and he's untouchable. So, at least when it comes down to micro skill, we know for sure that Kyrie is very good in terms of micro skill. But there's also, and the fact that he's playing with ONIC, every single one of these players are cracked. We're looking at Boots. He's opening so much space. He's doing so many of these invisible jobs that eventually help him and unlock Kyrie in order to find himself in these kind of situations.
So this is a simple question I'm going to give over to Eterna because we saw ONIC Boots able to deal with Sanford. In this game, is Burnex Flash not having an easy time because ATM is not winning against Sanford?
Yeah, it looks difficult. I don't. That's the thing, right? I felt like we mentioned this before the game. I brought it up as well. Burnex Flash does well when he is able to operate fluidly in that EXP lane. Whereas so far, it doesn't seem like he's been given matchups that can win him that lane.
I think lane priority is one thing that ATM would want. I mean, we saw him play Joy. It worked. Once. Did he play a Joy again?
I mean, again, I think did he get Joy again? Probably not because
they banned it
themselves. The important thing is that the impact is just too high, right? There's a very small margin of error
too
that
high.
you can make. Wow, thank you. I appreciate that. But it's about, as Abstract said, priority. He is making sure that these bushes are going to not be safe. The fact that Grok is able to clear out faster than Lapu Lapu and make the impact before Lapu actually gets there, half the time the fight is over. Lapu is like, I still have my ult. What happened? Oh, everybody's dead. Back into lane, and then they get brick walled again.
All right, we're going into the drafting phase, and I kind of feel like we saw a surprise with the Masha. ATM, do you have a surprise that will make Sanford go, ah? Okay, maybe I shouldn't have ended there. We're going into the draft of game number 2. We're going to see Burnex Flash. Are you going to opt for the first pick or the second pick? Thank you very much, Atlas, for pulling off the screen. Pulling in.
Time to drop
screen.
the
Burnex Flash
beautiful
taking that first pick again, betting out the Yuzon, the Kaja, as well as the Joy. Echo. Again, same team, no different, same.
I would assume that Burnex Flash is going to pick up the Frederick. Time and time again, they did this, and it worked out. So this is probably one of the main reasons that they are able to hold their ground.
So just switching around the jungler matchup. Cartesian is like, Lancelot's open, great, I'm gonna get it. Chama is like, okay, let's try the Fredrin. Again, the Fredrin is a big Chad. And we know big Chads, they don't stay in one lane. They can do whatever they want. They can be a jungler, they can be an XP laner.
Yep, they can just go wherever they want, take whatever they want, and honestly, most people just let them do it for the most part of it, right?
Some even say please.
Some even beg for it. It's crazy. But again, we're seeing that the Valentino falls into the hands of Echo, and that already puts a couple of questions in my mind. What does Burnex Flash have to actually adapt it? Do you deny good ultimates away from the Valentina, or are you hoping to kind of shut down Sanji by I don't know, trying to get some kind of gold lane priority, force out the Beatrix early on, make Benecutie go back onto the Harith once more, and then look to set up for another fight with a Minotaur. That could be one way that they can look for it.
Horology
Ooh.
is my name.
What's
Interesting.
Hold on a second.
Okay, this is interesting because I thought that maybe Burnex Flash would want to pick up something like the Kufra, which is a power pick for D7, but they go the completely opposite direction. They go for anti-CC instead. The Eve is going to accompany that, and to Echo, just really
Sniper
fast
ready.
response here
Give me
with
a
the
target.
Claude to deal with that back line.
Okay, looking at the Claude pick, I'm smelling Leslie as well as Carrie to get banned. Don't ask me how they smell, like it's just one of those things, right? Now, Burnex Flash, now that they have the Diggy, now they have the Eve, honestly quite a good artillery kind of setup. Are they looking to play the Beatrix again?
This land is our homeland.
Let me think about this. I think that would probably
Or Brody.
Or the Brody. I think even the Brody, it really depends on what Donut is feeling in particular, right? Because Echo, it's clear to see that they want to make sure that they can get rid of Leslie. They've seen how Donut has performed on it. They also banned the Beatrix, so they also care about the priority as well. It's not just for the fact that true damage is going to be key to winning this game, but also the overall length and range that you can work with. So as of yet, right? We see that the Valentina has 2 big ticket ults that they could potentially steal. And Burnex Flash probably don't care which one they take, because at the end of the day, it's all about ramming their head against the wall and see how many picks that they can get before disengaging once more.
So far, Arlet's been left open. Oh no, Arlet was
banned.
banned. That's why we haven't seen them. I don't know, does Burnex Flash want to commit onto Edward
When the body
with the
suffers,
bans? They do, he does, they do.
Oh, well, okay, so far Beretta as well as Lalapu is banned out. Now Sanford, looking into the situation, I kind of feel like he has still a lot in his pocket. I wonder if it's going to be boring to pick up the Uranus. Honestly, it's a hero that Gideon doesn't like. If I'm Sanford, I almost want to say, let me be the last pick. Let me see where this Fredrin is going, and then I'll make a decision.
You know, Grok's still open.
That's true. I really can't think of anything else that is currently available that...
There is not, but the Diggy is there, right?
Yeah. I feel like Terizla, like, you're hoping for a good lane matchup, but you're technically going at it blind. If you want to play safe, I think Rock is still good. At least you might be able to make something out. Now, Paquito.
Punching a bird.
Punching a bird. This is, I don't know. I don't feel 100% comfortable with this because generally I don't want Peter to, come down at me. But I also think that having the kill pressure gives a new aspect to this game, right? It now opens up a couple of opportunities to really start threatening the back line.
Okay, so now that you see, honestly, I kind of feel like Echo, they're just jumping in, right? Valentina double dashing in, the Claude blazing duet into the domain in Burnex Flash. And now we're thinking this is going to be Sanford on Paquito doing quite a lot of burst damage. I kind of feel like Echo, if no one's going to stop them, they're just going to rush into Burnex Flash, and I don't know what they can do to stop it.
Honestly, in the first, before that Paquito was picked, Bane! Wait, Bane?
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
so it's a Fredrin EXP.
So Deadly Catch pushed them away, because I was thinking, like, how are they going to stop the movements coming in? So they're like, fish.
Big fish.
Fish is the key.
Yeah.
Remember how I said shark in the sea?
Foreshadowing.
Aren't they dolphins? Is the Deadly Catch not dolphins?
Hey, yo, what are you
Dolphins?
You play Minecraft or something? Like, what this is Mobile Legends.
Is it not dolphins?
Like, come on.
No, seriously.
They're not.
Okay.
How
Total recall. Fun fact. Currently, Echo has used a total of 921 recalls. This MSC 2023, only 67 recalls were successful. I see the Matilda pick, but let me just say, the amount of budget that we have, that we employ one person to look at all the total recalls of every single team individually is outstanding. Now let's talk about the Matilda.
Can you imagine that we don't have the technology to actually find out how much recall they actually have? We have to counter someone with a counter just...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's manual.
You know, I like it, kind of. The Matilda, right? Because I understand, right? Echo are very melee oriented with like the draft that they have. They want to dive in. The problem is Bane's ultimate is going to be a deterrent towards that engage. And so the Matilda should be able to, fly them out of that sticky situation.
Here's the thing, Matilda is a very strong early game hero, can dive in, can dive out of the situation. We got to go in to the game dive into the game.
Let's dive, like LaFell mentioned, into the land of dawn we go. Game number 2 between Burn X Flash and Echo.
All right, to kick things off, right, as LaFell mentioned before, I totally agree with him. The fact that Burn X Flash now have an insurance policy. If things go wrong, they don't just have to imagine the Diggy protecting himself, but also with the deadly catch. And, oh, Carl Teasy, what a flex here. Look at that. The Bren M2 World Championship skin?
Spicy, 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 flexing a little bit here. I think maybe his ego got hurt a little bit, you know, from the interview beforehand.
I mean, that's probably one of the cases, but I can't help but feel that, you know, even for Carl Teasy, maybe he shouldn't have ego checked against ONIC that many times. However, I am very curious about this, you know, bottom side of the map, right? When we're looking at the EXP Paquito into this Fredrin, it is the most boring lane ever because you're not going to really get, if it's played perfectly, Sanford isn't really going to get too far with this. He really has to force a mistake out of ATM in this early laning phase.
Donut and D7, the both of them are dealing with quite an adversary at the top lane with Yawi and Kaltizi. Echo, after all, is a very early game setup, and they have a lot of ways that they can really deal with this Brody. They are strong in the early game, and I would assume that they would want the snowball.
So far, oh, Kaltizi going a little bit aggressive here.
Doesn't seem like it's going to amount to much though. A little bit of poke here and there, but at least now we know that Donut, his EXP, is not looking as well as what Benny Cutie has.
Yeah, I mean, overall, at the end of the day, I think for Benny Cutie, he's just focusing on clearing these waves. And even though Echo recognized that maybe we won't be able to have as much kill pressure and force priority whenever we want to, at the very least, what we do actually have that works for us is ultimates that not necessarily benefits the entire world, but enough to focus on a one person, right? You need to be able to get D7 all down.
And Benny Cutie realizes that, you know, he doesn't have a lot of health to work with. He might as well just blazing duet the entire creep wave and eventually head back home. But in the meantime, the main thing is Echo, doing all of that, manages to take the turtle down.
Yeah, still staying very objective right now, able to get the turtle once again, like we saw in the previous game. And it's interesting, right? Because we haven't seen a Matilda in a very long time. When we see Matilda, we instantly think about V. Is this hero suited towards somebody like Yawi?
I think if we talk about Matilda, there's one thing that you have to be very, very good at, and that's communication, right? Because you can't expect your teammates to always be consistently looking out for your position or seeing the markers on their UI, right? At the end of the day, it's all about how does Yawi communicate with the rest of the team so they can pull themselves in and out of these tough spots, or better yet, set up for those very big dives. Because at least when you have those guiding winds, you're kind of able to dive on towards your opponents in these sticky situations to cancel out good abilities and put people who have a lot of kill pressure against someone who's squishy, D7, or maybe in this case, even Donut if he walks up too far.
I agree with that, right? I agree with that statement, especially Matilda has the circle.
Oh! First blood goes to the hands of Kaltizi, and that's not good at all. I mean, we're talking about Diggy.
Yeah, it's he's gonna have to start restacking all over again. He's going for the impure rage. You know that he wants to build damage. You know that he wants to just farm auto alarm bombs.
Yeah, I really wanted to talk about this Diggy, right? Because that's exactly the person I wanted to, you know, bridge it onto. Matilda Airlines has a circling eagle, should be able to, like you mentioned, go for those priority picks on the side of Burn X Flash. But how does that fare with the fact that D7 does have that anti-CC to cancel all that out?
I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but imagine if Sanford actually gets ahead in this lane, right? Maybe he has 3 items, I would assume. Maybe even 2 items isn't too bad. Matilda Airlines pulls him in, and we play out the situation. Sanford has closed the distance against someone like a Diggy who doesn't have the base. Oh, wait, this is actually getting really close.
Oh, ATM is not exactly in a very nice position as we have 4 people surrounding him. Sanji immediately pops off with the time journey, and that allowed the rest of the members from the Echo just continue advancing forward. They took the turtle, they didn't get any kills just yet, and I don't think that they will want to force the advantage onto ATM.
Huh, interesting. I would have imagined that Burn X Flash would have completely let go of that. The fact that they actually postured for it, rather interesting, because they're digging as well. As for Donut, we're still on the top side of the map. So generally, these neutrals probably wouldn't have happened.
And now in the middle lane, Sanji and both Yaoi's HP doesn't look too good. That was a 3 versus 4, technically speaking.
Just shows you just the level of power that Donut has in his hands right now, right? He's already got his 1-item power spike in that BOD. I'm not seeing any pairs of pants being built on anybody from the side of Echo just yet.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage in the early game for Donut, and that's what you expect from a Brody, right? You want him to be able to farm up as fast as he can in this early game, look for more objectives in terms of towers perhaps, but despite that, right, despite what we want, it doesn't seem... Oh, wait a minute, Yaoi!
Yaoi's gonna be going down by the hands of Donut because of the torn apart memory. But unfortunately, he's gonna be traded out. Zcat joins into the fray, brings Sanji down, and that is a... What kind of trade is that? Is that good? Is that bad?
Honestly, it's pretty terrible trade for the side of Echo's side, right? Because again, ATM is going to continue just holding this lane hostage against Sanford, who is honestly making no leeway. He's got the combo points now. He doesn't have his ultimate, thankfully, but Sanford is getting dangerously low.
I don't think that either one is going to go down unless ATM actually overextends, but that forces Sanford to work onto the flicker. ATM even still has the flicker, so if he wants to go back in, technically he can. Oh, the execution and did not clip onto ATM. What a waste.
This is interesting. Echo doesn't feel like they're playing like Echo.
Right.
It's a little bit uncharacteristic of these players so far with the way things have panned out in the first 6 minutes of the game. Burnex Flash now going against the next objective.
As now the Deadly Cash forces his way through Echo. Kaltizi has only got one thing in sight, and that is the turtle.
Do you like how my curse works?
What?
Right? I was like, Echo's not playing like Echo, and then Carl Teasy gets the turtle.
I don't know how many of those you still have in you because you're going to have to do it a lot if Burnex Flash is going to be playing like the way they are. They're trading well against a team like Echo, and that's what I like to see when you're playing it against them, right? You can't let Echo get away with everything. You need to make them fight for every bit of space that they take.
I feel like Eterna is really just trying to get herself back in the hearts of the Filipinos, right? You know, we're still halfway
What did I do?
I mean, you know, just leave it be. Just Burnex Flash, we chose Burnex Flash, we kept to the Burnex Flash.
Whoa.
But speaking of Burnex Flash, that was actually pretty darn good onto Kaltizi. They almost caught him out. But unfortunately, it is a last lot of throw. He does have the Phantom Execution. Getting away is just that easy.
You know, I want to talk about this, right? I want to talk about Carl Teasy, his Phantom Executions and all that, right? Because when it comes to the neutral objective takes, Chama has done quite a good job so far, right? Because he's able to use that ultimate, that deadly catch to be able to just stave off the members of Echo. But it seems like that's not a big deterrent for them.
No, I mean, Carl Teasy, he's got iframes to work with. And let's also not forget that deadly catch is rather slow in terms of a quote-unquote projectile speed. ATM, though,
is holding the ground. He's holding his ground pretty darn well. D7, oh boy, you are not gonna go back home. ATM is going to be holding up to the front against 4 other person, and he's not going down just yet. He can immediately drop the RWN, clears out the entire creep wave, and they only lost the 3-7. I think that's not so bad, unless Echo goes in like that, unless they immediately jump on and collapses onto Chama.
Yeah, 3 members taken down on the side of Burnex Flash. Echo now just really picking up the pace. Meanwhile, Benikuri having just the time of his life in the top side. Farming, getting more objectives on the board here for Echo. And it feels like that's just the constant storyline for Echo. Benikuri just really focused on that.
Yeah, personally, I just like the fact I would love to be in Sanford's shoes because he's just kind of existing right now. He's not, he doesn't need to do anything too crazy. He just needs to clean up the fight after all the abilities are out because prior to that, he's just looking for flanks. But until he is unlocked from his lane, which they finally do after cracking both tier 1s, now he can start looking for these angles. Now he can really start hunting for D7 and Donut.
As Zcat pops off the RWM, the Deadly Catch appears and clips onto Sanji. The first person taken down, but Sanford joins in from behind. He wanted to bring Shma down, but I don't think that it's going to be that easy. But certainly Evil Eagle connects, but Kaltizi is going to be the one to bring down the Lord. As such, that is going to be Echo, with the first Lord of the game marching right in. Unfortunately, Echo lost too.
Yeah, Burnex Flash, they're angry right now. They're looking for any trades that they can do on the map. The fact that they lost the Lord isn't too surprising, realizing that Chama is a level below of Carl Teasy right now. But if they keep trading like this, if Echo keeps getting the objectives, but they lose the team fights. This is looking a little deja vu for me.
I agree. It is starting to look a little deja vu. The question is, how do they close out the game, especially with the high ground heroes that we see from the side of Burn X Flash? Like, Eve is going to be absolutely great at clearing out these waves, and the same can also be said for the fact that they have, I mean, Donut may not be the best, but at least when it comes down to single targets like Lord, he can actually hurt. Everybody else is kind of just there to exist.
Everyone congregates in the middle lane. They want to bring down this first tier defense turret. ATM is doing his absolute best to defend it all. Kaltizi, he's poking in. Sanji, he's not poking. He goes in with a deadly intent.
Man, Echo just doing the Echo special. No, the Filipino special, right? The fact that they're able to play around these buffs really, really well, just depriving Chima of anything he can grasp his hands on. Still a 4,000 gold lead. Doesn't seem like they have much to say about this because, you know, they committed onto Donut. Donut on the Brody.
Yep, and they're going to continue doing so, right? I mean, look at this. ATM, he's going to walk up, he's going to basically get chunked.
He's not going to survive all of that. Echo, they are fast, and they are a team with a lot of damage. Let's be honest here. Even though ATM did manage to survive in the bottom lane and just holding the lane for damn long, Echo does have a 5,000 gold lead, and this is the point in time where they are getting their power spikes.
Yeah, because of that gold lead, we see that Carl TZ actually opts for Endless Battle. What does that mean?
Yep, it means that he knows that he has a lead. He knows that he can threaten the backline, especially for Donut. He's got iframes to work with to make sure that the corrosive strike, when he tries to go for that stun, good luck. As long as I have my Thorn Rose, I can make something happen. He's got a lot of kill threat, and that's the important thing, right? Because if we're looking in terms of quote-unquote damage, Bane, he's going for pretty much, he has the War Axe. That's probably the only damage item he's going to go for, but he's generally trying to go for Brute Force Breastplate, and as well as the Athena Shield to rather survive the onslaught coming at him. That's why when you first saw the initial interaction when Samford was looking to flank, double punches Chima, he barely felt it, and he was like, you know what, I don't want to mess with this.
The entire team of Echo, they want to steal away the purple buff. Did they manage it to? No. Unfortunately, they couldn't. Shima took the turtle away. Took the purple buff away. Grand Theft Purple, not quite working out, but at least they have the priority over the Lord, which will be coming out in 12 seconds in.
But you know, now that I think about it, right? Sure, right? Donut doesn't scale as well, right? But they do still have D7 and CCAT to kind of fall onto, right? Because in the later stages of the game, they are going to try to use Diggy to not just open up information, but try and utilize those bombs and those stacks to be able to just, you know, chunk Echo a little bit slower. But what is this?
Yep, holding them hostage.
CCAT's not in the fight, he's slowly walking in, but holding him hostage, yeah, because the wave is just eventually going to crash in. And Echo, you're waiting for the perfect prime time. How did he do that? Echo now is at the beckoning of Burn X Flash, and now Yaoi has to run away after being caught within the RWM. Donut takes the kill, Lord fights for them. Moving on in the northern side.
That trigger discipline that we have been waiting for. Burn X Flash now being able to punch Echo a little bit here in the 13th minute of the game. They get the Lord, they take Yaoi down. This is a step in the right direction.
This is the equalizer, in a matter of fact. They will be able to get a lot of structural gold out from Echo's side, and that's going to even out the last 3.8 deficit that they were missing earlier. Echo, they literally just hit the 42k mark, so they literally just got their item power spike, and unfortunately they didn't force it onto Burn X Flash pre-Lord, and I think that's something they probably should have considered. But at the end of the day, this is not a make it or break it for Echo, because as we go to the later stages, Sanji, he is strong. Carl TZ is already naturally strong, but CCAT, he's catching up quick. And let's not forget that Donut is going for Weapon Master, so in terms of scaling, he can actually get to a point where he is compatible against someone like Benny QT on a Claude.
Yeah, there's a little bit more to work with, right? Because usually when we see Brody on the killing spree.
Yep.
So,
Kaltizi doesn't seem like he's gonna be too faulted about the fact that Burn X Flash wants his skin. But he does have a lot of charges, and he did manage to melt down D7. That's all of the stacks that this Diggy have lost. And that is really unfortunate.
Yeah, Carl TZ is going damage, right? We see Endless Battle, we see Hunter Strike as well. Is this a safe thing to go for? I mean, they did just get a pick off.
I mean, it's going to get more and more volatile as the game goes on, right? Let's look at the item builds one more time, because in terms of just raw power and raw damage, we're noticing that both Sanford and as well as Arteezy have the same goal in mind. Try to have a lot of kill threat to kill either D7 or force out his ult. And if they can get any resources with the kill threat because of the item builds that they have, that's great for them. It makes people's jobs easier, especially for Betty QD, who wants to go in but can't as long as those 2 ultimates are in play. If not 3 ultimates in play, including the real world manipulation.
4.4 gold lead right now here for the side of Echo. There's not a lot of action going around because, of course, there isn't too much of an objective take to go for, but it really depends on these side lanes, right? How are they going to manipulate it? How are they going to set up for this next Lord? I think that's going to be very important coming into the next few seconds of the game.
I would really have hoped that Burnex Flash was able to make a little bit more use, or rather get more value out of the Lord. Naturally, first Lord equals to, you would want to have all the outer turrets destroyed. But unfortunately, that Lord only amounted to 2.
I mean, at the end of the day, whether it's 2 or 1, you're still coming up close towards the ultra-late stages, or at the very least the later stages of the game, which is more than enough, right? Because, look, the side lane is already gone. You still want to contest for this upcoming neutral objective. The Lord spawns again, and this can basically guarantee you an inhibitor turret. It's difficult for Donut to walk up.
ATM rushes himself right in the face of Echo. Sanji's HP not looking well, but he survived, or rather barely breathing, to be honest. ATM is still holding down to the front. He is still very beefy. Shamar is waiting onto the side and waiting for the perfect opportunity to run right in. Yawi, the airline's coming in. He crashes onto ATM. This puts Yawi in not a very good spot. As such, Donut takes the kill onto Yawi. We focus onto Shamar now. He's holding on to 2. ATM flickers in. Gets a taunt onto 2. Kaltizi going down. Immortality broken. And now another taunt to put on top of him. Donut getting himself the killing spree. And now finally Sanji joins in the fray after healing, only to find himself sacrificing himself or throwing himself, feeding over to the fire. The Orcas are getting scalded. And Betty Cutie pulls right back by the reverse time. And Sanford finds himself absolutely demolished.
The Orcas get wiped out here in the 17th minute of the game. This is not looking good at all. Tama is going to be able to get this Lord uncontested. And finally, Burnex Flash, they are striking back.
Can't disrespect a Brody with Weapon Master. He scales so much harder than you believe. When he gets his 4th item, that's a lot more numbers compared to if he had Killing Spree, in addition to the emblems that he has. And now they're looking to try and end this.
This is amazing as C-Cat drops the RWM. He keeps Kaltizi inside. Sanji's completely going to be pushed away from the rest of the BXF. Focus on the throne. We get the first win from Burn at Flash.
A 1-1 right now here between both of these teams. Neither want to go down without a fight. It really went down to the last second for Burnex Flash, where they were able to build onto their momentum, work with what they got, and Echo, they're forced to game 3.
Not exactly the best position to be in, but you definitely see that the holes in the draft really started to bite them towards the end. One critical moment, one critical mistake was all it takes to push this Jenga tower down. Unfortunately, I would have imagined that maybe that Benedetta would have been great, picked up a little bit earlier into the draft, but it just shows that Burnex Flash, their homework is complete. Their research it covers such a wide range of the hero pool of Echo.
I agree with that. With Sanford being forced on the Bakito, with what we see Yawi on the Matilda, these are 2 picks that are new to Echo here at MSC, and unfortunately still sitting at a 0% win rate. LaFell, my guy, what happened there?
My dudes. Looking at the camera, we see Burnex Flash. They're doing this. You know what this means?
No.
Goosebumps. They're feeling goosebumps, right? Because they're like, yo guys, feel my arms. My hair is rising because I gotta say, Donut looked like a bagel just now because he looked like a Brody with Inspire. He was moving so fast. Like, I don't know, man. This Donut is the fastest Donut I've ever seen. To be fair, I've not seen a lot of fast Donuts.
He is quick. He is quick. His positioning is incredible. And I think overall it's just underestimating the emblem of Weapon Master on a Brody. Because again, it's not a very common way to actually build Brody because it takes quite a while before you feel like he's actually doing something. And half the time you would imagine that Brody's early game would be better.
You know what? I understand now. I completely understand why he's called Donut. Because he's putting a hole into everyone. Look at the heroes he's using. The Leslie, the Brody. He finds the hole and he puts his damage through it. You know what I mean? You know
Everybody is a target. He just needs a hit right through the center.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Gideon. This is why he got the title of best friend.
Come on, guys, keep up, keep up.
I'm keeping up.
You want to be in the highest best friend? You want #1 in best friend moniker? It's not that easy to get because let's look at the fight, right? A lot of these times you notice that, again, it's really, really difficult because Chima decided to itemize in a way that kind of keeps him nice and beefy. And because of that, he's not really threatened. He can hold on to his ult for as long as he wants, and so many resources and so many people must commit on top of him to make it work. Unfortunately, for people like Samford, he can't really threaten him. Even Carltese, as far ahead as he was looking more towards Diggy than he was the Bane.
Look at that. Donut is moving so fast. I kind of felt like he was using a Joe. He was using the Matilda because of that movement speed. But speaking of those two heroes, I got to talk about ATM on the Fredrin as well as Yaoi on the Matilda. But since we're here looking at the page, Fredrin on the, ATM on the Fredrin, what do you think, Abstract?
Honestly, he's a beast. He's a beast. He has been holding off the lane for the longest time ever and pretty much keeping Sanford in the lane, even though Sanford is playing as a Paquito. I personally would expect that Paquito would have that good amount of damage and he will be able to clear the way fast enough in order for him to start moving around. But one thing's for sure, ATM, he does whatever that he can to stay alive, especially picking up the Dreadnought armor. And that means that it's just going to stay alive and just bring down the damage of this Paquito.
Looks like that's enough. He didn't even finish it into an anti-caress. He's just like, you know what? Dreadnought armor is enough.
The robe too.
Yeah, the magic robe as well is enough to deal with a lot of the magic damage. Now we're going to look at Sanford here. It's amazing to see. He has 3 damaging items here, Gideon, and the Dreadnought armor is enough.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because at the end of the day, it's the Guardian's helmet coming in that gives us a lot of base health, right? And when you have that many stats, you don't have enough burst to realistically take him down unless Samford was able to get a lead in the lane, which he absolutely didn't. ATM played that perfectly. He sandbagged him till Kingdom Come, and unfortunately for Samford, he was just happy to exist half the time in that lane. The only thing that he's got working for him is the movement speed he gets off of his passive when he's in that champion stance to try to get to the fight or into a flank position faster.
So can we talk about this? Because if we're looking at team fight participation, only 11% for Sanford. I'm pretty sure he participated, but the fight that he participates in doesn't result in a kill.
Yep, because again, he's trying to look to threaten people with his damage to get ultimates out. And D7 is a prime target. Low base health, not a lot of defensive items. And then we look at Chima, who has by far one of the more important ultimates, but he's building full tank, and he can barely feel it.
Okay, very simple question here. Either of you can take it, either Eternal or Abstract, because Yaoi, I kind of feel like he wanted to go on to Donut. But the thing is, he went on to ATM. Was that like the game-ending mistake?
Very good question, because I personally can't think of any reason for them to try to bring down the Fredrin. Fredrin does have a
So it was a mistake?
I would say that it is
Misclick?
Misclick, probably.
No
okay,
way.
Let's
come
be honest.
Come on.
Let's be honest here.
Hey.
I've never seen him play the Matilda before. Maybe the range is something that he's not too comfortable with.
Maybe false targeting, wrong targeting, but not misclick.
Or
Come on.
maybe
That's different.
Or maybe there could be a chance that, you know what, I have no idea.
We have to continue this argument after the break.
No. During the break. So we're going over to a break. It was a misclick.
It was not a misclick, guys. Come on. Yaoi does not misclick.
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies and enemies mesmerized. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. The fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion and emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's up to soar. We're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, break grace, be the challenger. It's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise. We will start for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. And chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and might. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Countless of practice, that is his matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never restrain. Fatal length. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us slip. S-E-A, see the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A, see the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb and rise as we will start for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world.
Like,
It doesn't really matter because here's the thing, like, no matter what kind of player you are, everything will happen the way it naturally is.
He's a world
to
champion.
get the airlines in.
World champion.
Welcome to MSC 2023, where we are again. Burning Splash going up against Echo. That break went pretty fast, huh? Like, we haven't really solved our argument, have we?
No.
Let's all agree to fight after this.
Okay.
Going into game number 3, I gotta say, we were talking about, okay, we're voting Burning Splash, Echo won. And then we're like, okay, maybe it was a mistake voting for Burning Splash. So we're kind of like this, and then Burning Splash won.
No, the mistake.
Were you surprised?
I mean, no. I still think the Burning Splash had a very good chance. She's the only one that's trying to pull herself out of that.
Are you pulling?
Wait, what?
Are you pulling out?
No.
Gideon. Wait, what? No. Gideon.
Yes.
I'm moving away. I'm Tai-Chiing this whole conversation. The draft. The Matilda pick. We talked about it quite a lot.
Yes, we did. I think the Matilda pick definitely has at least some form of logic in it in comparison to something like the Paquito, right? Because at the end of the day, the most ideal situation probably would have been the Benedetta, but unfortunately getting sandbagged by someone like a, well, in this case, Fredrin, feels pretty awful, right? But let's say, even if we did switch it out, at the end of the day, Burnix Flash has done extensive homework, and I do feel that maybe Echo has kind of disrespected Burnix Flash to a certain degree. It's like, yeah, maybe you have the worst lanes possible for your matchups, but also, you'll make it work.
So in a way, I kind of feel like, just to wrap it up a little bit nicer, it's kind of like Echo, the way that they're drafting really hinges on them doing very well mechanically, where we can definitely see in terms of how Burnix Flash drafted is not as complicated, because even a hero like a Brody, you press your basic attack and it automatically hurts. You just have to save your ult just for those last hits, your first skill just to kind of poke people out, and then your second skill just to defend yourself. So in terms of composition, Burnix Flash seems to be easier to execute.
Yeah, we can see that there's less room for error there, right? Whereas from the side of Echo, there were a lot of conditions that they really needed to, you know, utilize, right? It all had to work out down to timing, and unfortunately, Burnix Flash were able to get the better of Echo in that game.
Okay, so now going into game number 3. Honestly, I kind of feel like perhaps it is a situation where Sanford, no matter what situation, he wants a hero that can go to the backline, because I kind of feel like that's a big difference. This time he's using a Paquito, he's not able to find Donut.
With that being said, does this warrant an early pick for Sanford?
An early pick, unless it's a flex, I don't see it happening, right? It's got to be a flex, because the way that we've seen Echo draft thus far, right, isn't going to be like, yes, you for sure this is going to be in the EXP lane. I want you to counter match up us in the lane. No, because generally, at least if it's a 50-50, there is some room for error. That's when Sanford really starts to shine. He wants that volatile lane. He knows he can win it.
In fact, if we look back at all the drafts coming in from Echo, the only time Sanford has been the priority in terms of picking up his hero early is the Yuzong. So as long as the Yuzongs get banned out, maybe we see a little bit of delay on Sanford's hero. Because again, the Matilda as well as the Claude, both of them can go to the backline. Both of them can go to Donut. But I kind of feel like Sanford, being the young guy, the young adult that he is, he's telling his team, just let me do it.
I suppose, but then that could be the exact same argument for like the fact that they've been prioritizing Carteesi's Lancelot each and every time, right?
And he's been losing.
And he has been, and to be fair, he has been losing. So there has been other priorities in the midst. And unfortunately, in these types of drafts, you only have one strong lane, one weak lane. Ideally, you don't want to have 2 weak lanes.
Well, now we're going into the draft. This is going to be quite a conversation. Prioritize Carteesi or prioritize Sanford. We're going into the draft where, again, Echo lost the previous game, so now they have the choice whether they want first pick or second pick. Welcome, Atlas, the very nice young Chad here. Actually, he's pretty old, but he's pretty big himself. Going into the draft, and it looks like it is going to be Echo on that first pick. They even panned out the Diggy. Interesting.
Yeah, they want opportunities to actually bring out that team fight. They want to be able to punch their opponents. Ooh, wait.
Joy?
Yeah, Joy's looking mighty fine unless they want to go for that Fredrin. Yep, Fredrin gets locked on in, and Burnix Flash, they got some good options. But they're, wow, Joy, straight off the bat, and they pattern her up with Valentina. So quick.
Joy, man, like, everyone loves the Joy, but it's so annoying. Like, not the tankiest of heroes, but the moment you see Joy dance, you're so surprised, you immediately go back to the base.
I mean, it can be a mild inconvenience at times, and others pretty exhausting to deal with.
But now we see a switch here, a switch up, right? Arlet being picked up here in the first phase, and this is what we talked about. Does it warrant an early Sanford pick? Not really sure. Is this Arlet for Sanford? I mean, I'm assuming so for Echo, right?
Because I'm not thinking that
there's no flex here, right?
There's no way this is Arlet Gold.
Or Rome.
Arlet Jungle?
Franco mid? Let's not
Franco Gold.
Let's not go crazy here, ladies and gentlemen.
So this is how Todak drafts. That makes sense.
Carteesi, Jungle Fredrin, Arlet EXP lane, and Franco gold. I mean, Rome.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I think this draft is going to start falling into a place where everybody's very... Again, this is a very typical draft pattern. We've seen this many times before, especially if you start with the Fredrin very early on this year. And then we see the carry to follow up, right? 3 potential tanks that you can shred down, plenty of true damage, and abuses the fact that you have max HP. It seems like a no-brainer.
Speaking of no-brainer, I have no thoughts. Kadita getting banned out. Does this show that they're really making sure that Donut doesn't get punished very heavily? Now I gotta go with the moniker of Donut again, because his signature heroes are like the Beatrix, the Leslie, the Brody, very long range, very high burst, which is kind of like the opposite here with Carry, very short range and very attack speed dependent. I wonder, like, again, I'm pretty sure Donut can play both ways, but maybe a little bit risky here in my opinion.
Yes, I do think it is risky, but there is a possibility that this droid might get thrown into the jungle and they lock in Glue here.
Glue's been banned.
Glue's been banned. All right, I'm just dumb. But at the end of the day, right? Why ban out the farm?
I agree, by the way. Just letting you know.
But yeah, but why ban out the farm at this stage of the game, right? I think it's pretty straightforward that even no matter what Echo gets, even if they get the insurance policy, they still have the IMU coming in from the Valentina. So what warrants getting rid of the farmers when they could technically look for something even worse, right?
Honestly, right now, okay, let me just take a look at another thing. Echo, at this point in time, they still don't have their mage, and we have seen before that Bernex Flash love to pick the Natalia into the Novaria, and Novaria seems to work really well with these 3 current heroes.
Debut pick, the Barats. How many heroes has it been now? 62 heroes? 61, 62? Yes, I've been keeping score by the way. And now Echo, they're going up with the Novaria and Beatrix. Usually we see in the first 3 picks, both heroes, 76 and 78% ban rate.
Yeah, and it's not just the combo between Novaria and Beatrix, right? But this is in addition to the Franco that Yaoi is going to be piloting. But, hello? Did somebody call Blacklist onto the stage?
Dude, Blacklist Echo! Echo has been with the Blacklist quite a lot, so maybe not, Echo's like, they know how to handle this.
But look, okay, we are talking about how epic this is. Estes coming in, very ube. They are going to group around S5, but they're going against a composition that's so good at pickoff, which is exactly what Echo can just play to.
It really does. And I mean, Echo, they are experts in their own field, but at least we see why the Farmers was warranted for a ban. They want to stick close together. The Ghost Bursters does exactly that, multiplying the damage according to how many people is going to get caught in that blast. So at the very least, we have some leads, and I think especially for Echo, this might get a little difficult here, but it's about the mechanics. It's about being able to force out the Estes either early or punishing him for walking up.
We'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Bernex Flash with the ube strategy. But people claim Echo is the kryptonite to that. We'll see exactly how this pans out as we dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 3 between Bernex Flash as well as Echo. And there you go. Very aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive, and actually a very bold decision as well from the side of Bernex Flash to ube against Echo, especially since Echo is one of the first few teams to actually dismantle the ube strat.
A lot of these pickoffs is going to be, again, Yaoi just looking for opportunities to pull out D7 because, again, nobody else can really take that damage. Unless ATM's an absolute god and tries to, like, go for the dash into the hook to try and cancel it out. That would be pretty impressive if he can do that consistently. But even then, there is a large margin of human error.
Definitely. I completely agree here. But, oh man, I don't know. I mean, everyone from Echo is on their comfort pick, right? Yaoi's win rate, hook rate rather, on the Franco has just been insane. Earlier on, is there anything that we need to look out for, perhaps, in terms of equipment?
In terms of equipment, let's have a quick look around. Nope, nothing too out of the ordinary just yet. It's just the fact that Yaoi's Iron Hooks get closer and closer every time he throws them out. It's going to get dangerous. In terms of emblems, let's have a quick sneak peek here. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Barras is going to hopefully guess, pull yourself together coming out from D7. And I think it's fair, right? At the end of the day, it's all about trying to influence the lanes now. Now, first rotation coming up to the top side for the side of Bernex Flash to try and punish Samford.
I don't think that this is going to result too much for the side of Burn X Flash. They do want to show a little bit of aggression at the top lane. In the meantime, they also understand that the turtle is important. Neutral objective is important. And when it comes down to this kind of setup, they would want the Estes to be at level 4 as well. But D7 is not quite there yet. Just a sliver to level 4.
There you go.
And there we go. With the level 4, he's unstoppable. The entire team of Burn X Flash is probably going to be unstoppable. But in the meantime, that is going to be Yawi that did manage to get a hook on down. But Shama, he still went down and he still died despite the blessing of the Moonlight Goddess. And Echo even gotten the turtle.
Yeah, so Echo gets a kill.
Oh!
Echo gets a hook.
That is a goodbye to... No? Never mind. Good flicker and good run.
Yeah, unfortunately there. Oh my god, top.
He doesn't have enough mana.
I don't think that that's gonna result too much. ATM versus Sanford, these two matchups, I can't imagine any one of them dying based on the matchup and even based on the skill level.
All right, let's go back, right? Because Echo was able to get the turtle. They were able to get a kill onto Chama there. So that was a huge win for Echo as well. Unfortunately, there in the mid side, even though Yawi was able to get the pick, unfortunately, Sanji just didn't have the right tools to be able to execute that. But that is something of what we can expect from the gameplay of Echo here in the early game, especially now that, you know, Yawi has already reached that level 4 moment as well. So expect things to be a little bit more crazier, realizing that Benny is also on the Beatrix.
I thought that with the Estes at level 4, that would have been the best fight that Burn X Flash could have had for the turtle. Considering the fact that Echo, there's no way that they will be able to try to bring down the level of healing from D7. This is probably the most amount of healing that D7 can provide to the Barats, yet Barat still died.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, D7, he's not going to be able to move as quickly out of this lane. The priority comes into play, and Benny QT is able to force that, unlike their dual Donut in D7 on the bot side of the map. ATM and Sanford have been having a lot of these fist fights up on the top, but at the end of the day, that Daytona's welcome coming in from Rots got cancelled out, and that's when Echo starts turning the tides.
And you can see that being, you know, reflected onto the economy lead that they have actually built for themselves, right? Already 1,000 here in the first 4 minutes of the game. It seems like when it comes down to map pressure, it's quite equal, but you can see that both of these teams, with how aggressive that both of these teams want to be playing, they are centering their focus on the next objective.
The turtle currently pulled towards the side of Echo. ATM pushes forward and it will want to take down the turtle. Unfortunately, Kaltizi is the one that takes the turtle. Final slash that will put D7 in not a very good spot. The rest of the members from the side of Echo will want to burst down ATM, but that's a nice snipe. The Echo Spear connects down onto ATM, which tried to run away. Kaltizi left with not a lot of help to work with. Yawi immediately gets a hook down onto CCAT and flickers himself towards the turret.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, but Echo still pick up the turtle. You're right? I mean, D7 gonna be able to use that ultimate. He's been utilizing it a lot better so far. A lot of sustain coming in from his team. But I feel like, you know, I've been on the Estes quite some time now, and it feels like in the early game, the healing's not just there. It feels like he's a little bit reliant on those items.
Yep, he is going to be reliant on his items, and not to mention that he probably wants to stack up as quickly as he can to activate the blessing, sorry, not the blessing of the Moon Goddess, but his roam blessing in this particular case, right? To actually multiply the amount that you actually get with the flat amount of healing that you get on top of it. So it really just boils down to how you position in these fights. And I think, you know, Yawi is doing a really good job at coming in from many different angles. He's not standing in one place and just camping it all the time. He's making sure that he changes it up. The conditioning starts from minute number 1. And since we're 5 minutes in, at least for Yawi, he is making sure that he's not wasting any time being at one place at one time. He wants to influence the map as much as he possibly can.
And on top of that, right, nobody from the side of Burn X Flash brought the Purify, so let's go. Oh, see, there you go.
That big hook onto CCAT. Bring him down almost immediately, and Carry is stuck in the bottom lane. This is more or less a great spot for Echo to start moving and pushing the turrets.
Pick off pressure, pick off pressure, pick off pressure is what Echo just really want to play around, right? They don't really have to go for any crazy engages just yet. Maybe they want to wait for Sanji to get online for the moment, because when we saw that in-game equipment, he's only built in that Clock of Destiny. I think it takes a little bit more, but again,
a hook and made D7 go for a flicker as soon as he can. That is very much worth it, as Yawi didn't even have to use the flicker on that. Shama, Detonus welcome, connected down onto Kaltizi, but that pretty much means that it's pretty much a 4 versus 3 fight. great hooks coming in, but the blessing of the Moon Goddess will keep everyone sustainable, alive. Echo, they're not interested in the fight, they got a turtle.
I mean, look at that. D7 when he's running in and pops down his blessing in the Moon Goddess. Oh!
Big hook once again, suppressing down on Shama. He's dead. No way that D7 can heal him up.
Ah, that's so annoying. It's so annoying, but Yaoi keeps finding these really, really good hooks. His conditioning is especially key, not only towards just D7, but also making sure that if anybody decides to overstep their boundaries, they can just punish them almost instantaneously if the follow-up is nearby. Yaoi is extremely intelligent with his hooks, right? He is making sure that he's not only targeting, hey, I noticed that you keep on positioning or sidestepping towards the right side, but you start switching it up after this minute. And they're going to memorize that over the length of this game. Now let's come back to D7, right? Every single time he is out of position, he must flicker into place to make sure that he gets the maximum effect with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, but that's when Echo can look to bounce back. Sanford, I'm keeping a very close eye on him. That final slash could be extremely key to actually opening up the team fights, or more importantly so, punishing Burnex Flash once they have used the Blessing of the Moon Goddess to kind of pull them back into the fight.
Yeah, displacement as well, right? I think they're going to move up as 5, and that's exactly what Arlott wants. Going to be able to get a good initiation engage. So, like you mentioned before, timing is going to be very important, but Donut?
Immediately with the Retribution to lock down the Donut as much as he can, even with the Breezel's Craft, brings down Carry just so easily. Now, that is a little bit of an overextension coming in from Donut. He didn't really quite understand where everyone else is. But in the meantime, big final slash coming from Sanford, focusing over to the backlines of the side of Burnex Flash. D7 will want to fight back into Benny Cutie, but now he's going to go down. We've got ATM that still wants to hold on the front lines. Rhythm of Joy keeps him alive. D7 is still alive as well.
Told you, final slash, pull him back into the fight, and then you can start following up all over again. Ideally, Kaltizi probably should have been on that right side to kind of follow up and lock them down for even longer, but somebody has to face Chima, and, well, it's got to be him. He's the only one who's tough enough to actually maintain his lead. I mean, he's level 12 compared to level 10, and let's not forget, ATM, at least he was able to kind of recover 1 kill onto Ben QT at the end of the day, but doesn't change the fact that Burnex Flash have to play this very passive role and approach towards Echo.
And it feels like that seems difficult for their playstyle, their personality, right? Burnex Flash, like their name, they really like to go for these engages. They are at kind of a disadvantage, which, like you mentioned, is Chima being under-leveled here. But what is that damage? Do they really want to contest for this Lord?
For sure, D7's just going to top him up like you're going through a toll, and now you're wicked back all the way towards that Lord. This is going to be a full 5v5 fight, so don't blink just yet, unless Burnex Flash decide not to, but it doesn't feel like they should back away.
I don't think that Echo is necessarily going to commit fully into this Lord just yet. Oh, never mind, as we do have the suppress. It's not a knockup coming from the side of Lord. Shama takes the Lord away from the hands of Echo. The Detonus welcome, unfortunately, was dispelled by the fact that Kaltizi runs away. Donut gets a kill, Benny Cutie gets a kill. There's a lot of treasons coming all around the place. Echo is 3% down. ATM eventually managed to push himself forward, advances, and now Burnex Flash, they've got the Lord, they've got the first to defense turret, heck, maybe even more.
3-4-1 trade, and it could amount to more here. And this is the power that ATM has when he gets this joy.
It's, they're about to lose an inhibitor turret here, unless, I mean, Sanji, he's got to be able to clear these waves fast. They're going to spawn up. They will be able to hold up at their inhibitors, and that's great enough. But let's cut back into this replay and look at it one more time. When did it go wrong? Because again, you're 2 levels down. Realistically, that shouldn't be the case. We see that Chima starts walking up, and immediately Kaltizi is able to dash out of range, but the Blessing of the Moon Goddess allows the entire team to kind of power through the damage that Benny QT is providing for the rest of his team. And I will say that the Nibiru's Passion slightly late on the draw, probably wanted it to pop it a little bit earlier to help with the neutral objective, but at the end of the day, it's still Chima who walks away with that Lord.
That is definitely a tough fight for Echo, and I don't think that they would want to reenact that again. This doesn't feel like what Echo would have done in a fight if they were to face against Blacklist International. But I gotta have to say, Burnex Flash, they know the Ube, they understand how they want to play the Ube. And Carry is only 3 items in, with the Corrosive Scythe as well as the Golden Staff and the Wind of Danger. It kind of seems as though he's still packed a long punch.
Yeah, Donut's still doing a lot of damage, right? Even so, and as this game progresses, Donut is going to have even more damage, especially to the front lines that Echo has committed onto. Carl Teasy is going to be in danger. Sanford, when he tries to go in for these engages, it's going to be all or nothing with the commitment that they've actually come to.
And that's assuming that, you know, they're going for that all in. For all intents and purposes, Sanji is just going to be farming up the damage stats pretty much the entirety of the game with the Astral Spheres, but he's getting that top up from the side of Burnex Flash, the continuous top up, in a matter of fact, from D7. Oh, can already hear the crowd trying to give some encouragement towards Burnex Flash, because right now the game isn't really in their hands, right? For all intents and purposes, Burnex Flash don't want to be the one to engage first.
I don't know about this, right? Do you think that Echo has the better teamfight comp? Because looking at it in a general scale, looking at it in the big picture, it feels like that's exactly what Burnex Flash wants.
Yep, that's exactly what Burnex Flash wants. I mean, Echo, yes, they can teamfight, right? But the main players in these teamfights is going to be Carl Teasy, Sanford, Benny QT, and sometimes even Sanji. But that's assuming that his abilities are up. He can only do it one at a time, and sometimes the AoE, you just have to be conveniently standing one on top of each other, no matter how good your aim actually is when you're utilizing these skill shots, right? So I think what it is going to come down to is just dancing around this Lord, and a lot of dancing. Wait, Yaoi.
Does seem like it comes in from the side, immediately locked down the ATM, but look at the amount and disgusting amount of heal. He's gonna be staying all right. The rhythm of joy from the side of ATM will be able to open up the map enough in order to scout out where Yaoi and Sanji is. The entire team of Echo is just gonna be falling back, and I don't think that they will be capable of taking down this fight. Kaltini goes to the stomach of Shamar. They're all gonna be pounding down onto him. Kaltini goes down, Benny Cutie flickers away, but that is all just completely wasted.
What is going on? What is going on with Echo in this game? Is it Burnex Flash just burning up in terms of their performance? Or is Echo underperforming here?
I think they understand that they can't get through this healing, right? There's just too much. Unfortunately, they haven't come to a point where they can look to completely one-shot. And now with Lord crashing down on this inhibitor turret, this could be the end.
And Host connects down on the Shamar, suppressing him down. Big final slash coming from the side of Sanford, but where's the follow-up? Where's the damage coming from? ATM is dead, but the rest of the members for the side of Destroy will definitely want to follow up onto the core. He's slowly tickling down, but unfortunately, they are going too much of the core. They let the entire team of Echo pummel them down.
Did you hear the crowd just cheer on Burnex Flash and maybe even Echo in that engage? This could definitely be the turning point though for Echo, because perhaps they kind of misplayed that?
Would I call it a misplay?
Deja vu, rather.
I would say it's more like deja vu, right? Because I'm looking at D7, he didn't have his flicker at that point of time. Even his ult also, I would question whether it's actually usable at that point, because Sanford came up pretty huge with that final slash, right? Able to displace the right amount of targets to fall up with Sanji to make sure that his damage is effective. Let's look at the insta play run one more time. Let's see if I missed something out here, right? We see ATM already with the ult. Sanford tries his absolute best, and yes, the camera doesn't catch him out perfectly, but we do notice that in the meantime, Benny QT is able to walk up right after he spawns, instantly capitalize on the time bought by the rest of his teammates, and they finish off both Donut as well as D7 in quick succession.
And on top of that, right, now we're going in the 15th minute of the game, right? Things are getting a little bit more even, I would say, right? Echo is reaching the points where they are going to come online. We see that items are being built. They're getting to that point. Sanji already has a Divine Glaive. It feels like that's going to change the dynamics of the team fights. But what I still feel is a little bit iffy or sus is that Echo still wants to commit on these 5v5 team fights. I understand that Echo does have it in their kit to go for that, right? They have the AoE with Sanford, Carl Teasy even Benny as well as Sanji, but against the sustainability that D7 gives them, is it still wise to go 5v5? Why don't they just go for pickoffs?
I mean, a lot of it depends on Yawi, right? He's the only person who can realistically do that. Sanford, with that final slash, unless he is able to thread the needle with just the tip of that sword to maybe pick somebody off, sure, I suppose that's a possibility. But just know that Shuma is there right at the front. He is looking to eat these hooks. He's very happy to eat the iron hooks, and the same can be said for ATM, right? He doesn't necessarily have to play as 5. He can technically be on the side and wait for the opportunity to go back in. But we've seen what happens, right? Oh, try to pick me off. D7's gonna flicker for him to save his life.
It's so tough.
It's not easy. It really is a battle of mechanics between the two. The constant push and pull will be the main point of contention, right? Wait, hold on. Look at the setup that we see from Echo.
Danny Cutie? He's all alone at the bottom lane. That sounds very scary, but I think that Yawi actually locked down onto him with the bite. And that is ATM dead. Echo can actually come back and try to find a fight against, Burnex Flash is now in a tough spot.
This is what I was talking about, right? This is what I meant. Pick off. This is what they need to go for.
Iron Hook on the D7, he flickers out. He's gonna be A-okay at least, but the Lord even had to go for a reset.
Ooh, last projectile didn't get hit there, and I think this is great. Now Echo can start fishing once again against Burnex Flash. It's still a 50-50. Ideally they kill Chima, but it just takes way too much time. If they can get CK, oh, Yawi was close there.
Chima is slowly trying to walk himself right in, but the suppression ensures that he would not be able to get the retribution. But before that even happens, Benny Cutie brings him down almost immediately. Terrifies down onto Yawi. The rest of the members for the side of Black Flash wants to punish Echo. They want to ensure that that Lord would not amount to anything by killing them down. But that was a big final slash coming from the side of Sanford. He continues to push on these advantage. Sanford tries to run himself away. He almost got it. ATM wasn't able to come himself right back. C-Cat runs away with a quick little dash. D7 left all alone based on the fact that he's got no mobility. It's gonna be left with ATM and C-Cat. ATM has to fight the world all alone. He managed to kite away from the Astrosphere, but let's be honest here. ATM, Shama, C-Cat defending against the rest of the world.
I don't know. The adjustment is huge though, right? By the side of Echo. 12 seconds left. They do have time.
That's well, Echo connecting down ATM. He tries to bring down the Sanford, but Shama, he did manage to successfully do so. Echo came in with only one mission, and that is to bring down the inhibitor turret.
With 5 members available from Burnex Flash, it's a lot more difficult, as you can see here, for Echo to get things on the board. Split them up one by one. They are no contest, no feat against the entirety of Echo.
Yep, and I mean, the only way they're going to do that, I personally wish that they were able to get a side inhibitor, not just the middle inhibitor, right? Because mid lane is very easily cleared, and it's honestly always cleared when you're starting these Lord dances. I will say though, Sanford, holy cow, that very, very last fight just before the inhibitor fell, he sustained for way too long there. I'm surprised he lived that long, and he's able to pull that off. Now looking back at the items so far, it's all about building defense and making sure that you live. These immortalities are going to be worth a lot.
All right. Echo still, though, leading with a 4,000 gold lead. But honestly, at this point, 19 minutes in, it's been 19 minutes. Can you imagine? Already a 20-minute game here. Things could go either way. Somehow, Burnex Flash, they need to force a team fight. But the way that Echo have been positioning, like you caught up earlier during that team fight, I feel like that was very intelligent. And you can see that they're trying to replicate the same thing again. 44 seconds are left on the clock. You can see that even Carl Tizzy still at the top side. How are Burnex Flash supposed to bait them in that situation?
Well, ATM, he's going to have to go out of his way into the side lanes, right? But with the lack of information and considering the last time that ATM ended up dying on the bottom side of the map because of the Bloody Hunt and as well as Benny QT hiding in a bush, I think that even Burnex Flash recognized that maybe we just wait, right? Maybe we just hope that Echo is looking for something bigger. Because these neutral objectives, it's hard to walk up, especially when you have no information whatsoever what's on the top side of the map, and nobody is showing themselves.
Yeah, now the macro game begins, right? The chess play is how I love to see this go. And you know, Echo, they have made a name for themselves. Their macro is usually on point, so it's very exciting to see how they're going to react to it and how Burnex Flash are going to try and challenge that kind of chess play.
Okay, so they're making sure that they're hugging towards that right side. They know that the mid lane is pushed out for now, but they're still keeping very tightly knit. Notice Yaoi's position here because he is going to be the big opener, and if he finds Donut early, this could be a quick ult from D7.
It's all about dragging the Lord away, and Kaltizi is doing an impeccable job of doing so. But Next Flash have to really get himself out of their comfort zone, out of the brushes, in order to really get a peek as to what's the health of this Lord. In the meantime, Sanji as well as Yaoi can find the right opportunity to jump right in with the skill snipe. Shamal loses the immortality. He's gonna go straight down, but the suppress actually saves him for just a little bit while Sanford goes in for the start. Shamal still gonna be A-okay. Sanford back into the main lines with not a lot of help to work with. CK comes in from behind. He wants to get a kill down to Sanji. There's still immortality going on. He's going to be all the way behind the enemy's lines. How is this gonna be like? CK stays alive. He's gonna be getting down the immortality on the side of Sanji. Sanford still stays alive as well. He himself alone manages to push the entire team of Echo away. That is absolutely crazy if you ask me. This will allow Echo to re-record himself and get themselves back to this game. Immortality pop from the side of Kaltizi. The rest of the Moon God is just gonna be popping between every single one of members of
Top side!
DXF.
Top side!
Top side! Is this how it's gonna end? Is this how it's gonna end? Echo, Sanji, and the rest of the group. And it out! What? Wait a second! Wait! The Ballista!
That's unlucky. That's so unlucky. Sanji dies, the auto attack is enough, and the minions spawn at the perfect time to push out the rest. How unlucky.
Listen to the crowd roar in this second.
Whoa, whoa,
No, is this really how it's gonna end? Yaoi, Bandicuti broke through all odds. They broke through like an Olympic sniper. And they just won the game to end so badly.
Sanford is the only person left standing. Look at the timers, ladies and gentlemen. Kaltizi is going to be up. Sanji is going to be up in 10 seconds. 3 of them. Will it be enough?
He's got to pull the Lord. He's got to pull the Lord.
The desperate manipulation of the Lord is what's going to be working for them. As when it's Flash immediately with that as well, because they will want to connect on the Kaltizi. HP not looking well. Both of them, Kaltizi, Sanford, taken down. Next Flash, they take this game. They are conducting a medley of death on the terror on the Orcus. This is not the result that many was expecting.
Absorb the crowd right now, ladies and gentlemen. I have never heard a roar this passionate in a very long time, if ever. A huge upset for the Orcas. They were seconds, hits away from taking the game, but Burn X Flash were able to take game number 3. Gideon, what is this?
Most would say a miscalculation. To a certain degree, a little unlucky, I'm not gonna lie. Minions, and especially with Sanji, the way that he tried to pull that off at the very end, it was looking so good for him. If only he just swapped his items, got more attack damage, I think he could have finished that off.
Go big or go home moment, isn't it? Go big or go home.
I mean, I understand. Echo wanted to end it as early as possible. But if they played a little bit more patiently, do you think that they could have won that game, LaFell?
Yo, you know what? Here's the thing. I'm just gonna call it, this is a work of fate. God intervened. Because let's face it, right? That was a base race, and let me assure you, ladies and gentlemen, if I could take that camera and I could show you around, this is not a football stadium, but my oh my, does it feel like it.
That's what I was saying, right? The roars.
Dude, the ground was shaking.
It was actually rumbling like
vibrations.
We got isekai'd into Shingeki no Kyojin.
The skies was rumbling. Even God was like, you know what, that was a good game. That wasn't it. Like, okay.
We thought that the previous series, we couldn't top that.
I thought Burn X Flash would have thrown. They were in the base. They were standing in Sanji's circle of doom. They all died. And the MVP, D7, 0, 2, and 12. Hoi my mao!
That means cheer, right?
Yeah, everyone cheer.
Everyone cheer.
Play my D7. Cheer for D7. Oh, what a game. Are you guys speechless?
Yeah.
Do you guys want to rest?
I wish we could.
I'm too pumped up.
Yeah,
Dude.
but oh my god, it's just.
I took a
it's
video. You guys were great.
So many series of unfortunate events. The changes to the amount of regeneration you get from that crystal. The fact that, unfortunately, Benecutie just didn't have enough, even with Wesker, to chunk down the last few hits of that turret. No matter what he did, there was nothing that he could realistically do. The recall times as well, they try to cancel it out as much as they can, but man, at least for D7, he knows that he saved that early to mid game whenever necessary, when it was about to teeter in the favor of Echo, when Echo was about to finally get that large goal lead and turn it and triple it, in fact, to pure profit, he was able to stop that from happening.
There's a lot that I want to talk about, but again, we're going to look at the highlights first. Look at everything that happened throughout the game. And even you said the amount of unluckiness that happens all around. Again, this feels like Echo is fighting against fate, because no matter what they do, they just can't seem to catch a break. Sanjay, how lucky can this be? How lucky?
Look at that! The
God.
ballista that was closest!
It was about to attack the turret!
He got
And even this.
The Lord comes in!
It's one more.
Dude, the Lord was on their
my.
side! Fate!
That's so unlucky.
Right now, you know what Echo needs? They need Kratos! They need a God of War, but okay. Moving back. As we're looking at the itemization, I want to talk about something that not a lot of people can see on screen. But Gideon, talk us through the items.
All right, looking at it, everything seems to all be in place. We even see the rapid boots being purchased by Benecutie right at the very end, so that he has extra movement speed to get in place to attempt the backdoor a second time. I'm pretty sure that Sanji was able to purchase a Scarlet Phantom towards the end of it, when he was making that attempt for that backdoor.
Why not Windtalker though?
That's the thing. I felt at that point you might as well sell all your items and just quickly put as many Legion swords in yourself as you can. You just need the raw stats and the attack speed to finish it off.
Misclick, Eterna?
What?
Do you think it's a misclick? He wanted the Windtalker, but
Is this another argument of hell?
Hey, that's kind of sus.
We're gonna use that for the transition for the next break. But again, I gotta say, the thing that I want to talk about after the game, did you guys see the faces of Echo?
They look horrible.
I didn't want to see it.
They look horrible.
More like they accepted their fate. As soon as that second attempt went through, I saw Yaoi take off his headset and he was like, well, GG go next.
Here's the thing. We got to talk about this because they went through quite the rigorous fight against ONIC. They went through Burnex's Flash right now. Carl Teasy is starting to miss those retributions.
Yeah, I just want to cuddle all of them right now. You know, just hug them and give them, it's okay. It must be so stressful to be them.
The pressure that's mounting on them.
I kind of feel like that's not the reason, but okay. We'll go for it.
The amount of pressure that's mounting on them, I think it's really getting onto them, right? We looked at a 39-minute game against ONIC.
Yeah.
And they had a full 70 seconds watching the game crash right in their face, and they can't even do anything.
And 8,000 fans here screaming.
That was the previous game, and now it's like that.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's not 8,000, but who really cares,
yeah,
right? It
probably
was
9,000.
Might as well be. But again, it's like they have bowling balls on their shoulders. Are bowling balls usually this big?
Sure. A bit smaller.
Approximately.
Boulders,
But
essentially.
what I really wanted to bring up
Sisyphus,
here is the fact that now Burnex's Flash match point.
Oh yeah.
They just need one more and they take the series, push the world champions to number 4 at MSC. This is the MSC curse, man.
No, it's
Right? No, we have to talk about this, right? Because whoever gets that M Series title usually doesn't do well in M Series or even doesn't even get to M Series. Like we've seen so far.
So don't win M Series?
More like, think about it. Blacklist won M3. Did they win the MSC afterwards? They didn't win the MPL afterwards. They were trying to get pretty close to that MSC afterwards, and guess who won that one? RSGPH. Follow up with the next one, M4. Guess who won? Echo. Where are they right now? Not winning MSC.
Is that why Toda don't win internationals?
Well, probably not. Probably because we
Okay,
kind of
fine.
suck. But other than that, other than that, I will say Echo is running on fumes, and you can tell that the level of polish coming out from them isn't there anymore. There's a lot of times where they're looking at their phones, they're seeing the situation. There's half a split second of autopiloting before they actually make it work. It's starting to get sloppy, and I do feel bad for them, but that's just the nature of competition, especially with this kind of format. It is made to be brutal.
Now you can have it. I got nothing to say. Yeah.
What?
I'm still speechless.
Me too. What was that game?
Eden, you can
I
continue
was
again.
screaming.
Yeah, here's the thing. You guys
Okay.
can't see the screens, but
Yeah.
they got a lot of spit going on.
They got a lot.
I'll tweet it.
Yeah,
I'll tweet it in a
yeah,
bit.
just rub it in
Why you
there.
gotta make us embarrassed
Look,
like
you
this?
don't have to call us out like that,
know.
all right? Okay, we have a sanitary
Betrayal.
here on standby just for that one purpose. I probably shouldn't have said that either. But before that, I would imagine that Burnex Flash is in a very good position. They're motivated, they've got the fans to motivate them, and Echo is running on fumes. This is the best scenario possible for a third place finish here at MSC 2023, and at least it sets us up for potentially their MPL and then following up the M Series World Stage of M5. But even then, I don't know. Echo, you can't really fault them at this point.
Here's the thing. World champions, they should be able to handle pressure, right? But the thing is, if we look at Echo, so far when they're winning pretty hard, like 4-0s and such, 4-0, 3-0s. So now, this might be a very rare occasion for Echo where they're going for a very long game streak. And I kind of feel like they're like, okay, this is uncharted waters.
They've held the flag at the top of the mountain for too long. And they have been seen as the best, albeit like the best in the world. And we all have this certain level of expectations on them, right? But let's be honest here, they're only human.
You know,
You want to get your pen back?
Yeah, it's okay.
I do.
I can talk while
Yeah,
while
sure,
you're on
sure,
that
sure.
point,
Go
right? And I honestly feel like this just really reflects the nature of MLBB and just the entire scene in general. Sorry, I can't focus.
Where's your pen?
I can't focus.
It went deep in there.
I have a really good point.
Keep on going, keep on
keep on
going.
going, keep on
I'll
going.
try,
Right
I'll
over
try.
there.
And what I'm trying to say is we haven't seen the Burmese on the radar for quite some time now. At some point they did dominate, right? The Burmese goals. But after that, kind of off radar. And finally, it just shows how all these regions, not just the Burmese and not just Philippines, not just Indo, but all these other regions just really coming together and just really upping their game. Because like you mentioned, this is Echo, world champion. They were able to get M4, and then they were able to get, you know, the MPLPH championship title as well, 4-0. And now they're actually at a disadvantage to Burn X Flash.
I mean, to be fair, they're running on fumes. This isn't even their true and final form. This isn't a fresh Echo. This is an Echo that has literally dragged themselves across the very first marathon and now has to run another one literally 30 minutes later to get into this series against Burn X Flash.
Just to update, Abstract now has his pen back. Now,
Yay!
it must be hurting to be Sanford. Because imagine, the entire day, you don't get your Yuzong. This is RSG's late SG all over again.
This is
like
a classic Diablo thing right now.
This is the thing. Don't shine too bright. You know, if you're in
Don't show your cards too early.
Don't be too good, because then people are going to target you. Boys and girls, if you want to excel averagely. If not, you'll get a target on your back.
Yeah.
That's kind of true though, right? Because with their performance,
Wow.
it really put him on the radar for all these teams. And so far, whoever's been able to take the Comfort Heroes away from Sanford has been able to win the series.
Yeah, they happen, and they continue to follow this momentum, right? You could see that the victory from Burn X Flash in game number 3, as soon as they were done, Oh man, my stomach hurts. That one really was a nail biter because it comes down. It could have been, you know, a toss of a die to say that Echo brings it 2-1. We could have been in a completely separate universe, but in this case, at least for Burn X Flash, they need to start figuring out how to be able to bring this aggression towards Echo's side because by right, I don't think we are going to see that Estes go through again. I feel like Echo, at the very least, when they get into the game, when they are still semi-functional, even though that they're running on fumes, they need to end it quick. They need to end it fast.
So right now, personally, I think that, you know, Burn X Flash is just, you know, kind of taunting them with the amount of different kind of strategies that they have got in their sleeves. Perhaps they have got even more ways to play the game that could just completely dismantle Echo. In fact, right now, I'm looking at Echo, and all I can see is their sanity just draining away and draining out of them. How do they even start to play this game number 4 with a 1-2 scoreline after being 3-0'd by ONIC?
You know what's so difficult? For them to actually get their head back into the game,
yeah,
they gotta start enjoying the game. Because I kind of feel like with all the pressure, they're taking the game way too seriously. Because again, you want to win, you want to make sure everything is perfect. And when you're in that kind of state, you're basically putting yourself at over-exhaustion point. It's so hard to do. It's such a difficult balance where you want to take the game seriously, but at the same time, you want to enjoy yourself. Because when you enjoy yourself, you're kind of like limiting the amount of energy that is being pushed out. Now, with that being said, I also gotta talk about, like, now Burn X Flash, they're feeling really good. They're on a big momentum and match point. And even if the Estes has been banned out, there's so many different healers. One of them is the Florin. And I kind of feel like in those kind of situations, the Florin will still be pretty good. Or, you know what? Bring out the Saber Room. I don't care. Either ways, we're going into the draft. And at this point, Burn X Flash has been showing they have a large textbook of drafts. It looks like they have at least 7 pages of different ways to play different kind of heroes. Echo, I'm pretty sure they have a pretty big pool of ways to draft, ways to play the game. But at this point, when you're match point, 1 loss and everything's over, I kind of feel like they might be a little bit scared to experiment.
Scared to experiment, or
I would say, you know, bring out those less tested, less achievable drafts.
You know, kind of back to basics?
I wouldn't say just back to basics, because who knows, right? Because these could be some of the picks that, some old counter picks. Things like Yeet into something like a Lilia, for an example.
Now we're going into the draft. Only a few seconds in. Atlas would greet us. And Echo, at this point, if they want to go for it, if they want to get third place here in MSC, they got to figure out how to put the flames out of Burn X Flash. We're going into the game, and we already see some bans here. Echo is going to be first pick, Burn X Flash second pick. And again, the Yuzong will not see the light of day on the 17th of June. Diggy, Blue, as well as Arlet has been banned out.
Now, I'm wondering if Burn X Flash are still going to commit to the Kaja ban like we saw before. And one of the things that I really wanted to point out is the fact that Echo won when Yaoi was able to make these momentous plays. He won in the first game with the Cho. Kaja is also something that he's very comfortable with. And so with that in mind, Burn X Flash, they actually go for the Kaja. Now, first pick for Echo.
Novaria is available, okay, Joy is available, Fredrin's available. Burn X Flash constantly tries to play the Fredrin, so wouldn't be surprised if that actually happens.
Another thing is, I kind of feel like the Valentina now out of the hands of Sanji might also be a pretty big thing, because the moment that Zcat is using it, I don't know, kind of feels like Sanji is a little bit off tempo.
I agree with that as well. I feel like Sanji, again, he's probably played a lot of Valentina during scrims, right? So he's got very accustomed to it very, very quickly. More so that when we come back to Echo, I'm hoping to see Eve this time around, because again, that's the other hero that he's performed exceptionally well on, with a 98% pick and ban rate with only 54% win rate. Bane, almost double that number.
First of all, at last, get it? I get it.
I get it.
Nice. Has been used only twice, even though it is the featured hero. But the thing is, now that Diggy has been banned, it's going to be a pretty good pickup. And the thing is, we've been talking about it. Burn X Flash, they're one of the teams that has a very varied idea about how to approach the game. A lot of different roamers coming in from D7. Perhaps Atlas might be the next pick if Ben Cutie is on a hero that is easily punishable by the Atlas.
I don't really
Never mind.
like the Atlas into the Bane pick, right? I think it hinders a lot of the aggression that the Atlas can have. So Franco now is going to be the choice here for D7. What do we think about this?
I mean, personally,
Did I say D7's Franco?
I personally think that this Franco is just good, right? Because we expect it to suppress the right targets. It can both suppress both the Joy as well as the Eve, depending on the situation. And Burn X Flash, they respond very good, very well, banning out these big playmakers. It's over. You're making the call already?
Over.
Because the Chow is not here?
We'll see.
What if Yaoi uses the Atlas? Atlas is traditionally pretty good against the
we'll see.
Franco.
We'll see.
Why are you so angry?
Continue.
She just thought of that half a second later. But that is the truth. I do agree with you that, you know, now that the Tro is gone, I'm hoping that Burn X Flash also gets rid of the Atlas. Yeah, in this case, the Grok. Okay, so the Grok is probably a tell of what Burn X Flash wants to do. We come back to Echo, we see Lancelot and as well as the Melissa getting taken out.
Now that the Melissa has been taken out, probably going to have dinner, which most of you are probably doing right now. The Fredrin is still a pretty flex pick. If they want, they can pick up... Wait, is this going to be a good situation for it? Nah, because the Joy is there. Maybe the Leslie is not that great.
Right. That's what I was thinking too, but there's probably something better. I mean, Claude technically is still available.
No, dangerous, man. The Vengeance on the Joy. The Claude will shoot himself.
I mean, true, but you at least can use the BMI to create some space, right? And that's not something a lot of marksmen have.
Let's just wait 7 seconds.
We can wait 7 seconds, right?
It's either a marksman or a jungler. I'm hoping for a marksman so that
Time and tide wait for no man. Your team north.
So Beatrix. But again, Beatrix is not the best going up against the Joy until the Beatrix has the Hasclaw. Once the Beatrix has the Hasclaw, can kind of do something. Now the carry has been picked up alongside with the Kufra.
Yep. And being able to kind of capitalize on mistakes, having a combo started as well as a middle insurance policy in Sanji on this Eve. I'm liking Echo's lineup a lot, right? They finally found something that kind of fits their overall playstyle, but at the same time minimizes the margin of error. Now it's really just the communication between the players to synchronize the ultimates together to make it work.
So honestly, when it comes down to the final pick, we've got Valentina for Mage, Fredrin Jungle,
or EXP.
Or EXP. Technically, we can also expect Valentina to go to the jungle to a certain extent, but I don't think that that's going to be the case. So EXP laners, what's that? Wow. Okay.
Gideon dislikes this hero.
I mean, the one thing that I absolutely love out of all that is just the Franco. Franco onto D7, he made his debut on it, and that he was insane with it.
Here's the thing, right? The thing about the Uranus, you can put pressure. And maybe that's all they want to do. Because right now, Echo feels like they might be crumbling under pressure. So when you realize your opponent is not doing well, you don't take your foot off their throat. Oh my god, that's dark. But you guys understand what I'm saying.
I totally get what you're saying. It's like a fart. It sucks when it's somebody else's. It's okay if it's your own. You're like, it's fine, but it's someone else's. Ew, gross.
With that being
Very
said,
relatable.
farts are very dangerous. But this game is going to be very dangerous for Echo. A lot is on their shoulders. If they want to continue, they got to win this one. But I kind of feel like for next Flash, they want to end this.
This is match point for the Orcas here. Go big or go home. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 4 between Echo and Burn X Flash. This could potentially be the last game of today.
The stakes are high, and Echo, they're working on whatever that they can in order to get themselves out of this deep ditch.
I mean, it's not going to be easy to kick things off, immediately we're already seeing that KarlTzy has been slowed down on hitting his level 2. We know for a fact that Chima is going to be able to power farm relatively fast until Bane, depending on what build that KarlTzy decides to go. Damage probably is not going to be the way. He's probably going to build full tank here because he needs to be able to kind of face people like Chima or even ATM when it comes down to walking up to these neutral objectives rather than having to wait for the rest of his team to do the job for him. Yawi in this case, his job is pretty simple, right? Get on top of the right target, start setting things up like Keyboy in the previous matchup, and then let the rest of the team like Sanji and as well as KarlTzy to finish them off with their ults, right? That's the general game plan.
Okay, early flicker here, actually exhausted there by CCAT in the mid lane. Things are getting a little bit aggressive here in the mid side, but I really wanted to talk about this Uranus and Joy matchup. How is that supposed to end up? Who has the better lane? But wait a minute.
Well, the Daily Cat.
All right.
It's not gonna do very much, but Shama is just somewhere around the corner. We're just waiting for something to happen. The B7 tried to go for the hook, didn't quite land.
Okay, back to that question, right? This EXP lane.
Literally goes nowhere. Like, Sanford is probably not going to kill ATM without some outside influence, and worst off, ATM technically is able to proxy without getting punished too hard overall, right? It really comes down to if ATM gets his first item in comparison. Oh no, he's in a lot of trouble now.
Both of them are currently level 4. The Rhythm of Joy connects down onto Shama. ATM is gonna be pretty much A-okay as he's right now have got his ultimate. They can actually just pop off anytime that they want. Shama takes the turtle. Sanji pops on the RWM. CCAT pops of his own RWM, but they don't really care about popping up onto one another. Sanji and CCAT are just staring at one another and just be like, hey, what's up, buddy?
Both launching artillery, both trading 2 for 2, dead even on either side. But now we're starting to see a couple of cracks coming in from Burnx Flash. We're thinking that maybe the Echo is suffering a lot from this fatigue, but now we're starting to see that even with Burnx Flash, some of their moves are starting to get sloppy, right? We're not seeing the polish that we saw in Games 3 as well as game number 1 initially. Now, as the lanes start getting influenced again, I feel like Echo is defaulting to a very standard line of gameplay. We're not seeing anything too crazy out of them. We're not seeing the raw conditioning that we expected out of Echo's side. But even for Burnx Flash, right, they don't mind this. Playing the default strategy is totally okay, especially since the majority of this game is going to be predetermined with how you play the lane, how you get ahead in the lane.
And you can see that actually come to fruition here in that gold lane, right? A lot of focus. Even Sanji is actually rotated towards that area. They need Benny QT to come online as fast as possible to deal with these heavyweights in the front line from the side of Burnx Flash, like ATM, like Chima, especially when it comes down to those 5v5s when they're centering around and just going for those objectives.
I mean, just look at this, right? ATM, he can be as annoying as you want. Droid doesn't really threaten him, and the same goes the opposite way around. And even for Bane, no matter what he does, Fredrin is, especially if he's not building into damage, and it looks like he's building into the more tank variant of it, really doesn't stand a chance. Because at the end of the day, Chima is able to face tank him all the way through, and if you start piling it up with CCAT, you start piling it up specifically with D7, it becomes very, very difficult to actually get your butt on top of the pits.
All of 4 members from the side of Burnx Flash is ready and prepared for this turtle fight. In fact, even Donut could just jump in anytime as long as he clear out this wave. And he could do that very fast. With the Bandit's Rage pretty much ready, they would want to contest for this turtle as much as possible. Sanji pop off with the RWM. Then Ikai comes in. Shama steals it right under the nose of Echo. Echo couldn't do anything. What's wrong, KarlTzy? The Iron Hook connects right down on Sanford. The one that shouldn't be caught. And ATM is a little bit late for the party. But what can he possibly do here? He just keeps on going with the Ionic Edge. CCAT goes in for the flicker. He wants to bring KarlTzy down. Yawi, Sanji, and KarlTzy, unfortunately, is under the turret and unable to do much.
Yeah, Burnx Flash just really picking up the pace here in the 5th minute of the game. And to be fair, Chima is a level above KarlTzy, so it really wasn't KarlTzy's turtle to win. But even so, I don't know. I feel like there's something wrong going on, but wait a minute.
Yawi good jump, but unfortunately, that is on the Shamar. One person. There's not much of a follow-up that we can expect to see there, and Burn X Flash will take that opportunity to bring down the first turret of this game.
Yep, the macro aspect of it, with Burn X Flash is playing to their strengths, right? They unlocked Donut already, and now they're going to start swapping lanes to the top side of the map just so that they can farm as quickly as possible. If they get that mid turret, even better, but I don't think Echo is just going to allow them to do it for free. Now, knowing that Carl TZ doesn't have this ultimate, now we see that Burn X Flash, they can take more aggressive positions, and I would have imagined that they would have started invading the jungle at this point of time, but interesting. They're sticking around, and they're also giving a couple of camps over to the Beatrix. They really are funneling Donut.
2,400 gold lead for Burn X Flash, so that kind of doesn't make sense so far. I have never seen this. Echo have not picked up a single objective. Chama was able to take away the purple buff.
Sloppy plays. It really comes down to sloppy plays now. Echo returning to default. Retribution battles losing by Carl TZ.
No, but Carl didn't use his Retribution.
I mean, technically, yeah, he didn't. But for now, Yaoi focuses on the C-Cat. They did manage to get a kill, and that is great. They have an advantage on top of Burn X Flash. Shamar is going to be putting himself on top of the turtle, and he's just going to be left with 1v1. Shamar and Carl TZ, level 9 versus level 9. Yeah, Carl TZ still lost the fight. Donut jumps right in and manages to get a kill on the Sanford. 1-for-1 trade. And now it's going to be left with Carl TZ in the midst of it all. Donut snipes him right on down. And that is going to be a devastation onto Echo.
The fatigue is here. They're exhausted. We're playing again. BXF is playing against a tired, exhausted Echo, and it's clear even with Carl TZ not even using that retribution. Let's look at the instant replay one more time, right? As soon as they walk up, it's unlucky that Carl TZ wasn't able to get in that spot, but it doesn't explain why Sanford is allowing himself to get hit by these abilities, especially the Bloody Han. He should be dashing into these bushes confidently because he has the reaction time, and we know he has the reaction time to get away with this.
That's why I kept saying this is off, right? It's off. It's not the Echo that we're so used to, so accustomed to. And Burn X Flash, they're taking advantage of it. I'm serious. Look at the stats, right? 0-0-0. No tower, no turtles just yet.
Yeah.
They haven't been able to get anything on the board. Look at ATM now.
The Deadly Catch tosses right out, and C-Cat, he did manage to keep 2% in the box. But it's not going to amount to much. Sanji's HP doesn't seem to be good. But ATM, he can bring so much pressure just by being in this +3 location. But let's be honest here, will he really die? Benny Cutie is forced to rotate. ATM is finally going down.
Okay, finally they get something for it, right? ATM has just been a little bit too disrespectful.
D7 Iron Hook, Bloody Hunt connecting down. Goes easy, Yaoi going down at the same damn time. Sanji wasn't able to do quite much, and Sanji is only going to be the RWM. C-Cat joins right in, Benny Cutie is dead.
This is just painful to watch at this point. This is just the Kings. I get it. People are going to be saying that they've lost their crown at this point. But Echo, can you really blame them? They're trying their best. They're trying to put everything on their table. These young players are tired, and BXF, they have come off of a fresh break after their best-of-5 series, and they watched everything go down. And now,
poised on fatigue.
I mean, just look at this instant replay. How many things could have gone better? The instant pickup from that Iron Hook. Even Yaoi still trying to make it work by jumping into the middle of that fight. But it was the setup beforehand. The fact that ATM specifically getting a majority of the big spells from the side of Echo put him in this position, right? They knew what cooldowns were gone. They knew it. And BXF just set up on the opposite side, knowing how many camps were missing on the bottom side.
I don't wish to question Benny Cutie, but
I was about to mention,
But the flicker seems like it's an accidental tap, because whenever you tap on the flicker, it goes towards your opponents.
Oh, I don't know. Because I was about to point that out too, right? I thought that it was an unnecessary engage that Benny Cutie took there. Understanding, like you mentioned, the cooldowns and the calculations. It's not Benny Cutie's style. 8,000 gold lead for BXF in the first 10 minutes. And it's looking like they want more.
It is so different. Is it RWM on top of an RWM? Sanji forced to flicker out of that. But Netwitch touched onto Kaltizi, but in the meantime, that is going to be Yawi that's just going to be jumping over to the back line, followed by the Bloody Hunt, locking them down as much as they can. Sanford's still going to be alive so far. CCAT, D7, ATM, and Shama will have no choice but to back off after a 1-for-1 trade with Donut, the dead guy.
Even on fumes, Echo still finds the angle, and I'm surprised they decided to try to make the attempt because Sanji had already used the RWM. Kaltizi had already used the Deadly Catch at that point of time. But let's look at the items, right? They still haven't lost any inhibitors. I'm not seeing the damage just yet. I've seen the carry currently only add 2 items. They still need to have, at the very least, a Demon Hunter Sword to really start the profit. He's a little bit of gold off.
So far behind. But I guess now Echo is in a foot in the right direction, right? They really just want to buy a little bit more time for Benny Cutie to start getting those integral items to the kit and the damage that we know carry to be. Later on, these frontliners coming in from Burn X Flash should not be as, I would say, dominant with the way that they have played so far. But do they have the time towards to do that?
This situation really feels like a chicken and egg kind of thing. They want to drag the game for Benny Cutie, but in order to do that, they have to take neutral objectives. But Kaltizi is low on level 12 versus level 14.
And the freezing of the lanes, right, from Burn X Flash, it's really just drying them out.
Yeah, you have to starve them out. If you're in Burn X Flash's position, this is still war, right? I'm not going to feel sorry for you. This is for 3rd place, and this is for Cambodia, so I can understand the sentiment coming in from Burn X Flash, and they're making it loud and clear to Echo that you better not walk out of your base. We know that you have high ground defense, but if you don't have enough gold, and we know that Donut has basically almost gotten full items, plus a Haas Claw to ensure that he can't possibly make a mistake. Now, they're just going to hold you out, rinse you out, and let you dry under the sun. It's going to be an easy Lord take here, yep.
It's going to be an easy Lord after all. But Shama, resetting the Lord on purpose. This is something that we definitely seen from the side of Blacklist International. They understand that they had the control of this game. However, dragging Pokemon may also not necessarily be good for them. They take it down. No challenge from Echo at all.
They can't at this point, right?
They really can't. And it's not in the control of Echo, right? They cannot push the tempo. They have nobody who was winning in their lane hard enough to really make the difference at the end of the day. And they know, let's look at the game item equipment. And I think this will sell you the story even better.
Look at this. Just the disparity here, right? Gideon. Oh, man. Oh, this is an
upset.
It's hard to watch.
It's hard.
It's hard to watch.
It very is hard because look, Samford, he's trying his absolute best. He's got 3 items, and the fact that he does have mystery bargain in this case is going to be more than enough. But here we go, Burn X Flash. Let's see if they can end this.
The Lord barging right in with his trusty trident. He pillages and wants to bring Echo down. He's going to go down real fast. But Burn X Flash will make full use of every single minion that will be marching in its way. Burn X Flash is not going to try to overextend themselves by picking off with a kill. They understand that even throughout it all, even with all this advantage, goal advantage, Echo still have a chance to fight back with the core under their nose.
Oh, Yaoi's charging though. Do you think he can get something?
It doesn't seem like it. Unfortunately, completely misses out. And there's the Bloody Hunter connects onto him. Yaoi literally delivered himself over to the side of Burn X Flash. Sanford will want to cover for him, only to be melted down by the Wesker. And now with 3 person left on the side of Echo, Burn X Flash will try
3 waves are crashing.
The middle lane right down in.
3 waves are crashing here, Abstract.
The waves are crashing indeed. They're escorting right in. Left with Patty, Sanji, and Kaltizi. Is this how it's all gonna end? Burn X Flash, they're taking their time. They understood that they don't have to rush this off. D7 with a sliver of health. Shama, in fact, a lot of them doesn't have a lot of health to walk with. Yaoi! He jumped in, and he managed to find onto Seacat. In the end, Echo pushes the entirety of Burn X Flash away.
Echo still wants to stay in the game, but it is still going to be D7 taken down there in the top side. They managed to stay in the game a little bit longer, trying to go for the engage here, going full mid. They want to take things back into their control.
That's my M4 champion right there. Even on fumes, even with nothing left in the tank, the heart there just going on pure heart, pure instinct. warriors in their own right. Take what is yours, take what's back, because Burn X Flash, they're gonna have to work for this end.
And work they will. That initial 6,000 gold lead has shrunk to only 4,000. And this is what we meant. Buying time for Echo is going to be very important. The fact that Yawi was able to make that play, get the pick onto those important members from Burn X Flash, really bought Echo enough time to perhaps turn things around. And now 5v5, they're gonna start going for the Lord Dance once again. Does Echo have it in their kit to play this chess game once again with Burn X Flash?
So right now, at least they've evened out the score. This is the point where they can actually do this. They see an angle here. Look, the mid lane setup. They've already got two ready to push out in case anybody does anything a little too crazy. But Echo, they don't mind Burn X Flash being on top of it first. They know that they can punish them. Look at the response coming in from Burn X Flash, sending Bodona. Wait, the conceal play going all the way around here, looking for an opportunity.
They're looking for carry.
Yawi jumps right in, and that is going to be a stun, but unfortunately, D7 will still stay alive. Kaltizi works his way. He's going to be running back. He needs to ensure that he's still going to be alive. He needs to ensure that an entirety of the team keeps him alive. Donut all the way to the back. The entirety of BXF. Their hit me is not looking good at all. As Echo now rampages through. They are on a mission like a man possessed. And Burn X Flash, they have nowhere in hell gonna get back into this fight. ADM being chowed down like a hungry toddler. Shamar wants to take on the retribution battle. Echo takes this game just for now.
4-for-1 trade. Look at the death timers. Ladies and gentlemen, is this it for Burn X Flash?
And now Benedict Cutie. It seems like this is gonna be the end. And we are going into a 5-game series.
That's my world champion. That's my world champion pick. Second win, pulling it to game number 5. They said they want to put on a show for Burn X Flash. They're going to make them work for every inch of soil.
Wow, we're pushing it to game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Echo really showing what it means to be the Apex Predators. They're not going to go down with a fight. And that was an interesting chain of events. Echo, for the most part, were looking distraught. They weren't looking in form. They were looking like, you mentioned, on fumes. But they were still able to have the consistency, to have that shape of mind to come back in that game. And I believe Yawi played a very important role in that comeback for them.
This is not a drill. It's been so long in the Southeast Asia region, but now for 3rd place, we're going all 5 games. Are y'all ready?
I'm ready for this.
Yo, Abstract, you gotta be ready. You gotta be ready.
What about me?
I'm ready.
Are you loud? Are you okay?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bridge
my
that.
cable can't go that far.
Yeah.
My cable can't go that far.
Wow.
The emotions has swapped, guys. Now we're looking at Echo smiling from ear to ear.
You got something to say, Eterna?
If you guys have the camera, if you guys can see the camera, Eterna was just literally just slammed on the table, stood up, and was like, "That's my boy."
You have no evidence for that. But like I mentioned before, right, I feel like that comeback, that turnaround was from the catches that Yawi was able to do with the Tyrant's Rage Revenge flicker as well.
Absolutely. A lot of it, just the follow-ups upon follow-ups upon follow-ups. The fact is, sometimes you're going to hit, sometimes you're going to miss. You can't have a 100% hit rate. But they got to make sure that they're a little bit more consistent, especially in these early neutral objectives. Now, a majority of this game, I will say that yes, Yawi was trying to do his absolute best to kind of follow up and keep the team back in shape. But in these moments, and especially for at least Samford, he tried carrying the team literally through the mid-game, pulling it through until Yawi finds the opportunity to turn it around, as Benny QT has been waiting the entire 14 minutes for this play to happen.
That is entirely on to Yawi. He single-handedly turned the game around in favor for his own team. This Mad is a legend.
Here's the thing, man. He's not a legend. He's mythic. Mythical glory, probably, because
more than probably 1001.
I gotta say, without Yaoi over there, the game would have been over like twice already, because we see Burn X Flash in the base of Echo, and I'm pretty sure everyone looking at the game thought it was over. But Yaoi is like, I'm your boy Yaoi. I'm gonna make sure the game extends longer. I'm gonna make sure we go game number 5. I'm gonna hit the desk.
You know, it was very similar to how ONIC was able to extend one of those games, right? The way Keyboy was able to defend that. Do you remember that play?
Yes, I remember the play every second of it, right? It's still very fresh in my mind. Sanji comes out of that with a perfect score, and I think we need to keep this in mind, that the game was very close, 14 to 14, with a large part of the early game falling into the hands of Burn X Flash, but closing out the game has not been easy because of the overall high ground defense. Yes, they don't have the Beatrix, but Sanji was able to make it work. Samfer was able to threaten the backline just enough, and even sacrificing his life multiple times for a higher cause to allow Echo to clear these waves. That's a very big point.
I gotta say, Yaoi single-handedly helped Echo to win the game. But throughout it all, Sanji has got to be the one that is the most consistent player throughout the entire game. All the way from the start to the end, he knew his role, he knew his effort, 100% kill participation, not a single death regardless. This guy is on something.
I gotta say, it's been a long day. Philippines versus Cambodia. I kind of feel like that's the general direction, but I gotta remind everyone, both of these teams are MPL champions. And now this is where the champion mindset comes in, where there's no excuse that is acceptable in this stage of play. With this, I kind of feel like the players need some kind of break. Nothing short of a full shower. So I think we're gonna do that as well. We're gonna go for a break. We're gonna see whether the players find a sea where they can jump in, find some soap, freshen up, because this is going to be the last game of the day. We'll see you guys a little bit later.
Where's my shampoo?
boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and life. Battle like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. heaven, set the fire to the sky. Keep burning bright, kill the allies, and enemies mesmerize. Strive for domination. Feel the pressure rising. Fight with your life and for your nation. With your devotion, emotion. Lay it on the line, the choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for your heart, it's time to soar. Now or never, time to rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. We're fighting to build a legacy in this better ground for kings. We're here to show the world that we're the chosen one that brings the heat, the passion, the heart, the soul, and the fury. Show it all, let the world see we are legends. Stepping on the ground, no time to waste. Striving to conquer, face the foes, great grace. Be the challenger, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb the rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world. To the land of dawn as we see the world. Hey, 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 hey. Break every boundary and chain. Ain't nothing can stop or restrain. We are a force to be reckoned with. Destiny, kingdom, and reign. Shining like Atlas, winning with madness. Count us to practice, status is matchless. We are the heroes here to slay. Never back down, never astray. Fatal lengths. Sink or swim. Match by match, day by day. Determination, they won't let us slip. S-E-A-C the world. Mission to conquer. S-E-A-C the world. We are warriors. Lay it on the line. The choice is yours. Offense or defense, let the courage roar. Reaching for new heights, it's time to soar. Now or never, climb the rise. We will strive for more. Take the globe by storm, time to see the world.
Are you energized?
Yeah!
This is game 5!
Game 5!
Eterna told us we need to bring the fire to this game. And we're gonna deliver, aren't we, boys?
Yes, because either way, this is going to be the storyline of the century,
now she
right?
relax.
Wait,
Now she
what?
relax.
Like, if Burnex Flash are able to win this against Echo of all games, that is huge. And if Echo wins it, that's also huge.
Either way,
It's huge.
we're huge.
Ginormous.
Astronomical.
Gargantuan. Do we say the same thing?
I said gigantic.
Olympiantic.
That's a good one.
Thank you very much.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Behemoth. That was unnecessary, right?
I kind of feel like ended it at my end would have
Yeah,
been
it
great.
kind of felt like it, yeah.
In this game, game number 5. How do you guys feel? Freshen up. Did the toilet break feel good?
Yeah, I had a great show.
So what do you think the players felt? Do you think it was enough for them?
I mean, we kind of passed Echo's room, right? And it feels like they're back in spirit. I think winning that game was very important to get that momentum rolling once again for the Orcas. Knowingly so, they were very tired. But because of that spirit, they do have a chance to win this.
It's so crazy, right? People thinking like, you guys are just playing games, but now we're gonna look into the rooms. Burning Splash. Now it really feels like it's all on the line. No more mistakes.
They can't afford it. They can't afford it. Every single time we've seen Burnex Flash drop a game is because they could not close it out. And right now, there can't be any excuses for these guys. Motivational speeches all across because everybody from this point onwards is running on gas. Nothing else. Literal fumes. It is pure heart, pure passion, raw instinct.
Here's the thing. If I'm not mistaken, the soul is worth 30 grams or something.
Yep. They've
Right?
done a study on this.
So now, right now, just 30 grams of soul. Everything else has been used. Everything else has been exhausted. At this point, they're walking bodies almost on autopilot. But again, in the game, you got to pull yourself back in. You got to pay attention. You got to focus.
This is the hardest part, right? As competitors, and especially in a game as short and quick as Mobile Legends, it's not like other MOBAs out there, right? Where you have the time to really start focusing and set up that mentality as you go into the team fights. No, at any moment something could happen. At any moment you need to activate, turn that switch on to either kill or understand what the macro decision making is going to be.
There's no replay, there's no playback, there's no reverse time. When they gotta have to make the play, they gotta have to do it then and now. They gotta have to make that decision. It's been a long day. The decision making is definitely will start to get sloppy, and the players will definitely start to get a lot critical about themselves. But they gotta have to leave right now. They gotta have to think about what they can do right now in order to achieve the best result.
When I was younger, I studied a lot of martial arts. And the way that they train is they make sure that you're out of gas and then you start training. But people are like, why? That's where you train your taijutsu. Yes, I learned the art of the ninja, where they learn how to use your body. And at this point, they're at the same point, because now it's just bare instinct. At this point, your fight or flight instinct is at maximum. You won't be able to think. Your body will move first, and afterwards, you're just like, yo, that was awesome.
Okay, with that in mind, right, I completely agree in the sense of that in-game, but we are about to go into the drafting phase where it's more critical, it needs that focus, and you need to be able to think this out properly. With Burnex Flash winning that, with Burnex Flash losing that last game, are they gonna go once again for first pick, or do they want to go for second pick like they did before? Because in this series, it's a little bit random, right?
It's probably going to be first pick for the guys at Burnex Flash. I think that pattern has worked for them, and they are constantly trying to do so. So far, when it comes down to statistics, they got all the games won. I mean, a lot of games won when it comes down to them being first pick. And when it comes down to fighting against Echo, they only have got that one win from being on the second pick. Game number 4 definitely was tough. Game number 5 is when they gotta have to fight back. 2-2, we're down to a best of 1.
Actually, I disagree. I think that being on second pick for the side of Burnex Flash might be beneficial. We saw how that early game actually went, and going into the drafting, Echo, if they lose as hard as they did in that early game, they just need to clean up how they close out the game.
We're going into the draft, and I'm really looking at the jungle matchup because I saw Carl Tease's face, and he's also at a point where he's like, guys, during the draft, I'm not going to talk much. I'm saving every bit of energy that I have inside the game. We're going into the final game of the day. Burnex Flash is first pick, Echo second, and now the Joy has been banned, the DK ban, 1-1 ban, Franco ban. Basically for Burnex Flash, it's all in terms of we don't want your comfort heroes.
This is very similar to how Blacklist International drafts when it comes down to their bans. They always love to take away Kaja, take away the Franco right off the bat, and sometimes even push in a 1-1. In fact, most of the time, push in a 1-1. I would love to honestly see Burnex Flash actually pull off an Ube against an Echo. That's how they solidify their win, and you know, kind of like send Echo back to square one, where Echo won the Ube, they broke the Ube, and now they're broken again by the Ube.
Can I argue a point for that? I understand that that's how the results kind of panned out, but honestly, it felt like because Echo weren't playing to the strengths of their draft. In that game, they drafted for more pick, but for some reason, they kept going for the engage onto the team fights, fighting 5v5, just forcing something that they weren't built to win.
Okay, right now, I kind of feel like Echo has a pretty cool, very good start, very strong start. They got a Glue, they got a Fredrin. Fredrin so far, throughout MSC, has been an amazing hero in terms of controlling the game, controlling the jungle. The Glue has been very oppressive as well. Burnex Flash, they got the E, which is pretty strong. But the thing is, probably is going to go over to mid. So Echo, I'm guessing the third pick might be Sanji getting back his Valentina.
That's the thing. I'm thinking whether or not that this Valentina is even worth considering as an option, right? Because Burnex Flash, for all intents and purposes, are eventually going to go into the Ube, and they make sure they have the carry to actually have a soft counter against their tank. So now I think it's much clearer that Valentina probably is going to be the go-to regardless. If not, Beatrix at the very least for Benny QT to make something happen. If he really wants to win this lane hard without giving a question of a doubt, maybe even Harith. But still, you're trying to power through the raw healing of the Estes, and that's not easy to do.
Come on, Atlas.
I do like the fact that, yes, it's an Estes, yes, it's an Ube, but right now, Burnex Flash needs that tough front line. So far, the top front line has always been Fredrin. Sometimes you throw in a Barat every now and then. So I think that Echo would have a very good idea of banning these tough nuts.
Do you want to say that again? No?
You know,
all right.
You know, hard ones, you know?
Farsa getting picked up. And here's the thing. So far, everyone that has used the Farsa, Sanji, they've been doing very, very well in terms of dealing that very, very big burst damage. But one of the things about the Estes is you kind of don't care about that burst damage, especially if Burnex Flash, they really respect what Echo can bring. Just build an Athena shield.
We'll see how that goes. I personally don't believe that an Athena shield is going to save everybody, because not everybody wants to consider going defensive. And in this particular case, even if you are going to be the carry, you're probably going to have to just wait out the Feathered Airstrike at the end of the day. I like where Echo's mindset is at. They're banning out the Arlet, making sure they also get rid of the Uranus, just to make sure that they can walk away from the real-world manipulation. But on the side of Burnex Flash, right, they get rid of the Claw, safe laners. If they want to get rid of one more safe laner, they can also get rid of the Beatrix, which would either force Benny QT on both either the Harith or even going along the lines of Brody. But even then, right, even then, I hope to see that maybe we see an adjustment, right? A quick adjustment for the side of maybe, I want to say Echo, but I think it's for Burnex Flash to kind of set the question after that last pick.
Wait for no man.
I want to say that Echo very likely will pick a marksman, which will be a Beatrix, because this draft, the first pick with Fredrin, second pick Luz, third pick Farsa, is almost exactly the same as MPLPH game number 1 against Blacklist International, and their final pick was an Atlas.
Oh, that's gonna be